Good morning and welcome here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Thanks so much for joining us. Time now, 7 o'clock over on the East Coast, 4 o'clock over on the West Coast. We do want to start this morning with some breaking news. We're learning just overnight that there was an arrest in the suspect accused of killing 5 neighbors and an 8-year-old, including an 8-year-old in Cleveland, Texas. He was taken into custody last night. Multiple sources told Fox News that the 38-year-old Francisco Oropeza was taken into custody in the Cleveland area by the Border Patrol Tactical Unit. Officials said during a press conference that the Federal Bureau of Investigation received a tip around 5:15, which led to an arrest at 6:30 p.m. Francisco Oropeza is accused again of killing his neighbors around midnight on April the 28th after one of his neighbors allegedly asked him to stop firing a rifle in his yard in order for a baby to sleep. According to the San Jacinto County Sheriff's Office, after that conversation, Oropeza allegedly entered the neighboring home and killed 5 of the 10 people inside. We are expecting to get a press conference sometime this morning outside of just where that happened, and actually in the area of the county where that sheriff is in San Jacinto. The sheriff there is expected to speak and provide further updates on what's happened. We'll make sure to bring that to you as it's happening here on Live Now from Fox. We'll move on to some of our other top stories this morning. The Federal Reserve is on track to raise interest rates for the 11th straight time, and that all again coming this Wednesday potentially. The end may finally be in sight for the fastest tightening campaign since the 1980s. The United States Central Bank is widely expected to lift the federal funds rate by a 1/4 percentage point at the conclusion of its 2-day meeting, then hint a long-awaited pause. I'm going to go ahead and bring you out to a shot that we have this morning of the U.S. Capitol this morning, working on bringing that to you. The move would set the federal funds rates between 5% to 5.25%, further restricting economic activity as the borrowing costs for homes, cars, and others items much higher. It would mark the highest rates increase since 2007. Again, we're still continuing to wait on the very latest out of San Jacinto County, standing by on that. Meanwhile, let's get back into some of our other top stories this morning that we are again continuing to follow here on Live Now from Fox. A teenage boy has opened fire at a school in Serbia's capital this morning. We're getting that latest information now from sources again overseas there in Serbia. Police identified the shooter by his initials, KK. A teenage boy is now accused of opening fire in the capital on Wednesday, killing 8 children and a school guard, according to police. 6 more children and a teacher were injured and hospitalized. Police identified the shooter by his initials, KK, and said that he had opened fire with his father's gun. He was arrested in the schoolyard, according to police. A statement identified him as a student at the school in central Belgrade, who was born in 2009. Police say they received a call about the shooting at the Vladislav Ribnikar primary school around 8:40 in the morning. Primary schools in Serbia have 8 grades, starting with the 1st grade. Unlike in the United States, mass shootings in Serbia and in the wider Balkan region are extremely rare. None were reported at schools in recent years. In the last mass shooting, a Balkan War veteran in 2013 killed 13 people in a Serbian village. Experts, however, have repeatedly warned of the number of weapons left over in the country after the wars of the 1990s. They also note that decades-long instability stemming from the conflicts, as well as that ongoing hardship, could trigger such outbursts. And we have some news out of the European Space Agency. Just this morning, several European Space Agency astronauts are expected to be speaking this afternoon, or this morning, I should say, over in Europe there. These are candidates who began their duty at the European Astronaut Center on April 3rd to begin their space training. Astronauts will be speaking this morning along with European Space Agency Director Josef Aschbacher, along with a briefing on their training, followed by a Q&A with the astronauts. We also know officials are also briefing up on the very latest out of Sudan this morning. We'll be bringing that to you later on the show. Continuing on, you can see some of the video that we have there out of the European Space Agency from earlier. Thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to go ahead and dip into some of the audio that we have from earlier. We know officials there with the European Space Agency were speaking. Let's listen in.
We see two veterans here from that class, Alex and Matthias, that are present here with us. And as you know, our 2009 class was very successful in implementing all their missions. We have had plenty of astronauts doing spacewalks, doing robotic operations, being commanders of space stations, so that is a tribute to the quality of all the people that you see here on the balconies and that are working here in the European Astronaut Center training our astronauts. And of course we are looking forward to do the same with our new young class. Not only, and that is different from 2009, not only do we do the basic training of our own astronauts, but for the first time as well, we train astronauts from another country. Catherine is here with us from Australia, seconded by the Australian Space Agency. Of course, this is regular that this happens in Houston and in Star City, but for ESA this is the first time, and again, it's a tribute to the quality of our training here. And then, of course, we need to outlook. What will be the outlook of this class that is starting training here? The basic training will last for about 13 months. It will end next year in May, and then we will be ready to assign them to the first mission to the International Space Station. Our plan is to have the next flight of one of the candidate astronauts from the 2022 class to the ISS in 2026. So that is also something to look forward to. But of course it's not one flight like we have done with the 2009 class. They have all been able to fly quite quickly, and we intend to do the same. So the aim is that before 2030, before the end of this decade, all of them will have had the opportunity to fly to space and to fly to the International Space Station. So I think you have a great future ahead of you. We will do our best to qualify you, to train you, so that you can become the best possible astronauts. With that, I leave it to Jules. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank. Thank you very much, Frank. And I will leave the floor to ESA's commander, the Director General, Josef Aschbacher.
So thank you, Jules, and also from my side, I have to say I'm very impressed having these wonderful astronaut candidates here sitting in the first row for the first official press conference as astronaut candidates. It's a very special moment for you, but also for us in ESA, and I'm just so happy seeing you there and listening to you in a couple of minutes about your experience and what you have seen. But let me just say a couple of words. First of all, I would like to really express my thanks to my team. Frank is training the astronauts, but it's not only Frank himself. As you said, there's a lot of people here in the Astronaut Center who are working very hard to make sure that your training is perfect, is seamless, and you learn everything you need to learn to go into space to be a future astronaut. But also, of course, sitting here or standing in front of our existing astronauts, already trained astronauts, we have here Matthias and Alex, is always a very special moment, Because if you look at these missions, and I'm sure you have learned everything about these missions, this is your future. This is the future that you will have. And as you see that they have done an incredible job for ESA, for space, for Europe. And I think this is just something that has to be stated, that you astronauts are playing a very special role in the ESA context, but not only in the ESA context, really for Europe and for Europe at large. Because you inspire, because you really show people what can be done and what sometimes you do the impossible. And I think this is something that you are trained for, that you are good at, and you have been selected for. And I still remember when I talked to each of you during the interviews in October. Some of you have really told me very good and interesting stories of what inspires you to become an astronaut and why you want to do exactly that job. I think this was just so eye-opening for me, but also I saw the spark in your eyes that you want to do nothing else than being an astronaut and going to space and just doing that, and nothing will stop you doing that. And I can see this spark there after a month of training, and I think it has even ignited even more. So happy to see you again. Some of you I've met in the meantime on different occasions, and even had some contacts with some of you in between. So that means during your training giving me your first impressions, and I like that because I'd like to first of all be in touch with you, but also seeing your emotions and your experiences, and I think this is just wonderful. Let me say a word about inspiration, and this is something extremely important. And this is the report which was recently published. All of you have seen it, called Revolution Space. Revolution Space may sound very revolutionary, and I think it is meant to be revolutionary. And I should say that this title was not chosen by us. This was a title chosen by the experts, by the high-level advisory group members who have been preparing and writing this report. And what they said, maybe in one word for context, we have asked, and this goes back to the Space Summit in 2022, we have asked a group of high-level experts, not from the space community, to reflect what Europe should be doing in space, and especially on human and robotic exploration. And they've really reflected that these people have been very well known figures in public life, either a previous Secretary General of NATO, an economist or several economists, several politicians, a real explorer who was on Earth exploring the North Pole, the South Pole, and the Mount Everest on foot, an artist. So really different people have been reflecting on what Europe should be doing. And they have prepared this report, Revolution Space, and they have really said Europe needs to wake up. Europe needs a wake-up call, because what is the reality is that today Europe is, of course, thankfully flying with other partners to space. In the past with Russia and America, today with America. The partnership is extremely strong and extremely good, and let me just be crystal clear that I value this a lot, and we have a very strong partnership, and this will always continue. However, these experts were saying, you, Europe, should also be more independent or more autonomous in order to be an even better partner for our international partners, NASA and others. And this is something that they made crystal clear. It is not only about space, it is about geopolitical aspects, economic aspects, keeping the young talents, the best talents in Europe through inspiring projects, by sending astronauts with our European means, that means European rockets, a European capsule, first to low Earth orbit and eventually to the moon. And this is what they asked us to investigate. They asked us to look into this and see what it needs to be done in order to achieve these goals, and whether Europe will be ready to do that. What I'm doing, and this is actually going back to Agenda 2025, which is the ESA strategy I put on the table on the first day, becoming DG a bit more than 2 years ago, is that Europe needs to step up and Europe needs to intensify its capabilities in space. So therefore, I will ask politicians, decision makers in ESA and the member states at the Space Summit in November of what they believe Europe should be doing. Of course, in the meantime, we are elaborating scenarios, we are elaborating cost estimates, we are elaborating different options that can be taken and can be chosen from. But certainly we will work on our side to have all the information on the table for politicians, decision makers at the Space Summit to make a decision where Europe should go, or guide us where Europe should go with.
All right, you've been listening in there to the European Space Agency introducing some of its new some of its new astronaut candidates. Now I want to go ahead and bring you to Ukrainian President Zelensky is speaking in Finland, but we're going to go ahead and go back out to Texas, where we've been bringing you this morning. We are expecting a press conference there following that incident there in Cleveland, Texas. Again, 5 people were shot. We don't have that feed just yet, but we are standing by for that. We're going to go ahead and dip in to see what folks are saying here in Finland as the Ukrainian president speaks.
During these weeks, we have, with your people and Nordic people, done a lot of work to make this succeed, and it does. Later on today, we will have a meeting of 6 persons, 2 presidents, 4 prime ministers. We had a short discussion already about our bilateral relations. Well, I told Mr. President that we will support and continue to support you. The 15th package is now under preparation, and I'm sure that the next one is 16th. So we continue that. When we met last time in January in Kiev, we talked about peace too. We know your plans about that, and maybe even a peace conference. That is what we support. Peace is very important to have a just peace for Ukraine. We talked about global situation also, because it seems that the Russian attack in Ukraine and Ukrainian defense have raised also issues globally which are not directly linked to the war, but nevertheless do touch nations and opinions. In a way, it seems that there is a competition of nations' souls going on worldwide. And I was in South Africa. Mr. President, you talked with President Xi. It's very important that the correct message is given worldwide in these circumstances, and we cooperate in that too. So with these short comments, we can come back later on in the evening. I will give the floor to you. Please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thanks for hosting us.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you. Dear Mr. President, dear journalists, first of all, I would like to thank you. I prepared some words. I think it's very important to say, to address to you, to your society. And thanks for this invitation to visit Helsinki. And I feel this visit will be very productive. Our delegation will come back home with what our soldiers and all who work for our defense are expecting. And when we are strengthening our lines of defense, when we are restoring our borders, we are making tougher and stronger the borders of all our partners. We think so, and we believe in it. All our partners, of course, Finland, and the old capital of the aggressor state is within several hundreds of kilometers from here, from Helsinki. But due to our joint security efforts, your historic winter fight for freedom, and our brave fight now, and our partners' current force, due to our joint efforts, the aggressor will never make its way to Helsinki. And I want to express on behalf of all Ukrainians, to all Finnish people, our admiration with your courage. And in Ukraine, almost really every bookstore sells the books about your war, your war for freedom, or the memories of your national hero, Marshal Mannerheim. It speaks a volume. And of course, it was defense from Russian aggression, the main topic of our today's negotiations, all defensive aspects. Finland consistently supports our freedom and territorial integrity and our sovereignty and all the principles of international law on which peaceful coexistence between nations depends. And I'm grateful for already 15 packages, like Mr. President said, of military aid. It's crucial for us, and that Finland has provided to us, to our people, to Ukraine. And today we have agreed to speed up the delivery of the 15th package and have begun the preparation of the next 16th defense package, which is so important for us. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Finland and President personally support our efforts to bring a lasting and just peace for Ukraine, for all our land and all our people. It's on this basis that we cooperate to implement our peace formula. And I thank you, Mr. President, both for your personal contribution to strengthening the global coalition working to stop Russian aggression, and for your help in implementing the points of the peace formula. I thank the entire Finnish society, every family and every company, every public figure and politician who help our country and our people. And we appreciate that Finland was one of the first who respond to requests for help when massive missile strikes by Russian terrorists were directed against our country's energy infrastructure, schools, universities, etc. And I thank the business of Finland for the assistance coordinated with the Finnish government and the timely delivery to Ukraine of the energy equipment we needed. And of course, we shall discuss today. We'll have possibility our cooperation in matters of European and Euro-Atlantic integration, and I thank Mr. President for expressing his support for Ukraine. We also will discuss preparation for the next EU sanctions package against Russian aggression, against Russia for this terror, as well as compliance with existing sanctions, which Russia is constantly trying to evade. All of us should remember that the harder we put pressure on aggressor, the faster the aggression will end. And I believe that this year will be decisive for us, for Europe, for Ukraine, decisive for victory. Thank you, Finland. Thanks, everyone who helps us. Slava Ukraine.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
All right, you've been listening in there to Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky speaking there in Finland, in the nation's capital of Helsinki, for that Nordic summit, discussing the very latest on that war in Ukraine and continuing to work on relations between multiple countries as Ukraine attempts to join NATO. We also are covering a couple other top stories this morning. Texas officials are preparing to, right now you can see, hold the press conference on the very latest on that school shooting, or that shooting that happened over the weekend, the incident including 5 people that were shot to death. It looks like the sheriff, or perhaps officials with the sheriff, is going ahead and coming out now. We're going to go ahead and go straight to that live here on Live Now from Fox. Again, this is the very latest on that school shooting incident. Excuse me, not a school shooting incident. This is the very latest on that incident in a neighborhood, 5 people shot.
I'm going to be seeing the sheriff. My sheriff is sleeping. All right, he did a 30-hour stretch. I really am glad that he's sleeping too, okay? Since Friday, we have worked. Here? Well, y'all put it so low here. What's the deal? All right. All right, can you hear me? Okay. Look, the sheriff is sleeping. He did about a 30-hour stretch straight, and before that, I think he slept about 6 hours since Friday. I've been there every step of the way with him, and I'm in the same boat. Okay, I'm on about 27 hours right now. So this thing is finally wrapped up. I'll answer what I can, but I can't talk about the investigation very much because it's an ongoing investigation. Okay? I'm not going to say the guy's name. You guys know his name. He's in this jail right here. I don't think he deserves the glory for what he's done.
Can you give us any updates on interviews with the people who were at the house where he was arrested? Are they arrested in any way? Any other arrests?
There has been several arrests, but I can't go into the details on that.
Was there any confrontation when authorities went into the home?
There was nothing major. I mean, just a little simple flurry of resistance, but they had a canine dog, from what I understand, and there was no injuries of any kind.
Can you tell us whose home or who suggests that it's a wholly owned connection, a personal connection to his house?
The house is connected.
Can you confirm it's his sister's house?
I'm not going to say anything about that right now because the investigation's we're still going.
You said there were several arrests. Is it 2, 3, 4?
I'm not going to go into that right now because others are hinging on what's going on right now. So it's in progress.
Are more arrests expected?
Possibly.
More than one arrest?
Said anything?
Yes, it's been more than one.
Has Orpez said anything, or have you all found the weapon that he used?
As of now, we may have the weapon, but we have to wait for ballistics. So I can't confirm.
And has he spoken? Has he said anything since he's been detained?
We have spoken with him, yes.
So he is cooperating.
Yes. Yes.
Is he going to have hearings this morning?
All that will happen this morning is his bond will be set, and that will be done in the jail by a judge.
It's at $5 million now, though.
Yes, it's five. It will be $5 million.
Okay,
Yes.
now what?
No.
Have the other people that have been arrested, have they been booked into the jail already as well?
Some have.
Do you know
I mean, how many people are you getting here?
I can't go into the. It's fluid right now. I can't go into that. No, it's not more than 5. No.
And they were inside the house at the time of the arrest?
No. One was close, but that's.
Deputy Chief, do you think he was there the entire time these last 4 days?
No, he wasn't.
When did he arrive?
Can't say at the moment. I don't know for sure. I don't want to give you anything that's not a true, accurate statement, okay? We think we know how he got there, but we have to, we have to prove that out.
Where was he before he got to the house?
Not going to go into his exact route that we think it is until we can prove what it is.
Was that
Okay?
residence previously checked?
No, it wasn't.
Is there any indication that he was about to leave this particular house and get on the move again?
Not when he was caught. I believe he thought he was in a safe spot.
Has his wife said anything? Is she assisting in the investigation?
Can't talk about his wife right now.
Who placed the tip?
About the tip? What information did that person share? Did they see him outside on the property, or how did that person know that he may be inside?
If you guys were out there this whole time, there was a flurry of activity on Highway 105, when we had about 30 vehicles and a helicopter go out there. We did confirm that was him on foot running, but we lost track of him.
So that was not a false alarm?
That was not a false alarm. That was him.
When was that? On Monday?
I don't even know what day it is right now, so it
Must have been Monday.
That was Monday.
By the landfill.
Near the landfill?
When the schools got locked down, it was that event. So if you were there, you'll remember. It's all like one long day to me, so I don't remember. Not really. We deduced that pretty early on. Just once we got the federal help with the electronic equipment and the phone analysis, then we could tell that he wasn't. People he was contacting were in the area and never left.
Was he using a cell phone? Was he using a cell phone?
What phone was he?
He did have a cell phone.
Something he must have picked that after.
He had another cell phone. Yes.
So like a burner phone?
I don't know yet.
Is his wife one of the people arrested?
I can't go into that right now.
Is he in this jail right now, or is he still being monitored?
He's in this jail right now, probably having a hot breakfast when we aren't, and we're out here talking about it. Calm.
Has he confessed?
I can't go into that.
One question kind of been hanging out that we've got no clarity on. How long did it take for your team to actually get to the house that day after the massacre?
Okay. Yes, I've heard this. All right. You guys, have any of you guys been to the scene where the house is? All right. You know what kind of roads those are. To go from here to there, lights and siren, we're talking at least 30 minutes. This is not a rich county, all right? We've got 3 deputies on patrol to cover this entire county. If you're going from North County to Trails End, which is where this occurred at, it's an hour drive. That's with lights and siren, all right? We've got poor roads, we're understaffed, and welcome to rural law enforcement. This is the way most of this nation is right now. So our response time really, I don't have the exact numbers, but I remember looking at, we had a timeline on that, and I think it's around 14 minutes, something like that. But I can't prove that. I don't have the paperwork right here with me, but for that area, that's excellent.
Does that mean there was a sheriff's deputy probably down in that southern?
There was a other patrol unit on an aggravated robbery call, and they had to leave the aggravated robbery call, which is a serious call, all right? And so you've got 2 bad things going on at once with one deputy to do it all.
You can't remember all. There was the first assistant DA was on our air last night saying that the response time was 11 minutes.
Okay, that sounds about right to me too, but I don't have the exact. That's the estimate right now.
So about 15 minutes from the aggravated robbery call to the house, you're saying?
From time it was dispatched, all right? So when it's dispatched, that's when the deputy acknowledges receiving the call, and then he starts moving. Now, you know, you've got to pull a guy off an aggravated robbery call, and you've got to remember the initial call on this was somebody firing their gun in the yard, all right? That's not, at that point, it wasn't an attack. So the aggravated robbery trumps the guy shooting in the yard at the time. So he's doing that call, and then that other call escalated, all right? So we do what we can with what we have.
Do you know if there was a history of disputes between the suspect and the neighbors?
Sir?
Is there a history of disputes between the suspect and the neighbors?
I don't really know the details on that. I don't want to give you a wrong answer on that.
As far as the people arrested, do we know if they held him at will or threatened in any way? What are they telling you about what happened?
The people arrested are not telling us very much.
So they're not cooperating. What kind of message does it send that people who did aided him being able to hide?
Anybody that helped this maniac is definitely got some kind of issues, as far as I'm concerned.
Is that a felony?
Yes.
Did any
Yes.
of those arrested call in one of the tips?
Not that I know of.
So, Sheriff, if we understand correctly, this is the bulk of
I'm
your
not the
department.
sheriff.
Sorry, Deputy. This is the bulk of your department with you right now, correct?
He's the day shift sergeant. That's one of the patrol deputies. And you got two more out?
Just one's at class.
So that's the shift for the whole county.
How big is your department patrol-wise? You said
We have 32 sworn positions, and we're about 6 short. We've got 28 jail positions, and we're 11 short. So we're missing half our jail staff. And if anybody wants a job, we're hiring. Okay? It's about 30,000.
Why did this guy get bailed? And he's like, it should be a blood proof, right?
Yeah, definitely. But I'm not the judge. I don't set the bail.
All right, you've been listening in there to San Jacinto County, Texas. Authorities there with the San Jacinto County Sheriff's Office providing updates on that terrible incident that happened in Cleveland, Texas, just last Saturday. A mass shooting suspect accused of killing 5 neighbors, including an 8-year-old child, again in Cleveland, Texas, finally taken into custody after a days-long manhunt. Deputies there saying that several arrests have been made. They couldn't say exactly how many, all in connection to this, in terms of people aiding this person in the manhunt. Could not say exactly what the charges were for those other people, but this person being accused and suspected of shooting and killing 5 people is now being held on a $5 million bond. Multiple sources told Fox News that the 38-year-old Francisco Oropeza was taken into custody in the Cleveland area by the Border Patrol Tactical Unit. You've been listening in here to Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a short break, but we'll return with more live, raw, and unfiltered content. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca taking a live look over Oakland. That looks like the port of Oakland there in California as we move on to some of our top stories, some of the things happening here in the U.S. and around the world. We're learning this morning really about a tragic incident that happened over in Serbia. We're being told that several children have been injured seriously during an incident there. Here's the very latest that we are learning again this morning out of that incident. Apparently, a teenage boy opened fire at a school in Serbia's capital Wednesday, killing 8 children and a school guard, according to police. You can see on the left-hand portion of your screen officials there with the Serbian government and police force there providing updates. Those updates are in Serbian, so we'll recap what we have and what we're getting from officials there. Police identifying the shooter with his initials, KK, said that he had opened fire with his father's gun. He was arrested in a schoolyard, according to police. A statement identified him as a student at the school in central Belgrade who was born in 2009. Police said they received a call about the shooting at the primary school around 8:40 in the morning. Primary schools in Serbia have 8 grades, starting with the first grade. And unlike in the United States, mass shootings in Serbia and in the wider Balkan region are extremely rare. None were reported at schools in recent years. In the last mass shooting, a Balkan War veteran in 2013 killed 13 people in a Serbian village. Experts, however, have repeatedly warned of the number of weapons left over in the country after the wars of the 1990s. They also note that the decades-long instability stemming from the conflicts, as well as the ongoing economic hardship, could trigger such outbursts. Again, you're taking a live look this morning over at the incident there out of Serbia. We also have a couple of other top stories that we're following right now this morning here on Live Now from Fox. Officials there on the left-hand side of your screen in Texas, in San Jacinto County, Texas, have just provided some updates following the arrest of a mass shooting suspect accused of killing 5 neighbors, including 8-year-old child there in Cleveland, Texas. The person was taken into custody Tuesday night. Multiple sources told Fox News that the 38-year-old Francisco Oropeza was taken into custody in the Cleveland area by the Border Patrol Tactical Unit. Officials said during a press conference there that the Federal Bureau of Investigation was being involved. We are going to go ahead and turn now to the UN Secretary General speaking right now in Kenya. Let's listen in.
Darfur is burning once again, and the UN Refugee Agency has already affirmed that more than 100,000 people have fled and 800,000 people might flee the country in the coming days and weeks. The fighting needs to stop, and to stop now, before more people die and this conflict explodes into an all-out war that could affect the region for years to come. All parties must put the interests of the Sudanese people first, and that means peace, a return to civilian rule, allowing for the development of the country. We are putting these goals front and center as we engage with the parties to the conflict and work hand in hand with the African Union and the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAD. The Sudanese are facing a humanitarian catastrophe. Hospitals destroyed, humanitarian warehouses looted, millions facing food insecurity. And I echo President William Ruto's strong calls for the parties to de-escalate tensions, return to the negotiating table, and agree on a lasting ceasefire. In the meantime, the United Nations is ready to deliver for the Sudanese people and with the leadership of my...
All right, you've been listening in there to the UN Secretary General speaking in Kenya, expected to discuss today the ongoing conflict escalating now in Sudan. We'll go ahead and dip back into that coverage, but right now we're going to take a quick break here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Thanks so much for joining us. It's 7:47 on the East Coast, 4:48 in the morning over on the West Coast. You can see there in your screen in that box, the UN Secretary General is speaking in Kenya, expected to discuss the ongoing conflict in Sudan. We'll go ahead and bring that to you live in just a moment, but I do want to get to a couple other stories happening right now. We just got updates from Texas following the arrest of that mass shooting suspect wanted in connection with that incident that happened in Cleveland, Texas. The suspect accused of killing 5 neighbors, including an 8-year-old child, apparently after one of the neighbors asked the man to stop firing his gun. Multiple sources told Fox News that the 38-year-old Francisco Oropeza was taken into custody in the Cleveland area by the Border Patrol Tactical Unit. Officials said during a press conference that the Federal Bureau of Investigation received that tip around 5:15, which led to an arrest around 6:30. Again, officials just made that update there, provided some other information saying that they also made several arrests in connection with folks helping to aid that suspect who was on the run for several days. And Serbian authorities there, you can see happening now live, just now discussing an incident that happened that's shaking members across Serbia's capital. This happening after a teenage boy opened fire at a school on Wednesday this morning, killing 8 children and a school guard, according to police. 6 more children, as well as a teacher, were injured and hospitalized. Police identified the shooter by his initials KK and said that he had opened fire with his father's gun. He was arrested in the schoolyard. A statement identified him as a student at the school in central Belgrade who was born in 2009. This is Live Now from Fox. We're going to continue following all your top stories this morning. I'm Giacomo Luca. It's a good time to take a break here at 7:50 on the East Coast, 4:50 on the West Coast. We'll return in just a couple minutes with more live, raw, and unfiltered content. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Time now 7:52 on the East Coast, 4:52 over on the West Coast. You're taking a live look now as the UN Secretary General is expected to speak there in Kenya and address the ongoing conflict in Sudan. We're going to go ahead and dip into this coverage, live, raw, and unfiltered.
And governments, but also the private sector, namely the energy sector and others that contribute to climate change, they need to dramatically reduce emissions in the present decade. Without the dramatic reduction of emissions in the present decade, we will see Kenya and we will see the African continent with an acceleration of the droughts, of the floods, and other natural catastrophes that are undermining the possibilities of developing and causing an enormous suffering. But in many cases, climate change is already there. And so it is essential that the promises that were made in order to strengthen the financing of adaptation, which means building resilience of communities, of infrastructure, to be able to better resist to the impacts of climate change, it is absolutely essential that the financing of adaptation is dramatically increased. There was a promise in Sharm el-Sheikh to double it, in Glasgow to double it. We are not yet there. Our belief is that 50% of climate finance should be to adaptation. And in Sharm el-Sheikh, we decided to create a loss and damage fund. It's not yet operational. It is supposed to be operational during the next COP, but it is an essential contribution to support countries like Kenya that are facing the dramatic impact of climate change without having contributed much to it.
Paul Adams, BBC.
Thank you. Paul Adams, BBC. Secretary General, a question on Sudan, if I may. How confident are you that you can get the warring parties to agree to allow humanitarian aid to reach the places where it's needed? Because right now, safe passage simply doesn't exist. And do you think the two generals have any intention of setting aside their differences in the interests of the people of Sudan? And if they don't, how much worse will this get?
I would like to say I am confident, but I am hopeful. Unfortunately, we are seeing a situation getting out of control, and humanitarian aid needs access, unhindered and secure, to all people in need. I'm hopeful that that will happen, but I'm not yet confident that that will happen. And indeed, we have not yet seen any ceasefire in Sudan lasting. We have now a new ceasefire brokered by the Minister of Foreign Affairs of South Sudan, and obviously I strongly support this initiative. The UN has been working very closely with the African Union and IGAD to push for an effective ceasefire, but unfortunately until now all the ceasefires have not lasted. And so I think it's important that the whole of the international community comes together and tells clearly the two generals, but also all those that eventually are taking profit of this, that the present situation is totally unacceptable, that a ceasefire, a lasting ceasefire needs to take place, that a political dialogue needs to be established, and that the transition for a civilian government needs to be guaranteed. Unfortunately, we are not yet there.
Thank you. Andreas, Financial Times in the front row. One second.
Obrigado, Secretary. One question for all my colleagues from Sudan. You're working with IGAD, you're working with the African Union on trying to have these warring generals sit down the table. How much else do you as the UN need from other regional and international powers, Gulf countries like the Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and then the United States, etc.?
The contribution of everybody is welcome and necessary. We had, immediately after the crisis, convened by the President of the African Union, a meeting in which I was naturally present. We had IGAD, we had the League of Arab States, and we had a number of countries, both countries of the region and countries of the Middle East and the P5 members. And I believe that all need to come together and all need to use their capacity to put pressure for this horrible and I would say unjustified conflict to stop. There is no right, a country like Sudan that has suffered so much, that is in such a desperate economic and humanitarian situation, cannot afford a struggle for power between two people.
Thank you. Nick Budimba, CGTN Africa.
Thank you so much. So I have two questions. The first question is, the crisis in Sudan is straining resources in bordering countries because without a doubt people are moving for safety. What's being done by the UN agencies to support these countries to help them, those escaping from the conflict? Number two is a lot of focus has gone into silencing the Gaza in the region, which is a very noble and powerful idea. So, but there's a hidden turmoil as a result of drought crisis in the Horn of Africa. Is the UN awake to this overshadowing of a real crisis? What's being done to mitigate?
Sorry, I couldn't understand.
On the drought in the Horn of Africa, what you're doing on the drought. That's the second question.
Now, we have two dimensions. UNHCR is now very active in all neighboring countries in order to support, obviously in close cooperation with the authorities of those countries, the refugees that are coming out. We have, as I mentioned, UNHCR has already estimated that more than 100,000 people have fled the country, and they did their contingency planning for 800,000 people in order to be able to respond to a major outflow if the conflict goes on. On the other hand, we have a comprehensive drought response plan for East African countries with a component for Kenya, in which all the UN agencies have been involved, in which we have made a very strong financial appeal to the international community, and in which we are doing everything we can to minimize the dramatic impacts of the drought. I was in Somalia just less than a month ago, and I've witnessed how the drought was again creating the risks of famine in Somalia. I know how terribly impacted has been part of the territory of Kenya, and the UN is active in these two countries and the other countries of East Africa in order to provide the maximum possible assistance to the governments and to the populations in relation to this very dramatic, clearly impact of climate change in countries that, as I mentioned, have not contributed much for climate change itself.
Canadian Broadcasting.
Secretary General, you spoke about being hopeful but not confident. I want to ask you, what does spillover of this conflict, if it can't be stopped, look like in your mind on neighboring nations?
Now, I am very concerned, first of all, with Chad. The epicenter of this conflict still remains, to a certain extent, in Darfur, independently of what's happening in Khartoum. And Chad is a country that is in a democratic transition. And Chad has been threatened, as you know, by militias operating in Libya. It is absolutely essential to massively support Chad in the present situation. On the other hand, we have other countries in the region that are in their own peace processes. Ethiopia is in a peace process. It is absolutely essential to avoid any spillover from Sudan to Ethiopia. South Sudan is in a slow and difficult process to implement the agreements that were made, and any disturbance in relation to South Sudan would be extremely dangerous. and obviously other countries that are neighboring countries, but not facing the same kind of transition, would also inevitably face negative impacts of the conflict in Sudan, especially if there is a massive outflow of population.
Thank you. Evelyn, Associated Press.
Thank you. What's been the response from Moscow on the Black Sea Grain Initiative, you know, the extension from May 18th? Are you more or less optimistic that this will be extended? And what do you say to critics who say China and Turkey and the rest of EU countries are the greatest beneficiaries of these initiatives as opposed to the developing countries, mostly in Africa?
The second part was?
On the critics who say that EU countries, you know, China and other Turkey and all these countries are benefiting more from the initiative than developing countries like in Africa?
Well, first of all, as I know, I have presented a new proposal for the extension, the improvement and the expansion of the Black Sea Initiative to the presidents of the Russian Federation, the Ukraine, and Turkey. I was informed that the Kremlin is looking into the proposal and that there would be a response to my proposal. At the same time, there is a delegation led by Rebecca Greenspan that, in the context of the different permanent contacts that we have had with the Russian Federation in relation to the Memorandum of Understanding about the facilitation of Russian exports of food and fertilizers, Rebecca Greenspan will be back in Moscow this week. So we are actively engaged. If you ask me if I am optimistic, I will answer with my usual quote, Jean Monnet. I am not optimistic nor pessimistic, I am determined. I think this is good for the world, I think this is good for the parties, and the UN will do everything possible to make it happen. On the other hand, if one looks at the exports from the Ukraine, you have two kinds of exports. You have corn for animal feed, and it goes essentially to developed countries because most developing countries do not use corn for animal feed. And you have grains for human consumption. In the grains for human consumption, the majority goes to developing countries. But obviously, countries like China or others are also developing countries. And we have sometimes more difficult capacity in African countries to be able to have access to markets. That is the reason why, beyond the volumes directly exported by the Ukraine, and several other African countries have benefited. I'll give you an example. Egypt is an important client of those exports. We have the World Food Programme that has been conducting a series of shiploads heading to countries in difficult circumstances, most of them in the African continent. To give an example, Somalia was one of the priorities of the World Food Programme. So I believe that we have a system that obviously, as it was said, a meaningful part of it also goes to developed countries, but even that has a positive impact to all countries because it brings prices down. And when you bring prices down, everybody benefits, and namely the least developed countries are the ones that benefit the most.
Thank you. One more question? Yes, ma'am, please, and then we'll have to go. One second, please. If you could identify yourself.
Mr. Antonio Guterres, you understand this is not the first time Sudan is facing a crisis. These crises have been there since whatever time we've been experiencing them. However, we'd like to know, it's not the first time the United Nations is facing this issue. Is there a different approach you're implementing this time to tackle this once and for all? Otherwise, could we say that the UN has failed to keep peace in Sudan as of now? Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't understand.
My name is Pasil Telewa from Standard.
Sorry? has the UN failed to keep the peace in Sudan?
That question is a difficult question because this has taken all by surprise. The UN was taken by surprise, and all the other organizations that I have met and all the other countries I'm in dialogue with were taken by surprise by the present crisis. We were hopeful that the negotiations between the two would be successful, and we have seen important progress in the negotiations for a transition for a civilian government. So we were not expecting this to happen. To the extent that we and many others were not expecting this to happen, we can say that we failed to avoid it to happen. But I don't think there is anything we should have done that we didn't to avoid it, because, as I mentioned, we were entirely convinced that this would not happen.
Great. Thank you very much. Secretary General, thank you.
All right, you've been listening in live there to the UN Secretary General delivering remarks in Kenya. That'll, as he just addressed some of the ongoing conflict in Sudan. It's 8:08 on the East Coast, 5:08 on the West Coast. We're going to go ahead and take a break here on Live Now from Fox. But when we come back, we'll go ahead and reset with all your top headlines, live, raw, and unfiltered. Hey, good All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. You're taking a live look there over the port of Oakland in California. It's a dark night, dark morning start of 5:11 on the West Coast, 8:11 over on the East Coast. Over in California is why we get into our story about, for the first time in Hollywood of any kind, the union representing 11,500 film, TV, and other entertainment writers have gone on strike. Streaming services are at the center of the fight as the Guild argues budgets are increasing, but writer shares are shrinking. So-called mini rooms, where streaming services use smaller staffs for shorter stints, has made consistent work hard to come by. all as the number of writers working at guild minimums have shrank to about half over the past 10 years. Tack on inflation, and it's led to quite a mess. TV series writers average nearly $132,000 annually, while writers on streaming shows average some $40,000 less, though the seasons are shorter. Now, to discuss a little bit more on this, I want to bring in Los Angeles-based employment attorney and mediator Angela Reddock Wright with the Reddock firm. Thanks so much for joining us this morning. We sure do appreciate it. How are you? And let's jump right into it. Tell me about some of the latest background on what we know on this strike itself.
I'm great, and thank you so much for having me on. So this Writers Guild strike, although there were attempts to avert it, we're very sad to see that is happening, but understand why it's happening. We haven't seen such a strike by the Writers Guild since 2007. And at that time, the world of media and scripted TV was very different. You know, we could count on our weekly or our daily scripted TV shows, and writers benefited from that, in that they received residuals based on the actual show, and then when the show went into syndication. In this last 20 plus years, the landscape has changed quite a bit, where streaming is set to kind of take over traditional TV if it hasn't already. And so what that means, it's a new day for writers. While it creates new opportunities, it ensures that writers are able to continue writing and working, but it greatly reduces the profits for shows and the amounts that writers can make based on their commitment to shows. So 2007, that strike went for about 100 days. We don't know yet how long this strike will go. It just started this week. But it seems that there's some real issues of dispute. And when we talk dollars, probably close to $100 million in the difference of what the Writers Guild members are asking for versus what's being negotiated by the Alliance of Motion Pictures television producers.
Now, it seems like quite a bit of a difference. Do you think that they're going to be able to reach any similar agreement, or any, even get close to an agreement on that?
Well, I don't think there's an option, right? Clearly, the producers have to go through writers to have writing for their shows. So I think eventually they will have to reach a deal. We've seen a number of TV personalities and celebrities joining the strikes, and many stepping up, like Jimmy Fallon and Jimmy Kimmel and others, saying we need these writers for our shows. So I think as the writers get support from the talent, that eventually there will be a deal. There simply is no other option. The producers out, unless they're just going to do all reality TV, which, although popular, scripted TV has a big following, especially, with the onset of so many popular streaming shows. So I think the public's also going to demand that we want our shows back, and we want them back sooner than later. And already there's such long periods of time between seasons now. So to imagine that next season will be substantially delayed, I think will disappoint a lot of viewers.
Talk to me about the TV and film writing industry itself. I understand that it's very stressful. These seasons last 20 to 29 weeks at a time, depending on the show. But then the writers have to go look for work, right? So they're jamming, they're getting the work together, and then they have to look somewhere else. Talk to me about the financial security then that maybe writers are seeking in this, and especially as times begin to change with streaming services, as well as television, of course, shows changing, miniseries becoming far more popular. What's the pressure on these writers and the impact on their financial security?
Substantial pressure and impact on their financial security. And when you said that the writing season would sometimes go for 29 weeks or more, I actually think, writers like that, because it gave them job security and let them know that at minimum they would be on the show for a certain period of time. And at the heart of the negotiations and what caused the strike are two primary issues. One is that writers wanted studios to commit to them at least a certain duration or time period on a show. And then they wanted to ensure that the show is staffed with enough writers. So with streaming services, the writing time periods and the commitment for having a writer on a show is a lot shorter and the pay is less. So I think writers are looking for that happy medium between what was when you could count on being a show for number of weeks and seasons. You could count on the residuals from that show, and now streaming, which is much shorter, the residuals are lower and the base pay is much lower. So I think writers would love to go back to that place if possible, but we're probably at a point of no return where they had a guaranteed amount of time on a show, and the show ran for many, many seasons at a time.
We all certainly have lost our attention span over the years. That's no doubt on that. In terms of a resolution, how long might this take? Do you expect it to come soon?
Well, the last strike was 100 days. So at minimum, I think we might see another strike for at least 100 days, but hopefully it will be shorter. Hopefully reasonable minds will prevail, and they'll have a great mediator involved that will help get them back to the bargaining table and having a meeting of the minds sooner than later.
Angela, any closing thoughts on this?
Just that our writers are so important to our entertainment and media industry. And we know that this landscape is changing. So I'm hopeful that the writers and the producers alliance can, find their way back to the bargaining table, can find their way to finding a way to create a new relationship and new standards for the new entertainment industry and economy that we live in.
Perhaps reset with those changes and start to move forward. Hopefully they can get back to work, reach an agreement there so we can all watch our favorite TV shows. Angela Reddick-Wright, thanks so much for joining us, employment attorney and mediator. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thank you.
All right, folks, we're going to go ahead and move on right now here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to go ahead and take a break here at 8:19 on the East Coast, 5:19 over on the West Coast. I'll see you back here in just 2 minutes.
Thank you so much.
The world will be tuning in to the coronation of King Charles, including here in the U.S., members of the 56 British Commonwealth states and beyond. 70 years ago, when his mother, Queen Elizabeth, ascended to the throne, some 500 million people watched from all over the world, and in a time where tapes had to literally be flown in order to be seen. The decades have passed, also have led to significant changes in the role of the monarch in the United Kingdom, and have some in the UK even questioning whether the royals have a place in modern democracy at all. A recent poll conducted by the BBC Panorama found that 58% of UK residents prefer the monarch to an elected head of state, while some 26% support an elected head of state, leaving wide gaps in opinion. Some British residents are even choosing not to tune in Saturday, and for a number of reasons. Now, to talk a little bit more about this, let's bring in Tarek Ahmed, a UK resident and sports broadcaster for LFG Sports and a marketing exec at Clout, the personal branding agency. Good morning, Tarek.
Hi, Giacomo. You okay?
Yeah, doing great. Well, let's jump right into this. You're one of the folks who I've read about saying that you don't plan to tune in to the King's coronation. Why not?
It's just, you know, I think I said in the article, it's just filled with sort of hours of delays and pageantry and sort of these little things that us British sort of really like to do to sort of delay and long.
Well, this Saturday, hundreds of course, but for residents in the UK, we know it's a staple of your country's past and history. But as you all kind of look at where we are today, does that play into some of the reasons kind of why you kind of lose interest or, don't really want to be involved in this?
I think it does. I think, in the past, I sort of respected the fact that we had a monarchy. I've always been sort of quite 50-50 about whether, I'm in support of having a monarchy. But I think if you look at the current situation of not just the UK, but just the world in general, post-pandemic, sort of the recession that we're in or we're about to go through, job losses, homelessness on the rise, unemployment, going to be on the rise, all these issues, high energy costs and high bills, all these issues, and yet we're now going to spend millions and millions of pounds on something that doesn't really impact anyone else. I think it's a bit too far. I think if we were sort of, in an ideal world, yeah, it would have been great that we can splash the cash on pageantry and show to the rest of the world what British history is all about. But, when you've got people who are on the streets who can't even afford a roof over their head or some food on their plate, I think it's just a bit too much. I think the people who are like me or who have been, 50-50 about the monarchy for so many years, I think this is just taking it a step too far. Like, do we really need to go this far? Do we really need to spend the money that we are spending? And I think you're seeing a shift of more and more, particularly young people, but, also older people going, do you know what? I think this monarchy thing is a bit of a waste of time.
Yeah, I've seen the video of a UK resident meeting with Charles during one of the kind of handshaking events that happened, and he shouted out to the King saying, "I'm not able to pay my electric bill, but you're going to go on to have a multi-million-dollar event that is, in fact, using taxpayer dollars." We know the British monarchy also gets quite a bit of funds from the UK government as well. Where do you think the monarchy lies then in the future of the UK?
I mean, it's sort of an age-old question that, like, I think the question of the monarchy has always been sort of a question that's been relevant in British politics, but I think now more so than ever, to be honest. Again, like I said, because of the current situation in the country, because of what we're probably all going to face over the next few years, but also I think we had Queen Elizabeth, or the late Queen Elizabeth II, for so long, and she was a sort of staple in British culture for so long. And so it would have been hard to sort of get rid of her and get rid of the monarchy. We're having King Charles now, and I think the question is going to be more prevalent, and I think it's going to be on more people's minds about, well, do we really need a king? Is this a useful resource, a useful way to spend British taxpayers' money? And I think eventually when King William sort of comes along, long, I think that's when we'll sort of see a real change in a lot of people going, no, we don't want this anymore. And I think we're going to have a huge overhaul in terms of the political system. There's already questions about the House of Lords, which has huge ties with the British monarchy, as you probably already know. And I think once that gets reformed and that side of our politics gets reformed, questions will inevitably be asked about the British monarchy. And I think we are in the next 30, 40, 50, maybe even earlier, but I reckon in the next 30, 40, 50 years, we're going to have a huge change in terms of our political system and also whether or not we have a monarchy. I very much doubt in 50 years we still have a monarchy.
Do you see a world then where the UK's monarchy separates from the government but still exists perhaps as a family, as, you know, the institution itself, or do you think it goes away completely?
Well, I mean, you know, right now it's pretty much a separate entity, and it doesn't really have any sort of political influence apart from the fact that the Prime Minister will regularly sit with whoever's the monarch at the time and have meetings. I think David Cameron on Wednesdays used to sit down with Queen Elizabeth II, and he would regularly update him on what happened. And I sort of see the advantage of that. You know, if you have someone like the Queen or even you know, King Charles, when you have someone who's sort of gone through multiple governments and multiple administrations, being able to give a new or a current Prime Minister advice on what a previous Prime Minister had done, I see the advantage of that. But I think ultimately the British public won't see that as much of a benefit. I think they'll look at the numbers, they'll look at how much money is being spent and go, I'd rather that money be spent on our public healthcare system, on our public education, on our roads, you know, we've had multiple strikes over the last 6 to 9 months being given to rail workers and nurses and doctors. And I think people will just go, I don't really care about the advice that the monarchy can give the Prime Minister. I just want to make sure that I can put food on my plate and be able to, you know, get to work and be able to, you know, afford rent and afford my bills.
Absolutely, and it's going to be a spectacle, we know. So much being put into this, so much planning there. Tarek, anything I didn't ask you, anything you'd like to add?
No, I think we sort of covered about everything. I think, like I said, you know, I've always been quite 50-50, and, you know, I'm sure you saw in the article that I was in, you know, I am quite 50-50 about sort of whether the monarchy is a good thing or a bad thing about for Britain. But I think ultimately the key thing here is you're having this pageantry and you're having this coronation, you're spending so much money at a time when the government is telling the British public that there is no money in the bank, that we can't afford to increase salaries, that we can't subsidize energy bills. And I think it's a bit, you know, it's a kick in the face when, you know, you're spending so much on the coronation of a royal family or of a new king, but you can't, you know, support your average Joe who's sort of just struggling to get by.
Last question before I let you go. You know, the argument has also been made that the UK monarchy brings in some $500 million a year, a massive amount in tourism, things like that. Of course, they have those massive estates, museums. I've been to them myself there in London. Quite remarkable to see your country's history. But is there any fair argument in that?
I mean, of course there is. I mean, that's why I'm saying. That's why I think any other time, if you'd asked me this question about the monarchy staying, I probably would have said, you know what, it doesn't seem like they're doing anything bad. They're bringing in, you know, millions of pounds in terms of tourism and attraction. And like I said, there's that political benefit there where the Prime Minister can seek advice. But I think what is going to be, you know, ultimately the final straw on the camel's back is the fact that this money is being spent at a time when the government is turning around and telling its people that it doesn't have enough money to spend on its people and on its workers and subsidize sort of energy costs. I think that's what's going to be the final thing. And I think if at the end of the day, if people can't afford to pay their rent or pay their bills, they don't care if however much comes in tourism when it comes to the royal family. They're just going to see the fact that we're giving this money to the royal family and it's not coming into our back pockets instead.
Tarek Ahmed not going to be watching the King's coronation on Saturday, even though there's millions around the world, even there in London, that will. What's your plans on Saturday instead?
You know what? I mentioned Avatar. Avatar is about a 3.5-hour film, apparently. So I might actually head to the cinema. I think I'm going to go probably watch Avatar, get myself some nachos, a Tango Ice Blast, maybe some donuts, relax, enjoy the film, and then, do you know what? By the time I come back, I guarantee you the king's not being coronated yet. So I'll probably make it just in time to see someone put the crown on his head. And you know what? I might actually sit and watch that, because it is history. I understand that we haven't seen something like this in over 70 years. So I might go and sit and watch that little end bit. But to be honest, I think Avatar and Donuts sounds pretty good to me.
You should have the theater to yourself. Thanks so much, Tarek. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
All right, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Zach Warner. It's 8:32 on the East Coast, 5:32 in the morning over on the West Coast. We got a lot of big news today, a lot of big breaking news. A couple shootings we're following, an update on that one in Texas. We do have a shot of that scene there. I think this is the area where the press conference happened earlier. Yeah, the Sheriff's Department there gave a press conference in San Jacinto County as an arrest has been made in that mass shooting that left 5 people dead, including an 8-year-old. We'll have updates on that throughout the morning as that press conference did happen earlier. We'll replay that at some point to get the latest information out there, but also following a shooting at a school, it sounds like, in Serbia. So pretty tragic news there. Also previewing the King's coronation, amongst other things, but also a side point on the King's coronation, as we do have a little bit of a live shot on that there in the UK. Well, that's beautiful. Look at that, a gold-adorned gate there. We'll have plenty of coverage here on Live Now from Fox on the King's coronation. That'll be on Saturday, so make sure you check us out then for full coverage on that. I want to take this opportunity, though, to take our third commercial break of the hour here, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in just 2 minutes right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host this morning, Zach Horner. It's 8:35 on the East Coast, 5:35 in the morning over on the West Coast. We do appreciate all of you joining us. We're taking you through all the big stories of the day from all around the country and around the world. We also prioritize live events here, so as we see those happening, we dip into those live, raw, and unfiltered. So far, I don't see too many things happening now, but I do want to stick to this story here. I put this live shot up before the break there. This is in San Jacinto County, Texas. This is where that press conference happened earlier. Authorities have credited the arrest of the Texas mass shooting suspect, 38-year-old Francisco Oropeza. Tuesday evening, a tip came through, submitted through the FBI tip line. Oropeza is a Mexican national who is suspected of fatally shooting 5 of his neighbors before midnight on April 28th. The Sheriff's Department in San Jacinto County provided that update. As I said, this happened earlier this morning. Let's go ahead and listen in for the latest updates from officials there on the ground.
y'all set up a party, huh? My name is Chief Deputy Tim Keene. All right. Kean. All right, I'm the number 2 guy here at the sheriff's office. You're not going to be seeing the sheriff. My sheriff is sleeping. All right, he did a 30-hour stretch. I really am glad that he's sleeping too. Okay. Since Friday, we have worked. Here? Well, y'all put it so low here. What's the deal? All right. All right, can you hear me? Okay. Look, the sheriff is sleeping. He did about a 30-hour stretch straight, and before that, I think he slept about 6 hours since Friday. I've been there every step of the way with him, and I'm in the same boat. Okay, I'm on about 27 hours right now. So this thing is finally wrapped up. I'll answer what I can, but I can't talk about the investigation very much because it's an ongoing investigation. Okay? I'm not going to say the guy's name. You guys know his name. He's in this jail right here. I don't think he deserves the glory for what he's done.
Can you give us any updates on interviews with the people who were at the house where he was arrested? Are they arrested in any way? Any other arrests?
There has been several arrests, but I can't go into the details on that.
Was there any confrontation when authorities went into the home?
There was no, nothing major. I mean, just a little simple flurry of resistance. But they had a canine dog, from what I understand, and there was no injuries of any kind.
Can you tell us whose home or who suggests there's a wholly owned connection, a personal connection to this house?
The house is connected.
Can you confirm it's his sister's house?
I'm not going to say anything about that right now because the investigation's we're still going.
You said there were several arrests. Is it 2, 3, 4?
I'm not going to go into that right now because others are hinging on what's going on right now. So it's in progress.
Are more arrests expected?
Possibly.
Has Orphan said anything?
Yes, it's been more than one.
Has Orphan said anything, or have you all found the weapon that he used?
As of now, we may have the weapon, but we have to wait for ballistics. So I can't confirm.
And has he spoken? Has he said anything since he's been detained?
We have spoken with him, yes.
So he is cooperating?
Yes. Yes.
Is he going to have a hearing this morning?
All that will happen this morning is his bond will be set, and that will be done in the jail by a judge.
It's at $5 million now, though.
Yes, it's five. It will be $5 million.
Okay,
Yes.
so now what?
No.
Have the other people that have been arrested, have they been booked into the jail already as well?
Some have.
Do you know what
I mean, how many people are you getting here?
I can't go into the. It's fluid right now. I can't go into that. No, it's not more than 5. No.
And they were inside the house at the time of the arrest?
No. One was close, but that's.
Deputy Chief, do you think he was there the entire time these last 4 days?
No, he wasn't.
When did he arrive?
Can't say at the moment. I don't know for sure. I don't want to give you anything that's not a true, accurate statement, okay? We think we know how he got there, but we have to, we have to prove that out.
Where was he before he
Not going to go into his exact route that we think it is until we can prove what it is. Okay? No, it wasn't.
Did you? Is there any indication that he was about to leave this particular house and get on the move again?
Not when he was caught. I believe he thought he was in a safe spot.
Has his wife said anything? Is she assisting in the investigation?
Can't talk about his wife right now.
Who placed the tip?
What information did that person share? Did they see him outside on the property, or how did that person know that he may be inside?
If you guys were out there this whole time, there was a flurry of activity on Highway 105 when we had about 30 vehicles and a helicopter go out there. We did confirm that was him on foot running, but we lost track of him.
So that was not a false alarm?
That was not a false alarm. That was him.
When was that? On Monday?
I don't even know what day it is right now, so it
Must have been Monday.
That was Monday.
By the landfill?
Near the landfill?
When the schools got locked down, it was that event. So if you were there, you'll remember. It's all like one long day to me, so I don't remember.
You were at all surprised how close it was?
Not really. We deduced that pretty early on. Just once we got the federal help with the electronic equipment and the phone analysis, then we could tell that he wasn't. People he was contacting were in the area and never left.
Was he using a cell phone? Was he using a cell phone?
What phone was he?
He did have a cell phone.
Something he must have picked that after.
He had another cell phone. Yes.
So like a burner phone?
I don't know yet.
Is his wife one of the people arrested?
I can't go into that right now.
Is he in this jail right now, or is he still being run?
He's in this jail right now, probably having a hot breakfast when we aren't, and we're out here talking about it. Calm.
Has he confessed?
I can't go into that.
One question's kind of been hanging out that we've got no clarity on. How long did it take for your team to actually get to the house that day after the massacre?
Okay. Yes, I've heard this. All right. You guys, have any of you guys been to the scene where the house is? All right. You know what kind of roads those are. To go from here to there, lights and siren, we're talking at least 30 minutes. This is not a rich county, all right? We've got 3 deputies on patrol to cover this entire county. If you're going from North County to Trails End, which is where this occurred at, it's an hour drive. That's with lights and siren, all right? We've got poor roads, we're understaffed, and welcome to rural law enforcement. This is the way most of this nation is right now. So our response time really, I don't have the exact numbers, but I remember looking at, we had a timeline on that, and I think it's around 14 minutes, something like that. But I can't prove that. I don't have the paperwork right here with me. But for that area, that's excellent.
Does that mean there was a sheriff's deputy probably down in that southern?
There was a other patrol unit on an aggravated robbery call, and they had to leave the aggravated robbery call, which is a serious call, all right? And so you've got 2 bad things going on at once with one deputy to do it all.
You can't remember all. There was the first assistant DA was on our air last night saying that the response time was 11 minutes.
Okay, that sounds about right to me too, but I don't have the exact. That's the estimate right now.
So about 15 minutes from the aggravated robbery call to the house, you're saying?
From time it was dispatched, all right? So when it's dispatched, that's when the deputy acknowledges receiving the call, and then he starts moving. Now, you know, you've got to pull a guy off an aggravated robbery call, and you've got to remember the initial call on this was somebody firing their gun in the yard, all right? That's not, at that point, it wasn't an attack. So the aggravated robbery trumps the guy shooting in the yard at the time. So he's doing that call, and then that other call escalated, all right? So we do what we can with what we have.
Do you know if there's a history of disputes between the suspect and the neighbors?
Sir?
Is there a history of disputes between the suspect and the neighbors?
I don't really know the details on that. I don't want to give you a wrong answer on that.
As far as the people arrested, do we know if they helped him at will or threatened in any way? What are they telling you about what happened?
The people arrested are not telling us very much.
So they're not cooperating. Did what kind of message does it send that people who did aided him being able to hide?
Anybody that helped this maniac is definitely got some kind of issues, as far as I'm concerned.
Is that a felony?
Yes.
Did any of
Yes.
those arrested call in one of the tips?
Not that I know of.
So, Sheriff, if we understand correctly, this is the bulk of
I'm not the sheriff.
Sorry, this is the bulk of your department with you right now, correct?
He's the day shift sergeant. That's one of the patrol deputies. And you got two more out?
Just one's at class.
So that's the shift for the whole county.
How big is your department patrol-wise? You said
We have 32 sworn positions, and we're about 6 short. We've got 28 jail positions, and we're 11 short. So we're missing half our jail staff. And if anybody wants a job, we're hiring. Okay? It's about 30,000.
Why did this guy get bailed? And he's like, this could be a point.
Yeah, definitely. But I'm not the judge. I don't set the bail.
And going back to the tip, so did the tipster see him near the home? How did this person know that he may be in there?
I can't go into the tip right now. All right.
Do you know if we'll get more clarity today on the other arrests?
You probably won't, because this is all you're going to get today. The sheriff's going to be in hibernation, and I will be after we're done. All the detectives are down. That massive effort you saw was wonderful. The effort was to catch this guy. The case is ours. We do our own work, all right? And you're talking about a lot of work, and we don't have many people, so these are going to be 15-hour days, 7 days a week, till this thing gets wrapped up.
Was the tipster one of the people arrested?
Not that I know of.
What time is his bail being set?
Whenever the judge gets here. That would be sometime this morning, but they do that all inside the jail.
Are cameras allowed inside? Or?
No, ma'am, not inside the jail.
Do you have a jail roster?
On what, inmates? Yes.
And is there a mugshot available?
There will be. Yes, that's all public record.
Is that posted online? Or?
We'll get it to you. Okay. I can't go into it's still fluid. It's still fluid right now. There's still things being done.
Deputy Sheriff, I know you said there's a lot of difficulties in terms of just staffing along roads out there. Given the circumstances, 15-minute response, alerting deputies from an aggravated robbery, would you consider that to be up to standard?
I would really I've worked down there myself. I mean, when I started working here, I started in the jail and worked all the way to where I'm at. And I worked down there, and that's really pretty quick. Because if you're alone patrolling down there and you get in a gunfight or a big fight, just to get law enforcement aid, you're looking at 30, 45 minutes. And that's why you can't put people down there by themselves, because they can't get help.
Deputy, are those roads down there even maintained by the county?
No, sir, they're not.
By a private developer?
I don't know who maintains them. I mean, we've brought this up with Commissioner's Court many times.
Put you on the spot one more time. The Montgomery County Jail is reporting Oropesa's wife as being cooked in that jail.
That sounds about right.
Okay.
He said Montgomery County Jail was saying that.
Me, we're quoting you.
But it sounds about right to me if they're saying that's the case, right?
Respect all the gunfire that we've heard about.
Yes.
Whether they say that gunfire there is regularly happening, that impacts the level of urgency when you first receive that call.
Well, it does happen every night. Every single night. They're out there doing that. And when they make the call, if a neighbor calls, by the time we get there, they know how long it takes. The guns are put up, everybody's in the house, and now we see no violation, okay? So when you don't see anything in your presence as a policeman, you can't just go in there and kick somebody's door down. But this agency did not. That's what it sounds like. Because he said they were there. The district attorney is going to be working on a charge package with the grand jury. So they're going to be serious, trust me. It's not really a hearing. He just gets a magistrate warning. Yeah. Yeah, the judge reads him his rights and then signs the bond certification. That's all it is.
And that is the latest out of Texas there, San Jacinto County, of the Sheriff's Department there, giving a little bit of an update. So we'll have plenty more coverage on that as the day goes on. That's where that press conference happened right there. That is a live look outside. So any new details after he is arraigned today and that bail is set, we'll bring them to you here on Live Now from Fox. We do expect that bail to be set. From officials, they're saying around $5 million. Let's go ahead and take our last commercial break of the hour. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Stay with us. Good morning and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Zach Horner. It's 8:56 on the East Coast, 5:56 in the morning over on the West Coast. We do appreciate all of you joining us here this morning as we take you through all the big stories of the day from all around the country and around the world as well. And as live events happen, we do prioritize those here at Live Now. We'll dip into those live, raw, and unfiltered. Should have some coming up here shortly, but like I said, we'll keep an eye on those feeds and bring them to you as they do happen. Let's go ahead and take a live look outside here. Looking at London, England. I want to put this shot up here just as a friendly reminder that you can join us this Saturday, May 6th for the coronation of King Charles III. Live from Buckingham Palace. We'll have live reporters and experts on the ground in London. Coverage begins at 5 a.m. on the East Coast. Tune in for live, raw, and unfiltered coverage of the King's coronation right here on Live Now from Fox. So make sure you stick around for that. But like I said, we had plenty of breaking news today with regard to San Jacinto County and that update that there was an arrest made. 38-year-old Francisco Oropeza. He was the person arrested in that shooting. Allegedly, he is the person who shot those 5 people, his neighbors. And actually, KRIV, the Fox affiliate there in that neck of the woods, did a live report on that, kind of wrapping up everything the Sheriff's Department had to say earlier. So I want to play that for you just to kind of get a good synopsis of where we stand in that case. So let's go ahead and take a listen.
Now we're going to get you to breaking news out of San Jacinto County. The 4-day manhunt is over for Francisco Oropeza, the man accused of killing his 5 neighbors in Cleveland.
An anonymous tip to the FBI led law enforcement to cut and shoot where Oropeza was arrested, not too far from where the crime took place. Denise Middleton joins us now live from the San Jacinto County Sheriff's Office this morning with how he was caught and what's next. Good morning, Denise.
Good morning. You know, we just heard from Chief Deputy Sheriff Tim Keene a moment ago. He informed us that there have been several other arrests. However, he wouldn't say who or how many have been arrested, just that they are not cooperating. We've also learned that they may have found the murder weapon. They are still waiting on ballistics, and so that's huge in this case right now. Now, there's still no word on the ties or connection to that home where Oropeza was found. Investigators haven't said whether Oropeza knew the people in that home where he was hiding or if anyone was helping him. But here's a look at that arrest last night in the city of Cut and Shoot, Tuesday around 6:30. He was found in that home in a closet under a pile of laundry. Fortunately, no one was hurt in this process. Now, it wasn't far from the crime scene that happened Friday night. Authorities say Oropeza was drunk when his neighbors asked him to stop shooting in his yard because they had a baby who was trying to sleep. The sheriff's office said the neighbors, including a 9-year-old, were found shot to death. Now, Monday, they had received a tip, and we've now learned that that was a confirmed sighting.
If you guys were out there this whole time, there was a flurry of activity on Highway 105 when we had about 30 vehicles and a helicopter go out there. We did confirm that was him on foot running, but we lost track.
So
that was not a false alarm. That was him.
Now, we're told Oropeza is here cooperating. He's expected to go before a judge sometime this morning. They will read him his rights and set his bail at $5 million. He's charged with 5 counts of murder. Also, we're still waiting to learn more about his wife and if she was involved in any of this. But of course, this is an ongoing investigation, so we'll continue to keep you updated throughout the morning. Reporting live from San Jacinto County, Denise Middleton, Fox 26 News.
As this story develops, we will bring you updates both on air and online. Just head to our website.
And Denise, I was just going to ask you too, as far as what is to come, can you walk us through what happens now? So he's there at the Montgomery County Jail. What happens at this point?
Right, we're told that he is waiting to be seen by the judge, who apparently has not arrived yet. Once the judge does arrive, they're going to read him his rights, and then his bond will be set. But that's pretty much all that's happening today, or that's all we've been told so far.
And at this point,
they are not expecting a hearing today.
Okay, and then at this point, they're just keeping it really silent on where that anonymous tip came from and who it came from.
Yeah, that's right. And, you know, and also whether or not the tipster was arrested. That was a question that was asked earlier, and, you know, they couldn't really speak on that. But we do know that that tipster, you know, is expected to receive that $100,000 reward that was just increased Tuesday afternoon. So far, though, that's all we know. They've been pretty tight-lipped about this. Again, the investigation's ongoing, so they couldn't say too much.
All right, thank you. Denise Middleton reporting. If you want to find...
And that's the latest on the ground there in Cleveland, Texas, San Jacinto County, Texas. The Sheriff's Department there, as I said, did give an update. The basis for a lot of what you heard in that live report there, that was obviously pre-recorded, not live here, but we recorded on that from our Houston Fox affiliate there. So we'll see if there are more details that come out throughout the morning. We do know that the judge, is expected, I should say, to set the bail for Francisco Oropeza, the suspect in that shooting, at $5 million. So once that's confirmed, and we do learn that, we'll bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to switch gears and talk about the latest over in Ukraine, well, actually in Finland. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, he's in Finland today, and earlier this morning he provided remarks with the Finnish president discussing the ongoing war in Ukraine with Russia, as well as talking about Ukraine's relationship with NATO. Finland, of course, became the newest member of NATO last month. Let's go ahead and play that for you.
So much.
Welcome to this joint press conference. We will begin with statements by the presidents, and then we will have time for few questions. This event will have simultaneous translation and interpretation. President Niinistö, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. First of all, President Zelensky, it's a great pleasure to host you. I have had possibilities of visiting Kiev and you many times, and I have presented this invitation many times. It's great that you had a possibility of coming. President Zelensky wished also that in combination with this visit, he would like to meet also Nordic prime ministers, and during these weeks we have, with your people and Nordic people, done a lot of work to make this succeed, and it does. Later on today we will have a meeting of 6 persons, 2 presidents for prime ministers. We had a short discussion already about our bilateral relations. Well, I told Mr. President that we will support and continue to support you. The 15th package is now under preparation, and I'm sure that the next one is 16th. So we continue that. When we met last time in January in Kiev, we talked about peace too. We know your plans about that, and maybe even a peace conference. That is what we support. Peace is very important to have a just peace for Ukraine. We talked about global situation also, because it seems that the Russian attack in Ukraine and Ukrainian defense have raised also issues globally which are not directly linked to the war, but nevertheless do touch nations and opinions. In a way, it seems that there is a competition of nations' souls going on worldwide, and I was in South Africa. Mr. President, you talked with President Xi. It's very important that the correct message is given worldwide in these circumstances, and we cooperate in that too. So with these short comments, we can come back later on in the evening. I will give the floor to you. Please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thanks for hosting us.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you. Dear Mr. President, dear journalists, first of all, I would like to thank you. I prepared some words. I think it's very important to say, to address to you, to your society. And thanks for this invitation to visit Helsinki. And I feel this visit will be very productive. Our delegation will come back home with what our soldiers and all who work for our defense are expecting. And when we are strengthening our lines of defense, when we are restoring our borders, we are making tougher and stronger the borders of all our partners. We think so, and we believe in it. All our partners, of course, Finland. And the old capital of the aggressor state is within several hundreds of kilometers from here, from Helsinki. But due to our joint security efforts, your historic winter fight for freedom and our brave fight now and our partners' current force, due to our joint efforts, the aggressor will never make its way to Helsinki. And I want to express on behalf of all Ukrainians, to all Finnish people, our admiration with your courage. And in Ukraine, almost really every bookstore sells the books about your war for freedom, or the memories of your national hero, Marshal Mannerheim. It speaks a volume. And of course, it was defense from Russian aggression, the main topic of our today's negotiations, all defensive aspects. Finland consistently supports our freedom and territorial integrity and our sovereignty and all the principles of international law on which peaceful coexistence between nations depends. And I'm grateful for already 15 packages, like Mr. President said, of military aid. It's crucial for us, and that Finland has provided to us, to our people, to Ukraine. And today we have agreed to speed up the delivery of the 15th package and have begun the preparation of the next 16th defense package, which is so important for us. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Finland and President personally support our efforts to bring a lasting and just peace for Ukraine, for all our land and all our people. It's on this basis that we cooperate to implement our peace formula. And I thank you, Mr. President, both for your personal contribution to strengthening the global coalition working to stop Russian aggression, and for your help in implementing the points of the peace formula. I thank the entire Finnish society, every family and every company, every public figure and politician who help our country and our people. And we appreciate that Finland was one of the first who respond to requests for help when massive missile strikes by Russian terrorists were directed against our country's energy infrastructure, schools, universities, etc. And I thank the business of Finland for the assistance coordinated with the Finnish government and the timely delivery to Ukraine of the energy equipment we needed. And of course, we shall discuss today, we'll have possibility our cooperation in matters of European and Euro-Atlantic integration, and I thank Mr. President for expressing his support for Ukraine. We also will discuss preparation for the next EU sanctions package against Russian aggression, against Russia for this terror, as well as compliance with existing sanctions which Russia is constantly trying to evade. All of us should remember that the harder we put pressure on aggressor, the faster the aggressor will the aggression will end. And I believe that this year will be decisive for us, for Europe, for Ukraine, decisive for victory. Thank you, Finland. Thanks everyone who helps us. Slava Ukraine.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And then we have time for a few questions. First, Petja Pelli, Helsingin Sanomat.
So hello, like I said, my name is Petja Pelli, and I will ask a question on behalf of two national Finnish newspapers, Helsingin Sanomat and Ilta-Sanomat. So this is a question mostly to President Zelensky, but President Niinistö can also share his views, of course. So first of all, Mr. Zelensky, welcome to Finland.
Thank you very much.
And if I counted correctly, Finland is now the 5th European country and the first Nordic country that you visit after the full-scale Russian attack started. So, of course, we are curious to know why Finland. So can you please explain the reasons why you chose to visit Finland and not some other possible country, and also why you chose this particular time for your visit? Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I can, I will answer in Ukrainian language.
Why Finland? First of all, we are partners. Secondly, today we are going to have a powerful summit of the Nordic states, which is of great importance. It is about increasing the security of the region, the security of our territory, as well as improving our own capacities to defend ourselves, to make us stronger on the battlefield. I will be frank with you. 15 aid packages, it's not about numbers. It's about the number of lives saved. And this is why I am here, to see partner countries offering even more support to us, and for us to be able to have success in our justified counter-offensive operations to free and deoccupy our Ukrainian territory.
We will have from Anna Karsley, Danish Broadcasting Corporation.
Yes, hello. The first part about my question goes out to you, Mr. Zelensky. You have told us several times that you need fighter jets from your friends and allies. So given that I'm a Dane, I'm asking you, when do you believe that you will actually get a delivery of Danish fighter jets, given that you're meeting Nordic friends later today? And to President Niinistö, you're today hosting the Nordic summit. You have fighter jets as well. What are we waiting for? What are the Nordic countries waiting for?
Who will start, Mr. President?
The first question was for you, but I'm ready to begin.
Yes, please.
If I begin. Yes, if you have followed the discussion raised by Ukraine, but also others taking part of that, it has been dealing with F-16 fighters. We do not have them. We do have Hornet fighters, which are quite old, and you have to keep in mind that there are not very many Hornet countries in Europe, and not very many Hornets neither. So the question, I guess, is that is it useful to create many different service structures, for example, and on the other hand, it's very clear that Finnish position is geographically a bit different than most of the European and NATO countries. So we have made a very extraordinary purchase during the time.
And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, this is a press conference with Ukrainian President Zelensky. He's in Finland, and next to him there, the Finnish president. They're talking about the war in Ukraine and also discussing the relationship Ukraine has with NATO. Of course, Finland last month just recently became a member of NATO. So we'll dip back into this later. It's got about it's about halfway through right now, but pretty interesting stuff just to get those updates from those two presidents there. I do want to take our first commercial break of the hour here, so we'll come back and we've got another live event that we're going to look into. I got a lot of breaking news as well. You might have seen on your screen earlier, we've been covering that Texas mass shooting. Now the wife of that accused killer, the person that was accused of killing those 5 people, that person's wife has now been arrested. Associated Press is reporting that, so we'll look to learn more information on that as it does become available. As I mentioned, we're going to take that break. Stay with us. We'll be back in just 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Zach Horner. It's 9:19 on the East Coast, 6:19 in the morning over on the West Coast. Hopefully you all are having a most excellent Wednesday as we take you through all the big stories of the day from around the country and around the world as well. And as I always mention, we do prioritize live events here and Live Now from Fox. We got one happening right now. The United Nations Food and Agricultural Agency, they've released their 2023 Food Crisis Report. This is happening right now, so let's dip into this. I'll bring the audio up and we'll listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
The analysis provided in today's report highlights the protracted nature of many of these food crises recorded 38 countries in food crisis. We cannot keep responding to this food crisis as though they are one-off short-term emergencies. It is critical that we step up the investment in addressing the root causes of this protracted crisis, in the resilience of agri-food system in line with the follow-up actions to the UN Food System Summit. And we must be guided by local priorities actors in defining and implementing solutions to the food crisis, which include the increased focus on the role of the woman and the gender dimensions of the hunger. I firmly believe we can turn the tide and significantly sustainably reduce the number of people experiencing acute food insecurity. To do so, we must work together across the humanitarian development peace nexus, cross sectors, and in a spirit of collaboration. But we cannot do it alone. Multiple sectors humanitarian action remains critical and must be scaled up with great attention to the agriculture-based livelihood of the people affected by crisis. Today, only 4% of funds targeted to tackle the food crisis are allocated to this livelihood for their survival. Dear colleagues, The upward trend in the acute food insecurity continued throughout 2022. As I said this morning, they are more extreme for the distribution of the hunger and unbalanced within country and across borders. We have also seen the severity and the intensity of the challenges deepen with the rising number of the countries with the people in catastrophic situations. In 2022, we came far too close to the farming in Somalia, and tens of thousands of people, too many of them children, lost their lives. We can avert this disaster by acting on the early warning, early action, and the deliverable. We have the framework to do so, but we need to trust the investment in anticipatory action to go well beyond its present levels. I sincerely hope that the next edition of Global Report will show the progress made. It is time to translate our words into action. Lives are at stake. Thank you.
Thank you, DG, and thank you for highlighting structural causes, but there is opportunities, very much strongly stated there. Let us go to our next panel member, please. I'd like to give the floor now to the European Commissioner of International Partnerships, so the Director General for International Partnerships of the European Commission, Ms. Jutta Urpilainen.
Your Excellencies, dear friends and colleagues, it is an honor to join you today. The 2023 Global Food Crisis Report gives us an even broader picture of global hunger than previous editions. And unfortunately, as we have heard, the numbers are alarming. People in 7 countries are facing situations close to famine. 35 million people are on the brink of starvation. 258 million people are experiencing an acute food and nutrition crisis. So colleagues, countries with limited fiscal space and high debt cannot withstand global economic shocks triggered by Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the COVID-19 pandemic. The sustained disruption to value chains, soaring food and energy prices, and record inflation are just too much to absorb. The EU has reacted strongly to respond to the global food crisis with humanitarian, development, and trade actions. Also, my dear colleague, Commissioner Lenarchis, is here today participating in this discussion. The EU has contributed, for example, through its solidarity lanes to the stabilization of food prices at global levels. But we must find sustainable medium and long-term solutions to food security challenges. This means promoting sustainable and resilient food systems and supporting our partner countries' strategic autonomy. Together with our member states, the EU has mobilized almost 18 million euros to help partner countries address the global food crisis until 2024. We have targeted initiatives to boost local food production and decrease dependence on unsustainable imports. We actively support the African Continental Free Trade Area to enhance intra-regional agri-food trade. And of course, we continue to work multilaterally to accelerate the pace of progress. Towards this end, I just had an opportunity, an important discussion with FAO and IFAD in my mission to Rome. Excellencies, in the coming months, we together take a stock of progress on food systems transformation and on Agenda 2030. Given the scale of the global food crisis, we are called to act and to collaborate and to renew our global commitment to zero hunger. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for outlining the support that the European Commission has been providing, and also calling for action and collaboration to lift us out of this situation. Let me please turn to the next panel member, the European Commissioner for Crisis Management, Director General for the European Civil Protection and Humanitarian Aid Operations of the European Commission, Mr. Yanis Lenacic, please.
Thank you, Rina. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the third time that I participate in the launch of the Global Report on Food Crisis. And sadly, every year, the situation is worse. Without urgent action, we know it will again get worse this year. And I thank my colleague, Jutta Urpilainen, for outlining the EU's ambitious response to this global crisis. In this context, I wish to highlight 3 steps that we must take right away to tackle world hunger. We must close the gap between needs and resources. We must improve the efficiency and effectiveness of our aid. And we must strengthen the nexus of humanitarian aid, development, and peace to support communities into the future. On the first, the gap between global humanitarian needs and the resources available means hunger has reached its highest levels in recent history. To fight hunger, we must close this gap. The European Union is working hard to reverse this trend. We have doubled our humanitarian food assistance over the past 2 years to amount now to almost 1 billion euros. But we all need to increase our current levels of funding and our support for initiatives combating hunger in both the short and the long term, so vulnerable communities can build their resilience and ultimately provide food for themselves. Because supporting people in need is responsibility.
And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we're listening in live, raw, and unfiltered to this live event happening right now. The United Nations Food and Agriculture, they're releasing their 2023 Food Crisis Report. So a very important topic, as starvation remains a problem around the world, and they're working to address it. So that's kind of what we're hearing there. You see in one of your other boxes, though, breaking news this morning, we are learning from the Associated Press that the wife of Francisco Oropeza, the 38-year-old arrested and accused of being the shooter in that Texas mass shooting that killed 5 people, including an 8-year-old, well, his wife has been arrested as well. So we're looking for updates on that. We'll actually have Casey Stiegel with Fox News Channel. He'll be joining us live on the ground there in San Jacinto, Texas, in about 15 minutes or so. So we'll get the latest updates there and learn where that investigation stands. I do want to take this chance, though, to take our second commercial break of the hour. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with plenty more here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Zach Horner. It's 9:31 on the East Coast, 6:31 in the morning over on the West Coast. Hopefully you're having a most excellent Wednesday as we take you through all the big stories of the day from all around the country and around the world as well. Let's take a live look outside here. Let's go to, why not, we'll put up London, England there. There's a reason for that. There's some big happenings there in the UK this weekend, and you can join us this Saturday, May 6th, for the coronation of King Charles III. It'll be live from Buckingham Palace. We'll have live reporters and experts on the ground in London. Coverage begins at 5 a.m. on the East Coast. Tune in for live, raw, and unfiltered coverage of the King's coronation right here on Live Now from Fox. And as I do mention, we do prioritize live events here at Live Now. So we have one going on right now. It is actually, let's see if I can find my source. There we go. We'll put this up. This is the UN Food and Agriculture Agency. They're releasing their 2023 food crisis report, talking about food availability and starvation around the world. So let's bump up that audio and go ahead and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Hopeless. Over the last 2 decades, there has been a dramatic reduction in child malnutrition across countries and regions. This includes a decrease in the number of stunted children by 55 million, or over 1/3 since 2020. Last year, UNICEF launched a programmatic response to protect these gains, while also expanding our operations to protect children in the 15 hardest hit countries. Our goal is to ensure that all children and women have access to nutritious, safe, and affordable diets, essential nutrition services, and positive feeding and care practices that support good nutrition. In 2022, UNICEF and our partners, including key partners and friends on this call today, reached 182 million children under 5 with services for the early detection and treatment of child wasting. This includes treating 7.3 million children for the most severe forms of child wasting, more than ever before. These results show that we can tackle global food and nutrition insecurity through collective action and sufficient resources. As we continue to expand our response in the months ahead, our vision and work will remain guided by 3 key principles. One is that prevention must come first. This means addressing the underlying causes of the crisis by ensuring that children have access to nutritious and safe foods. And it means strengthening the supportive systems that children rely on, like health, water and sanitation, education, and social protection. We must also empower community-based workers to provide effective care at the local level. Second, global efforts to end the crisis will fall short unless we improve the nutrition of mothers and adolescent girls. As part of this effort, we must put financial resources in the hands of women so they can obtain the nutritious foods and essential nutrition services that they need for themselves and for their children. And finally, when prevention fails, treatment is a must. Severely malnourished children cannot be saved by eating regular foods. They need to be treated with therapeutic foods, including access to ready-to-use therapeutic food, or what we call our UTF. This year's report shows the stakes of the global food and nutrition crisis get higher by the day, but it also shows us where needs are most acute and what actions are required to put the crisis firmly in the past. Millions of lives are hanging in the balance, so let's get the job done. There really is no time to waste. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Executive Director. Really important points there, and thank you for bringing Khalil and Khalid's story to the global forum and have their voices heard, as well as emphasizing the need to really zero in on women's needs if we're going to make a dent, and those solution-orientated call for action. Let me please now turn to our next panel member, the Executive Director of the United Nations World Food Programme, Ms. Cindy Hensley-McCain. Thank you. The floor is yours, ED.
Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having me today, and thank you again, Marina. As today's report shows, although we live in a world that produces enough food to feed everyone, millions more people are threatened by starvation each year. This is truly shocking. You have heard the reasons why from the previous speakers, but we all know that it does not have to be this way. Acute food insecurity is a technical term, but it refers to real families struggling for survival. It means mothers have no food to give their hungry children. I just left Somalia yesterday, where I saw for myself how years of conflict and drought have left millions there teetering on the edge of hunger catastrophe. Tragically, this story is being played out around the world with many millions of lives at stake. The number of hungry people is soaring, but the resources we collectively have available to help them are running dangerously low. At the World Food Program, we have to make the heartbreaking decision to cut rations for millions of hungry people in the coming months, unless we can raise substantial new funding now. It will be a disaster for nearly 160 million people who rely on us for critical food. We must all work together to find new ways to stretch our resources even further and make the case for more support from donors. Partnerships are vital, and this is why the work of the Global Network Against Food Crises is so important. One critical area is the evidence base, which is critical to response planning and accountability. When we use evidence, it fosters joint planning and programming and serves as a better use of resources. Partnerships reinforce and increase the effectiveness of our work. We can do so much more together than we can do alone. I am pleased to welcome UNICEF to the Global Network Against Food Crises as our new partner. Catherine, our teams already work closely together in countries around the world. Your leadership is needed now more than ever. The global food crisis is also a global nutrition crisis, and we must tackle them together. Food crises, starvation, and famine are not inevitable. If we work together and collaborate, we can succeed in preventing future hunger crises and saving lives. Thank you, and I look forward to working with all of you in the coming months and years.
Thank you, Executive Director, and we're very excited to have you on board. Thank you for pointing out the very important issue that we need to find a way to better stretch finances available and get more actors on board, because on the humanitarian side, there is a serious cliff coming, and we need to figure out how to expand what we have and be more efficient. And the partnerships, working together, we are stronger together. Thank you. Please let me introduce the next panel member. I'd like to introduce the Senior Managing Director of the World Bank, Mr. Axel van Trostenberg. We're very happy to have you with us. Over to you, please.
Well, thank you very much. And maybe let me start with warmly welcoming Cindy McCain in our new position at the World Food Program. Look very much working closely with you in the months and years ahead. Also, you know, when this topic comes, we have had a lot of briefings at our board as well as projects. But I've always reminded also the board, it is rather sobering to know that in 1974, there was a huge UN initiative to end hunger. And now we are almost 50 years hence, and we have collectively failed as an international community, all the people that are still hungry today. So I think today we are.
And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we're listening in to the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization. There we go. They're releasing their 2023 food crisis report. That's what they're talking about there. Starvation and food availability throughout the world. So pretty important stuff there. If that's still going on, we'll dip back into that here in a little bit. But you also see in one of those boxes on your screen, we're talking about the latest out of San Jacinto County, Texas. There was a man that was arrested in that mass shooting that killed 5 people there in Cleveland, Texas, and the wife of that man has actually been arrested as well. We're going to turn our attention to that neck of the woods after this break. We've got a report on the ground there from Fox News Channel's Casey Siegel. He will have more information there, and we'll see what the latest is. But like I said, we're going to take that commercial break. We'll be right back in just 2 minutes. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Well, turning now to the latest out of San Jacinto County, Texas. Big updates from the Sheriff's Department there as the alleged shooter has been arrested. And at a press conference earlier today, officials mentioned more arrests were in play. We're learning the suspect's wife has now been arrested. We have Fox News correspondent Casey Stiegel. He is live outside the suspect's new home there. Casey, good morning to you. What can you tell us?
Good morning, Zach. I can tell you that this is exactly what you just said. This is the new home, at least for the time being, for 38-year-old Francisco Oropesa. His formal bond will be set later today. He will appear before a video teleconferencing system before a magistrate, and the bond will officially be set. But there's a lot of talk about it being at least $5 million. Now, the manhunt had been ongoing, you remember, since last Friday when the crime occurred. Then things started moving rather quickly yesterday evening. A tip was called in about 5:15 Central Time, and then a little more than an hour later, special tactical teams with U.S. Border Patrol swooped in, making the arrest, not far, by the way, from the actual crime scene where Friday's incident took place. They say he was hiding in a closet underneath a pile of laundry. He also reportedly had multiple cell phones. A woman who also lives at that address was also arrested, presumed to be the gunman's wife. If they're not married, it might be a common law wife situation. Other arrests have been made too, but authorities being pretty tight-lipped about who those individuals are and what they are arrested for. The community, meantime, is very tight-knit. This is one of those places where it seems everyone seems to know each other. And so they are still clearly very heartbroken and in shock that they have lost 5 of their own in this senseless tragedy. 2 of the victims, as we have been reporting, a wife and also a 9-year-old child. Immigration officials say that the suspected shooter had been deported from this country at least 4 times previously. But he was here in the United States illegally on Friday when they say he walked up to that home and opened fire with an AR-15 style weapon. Zach.
All right, we'll see how it all progresses. As they said, that bail should be set at $5 million. You did mention that. We'll see how that all plays out this morning. Casey Stiegel with Fox News Channel joining us. We do appreciate your time and that report. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It is 9:46 on the East Coast, 6:46 in the morning over on the West Coast. Let's go ahead and take our last commercial break of the hour. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Zach Horner. It's 9:48 on the East Coast, 6:48 over on the West Coast. Hopefully you're having a great Wednesday as we take you through all the big stories of the day from all around the country and around the world as well. And as I always say, we do prioritize live events here on Live Now from Fox. Taking a look at my feeds, I do see we have one going on right now. This is the United Nations. They are the United Nations Food and Agriculture, their agency there, releasing the 2023 Food Crisis Report. So just off the their website here, the scale of the current global hunger and malnutrition crisis is enormous, with an expected 345.2 million people projected to be food insecure, more than double the number in 2020. This constitutes a staggering rise of 200 million people compared to pre-COVID-19 pandemic levels. So let's go ahead and bring this audio up and see. Okay, yep, there's still audio there. Let's pull that up and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
And thank you to the United States for their leadership on this issue and helping us through a very tough year as well. Let me now turn, please, to the next speaker, and we're very excited to be hearing now from the regional leadership and really having their voices at the forefront. And I'd like to introduce the Executive Secretary of the Permanent Interstate Committee for Drought Control in the Sahel, Mr. Abdullahi Mahamadou. Please, the floor is yours.
Merci, Madame. Mesdames et Messieurs, je voudrais tout d'abord vous remercier d'avoir associé le SILS à cette cérémonie de lancement du rapport global sur les crises alimentaires dans le monde. En le faisant, vous avez également voulu rappeler que la région Sahel et Afrique de l'Ouest est l'une des régions emblématiques de la récurrence des crises alimentaires. En effet, comme le montrent les évaluations réalisées dans le cadre du PREJEC et du cadre harmonisé, l'insécurité alimentaire et nutritionnelle persiste dans la région et en 2023, environ 29,5 millions de personnes auront besoin d'assistance alimentaire et nutritionnelle d'urgence. Si des mesures appropriées ne sont pas prises, 42,5 millions de personnes pourraient être affectées par la crise d'ici la soudure en juillet-août 2023. En outre, environ 107 millions de personnes additionnelles actuellement sous pression alimentaire pourraient basculer dans la crise en l'absence de mesures appropriées. Ces dernières années, en plus des chocs climatiques, des facteurs d'aggravation de l'insécurité alimentaire sont apparus dans la région Sahel et Afrique de l'Ouest, notamment l'insécurité civile à l'origine de 7,5 millions de déplacés internes.
And it looks like it's not in English at this point. We'll keep an eye on that feed, though, and we'll come back to that, as I'm sure they'll switch back to English here in a moment. I want to get to some other news. As I mentioned, we got some breaking news here. This is in the international realm here. This is a live look right now in Serbia, and this is what we know so far at this point. A teenager who opened fire Wednesday at a school in Serbia's capital drew sketches of classrooms and wrote a list of people he intended to target in a meticulously planned attack. That's according to police there. This is a report from Fox News. He killed 8 fellow students and a school guard before being arrested. The shooter first killed a guard at the school in central Belgrade and then 3 students in a hallway. According to a senior police official there, he then entered a classroom, apparently choosing it simply because it was close to the entrance, and opened fire again. Again, this information according to police there. The assailant then called police himself when the attack was over, though authorities had already been alerted to that shooting. A father of a student and the shooter entered his daughter's classroom, firing at her teacher and then her classmates as they ducked under the desks. Most students were able to flee through a back door, according to a local official. So we'll stay on top of this as we do learn more information. You see some folks there on the ground laying flowers as kind of honoring the victims here. This just happened not too long ago, so this is something very fresh. A lot of pain there in Serbia, I'm sure of it, and you can see that growing memorial there outside where this all occurred. So as I said, we will stay on top of this, bring the latest information as we do find out more. But happening earlier today, actually, President Volodymyr Zelensky, president of Ukraine, he's in Finland, and he met with the Finnish president to talk about the ongoing war in Ukraine against Russia, and also talking about the country's relationship with NATO. Of course, Finland, the latest country to join the NATO alliance. They entered that alliance just last week. So let's go ahead and go to that press conference that happened earlier today to get the latest there on updates with Ukraine on the war. And again, like I said, the relationship with NATO.
I have had possibilities of visiting Kiev and you many times, and I have presented invitation many times. It's great that you had a possibility of coming. President Zelensky wished also that in combination with this visit, he would like to meet also Nordic prime ministers, and during these weeks we have, with your people and Nordic people, done a lot of work to make this succeed, and it does. Later on today we will have a meeting of 6 persons, 2 presidents for prime ministers. We had a short discussion already about our bilateral relations. Well, I told Mr. President that we will support and continue to support you. The 15th package is now under preparation, and I'm sure that the next one is 16th. So we continue that. When we met last time in January in Kiev, we talked about peace too. We know your plans about that, and maybe even a peace conference. That is what we support. Peace is very important to have a just peace for Ukraine. We talked about global situation also, because it seems that the Russian attack in Ukraine and Ukrainian defense have raised also issues globally which are not directly linked to the war, but nevertheless do touch nations and opinions. In a way, it seems that there is a competition of nations' souls going on worldwide, and I was in South Africa. Mr. President, you talked with President Xi. It's very important that the correct message is given worldwide in these circumstances, and we cooperate in that too. So with these short comments, we can come back later on in the evening. I will give the floor to you. Please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thanks for hosting us.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you. Dear Mr. President, dear journalists, first of all, I would like to thank you. I prepared some words. I think it's very important to say, to address to you, to your society. And thanks for this invitation to visit Helsinki. And I feel this visit will be very productive. Our delegation will come back home with what our soldiers and all who work for our defense are expecting. And when we are strengthening our lines of defense, when we are restoring our borders, we are making tougher and stronger the borders of all our partners. We think so, and we believe in it. All our partners, of course, Finland. And the old capital of the aggressor state is within several hundreds of kilometers from here, from Helsinki. But due to our joint security efforts, your historic winter fight for freedom and our brave fight now and our partners' current force. Due to our joint efforts, the aggressor will never make its way to Helsinki. And I want to express on behalf of all Ukrainians to all Finnish people our admiration with your courage. And in Ukraine, almost really every bookstore sells the books about your war for freedom, or the memories of your national hero, Marshal Mannerheim. It speaks a volume. And of course, it was defense from Russian aggression, the main topic of our today's negotiations, all defensive aspects. Finland consistently supports our freedom and territorial integrity and our sovereignty and all the principles of international law on which peaceful coexistence between nations depends. And I'm grateful for already 15 packages, like Mr. President said, of military aid. It's crucial for us, and that Finland has provided to us, to our people, to Ukraine. And today we have agreed to speed up the delivery of the 15th package and have begun the preparation of the next 16th defense package, which is so important for us. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Finland and President personally support our efforts to bring a lasting and just peace for Ukraine, for all our land and all our people. It's on this basis that we cooperate to implement our peace formula. And I thank you, Mr. President, both for your personal contribution to strengthening the global coalition working to stop Russian aggression, and for your help in implementing the points of the peace formula. I thank the entire Finnish society, every family and every company, every public figure and politician who help our country and our people. And we appreciate that Finland was one of the first who respond to requests for help when massive missile strikes by Russian terrorists were directed against our country's energy infrastructures, schools, universities, etc. And I thank the business of Finland for the assistance coordinated with the Finnish government and the timely delivery to Ukraine of the energy equipment we needed. And of course, we shall discuss today, we'll have possibility our cooperation in matters of European and Euro-Atlantic integration, and I thank Mr. President for expressing his support for Ukraine. We also will discuss preparation for the next EU sanctions package against Russian aggression, against Russia for this terror, as well as compliance with existing sanctions, which Russia is constantly trying to evade. All of us should remember that the harder we put pressure on aggressor, the faster the aggressor will, the aggression will end. And I believe that this year will be decisive for us, for Europe, for Ukraine, decisive for victory. Thank you, Finland. Thanks everyone who helps us. Slava Ukraine.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And then we have time for a few questions. First, Petja Pelli, Helsingin Sanomat.
So hello, like I said, my name is Petja Pelli, and I will ask a question on behalf of two national Finnish newspapers, Helsingin Sanomat and Ilta-Sanomat. So this is a question mostly to President Zelensky, but President Niinistö can also share his views, of course. So first of all, Mr. Zelensky, welcome to Finland.
Thank you very much.
And if I counted correctly, Finland is now the 5th European country and the first Nordic country that you visit after the full-scale Russian attack started. So, of course, we are curious to know why Finland. So can you please explain the reasons why you chose to visit Finland and not some other possible country, and also why you chose this particular time for your visit? Thank you.
If I can, I will answer in Ukrainian language.
Why Finland? First of all, we are partners. Secondly, today we are going to have a powerful summit of the Nordic states, which is of great importance. It is about increasing the security of the region, the security of our territory, as well as improving our own capacities to defend ourselves, to make us stronger on the battlefields. I will be frank with you. 15 packages, it's not about numbers. It's about the number of lives saved. And this is why I am here, to see partner countries offering even more support to us, and for us to be able to have success in our justified counter-offensive operations to free and deoccupy our Ukrainian territory.
We will have from Anna Karsley, Danish Broadcasting Corporation.
Yes, hello. The first part about my question goes out to you, Mr. Zelensky. You have told us several times that you need fighter jets from your friends and allies. So given that I'm a Dane, I'm asking you, when do you believe that you will actually get a delivery of Danish fighter jets, given that you're meeting Nordic friends later today? And to President Niinistö, you're today hosting the Nordic summit. You have fighter jets as well. What are we waiting for? What are the Nordic countries waiting for?
Who will start, Mr. President?
The first question was for you, but I'm ready to begin.
Yes, please.
If I begin. Yes, if you have followed the discussion raised by Ukraine, but also others taking part of that, it has been dealing with F-16 fighters. We do not have them. We do have Hornet fighters, which are quite old, and you have to keep in mind that there are not very many Hornet countries in Europe, and not very many Hornets neither. So the question, I guess, is that is it useful to create many different service structures, for example, and on the other hand, it's very clear that Finnish position is geographically a bit different than most of the European and NATO countries. So we have made a very extraordinary purchase during the time of Hornets, and renewed it now by buying F-35s. They are extremely big purchases for a small country. Why? Because we are very decisive that we need a strong protection, and that's why it wouldn't we couldn't give up the Hornets before we get the new ones, and unfortunately the Hornets at that time are, well, practically finished.
But we like your aircraft.
And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, this is a press conference from earlier today with President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, meeting with the Finnish president there. You see them both on the screen. They're talking about the war in Ukraine and their relationship with NATO. But we do have another live event happening right now that I wanted to switch gears and go to. The Czech Republic is expected to sign the Artemis Accords. Now, the Artemis Accords is a non-binding multilateral arrangement between the United States government and other world governments participating in the Artemis program, an American-led effort to return humans to the moon by 2025, with the ultimate goal of expanding space exploration to Mars and beyond. So let's go ahead and bump that audio up and hear what they had to say. Take a listen.
Space exploration is a cooperative endeavor that benefits all of humanity. In this way, The signatories move forward together to build a better future through innovation, exploration, and discovery. My thanks to Foreign Minister Lipovsky for his leadership and for the leadership by the Czech Republic on these important issues. The Artemis Accords also remind us that space exploration more and more has become a cooperative effort. As NASA likes to say, and I've heard the administrator say himself, we go together back to the moon. Indeed, our success in human spaceflight depends on deep scientific, technological, and international cooperation. The Artemis Accords program, which will take us to the moon and then to Mars, is a monumental step forward involving a much wider range of partnerships than similar programs in years past, including commercial operators and international partners. Foreign Minister Lipovsky, we very much look forward to cooperating with the Czech Republic in the implementation of the Artemis Accords through its working groups, in multilateral fora like the UN Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, and of course, bilaterally with the United States. Thank you, and congratulations.
Thank you, Assistant Secretary. Administrator Nelson, the floor is yours.
Mr. Minister, Mr. Ambassador, Madam Secretary. Indeed, it's a new day in space exploration as we go back to a different moon. We go to a very forbidding part of the moon, not the equatorial region. We go to the South Pole, which is pockmarked with huge, huge craters, all in shadows because of the angle of the sun at the South Pole. We go back in a different way. We go in a public-private partnership. And we go with our international partners. We go together. This is concurrent with the golden age of space exploration, where we've seen the advancement of science just incredibly brought to us in these unbelievable pictures of the early part of the development of the universe, having captured light from over 13.5 billion years. We go with precision and hope that if a killer asteroid were to threaten the planet, that we could hit it as we did bullseye with the DART mission. And we go together. This year is actually the 30th year of diplomatic relations between the United States and the Czech Republic. I actually visited the Czech Republic back at a time that we did not have diplomatic relations. It was behind the Iron Curtain. I was an Army lieutenant and had received permission to go behind the Iron Curtain. This is a new day of so many new partners, and now it is such a privilege.
And if you are joining us here on Live Now from Fox, this is happening at NASA headquarters. The Czech Republic is expected to sign the Artemis Accords today. So that's this live event that we're dipping into right now, live, raw, and unfiltered. We'll come back to that in just a moment. I want to take a step back and take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. We've got plenty more to get into here on Live Now from Fox. Good morning and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Zach Warner. It's 10:14 on the East Coast, 7:14 in the morning over on the West Coast. We appreciate all of you joining us here on this Wednesday morning, and hopefully you're having a great Wednesday as we get you caught up on all the big stories of the day from all around the country and around the world as well. And also dipping into some live events. We do that as they happen, live, raw, and unfiltered. I do see one still going on right now, if I can get to the right source. The Czech Republic is expected to actually sign the Artemis Accords today. So we're going to go to that here in just a moment. All right, looks like, well, my board is no longer switching sources, so what we'll do is we'll go ahead and try to go to a commercial break here in a second. Doesn't look like that's working either. So let's see here. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Sorry about that. Had a little bit of technical difficulty. It's live television. That is what happens. So like I said, I'm trying to go to this live event as we do prioritize those here on Live Now from Fox. Let's pull this up here. There we go. And this is happening live. The Czech Republic is expected to sign the Artemis Accords. Now, this is a non-binding multilateral arrangement between the United States government and other world governments participating in the Artemis program. This is an American-led effort to return humans to the moon by 2025 with the ultimate goal of expanding space exploration to Mars and beyond. So let's bring that audio up and go ahead and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered. This is happening right now at NASA headquarters.
This growth was cemented in 2021 when Prague became the seat of the European Agency for the Space Program, which is in charge of systems such as Galileo and Copernicus. As you see, Czechia's space ecosystem has a lot to offer. We believe that this signature will kickstart the development of an institutional and industrial cooperation within the Artemis community, as well as directly between Czechia and the US, in the field of space activities, including those leading to a potential space flight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Foreign Minister. And now the moment we've all been waiting for. Foreign Minister Lipovsky will make it official, signing the accords on behalf of the Czech Republic. And with that, the Czech Republic joins a group of 24 nations helping to ensure that humanity's expansion into space, toward the moon, and destinations beyond is done peacefully, safely, and in full accordance with international law. Thank you all for joining us, and thank you to the Foreign Minister and Ambassador and all of our participants here today. Have a great day.
And it looks like that event is wrapping up there. The Czech Republic did sign on to the Artemis Accords there. And like I said, that's an agreement throughout many countries of the world to get people back to the moon and beyond, especially Mars is what they're eyeing. Let's go ahead and take another commercial break just to get that second one out of the way. When we come back, we'll get into more here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Let's get into the latest on that mass shooting in Texas. Authorities there in the Cleveland, Texas area in San Jacinto County, they've arrested 38-year-old Francisco Oropesa and his wife. We did learn that a little bit ago. This is San Jacinto County Sheriff's Department giving an update on that mass shooting. One thing they won't mention is that his wife was arrested. The AP did report that earlier, so we do know that for sure. And the bail is expected to be about $5 million. So let's bring up the audio and listen in for the latest.
K-E-A-N. All right, I'm the number 2 guy here at the sheriff's office. You're not going to be seeing the sheriff. My sheriff is sleeping. All right, he did a 30-hour stretch. I really am glad that he's sleeping too, okay? Since Friday, we have worked. Here? Well, y'all put it so low here. What's the deal? All right. All right, can you hear me? Okay. Look, the sheriff is sleeping. He did about a 30-hour stretch straight, and before that, I think he slept about 6 hours since Friday. I've been there every step of the way with him, and I'm in the same boat. Okay, I'm on about 27 hours right now. So this thing is finally wrapped up. I'll answer what I can, but I can't talk about the investigation very much because it's an ongoing investigation, okay? I'm not gonna say the guy's name. You guys know his name. He's in this jail right here. I don't think he deserves the glory for what he's done.
Can you give us any updates on interviews with the people who were at the house where he was arrested? Are they arrested in any way? Any other arrests?
There has been several arrests, but I can't go into the details on that.
Was there any confrontation when authorities went into the home?
There was nothing major. I mean, just a little simple flurry of resistance, but they had a canine dog, from what I understand, and there was no injuries of any kind.
Can you tell us whose home or who suggests there's a familial connection, a personal connection to his house?
The house is connected.
Can you confirm it's his sister's house?
I'm not going to say anything about that right now because the investigation we're still going.
You said there were several arrests. Is it 2, 3, 4?
I'm not going to go into that right now because others are hinging on what's going on right now. So it's in progress.
Are more arrests expected?
Possibly.
Has Orpez said anything?
Yes, it's been more than one.
Has Orpez said anything, or have you all found the weapon that he used?
As of now, we may have the weapon, but we have to wait for ballistics. So I can't confirm.
And has he spoken? Has he said anything since he's been detained?
We have spoken with him, yes.
So he is cooperating?
Yes. Yes.
Is he going to have a hearing this morning?
All that will happen this morning is his bond will be set, and that will be done in the jail by a judge.
It's at $5 million now, though.
Yes, it will be $5 million.
Okay,
Yes.
so now what?
No.
Have the other people that have been arrested, have they been booked into the jail already as well?
Some have.
I mean, how many people are you getting here?
I can't go into the. It's fluid right now. I can't go into that. No, it's not more than 5. No.
And they were inside the house at the time of the arrest?
No. One was close, but that's.
Deputy Chief, do you think he was there the entire time these last 4 days?
No, he wasn't.
When did he arrive?
Can't say at the moment. I don't know for sure. I don't want to give you anything that's not a true, accurate statement, okay? We think we know how he got there, but we have to, we have to prove that out.
Where was he before he got to the house?
Not going to go into his exact route that we think it is until we can prove what it is, okay? No, it wasn't.
Is there any indication that he was about to leave this particular house and get on the move again?
Not when he was caught. I believe he thought he was in a safe spot.
Has his wife said anything? Is she assisting in the investigation?
Can't talk about his wife right now.
Who placed the tip?
What information did that person share? Did they see him outside on the property, or how did that person know that he may be inside?
If you guys were out there this whole time, there was a flurry of activity on Highway 105 when we had about 30 vehicles and a helicopter go out there. We did confirm that was him on foot running, but we lost track of him.
So that was not a false alarm?
That was not a false alarm. That was him.
When was that? On Monday?
I don't even know what day it is right now, so it
Must have been Monday.
That was Monday.
By the landfill?
Near the landfill?
When the schools got locked down, it was that event. So if you were there, you'll remember. It's all like one long day to me, so I don't remember.
You were at all surprised how close it was?
Not really. We deduced that pretty early on. Just once we got the federal help with the electronic equipment and the phone analysis, then we could tell that he wasn't. People he was contacting were in the area and never left.
Was he using a cell phone? Was he using a cell phone?
What phone? Was he?
He did have a cell phone.
Something he must have picked out after.
He had another cell phone. Yes.
So like a burner phone.
I don't know yet.
Is his wife one of the people arrested?
I can't go into that right now.
Is he in this jail right now, or is he still being monitored?
He's in this jail right now, probably having a hot breakfast when we aren't, and we're out here talking about it. Calm.
Has he confessed?
I can't go into that.
One question's kind of been hanging out that we've got no clarity on. How long did it take for your team to actually get to the house that day after the massacre?
Okay. Yes, I've heard this. All right. You guys, have any of you guys been to the scene where the house is? All right. You know what kind of roads those are. To go from here to there, lights and siren, we're talking at least 30 minutes. This is not a rich county, all right? We've got 3 deputies on patrol to cover this entire county. If you're going from North County to Trails End, which is where this occurred at, it's an hour drive. That's with lights and siren, all right? We've got poor roads, we're understaffed, and welcome to rural law enforcement. This is the way most of this nation is right now.
You are listening in to the news conference there from earlier on this morning. This is with the San Jacinto County Sheriff's Office. As you heard, the sheriff finally getting some rest after this arrest has been made. So that is the second in command that is giving the news conference. If you are just joining us here, I do want to go into the latest information that we do have so far, as a lot does continue to develop at this time here. So the latest on the Texas man suspected of murdering 5 of his neighbors over the weekend, including a young boy. The 4-day-long manhunt ended late Tuesday when law enforcement acting on a tip say they found Francisco Oropeza hiding underneath a pile of laundry in the closet of a home in Conroe. That is about 20 miles from the scene of the shootings there in Cleveland, Texas. That video shows him being taken into custody. The San Jacinto County Sheriff's Office adding this morning that Oropeza's wife has now been arrested and the charges against her not revealed just yet. The sheriff says Oropeza's neighbors approached him late Friday night, asking him to stop firing gunshots in his yard. He added that Oropeza then went over to the home and fatally shot 5 of his neighbors, injuring others as well, then ran from the scene. Oropeza will be charged with 5 counts of murder, and his bond is going to be set at $5 million. Dr. Alex Del Carmen is a criminologist and an associate dean and professor in the School of Criminology, Criminal Justice, and Public Administration at Tarleton State University. He joins us now live to talk more about this case. Thank you so much for taking the time here to join us.
Thanks for having me, Josh.
First off, let's kind of go back in time here. What were you thinking when you first heard that this shooting had happened and a man was accused of killing his neighbor simply because they asked him to stop firing his gun?
You know, Josh, is actually a measure of the times in which we live right now. Unfortunately, if you look around the country for the past few months, we have seen one mass shooting, one active shooter after another. And unfortunately for us criminologists, to some degree, we expect some of that to happen throughout the year, but not at the frequency in which they're happening right now. So it's more of the same, except this time around, it goes to show you that people are so short-fused and they will respond, you know, just about with any mild remark that somebody makes that would have otherwise just required a response, as opposed to somebody with an AR coming in to kill 5 innocent people.
In your experience, what kind of person does something like this, and what could it say about what he is capable? I mean, he was on the run for about 4 days here, so there was a lot of concern as he was out there in the community, and people really didn't know where he was.
You know, my hypothesis about this individual is that he's probably killed people before. maybe not in our country, but certainly somewhere else. The fact that he actually killed them execution style and that he shot him in the face or on their head goes to show you that he had, first of all, the in many ways, the punctuality of being able to shoot somebody dead on spot on somebody's head. And secondly, the fact that he felt almost so comfortable about it. Even if he was under the influence of alcohol, one would have to question and scratch your head and say, what kind of a person is this that would go out there and shoot 5 people while drunk? These are people that he knew. These are people that he interacted with on an ongoing basis. And so I don't buy it that this guy is doing this for the first time in his life.
So we know as that search was going on, the FBI, the sheriff's office, they came out and said, we don't exactly know where he is. We have very few leads and very little information that will lead us to him. Is that a tactic that they would use in a situation like this, or does it seem that really they just had no idea?
I think it's a little bit of both. You know, from the law enforcement side, you always want the community to come out and participate. And I think that, you know, letting a community know that you don't have many leads sort of puts the burden on the community to be able to hopefully cooperate with law enforcement and come forward and help law enforcement apprehend this very dangerous person. On the other hand, keep in mind that the cell phone was left at the crime scene from what we know. And so by virtue of that, the electronic means by which law enforcement could actually ping this person down or be able to use technology to figure out where he was, you know, was no longer the case, right? And so, you know, we have to rely on, if you want to call it human intelligence, we have to rely on people cooperating to be able to apprehend him versus technology.
And so your thoughts on just the flow of information in general, because we know that there were several news conferences held. The FBI there in Houston was posting on their social media, providing those updates, the reward total. They were letting people know that it reached $80,000. Just in your opinion and your experience, kind of talk about the flow of information between law enforcement and members of the media and the public.
You know, I think that the FBI and the local law enforcement entity, they did a good job in sending out the message that this person was very dangerous and that this person was not to be interacted with, which is all that really law enforcement can do. I've been around that side of Texas because I am based out of Dallas-Fort Worth, and I can tell you right now that it's very dense, right? And so you have a lot of woods. It's actually a very beautiful area of the state. But it also lends itself for somebody to conceal themselves and not be found probably for weeks, if not months. Some people were already putting this guy in Mexico, and they were thinking that he had crossed the border. It really, when you start measuring the distance, how far he was close to Conroe, Texas, from his point of departure, it seems like he almost walked about 4 miles per day. And he was headed towards I-45 in order to probably leave the country, leave the state, and head on south to Mexico. So I think law enforcement caught him at the right time, in the right place.
And that's what I was going to ask you, because investigators had said that he had been, I guess, deported 4 different times over to Mexico. Was there concern that he was going to make it over to Mexico? And if that had happened, could the FBI still go over there and arrest him and bring him back? How does that work when you're talking about jurisdiction there?
You know, I think our law enforcement interactions with the Mexican government and with law enforcement there are somewhat dysfunctional in the sense that there's so much corruption, as you know, in Mexico, that it's very difficult for us to be able to sometimes take them seriously for what they say. But legally and in some ways, you know, from the standpoint of the State Department, there is an extradition treaty with Mexico. And so it would have taken a lot of paperwork, and it would have taken some logistical work. But I'm confident that this person would have been returned back to the United States to face justice. The issue would have been how difficult would it be for law enforcement in the U.S. to be able to catch him once he would have crossed the border into Mexico. And the answer to that is that his chances of being able to make it even out of Mexico would have been much greater than obviously if he was found within the continental United States.
And just based on your experience, why do you think it is that so many people across the country have been paying such close attention to this situation as it has unfolded over the last several days?
You know, I think that any time that it involves the unexpected and the unpredictable, and in this case, it also involved the killing of a child, I think most of Americans, we tune in because we just scratch our heads and we say, when is this going to stop, right? When are we going to be able to, drive down the street and not assume that we're going to cross somebody over, or be able to make a stop that no one else expected us to make. And all of a sudden somebody's going to come out of their car, shooting at us because in their mind we were being disrespectful to them. And I think that it really is, these are what I call thermometers. They really measure the temperature of people in the United States today, and their lack of tolerance in some cases as it relates to interactions with others. I mean, this is a guy that was told to lower, basically the temperament, to quit shooting up in the air so that the baby that they had next door would sleep. I mean, this is a very common thing that we do as Americans. Not the fact that we would tell a neighbor to stop shooting, but rather to tell a neighbor to turn down the music, or to be quiet after a certain time of the night. And the idea of having that person come on with an AR-15 and killing 5 innocent people is just preposterous.
What happens next in a case like this? We know that he is in custody now, and his wife was also arrested as well here. So what is next in the legal process, and how all of this does play out?
Well, here in Texas, we don't mess around with bad guys, right? So we are a very conservative state, and we expect people to adhere to the law, and we have very serious punishments for people that don't. And so what I expect is kind of what the sheriff said earlier today, which is they're going to simply set bond and bail for this guy, which is probably going to be around $5 million. That means that he will not find somebody that's going to basically bail him out. And secondly, they're likely going to throw the book at him, right? They're going to look at every single one of these lives that was taken, and they're going to try to examine whether or not it's just simply going to be capital murder, or if it's going to be murder alone, right? Yesterday, we heard that they were using the word murder alone without using the word capital murder, which in Texas, the word capital murder basically means that the person can die through execution in the criminal justice system. And so, but many lawyers, I'm sure, are getting together with the DA right now, trying to figure out where that fits. And if in fact it does fit the bill, I promise you that he's going to be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. This guy is not going to be out anytime soon.
All right, Dr. Alex Del Carmen, thank you so much for taking the time here to join us. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, Josh.
All right, everybody, I do actually want to take you out to a news conference that appears to be underway now. This is on the Texas manhunt and the suspect being in custody here. Let me pop up the audio and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Sure.
You're saying that calls were run and he wasn't deported?
Yes, over the course of whatever the time frame may be, according to Sheriff Capers, there were multiple calls about Oropeza discharging his firearm in this property, right? This dates back however long.
Okay.
Now we're finding out that it took years for this entire situation to bubble up when there were calls already made. Okay. Why did no one who received that call ever run his information to find out his status?
Every encounter with a law enforcement officer and a citizen is contextual. So, I mean, we're not in a country where everybody says, show me your papers on every contact. So I don't know the details of those individual contacts, because an individual contact with a law enforcement officer may or may not result in a case that's filed with my office. I don't know the details of those contacts, so I can't speak in an educated manner to those contacts.
Point of clarification. You said his wife arranged transport to the house where he was caught. So are you suggesting that he was taken there by?
I don't know if she physically took him to that. What I was saying is, I believe she either provided or arranged some transport out of the neighborhood. That falls within material aid or encouragement. So I don't know the details of whether she was the person who physically took Mr. Oropeza to that house, but we are fairly confident in the fact that we filed charges that she was providing aid at that time where she knew he was a known subject.
Have you spoken with him in the jail?
No, that's not appropriate for a district attorney to interview.
Are they being represented, or are they being waved through the light?
Again, I can't get into what somebody did with their rights. That would be a violation of my pretrial publicity. Attorneys at this point, nobody has filed a letter of representation with my office for Mr. Oropeza.
Is it clear at this point that she stayed in the general vicinity around the home, like didn't travel like an hour out of town, for instance?
It's not clear. It's not clear, no sir. So I couldn't say.
And either she or this other friend was providing him
rides in the neighborhood, or did they ever give him like a vehicle for him to drive himself around?
I don't believe so, but I don't have a lot of details in that information. I have no information that a vehicle was provided to Mr. Oropesa.
What was Domingo's actual arrest? Was she at the house at the time of the arrest, or did she come later and that's when she was
I believe she was at the house at the time of the arrest, yes, ma'am.
Do you know how she was being surveilled?
Again, that goes into law enforcement tactics, and I can't get into that.
The first day when there was a false alarm, I guess out of Montgomery County, and it turns out he actually was spotted, was Domingo present then helping him? What was his role at that time to get him?
You know, we had multiple tips that, and our officers, fortunately in this situation, we had the manpower to actually run down every tip. So there's multiple tips on that. I'm not aware of I believe it's Mr. Castella being present at any of those scenes. That's Domingo Castella, I believe. But he will. Again, I would encourage you all to look at the jail roster to get his correct spelling on his name.
Sorry, and the sheriff last night said that there were 5 murder charges filed.
Well, like I said, there was a lot of moving parts at that point of the investigation. At the point when our focus is obtaining a suspect who's a danger to the public, there may be some crossed wires on details, but we were all on the same page about what needed to happen. So that may or may not have been a misunderstanding, but there is one arrest warrant for Francisco Oropesa, and it's for first-degree felony murder with a $5 million bond.
Sorry for the redundancy, but the next steps for him after he's magistrated on the charge.
That's correct.
Is an appearance before a district judge, right?
It may be before a district judge. It may be before a justice of the peace. Like I said, that depends on staffing levels, who's on call, and that sort of thing. So, and I'll come to you in one second, ma'am. Just to kind of explain, San Jacinto County is kind of a relic of the old Wild West days. We share a circuit court system. So that means the 411th and 258th district courts. They represent, they are judges who go to to San Jacinto County, to Polk County, and Trinity County. So they are running dockets, they are running trials, they are running all kinds of business before a court in 3 counties throughout the week. So that's a logistical issue. It'll depend on availability.
You guys investigate.
And hang on, I'm gonna come back to you in 1 second. Yes, ma'am.
The house where he was arrested, was he deceased first?
There is some information out there to that regard. I have not confirmed that yet.
Will more people be arrested in helping him?
It depends on the willingness of these people who observe this to come forward. We encourage that. I would say that the Trails End community, the residents there, have been overwhelming in their support and their in this investigation. They were very cooperative with law enforcement. Everybody was on the same page. This guy needed to be taken into custody.
Well, one of the tipsters, were they your neighbor?
I'm sorry?
Was the tipster the neighbor?
I don't know that at this time.
He ditched his phone, but yet was still in contact with, I guess, the woman we're referring to as the wife. How did he maintain in contact with her? I know the sheriff last night said there was a second cell phone, but was that his phone? Was that a burner phone that he got at a nearby 7-Eleven or something?
So it's a little early to determine whose phone belonged to who, but we did recover multiple phones at the scene where we arrested Mr. Oropesa.
And do we know where he was, let's say Sunday, when he was talking to his wife?
We don't have a timeline of where Mr. Oropesa went immediately following the shooting. That's one part of our investigation we'll be working on in the days and weeks to follow.
But even if there's not a timeline, do you at least know, okay, we know that he had spent time clearly at his house, in the woods, and maybe, for instance, at a stash house, for example. Do we have that at least?
No, sir, I don't have enough to confirm or deny that. Yes, sir.
Will he remain here?
Yes. Yes.
Were there any weapons recovered?
Not that I'm aware of.
Are you expecting Nava to be in court today?
No, ma'am. Like I said, no one will be in court today. People will be magistrated, but that takes place in a secure facility in the jail. So no one will be in court. And also, because I believe this will probably be several questions, our office does not do information filings that brings a suspect to court in the days or weeks following an arrest. Our policy here in San Jacinto County is his case will be presented to a grand jury after he's indicted, then he will be placed on a docket. Our grand juries meet once a month with the flexibility to come back sooner than that. Our next grand jury will be at the end of May. So, not saying that Mr. Oropeza will be indicted by that time. Our deadline as far as indictments in the state of Texas, if a defendant is incarcerated and they are not indicted within 90 days, they're released on PR bond. From the DA's, from my perspective, that's the deadline that we're looking at right now. So,
the address of the
facts
home.
cleared on something on the timeline.
it depends. Go ahead.
What you can share. In terms of how he got out, we know he got out the neighborhood. Someone sent transportation. We just don't know who took him out.
Well,
who sent it to him?
I don't know if Mr. Oropeza fled the neighborhood on foot, was picked up and delivered somewhere else. We don't know that right now. Like I said, our focus has been to get Mr. Oropeza in custody. At this point, we'll be able to go back and investigate information that we flagged during the manhunt and be able to get a further idea of what the timeline is, where he was and who he spoke to, and potentially who assisted him.
But you mentioned earlier that transportation was supported.
I believe so, based on the distance to the house.
But we don't know when. And
right. That's just I'm just extrapolating from how far the house was from the neighborhood, but I don't know for sure.
The address of the home is listed in the order of protection that Ms. Nava filed in June of 2022. So with that address that's public record, how many times did law enforcement from the time of the shooting happen, how many times did they go to that home looking for him?
As far as I'm aware, that was an early address that was provided to our analysts as a target. I don't know when the earliest officer made there. Like I said, this is a manhunt that wrapped up 6 hours ago, or probably longer than that, 10 hours ago. I haven't had a chance to run through all the call logs and everything like that. Our priority was just getting him in custody. That will be information that we'll be investigating further later on.
And going off of that, when his wife called and said he apparently beat her up, was he arrested?
At that point, I believe the call logs in that that attached to the protective order state that she had called for a report for a restraining order. So at that, and she also advised that she did not want EMS at responding to the scene when she called that report in. You're referring to the June 22 case date? Yes. So my understanding is that she called to have a report for a restraining order. That was what the call was.
So he wasn't charged?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, so y'all, at no point there was a way for you guys to check him through ICE?
I'm sorry.
There was no way to check his immigration
Typically,
status?
typically that happens when somebody's in custody. When she called, he was no longer at the residence, so he wasn't in custody. We had additional. When the protective order was filed, we also had a constable looking for him at that address. The constable made several attempts over the course of weeks to make contact with him and was not able to make contact with Mr. Oropeza.
Is there any indication what his plans were from that home?
I can't speculate to what he was thinking at this point, just not to get caught. That's about it.
Was his son at the home when he was arrested?
Not that I'm aware of, no ma'am.
And regarding the Montgomery sighting on Monday by the landfill, Chief Keene just said that they confirmed that was actually him. Montgomery Sheriff's Office is not aware of that. Can you kind of explain, how do we know that was actually him?
250 officers rolling full speed. There's going to be some cross wires on who may or may not be there. That will be part of our timeline that we investigate, see if that was actually him at that point. But I can't confirm it at this point. No, ma'am.
Sir, I didn't get your name. I rolled up a little.
That's right. Todd, T-O-D-D.
Yeah.
Dylan, D-I-L-L-O-N.
Double check.
No problem.
And when will Nava go before a judge?
Like I said, magistrations typically take place within 24 to 36 hours. That's our policy. So somewhere in that time frame.
So she's being taken to this jail and then she'll be magistrated here?
I'm not for sure about that. Last I saw that she was actually booked into the Montgomery County Jail.
I'm saying, is she going to be transferred here since it's y'all's case?
I don't know for sure yet. The issue in that case would be the target site where Mr. Oropeza was captured is actually in Montgomery County. So depending on the way you looked at it, depending on the facts that we developed from the investigation, she may have hindered in the venue of Montgomery County. She may have hindered in the venue of San Jacinto County. If there were if there's sufficient evidence to prove both, then we can look at both charges. But it's a little early to say that right now. At this point, we know that she was in Montgomery County at the point where she committed the offense, that portion of the offense of hindering, so that's where she's booked.
What time was Domingo arrested?
I want.
After, before or after?
It was after. Yeah.
If convicted, how much time is she looking at?
So hindering apprehension is a third-degree felony in the state of Texas, so that's a minimum of 2 and a maximum of 10 years TDC.
Because of what happened and because he killed as many people as he did, is there any chance that goes higher?
At this point, the only way for that to go higher would be if she was named as a party to the offense, and there's no evidence that she gave him material aid or encouragement in committing the offense. So no, it's unlikely. It's likely to stay at a third-degree felony.
And when was and she was at the home when this happened?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
So many of us were at the scene yesterday, and there was a truck entering and leaving the residence. Was that the wife taking care of the pets and the livestock?
You're going to have to be more specific about what residents are.
The Orapazo
suspect. Okay. I don't know that for a fact. It may have been. We have the capability to confirm that. At this point, I haven't been able to speak with the investigators to see whether that was the case.
When would it happen if his charges are upgraded? How quickly?
As far as a complaint could be filed at any time.
So now he's charged with murder. When could he be charged with
Right.
murder?
What I was saying is a complaint that actually charges somebody with a new offense that can be filed at any time by our office. By the sheriff's office on a sworn affidavit by a peace officer.
Pardon my ignorance, does a capital murder have to be run through a grand jury?
All felonies in the state of Texas have to be run through a grand jury. Yes, sir.
We saw her truck driving out of the house that it appeared to have towels and other sorts of debris just covering the back window so you couldn't see inside.
Mm-hmm.
Any indication that he may have been just lying down in the back seat, driving him, the windows locked out?
Right. At this point, I don't know. Like I said, I would like to give you guys transparent, accurate information, and I just don't know. I don't know the timeline yet. That'll be certainly of interest of us as we look at charges on Ms. Nava. But as you can imagine, our main priority is making sure that Mr. Oropeza faces justice. So that's our priority. As far as Ms. Nava and Mr. Castilla, and I apologize, guys, if I'm getting that name incorrect. It's been a long couple of days, and I don't remember every name that I encountered in this investigation.
Did he have any plans to go to Mexico, do you know?
I don't know yet. No, sir. I can't confirm or deny that.
The FBI did go to the suspect's home on Monday. We saw them there. We believe it was her who was there with that black truck. Did they interview her?
There were several interviews of Miss Nava. Several. So it may have been Monday. It probably was. There was probably contact via cell phone throughout. So there were several contacts with Miss Nava. So it wouldn't surprise me that she was interviewed on Monday.
But do you think she was trying to play both sides of the fence, help her husband and help you guys? And
I mean, mind dos centavos, my opinion, yes. But I can't say for sure.
I like that.
What is your message to the victims' families? And maybe some of them are saying, why isn't it capital murder yet?
Well, they're at the time, like I said, the only benefit to filing capital murder would have been a no bond. We were very sure that we were good with a $5 million bond securing his presence once he was captured. My message to the victim's family is just this, that the wicked flee when no man pursues, but the righteous will be as bold as lions. And the righteous showed up this week. This is an unspeakable murder, unspeakable tragedy. But Mr. Oropeza will be held accountable. And I want to be able to look that family in the eyes and say that justice was done at the end of this.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And that was a news conference there with the prosecutor in San Jacinto County, Texas. That is the latest there. In that mass shooting that happened late Friday night, we do know that the suspect is now in custody, jailed there in San Jacinto County, facing 5 counts of murder. His wife also charged. We will have much more on that coming up right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I do want to get to some of the other big stories that we are covering here. We do now have a look at video that purports to show a drone strike at the Kremlin. Russia accusing Ukraine of trying to assassinate Vladimir Putin overnight. attempting to attack the Kremlin with 2 drones. The Kremlin calling this a, quote, terrorist act and saying Russian military and security forces disabled the drones before they can actually strike. A statement on the Kremlin's website says debris from the unmanned aerial vehicles fell on the grounds of the seat of Russia's government but did not cause any damage. No deaths or injuries have been reported there. Now, a video published overnight on a local Moscow News Telegram channel, which appeared to have been shot across the river from the Kremlin, showed what looked like smoke rising over the Kremlin. According to the text accompanying that video, residents of a nearby apartment building reported hearing bangs and seeing smoke at about 2:30 a.m. local time. It was impossible, though, to independently verify that footage. This video, though, a bit closer, purporting to show a drone strike at the Kremlin as Ukraine is accused by Russia of trying to assassinate Vladimir Putin. We will have much more on that coming up here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to get to some of the other big stories here that we are covering, and one of them is out of Florida. We've been talking about this over the past several days here, and this is actually from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Take a look at this video here. As we do bring you the latest, this developing story, Governor Ron DeSantis signing a bill allowing the death penalty in child rape convictions. The bill coming despite a U.S. Supreme Court ruling that banned capital punishment in cases like this. That death penalty law intended to get the Supreme Court to reconsider that 2008 ruling that found it unconstitutional to use the death penalty in child sexual battery cases. Here to discuss more on this is Andrew Lieb. He is a legal analyst and he's with Lieb at Law. He joins us on the show quite a bit. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us here.
Thanks for having me. Another interesting issue going on in Florida.
That's right. So first off, kind of help break down what this law actually does.
What it does, and it's called House Bill 1297, starting on October 1st in Florida, if someone was to rape a child under the age of 12, they'd be subjected to the death penalty. The really eye-opening part of the law, though, for getting judicial precedent from the Supreme Court, is that all they would need is an 8-4 vote from the jury to have a death penalty. Not unanimous. 8-4 gets the death penalty. 9-3 obviously as well, but 8-4, that's a 66% gets a death penalty. That's what this is saying.
Is there a chance that this actually goes forward? Because it sounds like it's going against what the Supreme Court has ruled, banning capital punishment in cases like this. Does this actually move forward, or is it going to work its way up to the Supreme Court before it actually happens, I guess?
When we use the word happens, I guess your question is someone going to be put to death under this law? And no one's going to be put to death under this law until the Supreme Court rules on it, most likely assuming someone doesn't want to be put to death, because they would have a viable cause to go all the way up to the Supreme Court, because this violates a 2008 precedent called Kennedy v. Louisiana. And in that case, they said, unless there's national consensus between the states, and unless the court doesn't find it excessive, you need what's called proportionality. Unless someone's dead from a crime, you can't put someone to death as the punishment. We could go back to biblical times and think about an eye for an eye. What this is saying, a death for an eye. So we'll see what the Supreme Court rules.
Have any other states that you know of tried to do anything like this, or does it appear to be Florida specific?
So back when Kennedy v. Louisiana had a law like this, there were 6 states that had this. And what DeSantis is doing is he's intentionally trying to change Supreme Court precedent. And he may be right in doing this, meaning that when this was decided, Kennedy wrote the decision, and it was a 5-4 liberal decision. And now we have a 6-3 conservative court. And the only way for Supreme Court to change precedent is to have a trial case like this. But I have to warn the citizens of Florida that by doing this, you're looking for a Supreme Court battle and tax revenue going to change national precedent on this situation. So yes, previously other states have done it. Right now, though, the reason why Florida is doing it and why DeSantis overtly has expressed that he's doing it is he wants to get before the Supreme Court and change federal law.
So between this and then you also have the lawsuit with Disney going on there, a lot of different, I guess, legal battles that are going on there involving Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. How much of this do you think is politically motivated as he is getting closer to allegedly announcing that he plans to run for president?
1,000%, not 100%, 1,000%. DeSantis likes to pick cultural wars. He likes to distract people on saying, what side of this football are we on? Are we on this team or on that team? Where Florida has crises with insurance. We have national issues when it comes to banking. We have real road issues and, I don't know, bread and butter tabletop issues. And what we see is DeSantis time and time again likes to take polarizing cultural issues and make them the forefront of what's going on, because unfortunately, without having Citizens United being overturned, we are enabling corporations to fund political campaigns, and this raises money to help his national profile. If you're on his team, you'll donate. And the real issue we have is unlimited campaign donations from all these corporations. And until we get rid of that, we're in the cultural war situation that will never go away.
Do you think, and is there any indication that other Republican governors might try to do this same thing, just looking at DeSantis and saying, oh, well, if he's doing it, I guess we can do it as well?
Well, DeSantis signed it this week into law, so I think we're premature to know if another Republican governor will do it. But I can tell you when it comes to things like DeSantis enacting rules about don't say gay, and what's going on culture wars with the LGBTQ community, we see that it's a winning formula to raise money and distract from core bread and butter tabletop issues. And it seems to be good at rallying the Republican base. And if I was a Republican governor or a Republican politician going for a national election, and I was trying to raise money, this is precisely what I would do. I think he's playing the game correctly. That being said, the issue is that we allow the game to be played in our country in the first place, instead of worrying about core issues like you were reporting a second ago about the war with Ukraine and the Kremlin. Instead of talking about that, we're fighting with our neighbors because that raises political donations, and that's really the problem.
And there's no way, I guess, to know at this point if this is something that Floridians or even people across the U.S. would actually support.
There's no way to know it. And again, I got to go to the top of our conversation. I can't see anyone supporting an 8-4 vote going for the death penalty. No matter what you think, if you think that the state should be able to put people to death, even if you're going to do away with proportionality of the eye for the eye in the biblical sense, I would really feel good, even if I am not for or against the death penalty, not even commenting. We need unanimity. We need 100%. All 12 jurors to be making a decision. I can't see anyone agreeing that we should have a 66% vote by a jury to put someone to death. That seems asinine to me.
All right, Andrew Lieb, a friend of the show here. Love to have you join us and help break down things like this. Thank you so much for taking the time here to join us. Do you have anything else you want to add before I let you go?
Yeah, I think it's so important that we realize that when we're doing these issues and we're making these decisions, it's not going to be the law of the land until the Supreme Court votes. And what we need to see is when this moves up and a defendant charges this, we need to see our Supreme Court realizing that they're not going to play politics. They're going to read the amendments, because we're a country that likes our Constitution, likes our amendments, and cruel and inhuman punishment is not right, and that says it in the 8th Amendment. Thank you so much.
All right, Andrew, thank you so much for taking the time to be here.
Pleasure.
All right, everybody, do want to take you out to this live image that we do have as we are in London. We do know that we expect the coronation to happen on Saturday morning for King Charles III. Don't forget, we're going to have live coverage right here on Live Now from Fox. You can join several of our members here, including Andrew Kraft and Lexi Petrovich. They will be here to bring you all of the live coverage as we do see that coronation get underway. Let's head to our first 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we do have some live events that are going on. We will dip in and out of those as we do on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look over in Finland. That is where Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky is holding a news conference alongside the 4 Nordic prime ministers. This coming as we told you a bit earlier that Russia is accusing Ukraine of trying to assassinate Vladimir Putin overnight, attempting to attack the Kremlin with 2 drones. So again, Zelensky speaking now. Let's pop up the audio and listen in.
Don't forget it. 33. Thanks, everybody. Slava Ukraine.
Prime Minister Jakobsdottir.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Sauli, for organizing this extraordinary meeting here in Helsinki, and thank you, Volodymyr, for joining us. It has been very important to all of us. I would like to make 3 points. First, Iceland supports Ukraine and continue to support Ukraine. We have been giving them first and foremost a civilian support, being a country with no military of our own, but we have shown that support economically through humanitarian aid, through aid in defense-related issues, but not least in political support, which is also very important. Number 2, I would like to mention the fact that we are here together, the Nordic countries, and I think it's very important that together we can show Ukraine even more support. We mention, for example, the Nordic financial institutions in our joint statement, which is important because what we were talking about at this meeting is the economical reconstruction of Ukraine. And I think the Nordics can actually give strong support in that huge project. Finally, and maybe my most important point, is the fact that we have the Summit of Council of Europe in Reykjavik in May. And one of the main topics there is going to be accountability. And there we are going to talk about a registry of damages caused by Russia in this war and how we can implement a strong compensation mechanism to deal with the fact that we will want to hold Russia accountable for what they have done after this illegal invasion. And I do also hope that the summit will provide us with an opportunity to deepen our discussion on President Zelensky peace formula, and we actually used a lot of our time in this meeting to talk about peace and how we can achieve just peace and how we can start a process on each of the 10 points. Some of them will be a main topic at the summit in Reykjavik. Others we need to talk about in different areas with different countries. But I think this goal is very important, and I think we need to deepen that discussion and start that process. So thank you again for convening us here. It's been a very fruitful discussion.
Thank you so much.
Prime Minister Fredriksson.
Thank you, and first of all, thank you for hosting us today and standing here, all of us, the Nordic colleagues with you included today, sends a very clear signal that this is a question about our Europe, our common Europe. And every day, brave Ukrainians continue fight back against Russia's illegal and brutal war. It is important for all of us to remember that Ukraine is not only fighting for you and for Ukraine, but for all of Europe, for the right of every country to live in peace and live in a way where you don't have to fear its neighbor. And hopefully it goes without saying that we owe Ukraine all the support we can give from all the neighboring countries. Therefore, I'm very pleased to have this opportunity today to discuss how we can continue our strong support from all the Nordic countries. And we again have to speed up because you need our support not in the future but today. It is of utmost importance for the Danish government to provide Ukraine in any way we can, as long as it takes. And we understand that the need for military equipment is urgent once again. Just yesterday we announced a new package from Denmark. It is the largest Danish package to date in terms of funding, and we are already now considering new donations to Ukraine. Today we have also talked about the long-term perspective. We must ensure the future generations of Ukrainians that they can build the future that they want. And I think this is one of the main messages from our meeting today, that all the Nordic countries stand behind you, and we will continue to do so. This is an important message to your people who are fighting today while we are standing here, but it's also an important message to our own populations that we want to continue our support, and we will continue that support, that you can believe in.
Thank you.
Prime Minister Gahr Støre.
Thank you so much, and thank you, President Niinistö, for hosting us. President Zelensky, I would like to say it is a moving, historic day that you are here with us. We have all been visiting you in Ukraine, and I take it as a sign of hope and future that you are now on Nordic soil, meeting in this community which has such a long story of peaceful cooperation, development of society and democratic institutions. And we have all pledged our support to your fight for peace. We communicate to our population that it is your brutal daily reality, and that you are also fighting for values that are important to young and old, women, children, men in our countries. So I would like to reiterate that as my first point. The Nordics stand with you as you are on your way to European integration, and you are also in the way to the Euro-Atlantic Alliance, NATO. Secondly, I would like to highlight that this war has to end, and the aggressor has to end it. When the peace comes, it has to be on the terms of the country that has been attacked. And that is why we have spent time on the Ukrainian peace formula. And as my colleagues have said, there are 10 points, and I believe it is an ambitious and just plan for peace. And we will look into each of those 10 points to see where can we make specific contributions. We now need a process where countries who support peace in Ukraine take this plan as a point of departure to see how we can make direct contributions. Because this peace cannot be put on your shoulders alone, Mr. President. We will support you in defending yourself, and we will support you in building your peace. So you can trust that we will stand with you for as long as it takes. This is not only your fight, it is also a deep matter for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Prime Minister Kristersson.
First of all, thank you, Sole, for bringing Nordics and
It appears that the Associated Press did cut that feed, but you could see Volodymyr Zelensky speaking alongside the Finnish prime ministers there, as well as other Nordic leaders. So we're going to try to pull that back up and get it back to you live, raw, and unfiltered. For now, let's head to our second commercial break of the hour. And on the other side, right back into your headlines, you're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. That feed is back as visiting Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is holding a news conference alongside the 4 Nordic prime ministers. They are talking a lot about the war with Russia. Let's pop up the audio and listen in, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Disturbing issue. And regarding, finally, children's rights, in June, we will host a high-level meeting on protection of children that will focus on EU assistance for Ukraine's child protection system. In Russia's uncivilized war, protecting Ukraine's children is the civilized thing to do. Thank you so much.
And then we will have time for a few questions. First we have Mikko Marttinen, Ilta-Sanomat.
Good afternoon, Mikko Marttinen from Ilta-Sanomat. My question, I would like to address it to President Zelensky and President Niinistö. What is the message you want to send to Russia and Putin from this meeting? Thank you.
Thank you for this question. I would like the position of Ukraine to be properly understood. We are not sending any messages to Russia or President Putin for quite some time already. We are just fighting for the survival of our country and our own land, for the future of our compatriots. It doesn't matter for us what will happen to the nationals of Russia and Russia itself. We think about people in Ukraine. Ukraine, the land of which has seen Russian aggression. My message to Russia, no message for them, my message to the whole of the world is the message of unity for the sake of squeezing the Russian Federation from our independent and Soviet territory, to have this war end, particularly on the basis of the peace formula that we've discussed with our partners today. I think all the nations willing peace on the European continent and worldwide have to unite to see this war end as soon as possible, and it can be done only when the Russian aggression stops.
The message to Russia is very clear and very unit amongst us. We support Ukrainians. They have the right to have a peaceful life, and they are the one who have right to just peace. This is what we have expressed together today, and this is what we continue to say also to Kremlin.
Next one is Andreas Magnusson, Morgonbladet.
I'd like to address this question to President Zelensky and to Prime Minister Katrin Jakobsdottir. First of all, did you discuss any details for further material support from the Nordic countries to the Ukraine? And was the meeting a build-up of sorts to the Council of Europe summit in Reykjavik?
Zelensky. Yes, we talked about the continued support of all the Nordic countries. We talked about not only defense-related support, but also support for economic reconstruction. Many of the countries have been introducing an increase in their support, and the Icelandic government is actually preparing also an increase in our support. And yes, we talked a lot about the upcoming summit of the Council of Europe, because there Ukraine is going to be the main focus, not least the issues of accountability and how we can restore justice after this illegal invasion. And there we want to use part of the meeting to focus on specific issues in the peace formula President Zelensky has introduced, not least the restoration of justice, the issue of accountability, but also the question of ecocides, which is one of the 10 points how actually we can counter the fact that we have seen incredible environmental destruction also in this war. But Volodymyr, please.
Thank you so much.
Well, I will be frank with you, nothing to complain about. We are deeply thankful to everyone for your support to our infantrymen on the battlefield, for the financial support from our partners. If we are talking about the Nordic countries today, I'm particularly thankful and grateful to them for the unity and support of Ukraine in very specific matters, not just in words. And we are going back from this very important summit with some concrete result. But I came out here not just for the result. I wanted to be very comprehensible and clear. We wanted to express our deep gratitude for the support since first day of this war. We wanted to thank the nation, these powerful nations and the leaders, the support that we have been feeling from the level of the EU, from on the battlefield, in the power sector with the very challenging winter we had. We were not alone. So I'd like to thank all the countries, particularly countries of this summit of today. We have some specific results. We've survived thanks to our partners.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, that is a question and answer session underway as Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky is joining Nordic leaders, 4 of them, to talk about Russia and the ongoing war. If you look off to the top right-hand side of your screen there, that is video that has just been released, and it purports to show a strike on the Kremlin, a drone strike, which Russia does say the Ukraine is responsible for, and they did try to assassinate Vladimir Putin overnight in that strike. We are going to continue to follow that and other stories right here on Live Now from Fox. It is 11:28 on the East Coast and 8:28 on the West Coast. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we will get right back into your headlines and live events. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look from Serbia. We do continue to follow this developing story At least 8 students and a school guard shot dead by a fellow student in Belgrade this morning. That is according to police in that region. We know 6 more children and a teacher were also hospitalized in the attack. Investigators say the 14-year-old suspect drew sketches of classrooms and wrote a list of people who he intended to target. When the shooter opened fire inside the school, many students were able to flee through a back door. Police say the suspected gunman called the department himself after the shooting and had used his father's gun in the attack. The motive does remain unclear at this point. It's all under investigation, and right now you're taking a live look at a memorial that is set up for those victims. Matthew Schmidt is an associate professor of national security and international affairs at the University of New Haven. He joins us live now to talk more about all of this. Thank you so much for taking the time here to join us.
Of course.
When you hear of a shooting of this magnitude happening in Serbia, what are your thoughts?
It's extremely rare to see this in the rest of the world. As far as we know, Serbian authorities are saying this is the first such event in Serbian schools. It's pretty astounding. The U.S. is the #1 nation gun ownership per capita in the world. Number 2 is Russia, and Serbia is number 4. So it's it is up there in gun ownership, but it's never had these kinds of mass shootings before.
And we were talking about that. Gun violence, situations like this, fairly rare there in Serbia, especially when you're talking about crimes involving children. Does this signal, in your opinion, a reason for Serbians to be concerned at all?
Yeah, I think that they are. I was struck by one thing I read, that there was a school psychologist, which I find to be interesting in Serbia, that there would be a school psychologist, just in the sense that this was a very prestigious school, and it is sort of structured more like an American school in that way, and brings in those kinds of services. So, I think that's good for the rest of the school. And I think they arrested the father for keeping his gun unsecured, and so we'll see how that goes. But I suspect there's going to be a pretty hard crackdown.
And when something like this does happen in the U.S., you hear folks saying, we want to make changes in gun reform, things of that nature. Do you think that an incident like this in a place like Serbia, where they don't have a lot of gun violence, could actually lead to any sort of changes there specifically? And really, are any changes needed?
Well, we know that the one ironclad fact is that it's the amount of guns in the society that are positively correlated with mass shootings, period. Right. So societies have people that struggle psychologically. They have disturbed people. They all do. It's all the same distribution. The difference is the access to weapons. And so that seems pretty high in Serbia. Of course, there was a major war there in the 1990s. If people remember, that's part of why there are high gun ownership rates there, because there were a lot of weapons that flowed in the course of the war. I don't think you're going to see those weapons taken away. I do think you'll see something put in place to say that parents have a responsibility, a legal responsibility, to secure those weapons now.
Is there anything else you want to add about the shooting there in Serbia?
No, it's just I think Americans need to understand that this is going to rock their society in a way that the first such event rocked America, or the way in my experience, right, when I think of Columbine and what an enormous event that was for the country. This is going to be like that.
All right, and while I have you here, I do want to talk about another developing story that we are tracking very closely. Take a look at your screen there. We now have a look at video that purports to show a drone strike at the Kremlin. Russia accusing Ukraine of trying to assassinate Vladimir Putin overnight, attempting to attack the Kremlin with 2 drones. The Kremlin calling this a, quote, terrorist act, and saying Russian military and security forces, quote, disabled the drones before they could strike. A statement on Kremlin's website saying debris from the unmanned aerial vehicles fell on the grounds of the seat of Russia's government but did not cause any damage, and no deaths or injuries have been reported. Hearing this, Matthew, what were you thinking when you, first of all, saw this video, but also heard that this had happened and that Russia was claiming this was Ukraine?
Honestly, I am extremely skeptical of all of this information until it is confirmed. I think it's important to remember that the Kremlin is not the White House. It's not a single building. It's a huge complex of many buildings. So, you know, the damage that was done here was minimal, and it's kind of crazy to think that that Vladimir Putin could be located and attacked and to try to assassinate him with this kind of vehicle and this kind of complex, especially since he often doesn't spend time in the Kremlin complex. And so that sounds to me like it could possibly be a kind of information warfare statement. I'm not saying that the drone is or isn't Ukrainian, but I think that the Russian government would probably say that it was an attack on Vladimir Putin's life in any case.
What, I guess, do you think is the end game here? Because if that's not exactly what it was, what is Russia's game that they're playing here to make it seem like Ukraine is trying to assassinate their president?
Well, the response, and they said this, is that they would start to consider to attack the government complex in Kyiv, which so far they haven't done. And so this opens up a rationale in their mind. It's a legal rationale to now attack that complex, which would be, you know, pretty game-changing in terms of the city. It's right down in the center. It would destroy a lot more than the complex. It's a beautiful part of Kyiv. It's right down there where the Maidan March has happened. So, you know, I would expect that to happen right now. And if I were a citizen in the center of Kyiv, I would be worried that now the Russians are setting up a rationale to strike.
Any end in sight to the war in Ukraine? Do you see this ending anytime soon?
Unfortunately, Josh, I don't. I think that Ukraine has a chance here to make a major strike in this upcoming counteroffensive, but I think it's going to be difficult, and I don't know if it's going to be likely. And in any case, right, the enemy gets a counter response. So I think that the fighting is going to continue through this year into next year. And the thing about war is it's the realm of chaos. So the phase of war that we seem to be in right now, this phase of the Ukrainian counteroffensive, won't last forever. By the end of the summer or by the fall, we'll be in a different phase, and we don't know what to call it yet. And the end state will look different, and the time to that end state will look different then.
All right, as always, Matthew Schmidt, thank you so much for taking the time here to join us to talk about a variety of international topics that are breaking as we speak here. Anything else that you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
I think we need to temper our expectations about their counteroffensive. This is to say nothing about the quality of Ukrainian forces, but they don't have the weapons that they need to do this. We haven't given them, NATO hasn't given them everything that they need, and we've given them a lot of training, and that's going to be the big thing, is the combined arms maneuver training, but it's been shortened. So they're not getting the kind of training that our forces would get, and that's really the more important thing, is the level of training that they've been able to sort of stick, right, in those troops, and we'll see.
All right, thank you again for taking the time to be here.
My pleasure.
All right, everybody, want to take you out to some of the live images that we do have coming into our newsroom right now. We have cameras all over the country and all over the world. Coming up here in just about 20 minutes, we do expect Majority Leader Chuck Schumer to make remarks on national security and China competition. The bill 2.0 is what it is called, so he is expected to speak here in just about 20 minutes. Now, around that same time, we expect Senator Graham and some other GOP members of the Senate Judiciary to hold a news conference on the end of Title 42. We know that is scheduled to end on May 11th, and U.S. troops are being sent over to the southern border as this is all going on. Let's head to our last 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and on the other side, a lot to get to here. We'll be right back with more of your live events and top stories. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I want to get to the latest here on the Texas man suspected of murdering 5 of his neighbors over the weekend, including a young boy. The 4-day-long manhunt ended late Tuesday when law enforcement acting on a tip say they found Francisco Oropeza hiding underneath a pile of laundry in the closet of a home in Conroe that's about 20 miles from the scene of the shootings in Cleveland, Texas. The San Jacinto County Sheriff's Office did add this morning that Oropeza's wife has not been arrested here, or has been arrested rather. The charges against her not quite revealed yet. The sheriff says Oropeza's neighbors approached him late Friday night asking him to stop firing gunshots in his yard. He added Oropeza then went over to the home and fatally shot 5 neighbors, injuring others as well, then ran from the scene. Oropeza will be charged with 5 counts of murder and his bond set at $5 million. Now, moments ago, we dipped into the tail end of a news conference there with the prosecutor in San Jacinto County, Texas, where that suspect is being held. I do actually want to play that from the beginning right now, as we do hear from the sheriff and the lead prosecutor.
You don't have a director, do you? All right.
There you go.
Okay, this is San Jacinto County District Attorney Todd Dillon, and some of y'all had some questions earlier about charges and charging and different law questions. This is the man that can answer those questions. Okay?
Can you spell your last name?
Yes, ma'am. Dillon, D-I-L-L-O-N.
Can you say your full name, please?
Yes. Todd Dillon, Criminal District Attorney, San Jacinto County, Texas.
2 D's, T-O-D-D?
T-O-D-D. Yes, sir. Appreciate you all being out here today. I will apologize in advance. This is hour 86 of this entire thing. Myself, as well as Chief Keene, members of the Sheriff's Office, our law enforcement partners throughout the region, state, and nation have been going the entire time. So I'll give you as much information I possibly can. I'll just start with questions.
What charges are on file for Oropeza?
Mr. Oropeza is currently charged with 1 count of first-degree felony murder.
Just 1 count?
Currently, yes, ma'am.
And possibility of the charge being upgraded to capital murder?
That's correct. There is a possibility for that. Yes, ma'am.
Why not 5 counts of murder?
Well, the initial count was a $5 million bond. We felt that was sufficient to detain him until further investigation takes place.
Will the other 4 murder charges be filed?
That's very likely, yes, sir.
And when could that happen?
That could happen as soon as today. Understand that we had over 200 law enforcement officers, agents on the scene. There will be a lot of documentation, a lot of reports, a lot of evidence generated as a result of this investigation. My office will have to review that to determine the appropriate charges. That will take some time. This is an office with 1 elected district attorney and 2 assistant district attorneys.
So what's going to happen capital murder now?
Why not capital murder now? Because the benefit to capital murder is a no bond, and a $5 million bond was a practical no bond in this situation.
So what happens today?
So what happens today is magistration. Okay, magistration takes place in the jail, where a judge sits down with a defendant, goes over his rights, determines whether there's probable cause to keep him in jail, and either reinstates or amends the bond as.
All right, so that was a little bit of that interview there. That was with the lead prosecutor over in Texas, and that was a bit earlier, San Jacinto County. It looks like it did restart there, but I do want to bring you back to the portion where we did leave off, so let's get to that right here.
Capital murder would be an offense. Murder that's committed in the commission of a felony, the murder of multiple people in the same criminal incident, or the murder of a child. Yes, sir.
The one murder charge that's been filed so far, is it in relation to one of the specific 5 victims?
Yes, that's correct.
Which of the victims?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head which one.
It's not the child, though?
I couldn't tell you exactly which one.
What about the other suspects arrested? And helping, hiding?
That's correct. Those they have been. I believe there may be one in custody in Montgomery County. There's one in Montgomery County, I believe. I'm not sure. Like I said, this happened at about 1 o'clock this morning.
How many here?
One here in San Jacinto County.
Yeah. How many were arrested in San Jacinto County?
One here in San Jacinto County. One in Montgomery County.
Can we get a name on the person in San Jacinto?
I'd love to give that to you, but I don't know if I can get that off the top of my head.
What details can you tell us about that person?
I believe that person is associated with the defendant as his wife, the one that's going to be here in San Jacinto County. No, I take that back. That's incorrect. In Montgomery County is, yes.
Sorry, can you step up?
Yeah. So the individual who is in custody in Montgomery County, that is going to be his wife, Miss Nava. There is an individual, and I don't have his name correct, so I don't want to hazard a guess, who is associated, a friend or an acquaintance. He's booked here in San Jacinto County Jail. He was booked in last night under possession of marijuana charges. We expect those charges, additional charges, to be filed.
What was his role in hindering?
The investigation so far indicates that he was assisting Mr. Oropeza in fleeing the neighborhood where the crime took place.
Do we know how? Do we know how? Like in the car?
I don't know the details. Yes, sir?
Can you specify a little bit more about the relationship? I know you mentioned that she was the wife. Is she officially the wife? Is it they just have like a...
I don't know. They're one of the struggles during this investigation has been there's not a lot of documentation on a lot of things. That's one thing that we're developing. I don't know if it's common law, or they've actually in fact been married, but they were living together as husband and wife.
What's the official charge for the person who is here that was arrested in San Jacinto County?
He was booked in last night under a possession of marijuana misdemeanor B charge.
So nothing in relation to the actual...
Not yet. That investigation is ongoing, and we expect there to be additional charges.
What will be the charge for that?
The investigation is ongoing.
Where was the wife?
Go ahead.
Where was he found?
Mr. Domingo,
Yeah.
I believe he was in the neighborhood of Trails End, but I would have to verify that with my office.
And where was the wife taken into custody?
She was detained at the scene where Mr. Oropeza was found.
Wait, apologies for the redundancy. He's on being held on a misdemeanor or a possession of marijuana charge.
Mr. Domingo is.
But what led you to say, he should be charged in connection with the...
That there was information developed from our investigation that led us to believe that he had a part in doing that. Okay, and that's about as far as I can go right now.
Will you handle the Nava case? Will the Nava case be brought back here, or will her case be handled in Montgomery?
That it's too early to tell. I need to know what the basis of the charges would be and where they took place. If they took place in San Jacinto County, we'll handle it.
Domingo, guys.
I'd love to tell you, man, but I don't have it right now.
No first name in it?
That is his first name, is Domingo.
Domingo's his first name,
Correct.
last name.
I want to say Castilla, but I'm not positive.
Is that going to be listed like?
He's in our jail roster, and my understanding he's on the jail roster. My understanding is that Chief Keene is working on getting y'all a jail roster.
Do you think there will be other people arrested or charged with helping Mr. Oropeza over the last few days?
We are reviewing all evidence that leads in that direction. I don't have any targets identified at this time, and if they are targets, unfortunately I can't disclose that information until we feel like we have enough to go forward.
When did Miss Nava stop cooperating with police?
Miss Nava appeared to be cooperating up until the time when we arrested her.
So when you say appeared to be cooperating, you mean like she was like talking to you at the same time that she was talking to him, trying to help him?
We believe so.
And how long was he inside that house hiding out?
We don't know at this point.
Just to be clear, it's two that have been arrested
in connection with this case. Yes, ma'am.
So just explain to us, like, what was his wife doing? I mean, like, she's talking out of both sides of her mouth, essentially talking to you guys, cooperating, quote unquote, but you believe she's also talking to him. Explain that. So
what we believe that Miss Nava was doing is that she was providing him with material aid and encouragement, food, clothes, and had arranged transport to this house.
Even while she knew that her husband was clearly the target of a criminal investigation.
That's correct.
Did at any point she tell you that he wasn't in the home when he actually was?
I don't believe so, because the connection with Miss Nava to that home only happened immediately before the CID and VORTAC arrived on scene.
Was Domingo in the house when?
No, ma'am. Not that I'm aware of.
So Nava was in that house where you?
That she was at the scene or at the residence, somewhere on the residential property. I don't know if she was outside or inside or something different, but she was at that scene.
Whose house was that? Who's there?
I'd love to tell you, but I don't have that information offhand.
Has Oropesa confessed?
I can't go into that. As you understand, I'm a prosecuting attorney for this case to stay in my county. I can't go into the further details of this investigation beyond what affects public safety to maintain the integrity and ensure that this case stays in San Antonio County. I have legal obligations as an attorney that prevent me from going into things that may be pretrial publicity. So, unfortunately, guys, there's going to be certain things I'm just going to say I can't go into that.
Can you say he's been talking to investigators, or has he just not even said anything?
You guys, pretty much at the point where he gets arrested, I have to kind of...
You can't actually comment on this from a prosecutor's standpoint. How concerning do you find that there were calls about this man's house discharging a firearm, and that it doesn't appear that any records were ever run indicating that he'd been reported 4 times?
Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Sure.
You're saying that calls were run and he wasn't deported?
Yes. Over the course of whatever the time frame may be, according to Sheriff Gabers, there were multiple calls about Oropesa discharging his firearm in this property, right? This dates back however long.
Okay.
Now we're finding out that it took years for this entire situation to bubble up when there were calls already made. Okay. Why did no one who received that call ever run his information to find out his status?
Every encounter with a law enforcement officer and a citizen is contextual. So, I mean, we're not in a country where everybody says, show me your papers on every contact. So I don't know the details of those individual contacts, because an individual contact with a law enforcement officer may or may not result in a case that's filed with my office. I don't know the details of those contacts, so I can't speak in an educated manner to those contacts.
Point of clarification. You said his wife arranged transport to the house where he was caught. So are you suggesting that he was taken there by?
I don't know if she physically took him to that. What I was saying is, I believe she either provided or arranged some transport out of the neighborhood. That falls within material aid or encouragement. So I don't know the details of whether she was the person who physically took Mr. Oropesa to that house, but we are fairly confident in the fact that we filed charges that she was providing aid at that time where she knew he was a known subject.
Have you spoken with him in the jail?
No, that's not appropriate for a district attorney to interview.
Are they being represented, or are they being waiting for the light?
Again, I can't get into what somebody did with their rights. That would be a violation of my pretrial publicity. Attorneys at this point, nobody has filed a letter of representation with my office for Mr. Oropesa.
Is it clear at this point that she stayed in the general vicinity around the home, like didn't travel like an hour out of town, for instance?
It's not clear. It's not clear, no sir. So I couldn't say.
And either she or this other friend was providing him rides in the neighborhood, or did they ever give him like a vehicle for him to drive himself around?
I don't believe so, but I don't have a lot of details in that information. I have no information that a vehicle was provided to Mr. Oropesa.
At the time of the arrest, was she at the house at the time of the arrest, or did she come later and that's when she was arrested?
I believe she was at the house at the time of the arrest, yes ma'am.
Do you know how she was being surveilled?
Again, that goes into law enforcement tactics, and I can't get into that.
The first day when there was a false alarm, I guess out of Montgomery County, and it turns out he actually was spotted, was Domingo present then helping him? What was his role at that time to get him?
We had multiple tips and our officers, fortunately in this situation, we had the manpower to actually run down every tip. So there's multiple tips on that. I'm not aware of I believe it's Mr. Castella being a present at any of those scenes. That's Domingo Castella, I believe. But he will. Again, I would encourage you all to look at the jail roster to get his correct spelling on his name.
Sorry, and the sheriff last night said that there were 5 murder charges filed.
Well, like I said, there was a lot of moving parts at that point of the investigation. At the point when our focus is obtaining a suspect who's a danger to the public, there may be some crossed wires on details, but we were all on the same page about what needed to happen. So that may or may not have been a misunderstanding, but there is one arrest warrant for Francisco Oropesa, and it's for first-degree felony murder with a $5 million bond.
Sorry for the redundancy, but the next steps for him after he's magistrated on the charge.
That's correct.
is an appearance before a district judge, right?
It may be before a district judge. It may be before a justice of the peace. Like I said, that depends on staffing levels, who's on call, and that sort of thing. So, if and I'll come to you in 1 second, ma'am. Just to kind of explain, San Jacinto County is kind of a relic of the old Wild West days. We share a circuit court system. So that means the 411th and 258th district courts. They represent, they are judges who go to the to San Jacinto County, to Polk County, and Trinity County. So they are running dockets, they are running trials, they are running all kinds of business before a court in 3 counties throughout the week. So that's a logistical issue. It'll depend on availability.
You guys investigate.
And hang on, I'm gonna come back to you in 1 second. Yes, ma'am.
The house where he was arrested was his sister's?
There is some information out there to that regard. I have not confirmed that yet.
Will more people be arrested in helping him?
It depends on the willingness of these people who observe this to come forward. We encourage that. I would say that the Trails End community, the residents there, have been overwhelming in their support and their in this investigation. They were very cooperative with law enforcement. Everybody was on the same page. This guy needed to be taken into custody.
What the tipsters, were they your neighbor?
I'm sorry?
Was the tipster the neighbor?
I don't know that at this time.
He ditched his phone, but yet was still in contact with, I guess, the one we're referring to as the wife. How did he maintain in contact with her? I know the sheriff last night said there was a second cell phone, but was that his phone? Was that a burner phone that he got at a nearby 7-Eleven or something?
So it's a little early to determine whose phone belonged to who, but we did recover multiple phones at the scene where we arrested Mr. Oropesa.
And do we know where he was, let's say?
We don't have a timeline of where Mr. Oropesa went immediately following the shooting. That's one part of our investigation we'll be working on in the days and weeks to follow.
But even if there's not a timeline, do you at least know, okay, we know that he had spent time clearly at his house, in the woods, and maybe, for instance, at a stash house, for example. Do we have data?
No, sir, I don't have enough to confirm or deny that. Yes, sir.
Will he remain here?
Yes. Yes.
Were there any weapons recovered?
Not that I'm aware of.
Are you expecting now to be in court today?
No, ma'am. Like I said, no one will be in court today. People will be magistrated, but that takes place in a secure facility in the jail. So no one will be in court. And also, just because I believe there's probably several questions, our office does not do information filings that brings a suspect to court in the days or weeks following our arrest. Our policy here in San Jacinto County is his case will be presented to a grand jury after he's indicted, then he will be placed on a docket. Our grand juries meet once a month with the flexibility to come back sooner or sooner than that. Our next grand jury will be at the end of May. So, not saying that Mr. Oropesa will be indicted by that time. Our deadline as far as indictments in the state of Texas, if a defendant is incarcerated and they are not indicted within 90 days, they're released on PR bond. From the DA's, from my perspective, that's the deadline that we're looking at right now. So,
the address of the home cleared on something on the timeline.
It depends. Go ahead.
What you can share. In terms of how he got out, we know he got out the neighborhood. Someone set transportation. We just don't know who took him out.
Well, I don't know if Mr. Oropesa fled the neighborhood on foot, was picked up and delivered somewhere else. We don't know that right now. Like I said.
All right, so it appears that when they did feed that, there was a few audio issues there, but the prosecutor speaking on those charges against that Texas mass shooting suspect and his wife. We know Francisco Oropesa is charged with a count of murder and will likely be charged with more counts a bit later on as the investigation does progress. He is accused of killing 5 people Friday night at a home there in Cleveland, Texas. In the meantime, we do have Senator Chuck Schumer now speaking on one of our live feeds, one of many that we do have, and he is talking about China and security. Let's pop up the audio and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Of the order of the speakers are Schumer, Murray, Stabenow, Wyden, Reed, Carper, Menendez, Cardin, Shaheen, Merkley, Coons, Murphy, Peters. We're not going to deviate from that order. Everyone's going to try to be brief. Well, we want to thank you all for coming. The Senate did some great and historic work last Congress, building an incredible foundation, not just to compete with the Chinese government, but to enhance America's global leadership in the 21st century. From the CHIPS and Science Bill and the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill to last year's omnibus and everything in between, we laid a strong foundation for the future. But we all know that despite that strong progress, our work is not done. We will work in a bipartisan fashion. I've asked each of these chairs to reach out to their ranking members to come up with bipartisan legislation to deal with the Chinese government, and we're having great interest, I would say, from our Republican colleagues. And we're going to do it like we will work in the bipartisan fashion, like we modeled with CHIPS and Science, to continue to boost our national security and compete and counter the Chinese government's role throughout the world. So today, we are announcing a new initiative, one that will build on this momentum and develop new and significant bipartisan legislation that includes hearings, markups, working directly together with our Republican colleagues to build and move legislation. In recent weeks, I have met with and tasked a number of our chairs, many of them are here today, to reach out to their ranking members and other Republicans and begin working to deliver packages of bipartisan legislation, which we will combine into one large Chinese government competition bill in coming months. We have 5 key areas we are focusing on. First, limiting the flow of advanced technology to the Chinese government. We will work to halt the Chinese government's development of advanced technologies that we know will shape the course of this century. We need to build on the kinds of actions like the Biden administration's export control rule to block the flow of chip tooling technology to China. I've asked Chairs Brown and Menendez to look at authorities in their respective jurisdictions to strengthen export control laws and identify new sanctions that may be needed and counter Chinese government coercion. 2, we want to limit the flow of investment to the Chinese government. It's incumbent on us to ensure that the U.S. is not the financial lifeblood supporting the Chinese government and its military technological advancement. We must make sure that we can prevent the Chinese government from using our own free society to acquire and even steal U.S. innovations and critical technologies. This means giving the Secretaries of Treasury and Commerce new authorities to screen and, where appropriate, halt the flow of capital to China's high-tech industries. Senators Casey and Cornyn have a strong bipartisan bill here that will help. I've talked to Senator Cornyn. He's very interested in working with us on this. 3, domestic economic investments. We all know that it's critical to invest in the industries of the future here in America. CHIPS and Science and the IRA are already creating vital investments across our country. But to ensure these gains are felt by American families and not outsourced to benefit foreign entities and fully fund the science investment from last year's bipartisan bill, we have to move further. We need our chairs to keep identifying critical vulnerabilities, including assistance for small business, and, very important, building a workforce for the future. We need also to further strengthen the CFIUS process. Senators Peters, Cantwell, Murray, Cardin, and Warner are already doing good work here. 4, economic ally and partner alignment. It's vital that the United States provide a stark and credible alternative to the Chinese government's so-called Belt and Road Initiative, seeking to expand their influence around the globe. We have allies and partners who stand ready and willing to work with us to provide a positive alternative to China that actually benefits those countries looking for a helping hand. And now is the time for us to harness those potential alternatives. And finally, security ally and partner alignment. We must continue to deter the Chinese government from any conflict with Taiwan. Chairs Menendez, Warner, Murray, and Reid have worked on this. Last year, Chairman Menendez and Ranking Member Risch had good proposals. They didn't make it into legislation, but that's a good basis for us to work in this area. So, bottom line, time's not on our side. The Xi regime is working every day to catch up and surpass the United States. There is no reason our two parties here in the Congress and in the Senate can't come together and send a strong message to the Chinese government that we're united in this pressing national security effort, and we are committed to maintaining America's lead in the future. Senator Murray.
Thank you, Senator Schumer. It is no secret that our competitors on the world stage, including the Chinese government, are doing everything they can to get ahead and outcompete us. As I've been saying in just about every appropriations hearing, and I've been to more than 20 already, staying ahead in the global economy, including with the Chinese government, requires that we make critical investments we need to stay competitive and secure across our government. House Republicans are threatening to throw in the towel to our competitors with their disastrous default on America bill. I will keep saying this. China is not debating about whether to pay its debts or wreck its economy. China is not debating about whether to invest in its future or cut and cap the investments they need to keep it competitive. And China, by the way, does not operate on CRs. So why do House Republicans want to threaten economic catastrophe and put us behind? We cannot let partisan hostage-taking win the day and lose us in the 21st century.
You're listening in as lawmakers there with the Senate are discussing China and national security. They are talking about what they call a bipartisan piece of legislation that will be introduced to address China and national security. Now, I do want to call your attention to the top right-hand side of your screen right now, as you can see a live image coming in from our Milwaukee station as they are following a fatal shooting here. Let me pop that up full so you can get a better look at what we are dealing with here. We do expect a news briefing to get underway on this really any moment now. The Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office says a homicide occurred today on STH 145 near the southbound 76th Street off-ramp, if you are familiar with that area. The Sheriff's Office says a man suffered a fatal gunshot wound believed to have been fired from another vehicle. A passenger in the victim's vehicle believed to be uninjured. Southbound 145 closed temporarily to accommodate the investigation. We know all southbound traffic being diverted off of the highway right now. No further details have been made available, including a motive, circumstances, really any details at this point. But that news briefing is expected to get underway any moment now, so we'll bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered as it does begin. It is 12:10 on the East Coast and 9:10 on the West Coast. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, the first of the hour. And on the other side, we'll get right back into your headlines and live events. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look over in Minneapolis here, Milwaukee there. This is breaking news in Wisconsin and a live image courtesy of our team, the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office, on the scene of this homicide over on State Highway 145 near the southbound 76th Street off-ramp, if you are familiar with the area. As you can see, a heavy law enforcement presence, as deputies say. A man suffered a fatal gunshot wound believed to have been fired from another vehicle. A passenger in the victim's vehicle was uninjured there, but at this point, no other details have been released. We do know that investigators are expecting to hold a news conference here really any moment now. We'll bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered as we do get it. I do want to head back out to Washington, D.C., as we now have the Republicans speaking on the end of Title 42, which comes to an end over on May 11th. Let's pop up the audio and listen in, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Who were saying, you know, my child thought they were taking something like a Percocet or a Xanax, only to find out it was contaminated with fentanyl. Basically a pencil lead, the tip of a pencil, a volume of fentanyl will take your life. That's why the Drug Enforcement Administration, others are trying to socialize the idea that one pill can kill. And then the last thing I'll mention is the unaccompanied children. Because of the way that unaccompanied children are treated under our system, effectively placed with sponsors in the interior of the United States, we know for a fact that Health and Human Services, that is in charge of that, has lost touch with tens of thousands of minor children. We're supposed to be protecting their safety. We're supposed to be looking after them. But the New York Times, for example, has run a couple of investigative stories pointing out that many of these children are being put into forced labor in violation of our child labor laws. Who knows how many of these children that the Biden administration has lost are in abusive family situations, been sexually assaulted, recruited into gangs. All of this comes down to the Biden border crisis and the Biden administration's conscious decision not to enforce current laws and refusing to work with reasonable people to try to come up with solutions. About a year, maybe 2 years ago now, Senator Sinema and I and Tony Gonzalez and Henry Cuellar introduced the Bipartisan Border Solutions Act. Another bill that we thought that if this got bad enough, that the Biden administration, like a drowning person, would look for a lifeline to grab a hold of. And we wanted to provide them with a bipartisan, bicameral bill. So I appreciate Senator Graham taking the lead on this issue. This is a bad situation that's about to get much, much worse. And the answer is not 1,500 active duty service members. They didn't join the military. They go to the border and push paper and change diapers. But under the law, that's all they can do is perform administrative functions. They can't actually even enforce the immigration law. So this is a symbolic move that has zero meaning when it comes to changing the status quo. And we're here to say, if you think things are bad now, they're going to get worse come May the 11th. What is now a flood is going to turn into a tsunami.
Senator Cruz is on the way. Let's just wait a second. Well, go ahead and take one question. Yeah, go ahead. Yes, sir.
For Senator Cornyn, Jackson Merchant with the Epic Times. This morning, incoming Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson decried what he said are governors at the border that are not willing to collaborate when it comes to the migrant issue, and that these governors, like Governor Abbott, have sent migrants to cities like Chicago. What's your reaction?
Well, I would ask the question.
And we are waiting for that news briefing to get underway over in Milwaukee County. You can see right there in the top right-hand side of your screen, it almost looked like officials were walking up to the camera there. Looks like they may not be headed in that direction just yet, so let's pop up the audio back as Senate Republicans are speaking on the end of Title 42, which does come to an end on May 11th. When we do see that news conference get underway, actually, they appear to once again be walking over toward the camera. So while this is going on, I do want to bring you the latest information that we do have here coming out of that area. This is in Wisconsin, and that is a live image courtesy of our Fox team there. All right, actually, let me pop up the audio, as it does appear that that news conference is about to get underway here.
We got a call, I should say Milwaukee County Dispatch, 911 Dispatch, that a shooting had taken place on State Highway 145. Let's see exact location. Southbound 145 around Silver Spring on-ramp. According to witnesses, the vehicle came to rest right past over my shoulder. The victim of the shooting incident was a 41-year-old Milwaukee man. There was an adult female in the vehicle with him. She was unhurt. The investigation is ongoing. I wish we could give you more, but the vehicle description is a bit fluid. It was a traumatic situation. So between witnesses and the female who was in the vehicle, we're still trying to nail down that vehicle description.
Neighbors or witnesses say that it could have been road rage. The woman that was in the car with the victim claimed that that's the wife of the victim.
Sure.
Said that it was a road rage incident. Can you confirm or say anything about that?
I can confirm that. The motive, the circumstances leading up to the shooting are still being investigated. Again, very fluid at this point.
What do you think? You say a 41-year-old Milwaukee man was shot and killed here. He was the driver, and I see
the vehicle came to rest here.
I see windows were shot out here. Can you tell me, the woman was screaming to some of the people we're talking to, giving CPR, that this was a road rage incident.
I can't comment on what she was screaming. Again, it was a traumatic situation. That may have been her assumption. It may ultimately be the case, but we're not sure yet. It's still under investigation.
Do you believe the driver was the intended target here?
Don't know that there was an intention.
Was the car shot at, just to confirm, shot at on the highway and it came to a stop here?
Correct.
Some of the neighbors around here said that they were talking to the woman that was trying to save the person, and said there were cameras in the car that might give you some idea who it was. You know, are there cameras in the car? I'm
not aware of that. There may be, but again, I'm not certain of that. Again, fluid investigation. I don't mean to continuously repeat myself, but detectives are looking into every aspect of it, still examining evidence from the victim's vehicle and trying to work that out.
Have you caught the suspect yet?
Suspects are still being sought.
And there is a vehicle description. Did you want, we're live on TMJ4 News right now. Do you want people to know and to look out for it?
I understand. We'd love to put a vehicle description out there, but again, that description has actually changed a couple of times, so we're not 100% certain and don't want to put out a description that's not entirely accurate.
Can you tell us about emergency response time from ambulances? Because we spoke with a witness that said the ambulance took forever. Can you talk about that?
I can't address that. Again, not being facetious, the Sheriff's Office does not staff ambulances, so that may be a better question for the Milwaukee Fire Department or whatever the responding EMS agency was. What I can tell you is among the witnesses was at least one Good Samaritan who was a nurse who saw what happened, rushed over to the scene, performed life-saving measures, unfortunately unsuccessfully, but that occurred as well.
So
How is
at
the
Fond du Lac
surviving
in Silver
passenger?
Spring, that's where the shooting happened. Can
Sure.
you describe how many shots were fired? If there were other people that may have been shot or witnesses, what did they say they saw?
There were multiple witnesses. Again, they're still being interviewed by detectives. Cannot say exactly how many shots were fired, Captain. I'm not sure if you know.
No, it's undetermined at this time how many shots were actually fired into the vehicle.
Okay.
Any idea what kind of
The
weapon
vehicles were
this is?
moving at the same time, and what?
This was a vehicle-to-vehicle incident.
Vehicle-to-vehicle incident. Do you have any idea? I mean, all the shots were on the driver's side, correct?
I can't confirm that.
Any idea what kind of gun was used?
Don't know, not yet.
How
Again,
is the passenger doing?
she's traumatized. So
That's the wife, right?
I'm not sure what her exact relationship was to the victim, but yeah, she's traumatized.
Are there any cameras on the freeway that may be able to assist in your investigation today?
The Department of Transportation operates freeway cameras, so they may know where the nearest camera was. I can't tell you off the top of my head, but I'm certain that there are freeway cameras.
Are you going to try to put out information on a vehicle description when it's available to really just spread the word to the public so you can catch who did this?
When we nail down the vehicle description, we will definitely put that out there.
What's your message to people?
My message to people, resolve your differences without violent acts. I wish I could speak more bluntly, but I can't. People should resolve their differences without violent acts. There has got to be a better way to solve whatever problem you may have with someone else without pulling a weapon. Nothing's that serious that requires someone to be shot about it on the freeway.
How frustrating is this for you? I mean, people just driving to work and worried about getting shot to death on the Milwaukee freeways.
For me, as a resident of Milwaukee County, as a parent, a spouse, it's extremely frustrating. As someone who works at a law enforcement agency and functions in a public messaging and public relationship capacity, it's even more frustrating because I see the work that members of this agency put into, but we're not living in. Thank you. We're not living in a fiction setting. This is not a real life version of Minority Report. We cannot predict everything that's going to happen, and so on some level, we need members of the community to work amongst their peers, amongst people they have relationships with, and exercise common sense. Tell your friends, tell your family, tell your loved ones there's a better way to resolve your problems that won't get you locked up for life.
Were they headed somewhere, this couple?
I don't know. Again, the surviving victim is still being interviewed by detectives.
Have you spoken with family? When will the information, the name be released?
I have not. I know detectives are working on making notification of next of kin, and again, when they've done that and we're certain of it, names and other details will be released.
Can I get your first and last name, please?
Sure, James Burnett. Spokesperson for the Sheriff's Office, my position, Director of Public Affairs.
Thank you so much.
Do you have the exact time of when this happened? We were just told a short while ago at about 10 a.m.
The call came in, I believe, at 9:02 a.m., which would mean the incident took place probably just a few minutes before that.
So it seems like the victim was trying to get off the freeway when he was shot a while down.
I don't know if he was trying to get off the freeway or if he exited the freeway as a result of the shooting, but he's ended up in the location over my shoulder.
Do you think we'll have an arrest soon?
Again, wish I could predict that. Suspect still being sought. I know detectives are working on identifying a suspect, and again, when we nail down that vehicle description, that will go a long way to help with that effort.
Were they known to each other? Did they know each other, the suspect and the victim?
I'm not aware of a pre-existing relationship.
So it seems like it was random?
I can't say that either. Again, they're still looking into motive and trying to nail that down.
Okay.
Not being coy, again, I just don't.
Yeah.
It's all fluid at this point.
But it doesn't seem like they had a relationship with each other.
I don't know. Again, I don't want to speculate at this point.
Okay, when will there be another update?
Out here, there may not be another. I will put out a written update at some point later this afternoon.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, that right there was an update from law enforcement on this fatal shooting. This is happening in Milwaukee on the highway in broad daylight. News agencies in the area saying that they've been told this was a possible road rage incident. Investigators, though, not saying much about that. Investigators did say a 41-year-old man driving was shot and killed by someone who fired into his vehicle from another vehicle. His female passenger not injured, but investigators saying she is, of course, traumatized. This happened on State Highway 145 near the southbound 76th Street off-ramp. If you are familiar with Milwaukee County, a suspect not in custody. And at this point, no description of that suspect has been released or the vehicle being driven because those investigators say they have received many different descriptions. They are going to provide a bit more information later on today. It is now 12:27 on the East Coast and 9:27 on the West Coast. Let's head to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and on the other side, several live events going on. We'll dip in live, raw, and unfiltered. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Let's head over to London with a live image of Buckingham Palace. You can see it right there on your screen. The barriers are set up and not a lot of people lined up just yet, but we are days away from the coronation of King Charles III. We know, of course, his mother passed away several months ago, and now he will take the reins there as king in an elaborate ceremony. We do have live coverage beginning at 5 a.m. Eastern Time on Saturday. You can watch it all unfold right here, live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox. Let's head back out to Washington, D.C., as we do have a live image of the House Republicans speaking on the end of Title 42. That, of course, comes to an end on May 11th. Let's pop up the audio and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Apprehend someone, you deport them. Then the troops on the border are helpful for apprehending people coming across. As long as the Biden administration keeps in place catch and release, he could send 1,500 troops, he could send 10,000 troops, he could send 100,000 troops. It would do nothing to secure the border. Why? Because every illegal immigrant they encounter, they would hand over to the Biden administration, and the Biden administration would let them go. Actually, more than let them go, would put them on a plane or put them on a bus and take them to whatever city in America they want to go to. Joe Biden is the last mile of the human trafficking network. And to understand just how horrific it is, I'd encourage you to go back to Alejandro Mayorkas' testimony before the Senate Judiciary Committee, which all three of us vigorously questioned him at the time. And there was one moment in that questioning when I put up a poster board, and it had a series of pictures of colored wristbands. And I asked him, I said, Mr. Secretary, what are these colored wristbands? And his answer, he said, I don't know, I have no idea. I got to admit, that answer actually surprised me. Very little he said in that hearing surprised me. That answer astonished me. And my response to him, I said, Mr. Secretary, you have just told the American people that you are utterly incompetent at your job and you do not even care about doing it. Why? Because just about every illegal immigrant who crosses the border has one of those colored wristbands around their wrist. If you stand on the banks of the Rio Grande, as I have, as Lindsay has, as John has, you'll see hundreds, you'll see thousands of colored wristbands in the grass. For him to say he didn't know what they are tells me he's never stood on the banks of the Rio Grande. He's never even bothered to ask the Border Patrol agents, hey, what's going on here? The colors on the wristband correspond to how many thousands of dollars the illegal immigrants owe the cartels. Virtually all of them come in massive debt to the cartels. And the color coding, look, for the cartels, these are not human beings, these are cargo. That's how they treat them. And you have teenage boys who come in, they owe $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 to the cartels. The Biden administration sends them to your city, whatever your city is, they send them there. And those teenage boys are working for the drug cartels, and they have to work for the drug cartels, because they'll murder their families back home if they don't. So every city in America is getting an influx of criminals working for the drug cartels, courtesy of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. And I'll tell you, as bad as it is for the boys, the girls have it a lot worse. There are thousands upon thousands of girls in sex slavery right now, in forced prostitution. I look at those wristbands as modern-day leg irons. And for the Secretary of Homeland Security to say, I don't even know what they are, tells you that he has not spent one day going into the office saying, I'm going to do my job today. Tell me what's happening at the border and how we stop it. He's not trying to stop it. The administration, rather, is trying to accelerate it and create even more illegal immigration.
One last question. Yeah.
I wanted to clarify what type of substitute authority you guys were looking for, because the Biden administration is reinstating expedited removal. Why is that insufficient? Some people say that.
Well, you know, all I can tell you is that we went from the lowest illegal crossings to the highest on record. They're talking about setting up processing centers inside Mexico and other countries, which is a good idea. Remaining Mexico worked. People are not going to pay a cartel $10,000 to sit in Mexico for 5 or 10 years. That's why it went to a trickle. The exceptions they have consume the rule itself. Unaccompanied minors are not, they don't have to comply with this. The rebuttable presumption, you can still show up at the border and be processed. So the bottom line here is that the processes that we know work were repealed for a political reason. Title 42 ends May the 11th, and we're here begging the administration, it is in your power to adequately substitute Title 42 authority. You've done nothing from my point of view, and Ted knows this better than anybody, to provide an adequate substitute. So the reason 10,000 people in one city have gathered waiting for May the 12th is because they don't see an adequate substitute. People voting with their feet on the ground tell you they don't see anything replacing Title 42 they're concerned about. These surges would not be existing if they had found a way to replace Title 42 and communicate it to people. You're wasting your time and your money. So the fact that the surge is coming tells me they have made no corrective action, and Senator Cruz and I would gladly sit down with the administration and give them ideas about what they could do to stop the surge, but there's been no interest in their part. And
all right, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right, that wraps up the Senate Republicans speaking on the end of Title 42. They also talked about the flow of fentanyl into America. Title 42, as we've mentioned, does end on May 11th. We will have extensive coverage in the days leading up to that, and we do, of course, know that U.S. troops have been sent there to the southern border as we get closer and closer to May 11th. Taking a live look here over in D.C., you can see the stage is set for the White House press briefing every few days or so. Karine Jean-Pierre does take the podium and answers questions from members of the media. That is going to get underway, I would say, in about 24 minutes at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Also want to take a live look at the stock board. You can see we started off in the green, went to the red, back to the green, and we are in the red once again, down ever so slightly at 0.04%. Later on today, we do expect to hear from the Fed, and the Reserve going to raise interest rates later today, the 10th straight time. The announcement expected to happen around 2 p.m. Eastern Time, and the expectation is an increase of 0.25 percentage point. Fed Chair Jerome Powell also expected to hint at a long-awaited pause in these rate hikes. It just seems like we've had one after the other after the other. The move would set the federal funds rate between 5% to 5.25% and would mark the highest rate since back in 2007. Again, that is expected to happen around 2 p.m. Eastern Time. It is 12:37 on the East Coast and 9:37 on the West Coast. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break. On the other side, we'll get right back into these live events and headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Jackson Mahomes, the brother of Kansas City Chiefs star Patrick Mahomes, has been arrested on an aggravated sexual battery charge. Court documents indicate this all stems from an incident at a Kansas restaurant that happened back in February. The 22-year-old was booked into the Johnson County Jail just after 7:30 this morning local time. He's being held on a $100,000 bond and will be arraigned this afternoon. We'll have full coverage of that for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Our very own Andy Mack just wrapped up a conversation with a criminal defense attorney talking more about this. I want to play that for you, raw and unfiltered.
Live Now from Fox. Some big news in terms of sports and also news as the brother of NFL superstar, Kansas City Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes, Jackson Mahomes, was arrested on aggravated sexual battery charge relating to an incident at a restaurant. We're going to be joined right now by a friend of the program, criminal defense attorney at Timpanic Law, Matt Timpanic. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Obviously, hearing this news, aggravated sexual battery. What kind of charges are those, and what kind of details can you get into right now?
Aggravated sexual battery in the state of Kansas is a severity level 5 felony, punishable by up to 43 months in prison and a $300,000 fine. These are exceptionally serious charges, especially considering this was all caught on tape, on video for people to see. I think I saw a statement from his attorney that says all the facts aren't out there, and of course, eventually will be vindicated. That tells me I think they're going to go with some kind of consent argument that Jackson Mahomes was led to believe that he had the green light to go in for that kid.
All right, that is an interview that our very own Andy Mack did with a criminal defense attorney on this. We'll play that for you a bit later on here. As you can tell, the audio having just a few issues. But again, we will get that for you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. Let's actually head back out as the Senate Democrats were speaking a bit earlier on today about a bipartisan effort. This is about national security and China. Let's pop up the audio and listen in, raw and unfiltered.
The order of the speakers are Schumer, Murray, Stabenow, Wyden, Reed, Carper, Menendez, Cardin, Shaheen, Merkley, Coons, Murphy, Peters. We're not going to deviate from that order. Everyone's going to try to be brief. Well, we want to thank you all for coming. The Senate did some great and historic work last Congress, building an incredible foundation, not just to compete with the Chinese government, but to enhance America's global leadership in the 21st century. From the CHIPS and Science Bill and the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill to last year's omnibus and everything in between, we laid a strong foundation for the future. But we all know that despite that strong progress, our work is not done. We will work in a bipartisan fashion. I've asked each of these chairs to reach out to their ranking members to come up with bipartisan legislation to deal with the Chinese government, and we're having great interest, I would say, from our Republican colleagues. And we're going to do it like we will work in the bipartisan fashion, like we modeled with CHIPS and Science, to continue to boost our national security and compete and counter the Chinese government's role throughout the world. So today, we are announcing a new initiative, one that will build on this momentum and develop new and significant bipartisan legislation that includes hearings, markups, working directly together with our Republican colleagues to build and move legislation. In recent weeks, I have met with and tasked a number of our chairs, many of them are here today, to reach out to their ranking members and other Republicans and begin working to deliver packages of bipartisan legislation, which we will combine into one large Chinese government competition bill in coming months. We have 5 key areas we are focusing on. First, limiting the flow of advanced technology to the Chinese government. We will work to halt the Chinese government's development of advanced technologies that we know will shape the course of this century. We need to build on the kinds of actions like the Biden administration's export control rule to block the flow of chip tooling technology to China. I've asked Chairs Brown and Menendez to look at authorities in their respective jurisdictions to strengthen export control laws and identify new sanctions that may be needed and counter Chinese government coercion. 2, we want to limit the flow of investment to the Chinese government. It's incumbent on us to ensure that the U.S. is not the financial lifeblood supporting the Chinese government and its military technological advancement. We must make sure that we can prevent the Chinese government from using our own free society to acquire and even steal U.S. innovations and critical technologies. This means giving the
You are listening in there as Senator Chuck Schumer and other Democratic lawmakers were speaking on a bipartisan effort, they say, involving China and national security. We'll have more on that later on today. Don't forget, off to the top right-hand side of your screen, in about 15 minutes or so, we do expect Karine Jean-Pierre to provide the White House press briefing, where there will be questions from reporters and some answers from Karine. I do want to get back to a story that we were trying to bring you a bit earlier on today. Take a look at your screen here as Jackson Mahomes, the brother of Kansas City Chiefs star Patrick Mahomes, has been arrested on an aggravated sexual battery charge. Court documents indicate this all stems from an incident at a Kansas restaurant that happened back in February. The 22-year-old was booked into the Johnson County Jail just after 7:30 this morning local time. He's being held on a $100,000 bond and will be arraigned later this afternoon. Our very own Andy Mack wrapped up a conversation here with a criminal defense attorney talking more about this.
I'm Andy Mack. Welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. Some big news in terms of sports and also news as the brother of NFL superstar, Kansas City Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes, Jackson Mahomes, was arrested on aggravated sexual battery charge relating to an incident at a restaurant. We're going to be joined right now by a friend of the program, criminal defense attorney at Timpanic Law, Matt Timpanic. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Obviously, hearing this news, aggravated sexual battery, what kind of charges are those and what kind of details can you get into right now?
Aggravated sexual battery in the state of Kansas is a severity level 5 felony, punishable by up to 43 months in prison and a $300,000 fine. These are exceptionally serious charges, especially considering this was all caught on tape, on video for people to see. I think I saw a statement from his attorney that says all the facts aren't out there, and of course, eventually will be vindicated. That tells me I think they're going to go with some kind of consent argument that Jackson Mahomes was led to believe that he had the green light to go in for that kiss. Obviously, it looks horrible via video, but when you really don't have anything, you got to go with whatever you think could stick.
And it could be he said, she said in this moment because you have video, but you may not have audio in it. But certainly investigated for allegedly shoving a waiter and forcibly kissing the female owner of an Overland Park restaurant there. Of course, certainly not great news for the Mahomes family in general. Certainly not the way you want to be in the news. $100,000 bond. Talk a little bit about maybe the celebrity nature of this, because the Mahomes names, especially in the Kansas City area where Overland Park kind of is, how much does that factor? What is the $100,000 bond? Do you think it's a little bit higher because of the name?
I think it's based on the severity of the charge. Aggravated sexual battery is a felony as opposed to sexual battery, which is a Class A misdemeanor in Kansas. The reason that he got the aggravated nature is because under the elements, if force or duress is used to cause this sexual battery, that is how it becomes aggravated. So the act of him grabbing her and forcibly kissing her, that creates the aggravated nature of it. Jackson Mahomes is not going to be treated like anybody else in our criminal justice system. It doesn't matter if he's married. His brother is a NFL player, future Hall of Famer, $500 million contract. He's going to be treated the same as anybody else.
And it's going to be interesting because a lot of Jackson Mahomes' fame on TikTok, as he is a TikTok star, has millions and millions of followers, but certainly always constantly in the spotlight, maybe in a negative light. Maybe how much does that factor into it? Can they bring up maybe past incidences from Jackson Mahomes' life that will impact this to kind of talk about his character as well?
So what they could introduce into evidence is evidence of similar acts of the sexual nature. You cannot introduce evidence of prior bad acts, like he acted bad in the past, and as such, he has a propensity to act his way. However, what they can do is habit evidence, like, oh, he did this to 2 other women, and it was a very similar nature. He's trying to argue that it was consent or it was a mistake. If there was other people who's actually been done, and this is just argument's sake, this is not off any knowledge, that could be introduced in his trial to combat his claim that this was consensual or it was a mistake on his part, that he misread the situation.
And is there a possibility for a plea here? Because obviously going to trial, a high-profile nature like this, is there a way to maybe circumvent a trial, to get away from a trial, to plead guilty or to plead not guilty and kind of go around this so this doesn't remain in the news for some time?
What I expect to happen is, based on the video, I expect as a defense attorney to be like, you don't really have much of a case. You could try to argue that it was consensual and try he said, she said, but that video kind of speaks for itself. She was moving away from you. She wasn't paying you any attention. So when you go in to grab her, it doesn't appear that you were given an opening. It looks like you created one. And given the fact that sexual battery is a Class A misdemeanor, I expect he'll enter a plea eventually to sexual battery, a Class A misdemeanor, some probation, no jail time, and likely some kind of treatment like therapy or whatever to be able to let Mr. Mahomes know that that conduct is not going to be tolerated. That's what I expect to happen in this case.
Of course, some breaking news from this morning. Thank you so much, Matt Timpanek, of course, relating to Jackson Mahomes arrested on those aggravated sexual battery charges in Kansas there. We appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us to give us some insight into this breaking case.
A big thank you to Andy Mack. Of course, speaking with a criminal defense attorney, we'll get more on that breaking story throughout the day. Taking a live look here at the stock board, you can see we've kind of been all over the place throughout the day, but right now we are in the green, up 0.07%. Later on this afternoon, we will get word of that Fed rate hike, so we'll talk about that coming up just a little bit later. Talking more about what we can expect a little bit later is our very own Mike Page. He is live over in our Phoenix office, and he's in the hot seat right after me. Mike, what are you working on?
Yeah, Josh, good afternoon. I wish it wasn't every other month we're talking about a rate hike, but here we are again. So we'll be showcasing the latest there from the Fed's decision. Then we'll also have a White House briefing coming up any moment as the debt ceiling gets closer. June 1st, the Treasury putting that marker there as Congress tries to work out a solution. We'll bring it all to everyone right here on Live Now from Fox coming up in just moments after that break.
And I promise we didn't coordinate our outfits today, but we are both wearing yellow. We'll be right back, and Mike is in the hot seat. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look from the press briefing room there in the White House, where any moment now we expect Karine Jean-Pierre will take the stage and she will make some comments and then answer questions from members of the media. We will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered as it does happen here. We also want to take a live look at the stock board once again. We've been, as I mentioned, all over the place, but we are now in the green, up 0.07%. It is important to note that later on today, the Fed is expected to raise interest rates. This will be the 10th straight time. The announcement expected around 2 p.m. Eastern Time, and the expectation is an increase of 0.25 percentage point. Fed Chair Jerome Powell also expected to hint at a long-awaited pause in the rate hikes. The move would set the federal funds rate between 5% to 5.25%, and would mark the highest rate since 2007. We also do have a live image that is coming in from our friends over in Milwaukee right now, as we do get the latest information on a shooting there that did happen on the highway. We know at least one person has been killed, a passenger injured there after shots were fired from one car into another. Again, this happening on the highway this morning in broad daylight. A suspect not in custody, and no description has been released of that suspect or the vehicle they were driving. As we get details on that, we'll bring it to you as we do here on Live Now from Fox. A bit earlier, we brought you just some of the tail end of the comments being made by Republicans. This was coming, of course, on the heels of the end of Title 42, which does expire on May 11th. I do want to play the start of those comments for you here as we wait for that White House press briefing to get underway.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I think Senator Cruz will be on the way here in a bit. So May 11th is a nightmare date for the American people, particularly the people in Mexico and Texas. What's going to happen is that the Biden administration is going to repeal the use of Title 42 authority to expel people. This is not deportation. This is expelling. It's the ability to tell somebody you have to go back home because of Title 42 concerns. That goes away on May the 11th. So what comes, where are we? In the past 90 days, there have been 566,163 border encounters with illegal immigrants, 6,300 a day. Where are we headed? Here's the estimates. If you repeal Title 42, there will be a surge, and here's what DHS says. It goes from 6,300 a day to 10 to 13,000 a day. So in the next 90 days, you're going to be from 900,000 to 1.1 million. That's what's coming. If you repeal Title 42 on May the 11th, you're basically doubling the problem. It's just not Republicans concerned about this. These are news outlets reporting what is to come after May 11th. Every news organization in the country pretty much sees this the same, that there's going to be a dramatic increase in illegal crossings because people are sitting in Mexico waiting to May 11th. They're amassing by the thousands, knowing that when May 11th comes, it's much easier to come into the country and not get expelled. These are Democratic mayors who are saying we're overwhelmed. This is just not a Republican party. These are mayors of Washington, Chicago, New York, begging the Biden administration to change course and change policy. This is affecting the entire country, not just border states. But if you're in Texas, you're on the tip of the spear. Brownsville, Laredo, and El Paso have declared states of emergency because they know what's coming May the 11th. These cities are being overrun. They're having more capacity than they can handle. Crime is up. Disruption in these cities is just really out of control. I'll turn it over to John here in a second. He can talk better.
All right, that is Senate Republicans there speaking on the end of Title 42 and a little bit about fentanyl there. Title 42 does come to an end. This is going to happen on May 11th. Let's actually get you to some breaking news that we are following out of the Atlanta area, and the limited information we do have so far comes from our Fox 5 Atlanta team. Here is what we know. Atlanta police say there is an active shooter in the 1100 block of Peachtree Street Northwest. This is in Midtown Atlanta. We are told there are multiple people injured. That is according to the police department. Anyone in that area asked to secure their building and shelter in place. Anyone not in that area asked to stay away, of course, from the location. Now, police say the shooter is believed to be in that building on Peachtree Street Northwest. No one at last check has been arrested. Again, these details are fairly sparse at this point. We do know Fox 5 is saying via sources that this is actually at Northside Hospital Medical Midtown. They are saying again through sources that 4 people have been shot. However, that information not necessarily coming from police. We are working to get some more details and we'll bring those to you live, raw, and unfiltered as we do get them. I believe we might actually have a shot coming in from that location here. I would pull it up. Unfortunately, it appears that we might actually have a reporter that is blocking that shot right here. All right, I do want to pull this up, even though you can see at this point that there is a camera out there and a reporter, but this is coming in from WANF. So you can see they have a reporter out there at the scene right now, but that is a look at as you can see, a very active scene as we work to get more details from our Fox 5 Atlanta team. I do want to take you back to that tweet coming in from Atlanta police. Here is what we know. Atlanta police saying there is an active shooter in the 1100 block of Peachtree Street Northwest. This is in Midtown Atlanta, and sources are telling our Fox 5 Atlanta team that there is an active shooter there at Northside Hospital Medical Midtown. 4 people reportedly shot, according to their sources, and we are working to gather the latest information. But as you can imagine, in a situation like this, information is fairly sparse, but you can see just how many people are out there on the scene here. All right, so we do actually have another shot that is coming in. This is a live image from our Fox 5 Atlanta team as they do arrive there on the scene. An active shooter reportedly at Northside Hospital Medical Midtown. We do know from sources via our Fox 5 Atlanta team that 4 people have been shot. At this point, the police department not confirming too many details, but saying multiple people have been injured. They are asking anyone in that area to secure their building and shelter in place, and urging anyone who is not in that area to stay away as there is this heavy police presence. Police did say the shooter is believed to be inside that building on Peachtree Street Northwest. No one at this point has been arrested. The investigation ongoing, and we are going to stay with this shot right now as we work to gather more details on this. But take a look. You can see just how many police officers, police vehicles are on the scene right now as our Fox 5 team does report. This is at Northside Hospital Medical Midtown there in Midtown Atlanta. All right, once again, you are still taking a live look from our Fox 5 Atlanta team as there is a report of an active shooting there in Midtown Atlanta. Our Fox 5 Atlanta team reporting this is at Northside Hospital Medical Midtown, and that sources are confirming to them that 4 people have been shot. I do want to go over some of the tweets that we do have from the Atlanta Police Department. However, I am going to keep this up on your screen, as that is a live image over there in Atlanta as all of this is unfolding. So Atlanta police do say that they're investigating an active shooter in the area of 1110 West Peachtree Street Northwest. They say please shelter in place or stay out of that area. They did provide an update a few minutes later. This was around 12:42 p.m. Eastern Time. They say they are working an active shooter situation inside of a building on West Peachtree Street between 12th Street and 13th Street. They are aware of multiple people injured. You can see a reporter there on your screen is working to get to the scene. While that is going on, I do actually want to pop up a live image there of the actual Twitter page for the Atlanta Police Department right now. You can see that is where these tweets that I'm reading are coming from. They do say anyone in the area is asked to secure their building and shelter in place. Anyone not in the area asked to stay away. They also say they will communicate via social media and their website with any updates. We were watching that image coming in from a reporter there, possibly a photographer with our Fox 5 Atlanta team. Not sure if they are going to be providing a live report momentarily, but if they are, we'll bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered as we do stay on this image here to bring you the absolute latest information. All right, so that is the live image coming in. I really do want to briefly go over some of the information we have, as Atlanta police say there's an active shooter in the 1100 block of Peachtree Street Northwest in Midtown. Sources there telling Fox 5 Atlanta that there's an active shooter at Northside Hospital Medical Midtown and that 4 people have been shot. You can see on your screen a very active scene as our Fox 5 Atlanta team is out there. We are going to continue to cover this around the clock. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break and we will be right back.
Pausing, stopping, taking a look at people as they're walking to get out of the way. We know Atlanta police have sent out a tweet. They said that they want everyone to shelter in place and stay out of this area. Phones, some people consoling one another, clearly trying to get out of the way. Again, not even an hour ago, Atlanta police tweeted saying that they're investigating near 1110 West Peachtree Street Northwest. They did confirm there are multiple people hurt here. And we're going to check in with Fox 5's Rob DiRienzo, who's been on the scene trying to get a sense of what happened here.
Hey there, guys. That's right. The police have been pushing us back. They're continuing to push us back down 14th Street here. It seems like the scene is on West Peachtree Street, right area of 13th Street. We're trying to figure out what exactly happened, but right now what we know is multiple people have been hurt in an active shooter situation. There's a lot of people that seem to be wearing a lot of medical uniforms, and it seems as if a lot of them are very upset. So it's not clear right now what led to all of this or where the shooter is at this point, but still a very active situation. You can see, excuse me, as I try to catch my breath, a lot of people behind me hugging each other and reuniting after a really traumatic ordeal of the last couple hours.
Yeah, Rob, we were trying to get a lay of the land here. We're understanding that this might be a medical building. Can you try to explain to us where you are? I see the Starbucks. I understand this isn't far from a Marriott, correct?
Yeah, as I said, this is going to be, the scene is up West Peachtree, about, say, a block and a half at a medical building. It looked like at north side on the outside of it where a lot of police were focusing their attention. There was people, there's police members in SWAT uniforms. So overall, it's a very active situation. As I said, a lot of people here in medical scrubs hugging each other, really upset right now. I'm trying to figure out what exactly they saw or what they experienced. But as I said, it's a very active situation. People are very upset, and police are just trying to get control of the scene right now.
Yeah, and you can imagine so. Police have told everyone to
No, and a lot of people here, like I said, are really just trying to catch their breath, like myself right now. A lot of them I saw running down West Peachtree as police pushed us further and further away from what appeared to be the scene. Again, we don't really have a clear picture on what happened or what building this happened in, but again, it does appear that a lot of these people who are really upset, who are running away, seem to be in medical uniforms and medical attire.
Rob, what about ambulances or emergency crews? We did hear there are some people hurt from this. Have you heard sirens, seen anything of that nature?
Well, Alex, I live about a block and a half away, and I heard a sea of sirens earlier today. And then not a couple minutes later, we had that tweet from APD announcing an active shooter situation again right here in Midtown. So I haven't seen really too much in ways of
We're losing a little bit of your microphone there, Rob. But I do want to point out, I have Atlanta Police's Twitter. We can hear you, but if you can, we have Atlanta Police's Twitter posted up, and we see that just 6 minutes ago, they posted a "Be on the lookout." It says the suspect is still at large. I'm going to send these over to our news team so we can try to get them on the air so you at home can get a sense of what this person looks like, so you can be on the lookout. But let's go ahead and take a look at this video. It looks like this person has on a gray hoodie and blue jeans. We are hearing that, according to sources, this shooter could be armed, and that source also says there could be 4 people shot, and they might be barricaded on the 11th floor. Again, this is all information that's just now coming into our newsroom from sources. We are asking Atlanta Police to confirm all of this information, but as you can imagine, as we heard about this not even 40 minutes ago, Atlanta Police are still busy trying to figure out what is happening as well. We do have these photos that we're going to get on the air to show you. Let's go ahead and stand by and take a look at your screen here. This is what Atlanta Police just tweeted out not even 10 minutes ago, giving you an idea of what the suspect looks like. Take, again, a good look at your screen. It looks as though this person was walking in and out of some sort of official building here. They appear to even have what might be a bag or a backpack on their front stomach. So let's go ahead and continue to keep this photo posted for you guys. We know that we do have multiple reporters on the ground. We just heard from Rob, who said he doesn't live too far from there and has been hearing some of this commotion throughout the afternoon. Let's go ahead and check back in to see if he's available. We do see that immense amount of...
Back down here at this scene, I'm trying to give you a little bit, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you, but I'm trying to give you a glimpse of the scene. It's up West Peachtree, as I mentioned, about a block and a half. I don't know if you can see the yellow tape all the way up there. I'm live on TV. Yes, sir.
Last time we're going to tell you, we're going to put you in cuffs.
Okay. Well, as you can see, there's a big gathering of police outside of that Whole Foods market, and then the entire portion of West Peachtree in front of the apparent scene is closed off right now. So as you could hear, police were pushing me back even further. So I'm trying to maintain a safe and respectful distance as they continue their work and try to get to the bottom of whoever was behind this.
Yeah, Rob, we've been on the scene of several breaking situations, but that's incredible to see the amount of law enforcement that were piled near that Whole Foods. To put things into perspective for you, police often rope things off with yellow caution tape, and to just see that long line of investigators gives you an idea of just how urgent this situation must be. Rob, we want to point out that we want you to be safe as well. Again, if you're just now tuning in, we do hear that Atlanta police are investigating an active shooter. We're going to rotate now and get an idea of what Deidre Dukes is seeing on the scene. It sounds like she's on 12th Street. Deidre, can you hear us?
Yes, Alex, I can hear you. As I was making my way here from the Fulton County Government Center downtown, just across the street from the Fulton County Courthouse, there were police cars whizzing by, coming towards this location as we first heard that there was possibly an active shooter here in this area. Joining you live from West Peachtree Street and 12th Street, and we can tell you out here we've got the firefighters out here, Atlanta Fire, joined by Georgia State Patrol and the Fulton County Marshal's Office, Atlanta Police. Several streets are blocked off right now to traffic as this core area right now, police officers and state troopers are focusing on. Also have some of the college police, the police from the various colleges in the area, also on site at this time. We want to reiterate for those of you who are at home as this situation unfolds that this is not a drill. As I was driving into the area, a couple stopped me after they heard over the loudspeaker police announcing that they did have an active shooter situation in this area, asking people to shelter in place, to not come to this area if at all possible. They asked me if it was a joke, and I assured them that it certainly was not. We still have police coming into this area right now. We can also show you just down the way, you have police also on foot canvassing the area. We've got police with long guns out right now at this hour. Of course, it's very busy right now. You have a situation where you have people not only working in these buildings, living here in the various condos and apartment complexes, but you also have people who perhaps were coming here for lunch or had meetings here. Just one of those situations where you have so many people who are on foot as well as in their vehicles, many who are driving and simply driving into this not knowing what is going on, but certainly a situation that is very active. Police here at the various intersections leading up to the hospital there, redirecting traffic, holding traffic off at this point as we still are seeing a very heavy police response at this hour, Alex.
Yeah, Deidre, the images from where you're standing are a little bit different from what we're seeing from Rob's vantage point. He saw several people consoling one another, just in shock and awe, still on the sidewalk. It looks a little more calm where you are. Is that because people have gone inside and taken the police warning to shelter in place, or is it just a different area that we're looking at?
You would hope that it would be in large part because people are being told to shelter in place. But I can tell you, and you can see from our vantage point with this heavy police presence, police are actively walking this area. And so you might expect that if they come across someone who's actually out on the street walking, that they're telling them to go inside, or to, if they're going towards their cars, perhaps to leave the area, perhaps that's what they're telling them to do as well. But at this point, they're not allowing the media, they're not allowing anyone on foot to venture down this street. We're about a block or so away from Rob's location. So at this point, the core area where all of this activity is taking place, it's definitely on lockdown, and anyone who's not in that perimeter, in that immediate area, is being kept out of the area.
Okay, Deidre, thanks for that. And as we've told Rob, we want you to keep a safe distance as well. We do just now have a statement from Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens. He tweeted saying, quote, "I'm in close contact with the Atlanta Police Department as they're responding to the active shooter situation in Midtown near 1100 West Peachtree. Those in the area should shelter in place, follow Atlanta Police for updates, and stay tuned." That is the big news of this afternoon. We're all trying to get that information for you. We know it is lunchtime when many of you are headed out the door. Midtown, a very busy area, so to get this news in the middle of the day is startling for many. We did hear from Fox 5's Rob DiRienzo on the scene as he saw several people dressed in what appeared to be medical attire, consoling one another, shocked. We did hear at least 3 people were hurt, but we don't have an update on how they're doing at this hour. And then you heard from Fox 5's Deidre Dukes, who was showing you a second vantage point. We also have photos of the suspected shooter, who Atlanta police say is still out there. So the main takeaway is, if you can and you're in the area, shelter in place and be on the lookout for this person. If you see them, stay away and call Atlanta police immediately. We have a third news team staying on top of this. Let's check in with Fox 5's Eric Perry, who we now hear is on 14th Street. Eric, what do you see?
Alex, here at 14th and Spring, the action still very active. I want to point you, actually, you can see just on the corner of Peachtree right there, just on the same block of where that medical center is, looks like some sort of staging area. You see law enforcement from all over. In fact, when I was on my way down, just coming by the Capitol building, dozens of officers racing by us on the sides, racing to get here in Midtown Atlanta. And we do want to tell you this traffic is spilling out as well onto the interstate. Several different roads are blocked here. 14th Street is blocked to where you cannot get close to this. And really, this is a hub of activity, especially during the noon hour. A lot of people going to lunch, a lot of people running errands. This is where that Whole Foods is, which I'm sure we've talked about how busy this area is here. And also want to just show you here just a little bit so you can see 14th as well. You can see this intersection. Traffic is being allowed to go down 14th Street, but a lot of different cross streets are blocked here as well. But again, want to just show you just back to this angle where it looks like some sort of staging area is happening, where the different law enforcement are really just coming together. And then also, I'm not sure if you can see past the trees, but you can see the command post center that Atlanta Police has brought out just because of the gravitas of this area. We're still working to learn more information. We see more law enforcement officers coming in. Can you go over here really quick, Zorn? You can see different people coming in. Looks like they had a meeting and they look like they're racing up to where the upper more people are gathered together here. So we see Fulton County, we see Atlanta Police, we see numerous amounts of unmarked vehicles here as they work to get this situation under control. Alex.
Okay, Eric, you are the second scene that we've seen showing officers with their guns drawn. We did see something similar from Deidre's vantage point. I believe she's on 12th Street, not far from you. Rob DiRienzo's situation looks vastly different. So we do have teams of reporters really on all sides of this situation. We're going to go ahead and bring you back up to speed with the mayor's statement. He sent out this tweet just minutes ago saying he's in close contact with the Atlanta Police Department as they're responding to the active shooting situation in Midtown near 1100 West Peachtree. Those in the area should shelter in place, follow Atlanta Police for updates, and stay tuned. Big questions this afternoon. Why this happened and who is the person behind it. We do have images of who Atlanta police say is the suspected shooter. They appear to have on jeans, a gray hoodie, and some sort of backpack that they are wearing on their front. This is all a developing situation. We've cut into your programming because we know that whenever there is a shooting of this magnitude in our city, it does not only startle everyone, but it makes everyone stop and take a moment to pause to figure out where it is they need to go and if their loved ones are okay. So if you have family members who live or work in the Midtown area, please do what you can to let them know to head inside, get to a safe place, whether it's a home or a business, and to wait until we get more information from Atlanta police. Because as of right now, we don't know much. We do understand that several people were hurt. We don't know how they're doing at this hour. We've been told that it might be 3 people, but we do want to show you this picture of the suspect again. This is just to make sure that you know who to look out for if you are in the area. We do have multiple reporters who have been on the scene since this first broke. Several of them have been able to give us an idea of what has been taking place. The big takeaway was that several people appeared to be in medical uniforms. We don't have confirmation of where the shooting took place or what kind of establishment it was, but we do know that a lot of people were shaken up. Let's check in with Rob to see what things look like.
Hey there, Alex. Just a moment ago, I spoke to a man who was not far from where everything was. You can actually see some SWAT teams going past us right now. We've been seeing this for the last 15 minutes or so. You can see they're on the back of that SWAT car right now, as this remains a very active investigation. But as I was saying, a few minutes ago, we heard from a guy who was not far from where the gunfire was, and he said that there was just complete chaos. He said at first, police mistook him for a suspect, but regardless, he was pushed back immediately, and he's just described a chaotic scene. As you can see, the media is gathered here right at this corner right now as police continue to hold us back as this remains a very active investigation, Alex.
Yeah, Rob, we appreciate you giving us these images from your cell phone. It sounds like you weren't too far. You were able to give us really just a first-hand perspective of what was happening. If you're just now tuning in, Rob was there as people were consoling one another, grateful that they walked out of wherever it was that shooting was alive. We do want to continue to check in with the reporters who are on the scene. It does seem like people have been taking the Atlanta police warning to shelter in place. Rob, if you don't mind me still asking, is there anyone still on the streets right now, or have people gone on inside?
Well, Alex, this is actually really interesting because all these police have been speeding away from the scene and up 15th Street off of West Peachtree. We saw this Georgia State Patrol trooper a moment ago, so I'm trying to rush up there to figure out what the commotion is. This is about 3 or 4 blocks away from the initial scene, so I'm curious right now what led them to all kind of charge up in this direction up 15th Street. So we're still trying to gather all that information, but again, police are keeping everybody very far back from that area around Whole Foods and West Peachtree, right around 14th Street.
And we've seen multiple images of police with their weapons drawn. Let's check in with Eric Perry to see what the situation is like there.
Yeah, Alex, you can still see a large group up there huddled at the very end. That's the corner of Peachtree Street there. That's right down the block from where this all happened. I also want to just give a little color, because if you're familiar with this area, if you're familiar with Northside Medical Center, it is a medical practice there. So there's a garage that goes into it. There are businesses that are also attached to it as well. I was just there maybe last week or a week before last with my mom. Very intimate setting, a couple of floors there with doctors' offices, heart centers, and just people going to get checked. I'm not sure where this man is running to, but you can see a lot of different people running. And we heard some sirens earlier as well as this scene continues to be active. A lot of people wondering if the street is closed. It is closed, so you cannot go 14th Street past Spring Street. So this is where the Farm Burger is. This is where the Whole Food is. This is heading up toward where the Colony Square area is as well. We're going to point over here where you can see there's some more activity as law enforcement coming in from all different directions here. But you can see that Spring Street heading up toward 10th Street. That is still a go. This is a one-way street heading away from where all of this happened here. But this entire block is closed, and you can see this man running back as well. Not exactly sure what is happening, but he looks like he's running to where they have a lot of the law enforcement huddled here. So again, I'm at the corner of 14th Street and Spring Street. They have this block to where you cannot take 14th once you get off of the highway if you're coming in here. A lot of people just wondering, businesses here, they don't know what to do if they have appointments because it is completely locked down here. So that is what we're seeing here on this side, but just did want to give a little color just to what this facility is. A lot of just regular doctor's appointments, to where I'm sure these people, this is the last thing that they expected, as they were just simply trying to get themselves checked out by a physician, Alex.
Yeah, Eric, and of course Atlanta police haven't specified which exact business the shooting happened at, but we did happen to see a lot of people dressed in medical attire, uniforms, things of that nature. You're hearing a lot of nature or language from us that's sort of this hurry up and wait kind of thing. When Atlanta police are busy in a situation like this, they're still figuring out what's happening. Let's check in with Fox 5's Deidre Dukes to see what's going on from her perspective.
Still a very active scene as to police still arriving on site, repositioning themselves, as it were, as we continue to focus on the main area of activity there, Northside Hospital. You see a huge contingency of police officers gathered just outside there, right outside the doorway there. Also, all the way down the roadway here, we have sirens and lights and a lot of police activity, ambulances on scene, as police are still actively, really a two-pronged situation here, actively assessing the situation as they look for this suspect who remains at large at this time. Also, at the same time, really making sure that they are keeping people out of this area, because, of course, the immediate situation out here is to make sure that this is a controlled situation as far as it can be at this point, to keep people who do not have to be in this area out of the area while they try to go from building to building, searching for this individual who remains at large. I can tell you at this point, police have several roads blocked off here around this immediate active crime scene. They are asking people to stay away, making sure that people understand that this is not a drill, as some people who I've run into have asked me if there is really something going on downtown, or perhaps this is part of a drill. I'm assuring them that it is not. Unfortunately, you have a lot of people who frankly have not heard the news reports either on radio or television as to what is going on here right now, and so they might be walking or driving into what remains a very dangerous situation. So right now, again, police asking people to stay out of this immediate area as we continue to see SWAT officers, other patrol officers on foot and in vehicles canvassing the area. I don't know if you can hear it, Alex, but I hear some more sirens coming this way, canvassing the area. We also have choppers in the air. Yes, Alex, choppers in the air, searching for the person responsible for this violence that we are seeing unfold here this afternoon.
Yeah, Deidre, we're getting some new information just into the newsroom. We now know there were 4 shooting victims. 3 of them have been hospitalized. 1 of them is dead. We know no other shots were fired after the original incident. If you're just now tuning in, we are following what Atlanta police say is an active shooter situation in Midtown. We first learned about this going on an hour ago. Atlanta police told everyone to shelter in place, to stay out of the way as they investigate, because the shooter is still out there. We do have a statement from the mayor. It reads, "I'm in close contact with the Atlanta Police Department as they're responding to the active shooter situation in Midtown near 1100 West Peachtree. Those in the area should shelter in place. Follow Atlanta Police for updates and stay tuned." We know if you're just now hearing this, this probably brings you back to last year when there was another active shooter situation in Midtown. If you remember, at the time, Atlanta police told everyone to shelter in place as they did their jobs to investigate. They later ended up finding a suspect at the airport. So I mentioned that to say, when these situations take place, it is best to stay out of Atlanta's police's way so that they can find that suspect wherever he or she may be. Speaking of the suspect, Atlanta police did tweet out photos of who they believe is responsible for what we now know is a deadly shooting in Midtown. This is what that person looks like. You'll see 4 images on your screen. In some of them, this person appears to have on a mask. In all of them, this person has on a gray hoodie, pants, and some sort of bag, perhaps a backpack, crossed over their body. Fox 5 has been on top of this since this news first broke. Let's toss back to Eric Perry to see what's going on there.
Yeah, Alex, just looking over, you can see more police officers coming in, and we have confirmed 4 people injured. This is the latest that we found out. 4 people injured, 3 people recovering in a hospital from gunshot wounds. We also know 1 person has been confirmed dead. That is what Atlanta just sent out to us, confirming a couple of minutes ago. I talked to someone who parked in the Whole Foods parking lot. That is actually in this building, in this block here. He went in just trying to get some food, and when he came out, that's when all of this happened. Of course, they're not letting him anywhere near this scene or anywhere near his car there, but I do want to point you back up to where we've been focusing our attention. It looks like some sort of command center where a lot of the law enforcement officers have been gathering. Again, a multitude of officers, a multitude of people here. We see Fulton County, we see MARTA police, of course, Atlanta police are here as well, and numerous amounts of undercover vehicles all helping in this case, and that's along with fire and EMS and all of those as well. This is 14th and Spring Street. 14th is blocked off, so you cannot go down 14th if you're heading up toward Piedmont Park or the Colony Square area. But if you're going on Spring Street, where my photographer is showing you, that is a one-way. You can go, but traffic is starting to back. But if you have any business in this area, they are urging you to stay clear as they are working this area. They are working this investigation, and they're still working to find the person responsible. I know we've been showing you, but if we can just punch up those pictures once again, you can see that man in some sort of hoodie inside of the business here on this block, and that is who they need your help finding. If you see him, contact Atlanta Police. Do not approach him, but we need your help. Atlanta Police needs your help, so hopefully we can find some sort of resolve here. But right now, you're taking a look at whatever kind of command center this is at North Peachtree Street as well, Alex.
Yeah, Eric, you mentioned some of those businesses and people who were doing their typical Wednesday afternoon routine. Are you able to see inside? Are there people still there watching in awe? Are there people still trying to figure out where to go?
Yeah, Zorn, if you can turn back just a little bit, just to show this corner. She asked about people just kind of figuring out where to go. You see this man on the bike. He was just trying to run errands. The guy who has that black hoodie on there, we talked to him. His car is parked there inside the Whole Food. Hey, Zorn, actually go over to your left here. We see some sort of tanker coming in or some kind of armored truck and vehicle. This is coming down 14th over the interstate as they are bringing extra precautions in as well. We're going to stay on this shot to show you as they're going to come through this intersection. This is Spring and 14th Street, and you can see some sort of armored vehicle being led inside the crime scene or where it is. It looks like SWAT is actually being brought in by the Fulton County Sheriff's Office. So this is really a collaborative effort here, all hands on deck as they're working this situation. We wanted to give you that perspective, Alex.
Yeah, Eric, we appreciate it. I wonder if that is related to the tactical equipment that we saw leaving where Rob DiRienzo was. Let's check in with him to see what's happening there.
Active situation. Hey there, Alex. Yeah, I followed that tactical team all the way up here on 15th Street. This is right in between West Peachtree and Peachtree. Now, this is about 2 or 3 blocks away from the scene and where Eric was just a moment ago. You can see they're all staged here in the direction of of Peachtree, which is the opposite direction of the scene. I asked one of the SWAT team members if there's activity up there. He gently nodded yes and told me to inform the public to stay away from the corner of 15th and Peachtree, as well as the area of West Peachtree too. Now, I spoke to a man a little while ago who was there when the shots rang out. Take a listen to what he had to say.
I walked out and it seemed like I heard a loud noise, sound like a gun, but I wasn't close enough to actually believe that I heard it. So when I walked outside of Whole Foods, because I go through from my building, the Icon, to Whole Foods, when I walked out of the building, all I see was police cars and SWAT, and everybody's just pulling up, back to back. And my supervisor was right there at the time, and he was like, hey, make sure you stay close to the walls and stand back because we heard this active shooting.
And back out here live again, you can see the SWAT team members staged and ready to go. It's not clear what is up in this direction, again, the opposite direction of the scene that they're focused on, but it seems like a lot of their attention is in that direction. They've also been showing themselves cell phones, potentially pictures of the suspect. We got his description a few minutes ago as police continue to look for him. But again, this is the scene right here in between West Peachtree and Peachtree Street on 15th, right near the High Art Museum. Definitely want to avoid this area right now. Alex.
Yeah, Rob, Eric, and Deidre are doing that delicate dance of trying to stay safe while giving you the information. And also just some inside baseball here. Atlanta police use a public information officer to tell us official information. Right now, they're still trying to figure out what took place. Let's check in with Deidre now to see what things look like from her vantage point.
Right now, we were just told that we aren't sure when we can expect if this is going to be within the next few minutes or so, but we are told that we are going to be briefed by a police official at this location. We expect that as this is ongoing, it may not be as quickly as we would like, but the great thing about social media is that with social media, APD can alert everyone together as to the real-time flow of what's happening, what's transpiring here. If you look just beyond the police tape, you can see that we have Atlanta police officers joined by several other law enforcement jurisdictions here, police and fire here on scene. This whole I see they just asked somebody to keep moving up the street. We do want to remind people that this is a very active situation, that the individual that they're looking for is still out here somewhere as they actively look for that individual. They are telling people to stay away from the area. They have people who are still on foot, of course, because you've got businesses here, restaurants, and they're asking people to stay out of the area if they don't have to be here. And if they are here in one of these buildings, they are asking people to shelter in place. Want to make sure that that's clear right now at this hour. But again, still armored vehicles in addition to our patrol cars, firefighters here on scene actively searching for this individual who remains at large at this time. We also still have Georgia State Patrol also making its way around here on the perimeter as we're hearing on the radio, possible sightings from time to time of this individual, someone matching the description. Police on motorbikes also making their way up and down the roads here. And anyone who's familiar with this area knows that in addition to the main thoroughfares here, West Peachtree, that you also have a lot of side streets, alleyways, back roads. And so there is a lot of, road to cover. You could say in addition to the main thoroughfare that perhaps the general public is used to, places where perhaps somebody could take cover and possibly elude police. And so that is another reason why anyone who is in this area being urged to stay wherever you are, not to venture out. And if you don't have to be here, don't be here, because of course police right now just really don't want any more activity than is necessary as they continue to on foot and in their vehicles patrol this area, and by air of course, and try to find this individual. Alex.
Deidre, we know many officers have been making their way toward where Eric Perry is. Let's see if there's any new developments from where he's standing.
Hey there, just looking over as a lot of activities happening here. This is Spring and 14th Street. We saw that SWAT team coming in from the Fulton County Sheriff's Office. It actually went up and took a left, which would take you right to where a lot of the action is. Like Deidre said, there are a lot of side streets. There are a lot of different ways to get around. Those cars that you see, that is the parking lot of the Whole Foods shopping center. Some people are being allowed in. I see a couple of cars being allowed out, but that is really on the back side of where everything is. And then still want to take you back up to this corner here. That is where we've seen a lot of activity. It looks like a lot of first responders are gathering there for further instructions. We've seen a lot of people still coming in, but that is Peachtree Street, just a different vantage point of where Rob and Deidre, they're located. I'm at 14th and Spring, closer to the highway here. Spring Street still open, that's the one way, but 14th Street completely shut down. You cannot get in on 14th Street either way, especially if you're heading toward Colony Square or Crescent Crescent Avenue, or where a lot of the hotels. Here's what we're seeing where I am. A lot of people who have business or who live in this building are not allowed inside. They're not allowing them to go into any of the entrances. One man says he has to get in to work. He simply stepped out to get some food, and then that is when everything happened. Another person says his car is in there. He parked at the Whole Foods and went for a walk. They did not hear any of the gunshots or anything like that, but we do want to again just reiterate what we know. We know 4 people have been affected in this situation, 3 people taken to the hospital with their injuries, and 1 person confirmed dead. They are still searching for the man responsible. Again, we've seen a lot of different people going a lot of different ways, but Atlanta police have not said where this person might be. So that's where you come in. If you notice the guy, or if you know of this man or where he might be, come forward and help in this investigation. But again, you can just see a line of different first responders, a line of different agencies all coming together here, again, near 14th Street and Spring Street, Alex.
All right, Eric, thanks. We continue to look at these images from the air and on the ground. If you take a look, some of them appear to show what might be a street. It's so blocked off that from this perspective, it sometimes looks like an alley. But we've seen multiple different law enforcement agencies moving about this sort of 4-block radius, it seems. Right now, you're taking a look from above. As you heard Eric mention, it sounds like the back end of that Whole Foods is where he is. It seems like they're letting people occasionally out, as that does not seem to be the side that's most affected by the investigation. Let's check in again with Rob DiRienzo. Rob, what are you seeing now?
Hey there, Alex. That's right. Again, I'm on 15th Street, right in between Peachtree and West Peachtree. Now, we saw a tactical medical unit a minute ago. It's basically a van of SWAT team guys that have medical training. They're able to do all the things that an EMT can, but they're also trained in SWAT. They just did a K-turn and went back towards the scene. You can see these Atlanta SWAT team members staged and at the ready. They are faced in the direction of Peachtree, which again is in the opposite direction of the scene. So that may shed some light on where they are focusing their search. But we don't know exactly where they're focusing their search. We do know that they have a drone in the air as well as helicopters to assist them in their search. But again, that is their main focus at this point, is trying to track down the suspect and get him into custody.
Okay, Rob, thank you. We have another reporter on the scene, Claire. What can you tell us? Where are you?
Yeah, Alex, we're live outside Grady Memorial Hospital, and I'm going to take this earpiece out because I can hear myself. But right now, things are very calm here. It's our understanding that there were 3 people who were transported to a local hospital. Of course, Grady Memorial Hospital, the only level 1 trauma center here in the city of Atlanta after Atlanta Medical Center closed last fall. So, of course, process of elimination, we're just assuming that they were brought here. The only signs we've really seen of that, at least since we have been here, we did see an Atlanta Fire Rescue personnel arrive. He was wearing tactical gear. He had a vest and a helmet. That's not typical for Atlanta Fire Rescue to be wearing those types of gear, that type of equipment. We also saw what appeared to be someone from Atlanta Police brass, so someone dressed in more business-like clothing, not the typical beat cop type of uniform, and with a badge around his neck. He was here earlier. So we do not have any confirmation, again, from Grady Hospital that those victims were brought here, nor from Atlanta Police. I've reached out to them. Our medical team has reached out to Grady to see if they will confirm from their end. But again, in the last several months, this has become the only level 1 trauma center in the city of Atlanta, so it is expected that these victims would be here at Grady Memorial Hospital receiving treatment. Again, at this point, we don't understand, or we don't have any idea about the extent of the people's injuries who were transported to the hospital, although keep in mind a 4th victim has been confirmed to be dead in this situation by Atlanta Police. And so we expect, of course, that those other victims likely also sustained very serious, if not life-threatening injuries. So we're going to keep an eye on things here at Grady. Again, it's almost eerily quiet here outside the hospital. Those folks would have been transported very quickly here, so not a lot of ambulance activity. I will tell you, my photographer and I, we were in another area. We were in Buckhead for another story, and we were on our way here, and I saw just coming from Buckhead, obviously passed by Atlanta police officers who were on their way to the Midtown area, and then when we got closer to Grady, There were then officers coming from the south side, headed again north towards the Midtown area. So it is obviously an all-hands-on-deck situation, and we are going to continue to bring you any updates as soon as we get them. Alex.
Yeah, Claire, thanks. That seems to be the consensus. Eric Perry says he saw multiple officers who were coming from the Capitol area. You said you heard some coming from Buckhead. We want to give you some updated numbers here, though. We did just learn a fourth victim was taken to the hospital, which now brings us to 5 victims in all, one of them dead. Here's another vantage point of this large police presence. It's not clear what intersection this is, but we do know they've been investigating the 1100 block of Peachtree. You can just see all of the officers speckled there on the screen. It's 1110 West Peachtree Street Northwest in Midtown. We know that's not far from a Whole Foods. That's not far from where many people do many of their afternoon activities. Here's a look at the suspect that Atlanta police are searching for. We keep showing you this image because this is a perfect situation for when, if you've seen something, you should say something. If you've seen someone who matches this description, who looks like these images, you're encouraged to give Atlanta police a call, as the main takeaway is a suspect is still out there. This is a live image from the ground. You can see multiple tactical units on the scene here. They've been arriving at multiple locations. We saw them at 14th Street. We saw them at 12th Street. It's not clear where this image is, but there have been multiple officers making their way in and around this Midtown area. Now you're looking at what appears to be people walking out of the way here. Mainly, Atlanta police have said everyone should shelter in place. So that, for some, might have meant staying inside of the restaurant where they were ordering their lunch. For some, that might have been staying inside of the dry cleaners. But we're seeing multiple people moving, likely to get out of the way to take Atlanta police's advice here. Let's go ahead and see what things are looking like from Deidre Duke's perspective.
And the camera's moving around a bit. We're orienting ourselves here for you. We just talked to a woman who actually had an appointment at the hospital, and she said that she got stopped, of course, as she was making her way there. And she said that she just learned, she got a call from hospital staff that her doctor and others there that she was set to see, that they are okay. They wanted to let her know that, but she has remained on scene, saying her thoughts and prayers are with everyone involved in this. She lives in this area and said she's just heartbroken by what's transpired in our city this afternoon. Atlanta becoming yet the latest city to experience this deadly gun violence. So many people out here who are waiting, wondering. One young man who didn't want to go on camera, worrying. He told me, again, he did not want to go on camera, but he told me just now that his mother works in the main building there, that she heard the gunshots. And he tells me, of course, we're not inside where we can confirm the information that we're hearing here on scene, but he did tell me that his mother is still there in the building. She is okay, he said, but he's very concerned, of course, as far as the situation playing out here, and said until he's had the opportunity to lay eyes on her and ensure that she is as okay, frankly, Alex, as you can be in a situation like this, that he did not want to make any remarks at this time, which we certainly understand. Right now, we're in a bit of a holding pattern here. We've got, of course, constant movement with law enforcement, Atlanta Fire, as well as other agencies here on scene, actively still searching for this individual, of whose pictures that they have released on social media. From time to time, we see a flurry of movement. I'd imagine possibly just hearing a little bit of the traffic from time to time, the radio traffic, possible sightings, possibly matching the description of the individual they're searching for, that sort of thing, or simply just redirecting resources. But at this point, still locking down this area and redirecting traffic away from here. In fact, I believe just from the lack of traffic that we're seeing in the area, that police may have actually kind of widened the perimeter. So we actually may have kind of a wider perimeter as far as people being allowed to even travel through by car in this area, because we still had kind of a steady stream of traffic here at 12th and West Peachtree. But I have noticed that we're not seeing as much of that as we were initially seeing. Also, people who simply have been trying to make their way home. You know, folks who live in some of these high rises, as well as having business here, who have been redirected at this point because this is still a very dangerous situation. A lot of unknowns here as the search continues for this suspect, Alex.
Yeah, Deidre, you mentioned a very important point, which is that these are people's loved ones that they're just now hearing about on the news. There's no indication of who the victims were or how they're doing. We do know one person is dead. 4 other people have been taken to the hospital. Now, we did just gather an interview with a witness. Let's listen to what that person experienced.
It just make me wonder, where is he? It could be any one of us, not any one of us, but it could be anybody out here right now, and we don't really know who's the shooter.
Yeah, that's the scary part about all of this, is that right now we're all just in limbo. The people who are waiting down there in Midtown, they're all just wondering if it's even safe to be there. Right now the answer is no, and your best bet is to stay inside, whether that's your apartment, condo, home, or a business, to let Atlanta police do their job and find the suspected shooter. You're looking at officers on your screen now with what appears to be their weapons drawn. We've seen similar images all throughout the past, now going on about an hour. We first heard about this maybe the last 15 minutes of the noon hour, and Atlanta police have swarmed this area, really just looking for the suspect. Let's bring that image up for those of you who haven't seen it just yet. It does show a man with a hoodie, in some instances with a mask on, and a backpack across his stomach or chest. This is the person that Atlanta police say they are searching for. This is the person who is said to have shot 5 people, fatally, one of them. Let's go ahead and check in with one of the reporters who's on the scene here. Again, Atlanta police first told us about this around noon. Here's more of those images live from the air of Atlanta police gathering at a corner, trying to get a sense of where that suspected shooter might be. We do know this is a collaborative effort. We have heard that the Georgia State Patrol is also looking into this. You see multiple agencies that appear to have tactical gear on the ground. And this is a map to give you an idea of where exactly this is. Let's check in with Fox 5's Rob DiRienzo. Rob, what do you see now?
Hey there, Alex. You'll have to forgive me. I'm catching my breath. I was just running over here. Right near the High Museum still. You can see that police have kind of shifted away from this area. We did see a bunch of them on standby at the Arts Center, MARTA station, kind of looked as if that the entire station was closed down. Excuse me as I try to catch my breath. But again, police have left this immediate area and now they're trying to focus elsewhere.
Okay, Rob, thank you. Let's check in with Deidre. What do you see?
We have a little bit of activity here, but not a lot of movement on my end compared to what we're seeing with Rob. Not sure if what we're seeing with Rob might be some indication of perhaps in his immediate area, if there may be some sort of movement, some sort of possible sighting or something of that nature, or simply they're clearing the area for another reason. But if I can just get you just to move this way, Steve Heron, my photographer, manning the camera there, and we have a bit of a clear vantage point of the activity that is occurring just off of 12th Street, West Peachtree Street here, where the heavy activity remains at this hour. A situation now where this area is completely on lockdown. We have not seen any movement on foot of any individuals other than law enforcement, then police and fire in this immediate area. The rare sighting of pedestrians, those trying to make their way home or who have some business being redirected, told simply that they cannot access this area right now as police continue on air, via air and on foot to locate this individual responsible for this deadly shooting. Also hearing from a young man who said that his mother is one of the employees there at the hospital, that she heard the gunfire, the shots fired, that she is okay, but understandably the young man and his mother in a very distressed state, I would say, understandably at this time, as you can imagine the situation there inside the hospital, as well as we have the same activity, some activity going on outside. Just down the way here, we have several law enforcement officers gathered there in the middle of the roadway, meeting, no doubt discussing what their next moves will be. As you would expect, as they sweep the immediate area and continue to make their way out and searching for this individual. And one thing, Alex, to remind our viewers at home is that there are cameras all around this area, this community, and that certainly you would expect is to the advantage of police officers as they search for this individual. We have some more cars coming here to our left. We're just going to move out the way. You might want to back up a little bit, Stephen. Fulton County Sheriff's also on scene right now, coming in to lend their assistance. They have been here, but more officers obviously lending their assistance as well. But Alex, as you know, and as we've reported in the past with various high-profile crimes here, there is a vast network of cameras, both private and public, here throughout the city, midtown, downtown, and so that has been in law enforcement's advantage in the past, as you would expect it would be so, to where they can immediately access some, if not all of those cameras, some of those cameras, and that should aid them in their search for this individual. Of course, the hope is that that person would still be in the immediate area, that they would not have to keep widening and widening and widening the search. But you can bet that those cameras, the access to those cameras, would be a tool, an aid in their effort to find this individual and quickly bring this to a resolution.
All right, Deidre, thank you. Let's check back in with Eric. What do you see?
Seconds ago, we saw another SWAT team with members hanging off the back of that SWAT team. This is near Spring and 14th Street. And also, we saw two workers who were inside that medical building. I believe we've lost them. They were running away from the scene. They said that they were a floor under and they heard several gunshots. They didn't want to go on camera, but they were, you could tell, visibly upset. I'm sure they had to stay there and shelter in place. Two women, and they were in scrubs as they left this area. It's been a very long and unexpected day for them. I also want to just point you over there. I know it's a very active scene, but you can see Atlanta police going inside this Shell gas station. That has really caught my eye. This gas station, the inside is closed, and we've seen several different officers going inside, looking at what looks like video, but a lot of different officers have made their way inside this Shell gas station here. You can just see a lot more police officers coming in. You see people probably coming back from lunch, and they can't make their way to where their offices are, but it really did stand out. We saw those two women leaving the crime scene tape. They didn't want to talk on camera, but they said they were the floor under where all of this happened, and what they described as a medical center, and they said they just heard several gunshots. Again, we just saw a SWAT team with the Fulton County pull up. It took a left street up. That's probably 13th or 12th Street, which is going over to where the action is. And then my photographer is showing you really where a lot of the hub of activity is as well. So you can see they're gathered here up at North Peachtree and 14th Street, as it looks like people are starting to leave who might have been inside. Again, this is coming from the interviews that we've gotten here of a medical center, it looks like as well. But we're just, just trying to figure out exactly what is going on here. Okay, there's a lady who looks like she's in some sort of medical thing. She turned back to kind of head the different direction. But it looks like a lot of people who might be coming from where that shooting might have taken place might be released at this point, as I'm currently at 14th and Spring. Alex, we'll continue to try to see who we can talk to out here. But again, understandably, we want to give them their space as well, as this is a traumatic event that no one imagines on a Wednesday around noontime to go through.
Yeah, Eric, thanks. It sounds like police are canvassing the area. You mentioned they headed toward that Shell gas station where you are on 14th Street. Deidre even mentioned Atlanta police often talk about their resources, that camera connecting system. They say this is the reason why they so often want all of those businesses to connect, so that they can tap in during a moment like this. We're getting another image from the sky here, trying to get a sense of where Atlanta police are focusing their investigative efforts right now. That camera is sort of just locating, scanning, trying to see where police are focusing all of their energy. We do know that people are trying to find that one suspect that we've been showing you images of, with the gray hoodie, with what appears to be a backpack across his stomach. We know, Christine, you've been here noticing all of this.
I'm here on set with you, Alex. Christine Spiro here, as you're looking at these images of this suspect. And I wanted us to go back to those images because it's really telling. You bring up the issue with surveillance cameras and having access to those. And you can see in the picture on the left there, the suspect pointing his weapon in whose direction we don't know, obviously, but clearly this person is armed and dangerous, who still has not been caught at this hour. But it was pretty startling and striking to see that this surveillance did capture this suspect potentially in action here. Sadly, we've been telling you there have been 5 total victims here. One person we do know has lost their lives, but with this person being still at large, he clearly is armed. So this is not a situation where you want to approach this person, but it's just so critical to have the public's help in situations like this, because in the last shooting that happened, sadly, it was the help of the public who was able to identify that they spotted this woman in that case who was arrested eventually for causing that active shooting last year in Midtown. But here again, as you're looking at these images, we can't show this to you enough, of this individual that authorities are looking for, wearing that satchel across his chest and armed. Again, on that left picture, he is armed and pointing his weapon in that direction. And it looks like in the picture on the right as well, he's also holding that weapon in his right arm. So just something to look for, as again, we're still waiting on more details on what exactly went down here in Midtown, on what is normally a busy and active area, Alex, with people, as you guys have been talking about, going to work, going about their day, having lunch. It was near the lunch hour when this all took place. But again, no word at this moment where this individual is and how far he could have gone at this point from the time when this event happened.
Yeah, and we keep mentioning that last year's active shooter situation, which was also in Midtown, not far from where this took place, because that shooter was found near the airport. So when we say there's no telling where this person might be,
absolutely,
they could really be anywhere. But judging from the images that we've seen, it seems like investigators have been focused on a very specific area. I was on the ground last year where that first gunshot was fired, and it seemed like police were slowly leaving that area by the time we were on the air. Police were starting to check out some other areas. But at this point, it seems like police have very much so been focused on that one area.
And it's very interesting to see that they brought a SWAT vehicle. A lot of times you see that in situations where someone might be holed up inside, because those officials have access to devices to to get someone out of there, whether they have to throw in maybe a gas bomb or something to get them to get out, or maybe they are in the negotiating stages. We just don't know until authorities can narrow down specific information that they feel comfortable with letting the public know. Right now, this is the best piece of evidence that we have right now of who authorities are looking for.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and toss back out to Eric Perry. He's been on the scene noticing police scan several different areas, the most recent being a gas station.
Yeah, Alex, Christine, good afternoon to you. I'm at 14th and Spring Street, but just a couple of minutes ago, I actually talked with a couple of women who were inside. So before, when we last talked, I talked to two women who heard the gunshots. This woman actually saw some of the victims. They weren't on the exact floor, but they said they had to shelter in place when it happened. They also said they saw the SWAT team running through this building. They believe that the suspect might have known. Again, this is not confirmed, but the woman told me she believed that the suspect might have known and that she saw that he might have been shooting at people as they got off of the elevator. Again, this is not confirmed through Atlanta police, but this is from someone who just left out of the crime scene, who works in that building. I asked a question that's been on my mind since we first heard about this. This is a Wednesday at noon. What is going through your mind as a medical facility in Midtown Atlanta? This is the last thing that you're thinking about. And she says that has been the toughest part. She says they deal with irate customers all the time. She says they deal with people who are unruly, but they never deal with anybody with a gun who is malicious and have malicious intent. So she was visibly upset. She was visibly shaking. We're working to get that sound. Our editor's working hard in the back, but you can also hear just really the sound of sirens. That has been constant the last hour or so, as this is an active scene and it is spreading from where we thought it happened as they search for the suspect here. I just want to take you over my shoulder one more time to show you just how active it is from all different vantage points. This is 14th Street in Spring. They're heading to North Peachtree Street, which is closer to where it happened. And then you can just see people are starting to gather. If you can zoom to my left, just to kind of show people gathered here. Some people have worked there. Some people are coming out of their offices. Some people were just going to lunch and they can't get back in, but just showing you the active scene that it is. But we wanted to just share that particular story of someone who was inside. You know, she's still trying to deal with it. A lot of us are still trying to deal with it. You at home are trying to deal and grasp our head around just exactly what happened inside that facility. But she says that he might have been just aiming at patients, is what the woman who worked there said. But we're working to confirm all of this with police. Alex, Christine.
Yeah, and it's just to see the gravity and the response on there down in Midtown Atlanta. You know, driving into the office, you would never know that something of this gravity was happening in downtown Atlanta. So it just goes to show just the expansive area that these officials are in and how they're just kind of narrowing and zeroing down where their focus is at this hour. And it's a good time, really, again, to check on folks you may know who work or who may have had any kind of errands to run in this area. And if you do have any plans to go down to this area, you may want to cancel them at this point, because this could be something that can be active for hours at this point, as we've been at this point, what, 3 hours now or so that this has been an active scene?
Just over an hour now.
So, yeah, as we're just watching aerials and trying to show you just different scenes and how active it is on the ground as police try to, again, find the individual who did this. And hopefully, as we're trying to talk to witnesses, they're the best eyes and ears on the ground for these officers as well. So I imagine they're getting a chance to talk to some of the people who may have seen something, who were close to the scene. Their information is also key to try to narrow down exactly what happened here.
Yeah, and we're also tapping into our sources. We've reached out to area hospitals to try to get a sense of where those victims might have been taken. We are now learning that Grady Hospital will give us an update in the next 10 minutes at 2:20. This, of course, being almost 2 hours since we first heard of those gunshots. We have mentioned, though, that this is how it all starts. Whenever we hear the words active shooter, it's always shock and awe that people were just doing their regular run-of-the-mill everyday jobs. It sounds like this was some sort of medical facility. It's not clear what kind exactly it was, but we've heard from multiple witnesses saying that This shooter might have been aiming toward patients, might have been aiming toward people who work there. Either way, no one who was inside of the building expected this is how their Wednesday afternoon would turn. And it sounds like the mundane statement, Christine, but that's how it always starts. People were doing what they always expected they would do, expected they would be able to do it, and then chaos.
I think it's just a sign of the times that we're in right now. We have been covering so many active shooter situations across the country up to this point. I mean, there have been numerous cases so far this year. We're not even halfway through the year 2023, and there have just been dozens of active shooter cases across the country. So sadly, Atlanta is added to the list for the year of 2023 here. Seeing what has transpired today with 5 people affected by this. One person we do know lost their life. We can imagine that if one person has lost their lives, the other 4 victims could very well be critically injured as well, as we continue to look overhead and see some of the SWAT vehicles there on scene now. We do know the people were shot inside the building in the 1100 block of Peachtree Northwest. We've talked about some of the landmarks that are around this area, the Whole Foods, Northside Hospital, some of the areas, if you're familiar with this part of Midtown Atlanta. This is where all of this has happened. Let's go to our Eric Perry, who is on the ground, and you've been able to talk to someone else. Eric, what have you found out?
Yeah, Christine, Alex, I was telling you about just what happened, and you can see a MARTA police officer is just taking off from the scene here. But I kind of walked you through what she told me. She was inside the building. She said that it was the Northside Medical Building on a different floor, but I think I wanted you to hear what she has to say. Let's take a listen to that interview we got as she was leaving the scene for the first time after the shooting.
I don't know. I don't know what to think. I'm just really sad that this has happened in our city, because I love Atlanta, and I don't want this to put a black mark on it. I live in Midtown, right across from the park, and I don't live in fear. It's just, things just happen.
Yeah, and also she was describing the patient. She says that she's dealt with irate patients. She's dealt with all types of different people, but she says that she described the shooter as shooting at patients off of the elevator and on that floor. She heard the gunshots, but again, it's still very active scene out here as we're working to learn more information. I'm on 14th Street and Spring Street. We're starting to see a couple of people starting to leave, but again, we're going to continue to monitor the situation because we're starting to see people leave out and leave from where this shooting happened. Alex, Christine.
Yeah, and good for that woman to say, you know, you still cannot live in fear, all things considered, but certainly a very scary situation. We do have a statement, from what we understand, from Northside Hospital on what went down here. The officials there saying Northside Hospital is cooperating with law enforcement following the shooting at our Midtown Atlanta location earlier this afternoon. We urge people in the area to shelter in place and follow instructions from law enforcement on the scene. The tragedy is affecting all of us, and we ask for patience and prayers at this time. So that first sentence in the statement giving us a little bit more information that this did happen at Northside Hospital at the Midtown Atlanta location, speaks to the fact that we have seen people in their medical uniform, in their scrubs, milling around outside the area.
And they're acknowledging that this is a scary situation that's forcing the entire city to stop and pause and work together to try to get a suspected shooter quite literally off of the street. Let's check in with Fox 5's Rob DiRienzo, who's really been running all up and down the area. Rob, where are you now and what are you seeing?
Hey there, Alex. That's right. I finally got a chance to catch my breath. I'm back on the corner of West Peachtree Street and 15th. I was up near the High Museum, where it seemed like the SWAT team members were focusing their efforts a few moments ago. They have since left that location, and now they are back down here in this area, closer to the scene. And we are just trying to track everything going on down here. It's still pretty hectic. Things have not calmed down. Police still do seem to be on high alert. They're still walking around in their long guns. So we are still trying to get a bigger picture of what what exactly they're focusing in on right now. But again, the suspect is still at large, and you can see down West Peachtree Street, kind of past that Whole Foods. This is where police are focusing their efforts, outside of that North Side Medical Building facility, kind of close to that Whole Foods. But again, that's about 2 blocks away. You can see police on motorcycles kind of staged right here, along with some more ambulances on hand just in case they are needed. But again, right now we know 5 people are hurt, one person killed in this mass shooting this afternoon. Alex.
Okay, Rob, thank you. We do see an increase of medical personnel on the scene, and we've mentioned that we've been checking in with local hospitals to get an idea of how these victims are doing. We do know Claire Sims has been there at Grady Hospital as well.
Yeah, let's go ahead and check in with her, Claire, and not sure if you've seen any activity outside of Grady, but we do know officials are going to be speaking soon, right?
Yes, in just the last or next couple minutes, really, they told us around 2:20 or so they expect to have the chief medical officer and chief of staff, that's Dr. Robert Jansen, here at Grady Memorial Hospital. He's going to come and give us an update on the victims who they would not confirm were brought here, but it sounds, of course, like they were brought here. 4 victims in all with injuries, and then a 5th, as you mentioned, or as Rob mentioned, who died at the scene. So we expect to learn a little bit more. Of course, you have to keep in mind there is a lot of privacy that goes along with people's medical situations or medical conditions. We don't expect to learn much about who these people are, but hopefully a little bit more about how they're doing. And hopefully it is good news from the medical folks here at Grady Memorial Hospital as they work to make sure that they are okay. So again, all of this unfolding earlier this afternoon, and the latest information we have, and remember, this is a developing situation. These numbers could change as time goes on, but we know at least 5 people shot, 1 dead, 4 people transported to a local hospital, which at this point we do believe is here, Grady Memorial Hospital, the only level 1 trauma center in the city of Atlanta after the closure of Atlanta Medical Center last fall. So again, any moment now, we really expect the chief medical officer to step outside, and as soon as he does, we'll bring it to you live.
Yeah, it's interesting, Claire, because you talk about, as we do know from the statement from Northside Hospital, that the shooting happened there, yet they still took some of these victims to Grady. So kind of underscoring what Claire is saying, that it could be a situation where there was a critical level of injuries for the 4 victims that have been taken to Grady.
Well, in a situation like that, when you're just trying to save lives, if you have the resources, you're going to jump in and try, you would imagine.
Absolutely, yeah. Again, if you're just joining us, we are following this active shooter situation that happened at Northside Hospital, according to officials there, where it appears one man opened a fire, from what witnesses are saying, as patients were getting off the elevator or near the elevator. And these are the images that officials have released to us to get out to the public, because they need the public's help finding this individual who is considered armed and dangerous. You can see in some of these images the individual pointing his weapon. So these surveillance images captured, right, it appears at the moment where this frightening situation happened. 5 people, again, injured here, 1 person losing their life. We're not sure we're going to get the name of any individuals at this point. We do know in the situations where when someone is killed, next of kin usually has to be notified before officials release their names to the public. So we don't have that information just yet. Hopefully in a few minutes when Grady comes out and officials give us more details, we'll get a little bit of a bigger picture of what went down here and how the victims are doing.
And we've been speaking to witnesses all throughout the afternoon, those who were comfortable speaking on camera and those who were not. Someone did tell, I want to say Eric Perry, that she believes the shooter was shooting near an elevator. So if you can imagine, you've been on an elevator, you're walking out, you're thinking you're just going to check in for your appointment, and all of a sudden you hear bullets. Of course, we don't know what kind of office this was. We don't know what they specialize in, but you can imagine these are people who were concerned for their health in some capacity to end up in a situation like this.
Yeah, as we're kind of mapping out for you and pinpointing where this all took place near the 1100 block of West Peachtree Street on a busy midday. This all taking place, yet another active shooting here in our country. Sadly, we're seeing it in our backyard here in Atlanta, Georgia, and there's just been a swath of resources that have been on the ground, not only from APD and Fulton County Sheriff's Department, but we've got got SWAT out there, even MARTA police out there, fire trucks out there, all hands on deck really to try again to zero in on where this suspect potentially fled to. Has to be frightening for the folks there at Northside Hospital to hear gunshots going off in the place where you work, in a hospital, not a place where you would expect this kind of violence. So we don't know what association this person may have to the hospital, what this association this person may have to anybody who works at the hospital. But these surveillance images are just so clear and so sharp to see what this individual was wearing with this gray hoodie on, at one point in a mask, at one point taking off the mask, where you can see really a good look at the person's face. It appears he does have facial hair. But again, this could be shadowed, but again, just really getting a good look of who this person might be, because the public is really going to be critical in finding this individual.
And you empathize with the victims' families, because as we're all just waiting for information at this point, you know where your loved ones work, you know exactly what it is they do, and you know exactly where it is they should be on any given day. So you can imagine anyone who's just now turning on the news or getting a push notification sent to their cell phone, their hearts are just pounding, thumping, wondering, is it my loved one who was taken to the hospital? So at this point, it's just a sensitive situation where no one knows much of anything, especially not the big question of why someone would target something like this.
Yeah, and just, you just sympathize, period, because you don't want to see anything happen like this in your backyard. Just looking at some Facebook comments from the story that's posted on our Facebook page. Some people say, I work in the area and I just left. One person saying here, very sad. Other people commenting, saying they're praying for everyone's safety. I think the community really can rally around a situation like this and sympathize with what's happening here. And you really hate to see this kind of violence take place in our community, but our crews on the ground have been doing a fantastic job just kind of being our eyes and ears and showing us what's happening and letting us know where the activity, where police are zeroing some of their activity on. But again, Northside Hospital just giving us this information that this happened at their Midtown location. So that has to be weighing heavy on them as well.
Yeah, which many of you are probably familiar with. Fox 5's Eric Perry says he was just in that building with his mother a couple of days ago. So it's scary to hear of something like this happening in a place that someone is familiar with. I want to just do a sort of pulse check. Eric, can you hear us? Are you still there?
I think he's in the middle of interviewing maybe someone on the ground here. That's kind of our thing here when this is happening. We kind of get information from people on the ground who may have seen or heard something, and to help us get a bigger picture of what happened. Let's go and turn to Grady Hospital, where officials are getting to the microphone, and hopefully will get us some information on what transpired as some of those victims, we understand, went to the hospital. Let's listen in.
Good to see you. Hello, everyone. So I think everybody's aware that we had a mass shooting down the street. 4 injured people were brought here. No other injuries occurred that we know of, and nobody was taken to the other facility. The 4 that were brought here, 3 are critical. 1 is still in the emergency department. The others are upstairs being treated. 2 in the operating room, and 1 in what's called interventional radiology.
Are you able to describe, I know there are HIPAA laws, are you able to describe who they shot? Is that what you're talking about?
No, I can't give out that information, I'm sorry.
How is Grady prepared to handle a mass shooting situation?
So we called mass casualty event. Within minutes, we had multiple trauma surgeons, multiple staff in the trauma bay itself. We cleared out any patients who were currently in the Marcus Trauma Center, and we were fully prepared. We were anticipating up to 12 patients. Fortunately, we only received 4, but we were completely prepared for it. We had all the staff that we needed. We had all the ancillary staff that we needed. We had chaplains there. We had security there. Everyone that was needed was in the place.
And are you guys prepared just in case there are more?
Yes. Yes. We have stopped our mass casualty call now, but we are prepared. We initially stopped visitors because we weren't sure where the shooter is. We are confident now that we can let visitors back in. We never locked the hospital down. We just wanted to stop visitors just in case there was anything going on.
Can you tell me what the mask casualty protocol is?
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
The protocol you said that
Yeah.
you guys...
So when we activate our mass casualty event, that immediately starts our command center. We bring all the surgeons, all the nurses, all the ancillary staff to the trauma center itself. It goes out over both remotely through phones as well as announced over the loudspeaker. And then we start clearing out operating rooms and we start clearing out the emergency department in case we need additional space.
I know you can't give us a lot of information that could identify, but can you tell us if these are adults, children, any age ranges?
They're all adults.
Any genders, anything along those lines?
No, I don't have that.
Have their families been up? Are they here?
We know that a couple of families are here, but I don't know about the other ones.
You said originally you were preparing for 12.
Yes.
The original call come in that there might be 12 coming?
That's what we heard initially, but I think in any of these situations there's a lot of confusion, as you know.
All right. Thank you guys. Thank you. To clarify the numbers. We'll keep you guys updated. 3 critical, 1 in ER. So the 4 people total, but 2 in the operating room.
All right, those are officials from Grady Memorial Hospital trauma response team talking about the casualty situation among the victims that were shot this afternoon in Midtown Atlanta at the North Side Medical Building. Just to kind of familiarize you with the area, it's right by the Whole Foods Market. That's there. The Alston Bird Law Firm is right across the street. He said he's treating several victims there, that they were ready for this. And these folks run through these kinds of mass response drills all the time. They're operating on 2 people, I believe, a couple of others in critical care. He said that they are not anticipating any more victims at this time, and that they've stopped their sort of mass casualty response because they believe the active shooter part of this situation is over.
Yeah, they declared a mass casualty event, and that's when all their surgeons, all the people on their trauma teams, all their staff go to the trauma center. And he said they were ready to take in as many as 12 people at the time. But again, only 4 people, victims, were at the hospital. 3 critical, 1, he says, in the emergency room still. And like you said, Tom, they have now, there's no longer a mass casualty call there at the hospital, so they are allowing visitors back in and out of Grady. But it just goes to show how people have to prepare for this, how hospitals have to prepare for this. Yeah. And thankfully, hopefully, they're going to be able to save the 4 people who are still there in critical condition.
And so here's the corner that we're talking about. These are live pictures from Skyfox 5. You can see the heavy police response there. Obviously, this is a mixed-use area. The area has been cleared out. There's a lot of law firms in this area on West Peachtree. That right there is the North Side Hospital entrance, and you can see it there on the ground. There are medical offices in there, doctors' offices. It's not a hospital per se where people are treated on the scene, but it's a medical facility, and Northside officials telling us that that is where the shooting happened. Let's get out to Eric Perry, who's live there on the scene, been there all afternoon. Eric, what more can you tell us?
Yeah, Tom, I actually have someone who was inside. Dr. Ali, I know this is not how we wanted to meet, but walk us through when you noticed something was happening inside the building.
Well, I was on my lunch break, and I was taking a work call as I was walking around the building, and I noticed a lot of commotion around the lobby area. A couple cop cars pulled up, and a couple officers pulled out, and they were drawing their firearms. So that's my building. And so I felt it incumbent upon myself to try to find out what was going on. And as I was walking in the door, I'd say maybe half a dozen, if not more, cop cars pulled up, and a number of officers pulled out, drawing their AR-51s. And so I thought something, I knew something very wrong was going on. So I walked into the lobby, and security police there was right at the doorway, and I asked him what he knew, and he told me that he'd heard a couple shots coming from the 11th floor. And
what is that 11th floor? What kind of area or what kind of services do they provide on that?
There's a general medical practice on the top on that floor. It's an outpatient medical practice. And at any rate, he also mentioned that he's noticed a pool of blood in one of the elevator cars when it came down from that floor, and so that's what alarmed him to notify the authorities.
You mentioned off camera something about a car and a window being shattered. What do you remember seeing about that?
Yeah, so as soon as I found this out, I came back to my department and it activated a code silver to alert my staff and patients, anybody in my department, that there's an active shooter. It's mostly for staff. And we gathered, and I made an executive decision to have everyone evacuate the department. And we had two cancer patients that we also brought out, and we met at our meeting location for fire drills here. And when we debriefed, we noticed that one of our staff members wasn't present, and that's our practice manager. So we called her, and she said she is sheltering in place in the gym, which is right by the door, right by the exit. And I didn't know more about that until I got to her, and I went back and got her from the gym. And when she came out, I noticed that there was a car right in the loading dock area with the window shattered. And there was some piece of equipment next to it, and she had mentioned that when she came back out of the department, she saw that someone tried breaking into her car, and there was a stairwell, like a utility stairwell that none of us really use, right by the loading dock area that she thought was suspicious. So we think maybe the suspect was trying to make a getaway with her car. Her hazards were on. Not sure that that's the case, but we got her back, and we made sure that all of our staff members were safe and sound, and our patients were all okay. And yeah, we've just been, just staying alert and staying vigilant, and it's very regrettable what's happened.
Last thing, and then I know it's been a tough day, but I hear you saying, my building, my staff, we have her back. Talk about the camaraderie, talk about the community. It's a family up there, especially in that medical community. How hard is this, and how do you guys process this to move forward?
I'll have to get back to you on how we process this. At this point in time, it's more about just making sure we're following due process, making sure everyone's safe, everyone's okay, both physically as well as emotionally with this incident. It's about doing and acting and making sure that we are all okay. But yes, we're a family, and we need to look after each other. All of us were very concerned for each other's whereabouts, each other's well-being, and so that's the mentality we have, and we share as a department and as a medical system.
Dr. Ali, thank you so much. Thank you, and we're thinking and praying for you and your entire staff. You just heard he's in radiation oncology. They are inside that building when he noticed something was wrong. But something that, again, just stands out, they stand together, they stick together, and they're going to push through this together as a family, even in immense tragedy like this. Tom, Christine?
This is a very difficult situation to have to take in, and I'm sure as time goes on, they'll hopefully find a way to just wrap their heads around this. We did get critical information from authorities. They have confirmed the name of the person they are looking for, Dion Patterson, who is 24 years old.
All right, and here's the picture of who police say is the 24-year-old suspect. We're getting to know a little bit more about him, and we can't keep these images on the screen enough because 24-year-old Patterson, police say, is the man who entered the Northside Hospital medical building there on the 1100 block of West Peachtree and opened fire, reportedly, according to that witness, and this information still unclear, on the 11th floor perhaps of that building, the general medical office on the 11th floor. He provided some extraordinary eyewitness accounts saying that one of his colleagues noticed blood on the floor of one of the elevators, a pool of blood, that they followed their fire drill protocol and exiting that building and met sort of at a meeting place on the street. But this is the suspect now who police are looking for, identified now. This just breaking within the past 5 minutes as 24-year-old Dion Patterson. Want to get back out live now to Fox 5's Rob DiRienzo. Rob, we're learning a whole lot more just within the past 5 minutes about what happened here.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Tom. Really remarkable details in Eric's report a moment ago. As I mentioned earlier, if you've been following our coverage, I saw people in scrubs crying and clinging to each other. This was just in the minutes after the shooting. Now, I've been speaking with my police sources. I just got an update a moment ago. They say that the situation is still very active, but it's transitioned from a situation to an active investigation. We're not exactly clear on what that exactly means, but we do have the suspect's name, as you mentioned. I want to take a step out of the way to give you a look at what the scene's looking like right now. It has calmed down relatively from what we've seen in the last few hours. Again, this is an active mass shooting investigation right now. It's not clear where police are focusing their search, but we saw them up near the High Museum earlier. We saw them using drones, and we've seen their helicopter orbiting around these few blocks in Midtown to see if they can zero in on where the suspect is. But again, a 24-year-old suspect. We have that image of him, and now we also have his name. We're going to continue to gather all the information here on the ground and give it to you guys. Back to you.
All right, we want to go to Fox 5's Deidre Dukes now, who is also on the ground for us at 12th and West Peachtree. Deidre, while you've been there, have you seen any activity change?
Still a lot of activity here along this stretch. This continues to be a very active crime scene. We also have seen just within the past half hour or so, people start to make their way here, people who were actually inside the hospital when the shooting started. We just talked to a man who was helping a woman who was having some difficulty walking, who was a patient there inside the hospital. He did not know this woman who was a patient inside the hospital when this happened. The man telling us that he was actually on the 9th floor. He was there waiting for someone who was in a waiting room for a procedure when they heard what they said sounded like pops, fireworks, possibly like firecrackers going off, and then saying all of a sudden there became movement, people seeing that there was something going on, doors being locked, and they said that the first true realization of what was going on is when they started hearing news reports of what happened. Let's hear from him.
He stayed with me the whole time, even while we were in the lobby area, and he helped me down the stairs, and he made sure that I was taken care of. I really appreciate it. Under the circumstances, I really do.
Now, that sound was from one of the individuals that we interviewed, a woman who was in the hospital there for a procedure. She did have some difficulties, some mobility issues, and so the gentleman who kept her calm, others there in the area, as he said, they were on lockdown on the 9th floor as all of this was going on. He's told us that he does have some military experience, military background, and so that he was in that mindset to try to keep everybody calm during the situation as it unfolded. He did say at one point the elevators started moving. They saw it coming up to their floor, and that, of course, they were very anxious, not knowing who was coming out of that elevator, of course, as they did not know exactly where this active shooter might be in the building. When they said SWAT came out of that elevator, and there was a great sigh of relief. And they just made it down here again about a half hour or so ago. So very slowly, from our vantage point, we're seeing every now and then medical staff making their way out of the building and down the road, being led to another area, as well as some people who are patients today in the hospital who also are being allowed to leave, being released. Just everyone's thoughts and prayers with everyone who's been injured or tragically lost their lives here as the search continues for that gunman, Christine.
Yeah, Deidre, thank you. And, you know, we see all these police officials run to the scene when everybody is trying to clear. They're running into that danger. Just speaks to the gravity and just the courage a lot of these officers have.
Yeah, it's the feelings among those people who were trying to get out of the building when this shooting was apparently happening is really unimaginable. And you got to hand it to first responders who, as you said, Christine, run right into the building to try to either defuse the situation or capture the suspects. Speaking of, we just got confirmation from Atlanta police that they have recovered a vehicle apparently that was carjacked and dumped in Cobb County. Now we're trying to piece together how that might or might not be connected to the suspect.
Speaks to how fluid this is. Let's go to our Morse Diggs, who is in Cobb County. So tell us what you've been able to find out, Morse.
Well, my law enforcement sources tell me that the suspect left Atlanta probably at least an hour ago. Behind me, an active scene at Campbell Middle School in Smyrna. Here's what I know. The suspect carjacked a male driver. I believe the car to be a white Tacoma. He then was driving this car around. There are license plate readers throughout the area in Cobb County. There were several hits. We have been tracking this for the last 30 minutes as Cobb County Police, Smyrna Police, move from place to place trying to find this suspect. I'm told he ditched that white vehicle, started running, and right now the latest look for him is in and around this area in Smyrna of Campbell Middle School. There are dozens of police officers in this parking lot along the backside. I just came from there. Obviously, they want to make sure that the school is secure. I've not been able to talk to school officials because we have simply been tracking the blue lights as they move around the Smyrna area. All this started in Smyrna around Spring Road. That is the location of the carjacking. And now you see law enforcement sources, as they get more information, they're going from side to side. But right now, Matt, I'm going to come back to you. They believe that this man ditched the car, is on foot, and is running around here in this neighborhood somewhere in and around Campbell Middle School. When I get more, we'll come back to you. Reporting live from Smyrna, I'm Morse Diggs, Fox 5 News.
Critical details that you gave us there, Morse. Campbell Middle School, now an active scene there as officials try to find this suspected shooter, the person they believe was responsible for the shooting in Midtown Atlanta, now fled on foot.
Just want to kind of reiterate what Morse said about we don't like to hear that any of this happened, but especially when a middle school is now involved in the situation. However, Morse telling us from his early reporting that up at Campbell Middle School, where Smyrna and Cobb County Police have descended upon that area, at least for now, no children in that school were impacted by this, that suspect, we want to repeat it as many times as possible and keep his picture up on the screen, 24-year-old Dion Patterson, according to Atlanta police, dumped the vehicle that he had carjacked, the white Tacoma. As we take a look at what is his driver's license photo, we understand, dumped the vehicle near Campbell Middle School. Again, early reporting saying that no children were put in danger, but now has fled on foot. And Morse telling us that that area now is just swarmed with Smyrna and Cobb County Police.
And we're dealing with someone who's considered dangerous, was willing to carjack someone to try to get away from authorities, according to police. So if you do see Dion Patterson in the area, again, now we've got an active investigation in Cobb County from Fulton County. He could be anywhere at this point, as he has now fled on foot, but this is who you need to look out for. Those surveillance images gave us such a clear and crisp look at who this is, but this close-up of his driver's license picture, again, really gives you a good image of what to look for.
Yeah, Morse was talking about the license plate readers that were able to, it's extraordinary. And one thinks back to the situation that happened in August, right in the same area of Midtown Atlanta, where the female suspect had opened fire fatally also in that case, and wound up at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. Christine, you and I have talked about it it on so many occasions how the extraordinary technology led police to capture this woman inside the terminal at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. I believe that they're employing the same tactics in order to track down 24-year-old Dion Patterson.
Yeah, and it's just so helpful to get just the public's help in all of this. This is a situation where you do not want to approach this person. You want to call authorities immediately if you spot Dion Patterson anywhere in your area. Again, Fulton County has an active investigation. Now we're in Cobb County looking to see if there is a connection here. Patterson has since fled on foot, but if you're just joining us, there was an active shooter situation in downtown Atlanta today, Midtown Atlanta at Northside Hospital. This is what it's looked like on the ground there. This scene certainly has not cleared out, so that's just something to take note of, even though we're seeing activity in Cobb County right now. But the scene at the 1100 West Peachtree has not cleared out. We've got SWAT, APD, Fulton County, firefighters all on scene there, U.S. Marshals, all trying to put the puzzle, the pieces of the puzzle together to just get an answer to why this happened. What association does this person have to Northside Hospital, or maybe the individuals who were there? These are all the questions that authorities are trying to answer. I'm sure they're interviewing individuals to try to get to the bottom of who this person might be. They may very well be headed to Dion Patterson's home just to see if there are any clues there as to why this happened today.
You have to imagine they're fanned out all over the city. These are live pictures of the scene where this all happened, to kind of reset the table for you now. Again, on the 1100 block of Peachtree Street Northwest, where police and Fulton County Marshals are gathered. This is a multi-agency response. Obviously now Cobb County Police and Smyrna Police are involved here as the suspect, 24-year-old Dion Patterson, was suspected to have ditched a car that he allegedly carjacked from a man, a white Tacoma, and police were able to track that vehicle down with license plate readers up at Campbell Middle School, where we understand that the children who are there are safe. Patterson, has now fled on foot, and that is where the location of this investigation is now shifted.
And we did just get some information from Atlanta Public Schools. If you have a student at Campbell Middle School or within Atlanta Public Schools, that the district is holding dismissal now for the Washington and Midtown clusters. Atlanta Public Schools, Washington and Midtown clusters. The district is holding dismissal right now. So if you have a student affected and within that area of the district, you may be getting alerts on your phone, you may be getting alerts by email, but officials want you to stay home. Parents, I know the response immediately would be, the impulse would be, let me get in my car and go to my school and get my child. Right now, Atlanta Public Schools, the Washington and Midtown clusters, they're asking you to just hold off for now. The students, from what we understand, are okay. They just want to hold dismissal till they can get a grasp of the situation. Other schools have since, though, been dismissed. As normal.
Let's get out to Fox 5's Eric Perry, who's among our reporters there at the scene where all of this unfolded. Eric, you just spoke to one of the clinic employees there who gave you some extraordinary information about where this shooting might have taken place up there on the 11th floor of the Northside Hospital Medical Building there next to the Whole Foods in Midtown Atlanta. What more can you tell us?
Yeah, Tom, Christine, in a situation like this, you can't imagine, but you can't help but to put yourself in this situation. I've been inside of that building taking my mom to doctor's office as recently as last week there. So the staff inside, extremely nice. So when we saw them coming out, they of course had a traumatized look on their face. So we were asking them questions, wanting to know what it was like being inside there. What did you hear? Take a listen to one of the interviews that we got. I believe this is a surgeon who was in the middle of an operation when he realized that all of this was happening and he wanted to just get home to his wife afterwards. Take a listen.
I mean, first thing you do is you try to accomplish what I came for, which is just to do an operation. And then other than that, I just kind of thought, I could be in a shooting today. And I just kind of followed the directions of the officers, and they kept us safe, and it wasn't really an issue. So I just thank God that nothing more came of it up to this point. Hopefully they'll apprehend him pretty swiftly.
Yeah, he is a surgeon who is in operations. We also, the last time you guys checked in, we did a live interview with, he's in radiation oncology. He was coming back from his break when he realized that something was wrong. He went up trying to figure out, he said, my building, my staff. That shows that this is a family feel. He was searching and initiated what he called a silver alert. That's really for the staff members, saying that there's danger, that they need to get to their safe spot. And he says when he realized one of their employees weren't there, he went back inside. They found her. She was sheltering in place. But that woman says that she found her car. It looked like it had someone had shot inside of it. The back windshield was busted because of a gunshot. And they also noticed one of the side doors that he claims that no one ever usually uses was open as well. So he believes the suspect tried to get into that car as well. And we have been able to confirm that there was a carjacking in this area shortly after this shooting. And they believe that that car might be related. It is in Cobb County now, but they might have been trying to find just different cars. We simply don't know. But we talked to people who were inside that building. I talked to another woman who was inside. She works on the floor underneath. So she works on the 10th floor. The 11th floor is the top floor of that building. She says that she believes he might have been shooting at people as they got out of the elevator, which is scary. She says she deals with people who irate all the time, you know, unpleasant all the time if you work in customer service, but never anyone like this with malicious intent. The question that no one seems to know, and rightfully so, is how do you move forward from this? One person told me you move forward together, step by step, day by day. But a lot of people still trying to process just what happened as they go on a Wednesday just to go to work and help other people with their medical issues, and they find that they are in a life or death situation themselves. Tom, Christine.
Yeah, he was so stoic and calm as he spoke to you too, Eric, just relaying all the critical details of what he witnessed, and it just had to be frightening.
Yeah, it's hard to wrap your arms around the whys in this case. You can't necessarily put yourself in the head of a shooter because we don't know why they behave or act the way they do. I thought Eric made a great point in that these people feel like family together. You know, we all go to work every day, even in a building like this where they have separate departments, separate clinics, separate organizations perhaps, but you see the same people on the elevator every day. You run into them at lunch if you're down at Whole Foods grabbing a sandwich. And when you find yourselves in this kind of situation, it's when you all pull together, as it sounds like what happened in this case.
And sadly, they might know the victims who were injured. And again, as we've been telling you guys, one person has died from their injuries. We got to hear from officials at Grady Hospital today who received those 4 victims. Let's listen in on what they revealed to us at a press conference earlier.
That we had a mass shooting down the street. 4 injured people were brought here. No other injuries occurred that we know of, and nobody was taken to any other facility. The 4 that were brought here, 3 are critical. 1 is still in the emergency department. The others are upstairs being treated. 2 in the operating room and 1 in what's called interventional radiology.
All right, so you again here you heard there from Grady officials that they are treating 4 people at this moment, 3 in critical condition. 1 was still in the emergency room, and they had to activate their mass casualty event protocol to make sure all hands were on deck there at Grady at their trauma center to help whoever they could. Even chaplains were there on call as part of their protocol to make sure everyone got the help they needed.
And so we just got some new information as we were listening to that sound. Apparently Atlanta police has lifted the shelter-in-place order that was in that area where the shooting scene happened on the 1100 block of Peachtree Street Northwest, where all this went down. The Northside Hospital building, Whole Foods, Alston Bird, several other law firms, a residential apartment complex right across the street. Just to familiarize you where all of this happened, Crime Stoppers is now offering a $10,000 reward for information that is leading to the capture and the arrest of 24-year-old Dion Patterson, who police say carried out this shooting today at the Northside Hospital medical building there on West Peachtree. And here you take a look at his driver's license photo. He apparently is on the run, we understand, in Cobb County. He was driving a carjacked vehicle, which was reported earlier to have been a white Tacoma. We're uncertain of that right now. But Fox 5's Morris Diggs, who's up in Cobb County working with authorities to gather information for us up there, report that both Smyrna Police, Cobb County Police, and you have to imagine other jurisdictions are now fanned out across the county looking for this man.
Yeah, look how quickly he was able to flee from one county to the next within the time when the shooting happened to now. So they, from what we understand, are searching for Deon Patterson on foot near the area of Campbell Middle School. We've mapped out where the shooting scene is in relation to where Campbell Middle School is in Smyrna. APS having to issue a hold on their release for some of the middle schools in the area for the Washington and Midtown clusters. If you have a student or students who go to school in those clusters, the release dismissal today has been put on hold for now, while again this fluid situation continues to change and develop. We're talking about an individual who potentially not only caused this shooting in Midtown Atlanta, but carjacked someone. So this person is considered not only armed, but dangerous.
Yeah, you're asked to stay away from the individual, but if you happen to see him, to call 911 immediately. I want to give you some information that Eric Perry gathered for us earlier today when he was talking to one of the medical professionals there in the Northside Hospital building, and talking about that this might have unfolded on the 11th floor of the building, which is described as a general medical clinic. Maybe general practitioners, doctors practice there. He said that gunshot was heard on that floor and that a pool of blood was seen in one of the elevators. Eric also reported that it is being speculated now that perhaps the shooter may have been confronting people either getting on or getting off some of those elevators.
Yeah, and it's frightening just to think of that as we go about our days every day, having to go to a doctor's appointment or do another kind of errand, and then to be faced with this. It really is not something that anyone can really prepare for emotionally, at the very least. Our Deidre Dukes has been on the scene for us, among the many crews on the ground, doing a fantastic job just being our eyes and ears. So Deidre, are you seeing the same high level of police activity where you are? And give us an exact location of where you are.
I got you now. Yeah, we're not seeing the same level of activity as we saw even just the past half hour ago. Joining you live again, Christine, from West Peachtree Street at 12th Street here, just outside the hospital where this all unfolded. We have just learned that the shelter-in-place order has been lifted. Atlanta police, however, are still asking people to stay out of the area. We also have just learned that a $10,000 Crime Stoppers reward has been offered for 24-year-old Deon Patterson, the individual who's been identified as the shooter in this case. 24-year-old Deon Patterson, a $10,000 reward now being offered by Crime Stoppers for his capture. We also have learned that APS is holding 2 schools in the area. Parents being asked, although, as Christine, you said, parents know that when something like this happens, you immediately want to report to that school and get your child. But APS is asking that parents do not report to those 2 schools that are on lockdown or at this time. We are also seeing some people who have been held here at the hospital, both patients and medical personnel being escorted out of the building within I'd say the last hour or so. We also talked to a few people who were here for procedures when the shooting happened. One gentleman who said he was on the 9th floor, telling me that he has a military background, and so he automatically kind of went into that mode where he helped keep people calm there on the 9th floor as the medical staff, which he said they did a phenomenal job locking doors, doing what I'm sure they have been trained to do and have been drilled on repeatedly to ensure that their area was on lockdown as much as it could be given the situation, saying eventually that they learned that the shooting had occurred on the 11th floor. He said that at one point they saw movement on the elevator, and they were very alarmed, as you might expect, not knowing who would be coming out of that elevator, and were relieved when Atlanta police and SWAT were the ones who came out of there, and they knew that they at least were safe. Once again, those people now making their way out. Also talked to a young man who said that his mother was an employee there at the hospital, saying she was unharmed. He did not want to go on camera, obviously very shaken, understandably, saying that his mother very upset as well, and that at this point he was just here waiting beyond the police tape to lay eyes on his mom, to be able to help her and bring her home. So that's the situation at this point. It doesn't look like this area will be released anytime soon to the public. We are told that at some point we will be police will be holding a news briefing here, but as it stands now, this area is still closed off to the general public, told to stay away, although once again the lockdown has been lifted for this area. Christine and Tom.
Does it appear, Deidre, that I know you said beyond where you are, no more vehicles are being let through, but does it appear, as wide as the perimeter was, that some roads are reopening? I saw a couple cars pass there behind you.
A couple of cars are passing, but there's still a checkpoint, so to speak, where I would say no, you cannot still, freely make your way back and forth here. It is mainly media here, kind of on the perimeter, as well as anyone else who is trying to make their way in or check on someone to make sure they're okay. All of these intersections leading into the actual crime scene still remain closed off. You might expect, though, as this lockdown is lifted, that as we move out from the immediate scene, if there were additional streets that were closed off to the public, that there might be some easing of traffic or perimeters as far as that goes, that they may be allowing people in some of the outlying streets to make their way to their residences or to businesses, things of that nature. But as far as this immediate area, police are asking, and just from our vantage point, we would also strongly suggest that anyone who does not have business down here stay away.
Yeah, you can imagine how rattled people are who work and do business down there, might have going in and out of Northside hospital medical building there, how rattled they were today when all of this was unfolding, going about their business, and then confronting the scene here. I want to say, dating back to that shooting in August, which happened nearby where the woman was captured at the airport, that they had just been through Atlanta police an active shooter training situation. And I'm just watching the scene there in Midtown and how skilled and adept these officials are at responding to a situation like this, which becomes an all-hands-on-deck situation, not only at the scene here in Midtown, but extending to all the way where this suspect was last seen, and that is in Cobb County. We want to get out to Fox 5's Morris Diggs, who is near the Campbell Middle School, where authorities believe the suspect may have ditched a vehicle that he had carjacked earlier in the day. Morse, what more do you know from where you are?
Well, let me set up what multiple sources from multiple agencies are telling me. They believe this man left the Atlanta Midtown area more than an hour ago, somehow was able to make it up to Smyrna, unsure exactly how. But they had a report of a male driver in a believed to be a white Tacoma, getting carjacked on Spring Road, the Spring Road area of Smyrna. Now, behind me, within the last 10 to 15 minutes, there was an enormous presence of police officers in and around both sides of the school, as they got a report that the suspect, who they believe to be the suspect, keep in mind these are reports coming from civilians to police, they believe that he ditched the car and started running. And so we've seen cars go up and down Atlanta Road, Campbell Road, Spring Road in the Smyrna area. They had been over here to Campbell Middle School getting a report that someone may have come on the campus over here. That apparently has not checked out. They have checked the school and everything, so he could still be on the loose, possibly on foot. But sometimes when you have these situations, what the suspect will do is carjack somebody because they need to be able to move. A short time ago, I spoke to a parent who has 3 children in the surrounding schools here, including this one across the street. Her name is Sarah Turner. She told me that at one of the schools, they issued a special safety code. Here's part of what she had to say.
Yeah, I have elementary, middle, and high school. So that's why I actually happen to be checking my elementary child out, and I saw police cars going into the parking lot of the high school, which panics me because I have a high schooler there. So just chatted with her, and she said, look, there's a friend of mine. She said that they were in a code yellow. And I got nervous when she said that because I know the code yellow triggers with all the schools. So that's when I came down here immediately to see, and that's when I saw all the police coming into the middle school where my son is.
Okay, so then recapping, the way, a significant way in addition to civilian reports, sightings, another way that they've been tracking this suspect is through license plate readers. Atlanta has them, Cobb County has them. I've been able to speak with officers here, local officers, and they tell me that there had been a couple of different hits, and then it would get quiet, which seems to suggest that perhaps he may have parked a stolen car, and then he starts again. So that's a bit of a cat and mouse game going on up here in Cobb County with the coverage still circulating around Smyrna. So we're going to get any more information that we can, and then we will relay it back to you.
And so, Morse,
reporting live from Cobb County. Yeah, go ahead.
Morse, real quick. And so we're unclear whether the suspect is on foot or he might have perhaps carjacked another vehicle. We just don't know. But I'm real interested in your perspective, what the response looks like among local authorities up there and how they cast a net over that area. You've covered so many of these stories to try to track someone like this down.
Well, as you would imagine, with Atlanta being the venue where this all happened, we have seen several Atlanta police officers drive from Atlanta up to here to join in the search for this man. So it is really an all-hands-on-deck situation. The officers, they have computers in their cars. I've been shown information that they do have in terms of trying to track this individual. And again, the license plate reader plays a key part along with photos. I'm not sure how many we may have that's been released so far, but there are very clear photos of this individual suspected in these shootings. Back to you.
All right, Morris, thanks for some of that critical information coming out of Cobb County. We just heard now an update from Atlanta Public Schools. I want to go ahead and share that with you. And it says that they have released, from what we understand, students now at this point. Atlanta Public Schools saying they are releasing students from school with this situation happening near Campbell Middle School and what's the active crime scene still in Fulton County. Atlanta Public Schools was taking an abundance of caution, trying to keep some of the schools in the Washington and clusters on hold for dismissal, but they are now releasing students. And
so this is where this crime scene, if that's what you want to call it, has shifted focus now. Fox 5's Morris Diggs reporting to us from Cobb County and in the Smyrna area around the Campbell Middle School area. That is where the suspect is presumed to have been last seen, 24-year-old Dion Patterson, the man who police say opened fire inside the Northside Medical Building in Midtown Atlanta about noontime today, killing one person and critically injuring several others who are now being treated at Grady Memorial Hospital. We heard from officials there from the hospital who are treating those victims, who said that they were prepared for a mass casualty situation such as this one. So they have their hands wrapped around this situation. And of course, our reporters are fanned out across the area.
Let's go to our Rob DeRienzo, who's been on the ground there in Midtown Atlanta. Rob, with the huge presence that you guys have seen there in Midtown, it's pretty shocking that this shooter was able to get away and potentially now be in Cobb County.
Yeah, it's remarkable, Christine, especially the amount of law enforcement that just poured over Midtown moments after this happened. As I mentioned in my report earlier, I live a few blocks away. I ran over and it was still a very active situation earlier. As you've heard, it has since calmed down. I want to take a step out of the way to show you what the scene is looking like down West Peachtree Street. You can see that is obviously all still blocked off as police continue their work, but we have seen less of a presence here within the last hour or so, I'd say, and police vehicles and other emergency vehicles vehicles continue to be leaving. You can see traffic is starting to come out of one of these side streets or perhaps one of these parking decks for the first time. This is the first time we've seen just everyday cars on these streets. Now, a little while ago, I spoke to a woman who works inside that building. She wasn't inside at the time, but she quickly ran to her car for shelter. Take a listen.
It's really, really surreal. You know, like I said, I feel like you hear about this all the time and it doesn't, cross your mind that, you could be in this situation.
Yes, we're live. And back out here live, you can see, again, traffic is just starting to flow on West Peachtree, and it appears as if the scene is starting to clear. You can see people are leaving work after a very long and stressful day. These motorcycle officers right here firing up and getting ready to clear out. So again, the focus of the investigation has shifted away from Midtown and now elsewhere to wherever this suspect is. But again, it's still a very active situation as the shooter remains at large. That's the latest from here, live in Midtown. Rob DiRienzo, Fox 5 News.
And Rob, I was watching you report earlier this afternoon when you were fresh on the scene there. It is noisy behind you, but the ferocity with which police were carrying out their investigation in the immediate aftermath of what happened here. Looks like the shot is pretty unsettled here. You see the SWAT team
see them there again.
rolling by, but they said if you don't move it, we're going to throw you in cuffs, underscoring the importance of the response of what was happening. You were just trying to gather information, but it was quite chaotic there for quite some time.
Exactly, Tom. It was a really stressful scene, and as you can see, the SWAT team's now rushing back down this one-way street in the wrong direction back towards the scene. We're not exactly sure why. But yeah, when I arrived here, it was chaos. And again, those officers were threatening me with arrest. I told them I'm just a journalist trying to do my job, and we, of course, moved back when they instructed us to. But it just goes to show how uncertain it was in those moments, and even still, as the suspect is at large.
Yeah, we're seeing some officers from one of our other cameras here running with, in one case, a weapon drawn toward what we don't know, but this is West Peachtree and 12th Street, running back to their vehicles here. So when we talk about things being a fluid situation, it's changing constantly. Details will come in and then change, just as until authorities give us a press conference, which we hopefully will see them do here in a matter of minutes. We're having to rely on just some of our live pictures and what our crews are hearing on the ground.
These are some really extraordinary live pictures. You're watching this as we are unfold. We don't know where this investigation is headed. We understood from our Morse digs that Atlanta police were responding all the way up into the far reaches of Cobb County, where their suspect, 24-year-old Dion.
You're just listening into this Fox 5 coverage there in Atlanta. I want to reset just a little bit here on Live Now from Fox, and I'm Andy Mack. Thank you for continuing to join us, of course, diving into our Fox team there as they continue to cover this very fluid situation there in Atlanta. Of course, what we do know that one person has died, 4 more are injured, according to hospital officials. I want to put up a tweet right now from the police there in Atlanta as they are identifying the suspect as Dion Patterson, the 24-year-old. They tell you to do not approach him. He's considered armed and dangerous. They also have a picture of the suspect as the suspect still at large as they were monitoring this at different locations, potentially a stolen vehicle, potentially carjacked someone. Our Fox 5 team in Atlanta doing a good job covering all of this as well. We're getting a bunch of live pictures out of Atlanta as we will dive back into coverage momentarily, but certainly a lot of limited information coming in. You just saw the SWAT team move in a direction there. The scene might have moved from a Midtown area just outside of the city, if you're familiar with the Atlanta area. As we continue on here on Live Now from Fox, of course, we're going to get to all of the major stories coming up in just a little bit, including the Fed raising the interest rates once more. We're going to get out to the White House press briefing as well. But certainly this is the big news of the day, and we're going to continue here live, raw, and unfiltered. Get you right back out to our Fox 5 team as they continue their coverage with live reporters all over the city, doing a great job. Let's listen in back here on Live Now from Fox.
saw Atlanta police officers running with long guns, and we hear them yelling out Peachtree and Ponce, shots fired. And that is when you saw them jump into the cars and just head down this way towards that direction. And we haven't gotten any information since that time. But when I tell you, we had several officers leaving this area and headed in that direction. That's what we saw occurring. We still have some officers here on scene, but from the number of officers who headed in that direction with their long guns, very quickly, we are not assuming, but given what was going on, or here earlier today in the search for that suspect, definitely a possibility that there could be some tie to the activity, the shooting that we saw here earlier this afternoon.
And Deidre, just give us some perspective, if you will. Peachtree and Ponce is how close, for those who don't know, to the original scene there on West Peachtree?
Well, Peachtree and Ponce is not close. It's not close, so it's still some blocks away from where we are right now. It is a bit of a drive, although we had some media crews also trying to relocate. Okay, we're just being told now. Okay, can you tell us anything about they're not giving us any information as far as what the shooting, possible shooting situation is on Ponce, but we still have a lot of activity. Excuse me, there's just a lot going on right now. I'm trying to take it all in as I talk to you.
Sure.
But again, we have just a lot of activity here. Cars still leaving the area is cars even at the same time. We see more cars arriving here. We've got some sirens going off in the distance. So just, as you know, Mo is in Smyrna. We're here in the city of Atlanta. Just a very fluid situation as there's just this very active situation, this search trying to locate this individual before, God forbid, anybody else gets hurt or killed.
And so if you could just stick with us for 1 second, Deidre, because I know you're waiting for Atlanta police to give you that update right where you're standing. But so that flurry of activity in just the last 5 minutes, you think you overheard what on the radio chatter or somebody mentioned something like shots fired?
It was not radio chatter. It was not radio chatter. It was actually some of the officers here on scene yelling, giving direction to other officers as to what the situation was. We've got a heavy SWAT team activity here, as you can see, coming through. Fulton Police SWAT Special Ops coming through. Fulton County Sheriffs has been assisting in the search for the suspect.
Yeah, we want to stay with these live pictures because we don't know how this may or may not be connected to the situation that unfolded.
We just don't know. I mean, it's a big city. We know the level of crime that we've had to cover here in Atlanta. This could very well be unrelated. The shots fired call that they're potentially going to at Peachtree and Ponce. But it could also be related. Again, until APD gets to the microphone here and gives us just some more detailed information that they can confirm, we really just don't know. We're just at the mercy of the activity that we're seeing and hearing here on the ground.
And so this is an extraordinary response that is happening now on so many fronts by so many different agencies around our city. One that's unfolding there at the crime scene near the 1100 block of Peachtree, now one near Peachtree Road and Ponce de Leon, where we're getting reports of shots fired perhaps, and a movement of resources to that area. And yet another scene unfolding up in Cobb County and in the Smyrna area, where the suspect that police say carried out this shooting earlier today might be on foot.
Yeah. Again, I mean, at the heart of this is the person who is suspected at least of causing the scene at Midtown Atlanta is still at large. They have not found this individual, and you can see in the images and the surveillance images that have been released to the public, you see him on surveillance, weapon in hand, pointing it. So surveillance was able to capture some of the frightening moments that some of the folks there at Northside Hospital Midtown had to go through. So being that this suspect is at large, it's still a critical time for them to catch this individual.
Interesting to note here, Christine, is because the images that we're putting up on the screen are so critical to this investigation. We have his driver's license photo, and then the images here from just hours ago when the shooting was carried out. How different he may look. Looks like he's a little heavier here in his driver's license photo than he is in the shots that were just taken today. So, you know, visual muscle memory is important here as police ask the public to be on the lookout for this man, 24-year-old Dion Patterson, who's considered armed and extremely dangerous. They want to put every image out possible. This is obviously a dated shot of Patterson compared to the images that we're seeing from when he was allegedly inside that Northside Hospital medical facility there on 1100 West Peachtree Street when the shooting occurred today.
Yeah, and you know, the public was critical in helping the last situation when we had a mass shooting there in Midtown find the suspect involved. So again, it's just critical that the public calls 911, notifies officials if they see him. This is not someone you want to approach by any means. Police believe he is armed. They say he is dangerous. So just use your head and call authorities if you spot anyone who looks like this individual. Again, his name is Dion Patterson. He's 24 years old.
Yeah, people are paying attention on our social media channels. We're putting out information as it happens. Obviously, you were reading some comments of our viewers. People dialed into this concerned about what happened. Nobody likes to see this kind of situation unfold. It's happened just on too many occasions. The one in August, obviously fresh in our memory from when the female suspect opened fire not far from where this scene unfolded today. And just based on technology and resources from our local authorities, was captured only a couple of hours later at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport, remarkably wearing the same shirt
same
that she was
attire,
wearing
so
when that shooting
when
unfolded.
we give you just kind of the mundane details about what they're wearing,
turns out to be so important.
It's so important, and it matters in all of that. You know, Northside Hospital, you have to wonder, how do they operate tomorrow? Are they in operation right now? I know they released a statement acknowledging that this took place at their facility at the Midtown location. They say the tragedy is affecting all of us, and we ask for patience and prayers at this time. You know, you try to prepare for something like this when it happens, but when you're in the midst of it, it's just really difficult to know how you'll respond.
I want to put up a statement from the Atlanta Police Department, who have been in constant communication with us as this event has unfolded. They've been talking about their response to the situation. This is from Atlanta Public Schools, who's also dialed into this situation. We think of the children in the schools where somebody like this might be headed, and your automatic thought goes to the safety of our children. Atlanta Public Schools saying that the police department's in contact with Atlanta Police, and they've assured us that we are clear to release all APS students in all schools at this time. Out of an abundance of caution, they kind of kept everybody in place, asked parents not to come pick them up, but apparently that's been lifted.
Yeah, and if you're a parent, I know you're relieved to get that sort of statement. When I heard Campbell Middle School, I thought at 2:30 in the afternoon, that's like the heart of when kids are still there and soon to be released. So good to see that they've been given the all clear. Again, these were the Washington and Midtown clusters that were affected specifically for Atlanta Public Schools. Students have been given the all clear to be released.
If you're just joining us, our Eric Perry is there live in front of the Northside Hospital building. He interviewed somebody who was in the radiology department of that facility. There are many offices in there. There's a plastic surgeon's office in there. Northside Hospital has a lot of doctors' offices in there. And he had interviewed one of the eyewitnesses who said that shots were heard up on the 11th floor of that building. And we talk about the whys of why this might have unfolded. And as we said, it's nearly impossible to get inside the head of a madman, somebody who opens fire inside of a facility like this, and try to explain why and what might have happened. But up on the 11th floor, that's where apparently the shots were heard. A pool of blood was seen in one of the elevators. We talked about the familial feeling inside of that building, these people who see each other each and every day getting out of there at the orders of police and gathering at their stations where they've been so trained to gather in the event of emergencies such as this one.
Yeah, and again, you wake up in the morning and this is not something you think you're going to be experiencing later in the day. So we really sympathize with the folks who were so frightened today when this all went down. We're just going to continue to show the image of 24-year-old Dion Patterson, again, who authorities are looking for, believed to have maybe fled on foot in the Cobb County area. And, you know, if you recognize anything or have any information, you know, we've covered stories like this where there were maybe some clues ahead of time. Maybe the suspect said something ahead of time leading up to the actual event happen. If you have any sort of information like that, that is critical for police to know. Maybe he said something, maybe he did something, maybe he posted something on social media. We don't know, but if there's any clues like that that you might have, this is the time to see something and say something.
And so we're waiting for Atlanta police to give us a briefing there where Deidre Dukes was standing by on 12th Street and Peachtree, I believe, where we saw that flurry of activity and reports that shots may have been fired not far from the scene on Peachtree Road and Ponce de Leon Avenue. We're still investigating that angle of the story and where those authorities were going, but Atlanta police promises an update within the next couple of minutes. The second that happens, we'll be providing that news conference to you live. It was interesting to hear what officials at Grady Memorial Hospital had to say and their response to this whole situation. We talk about the preparedness and the training among police and authorities for active shooters. You got to think that officials at a trauma unit like Grady Memorial go through the same thing. And so the response team, we're told, was prepared for a situation like this. They were ready to receive the victims that were brought in there today. One was shot fatally, we understand. 3 are being treated in critical care. I think I heard 2 were in surgery. But just the extraordinary lengths and efforts to which those folks go to try and save these victims.
And it's why it's so critical that they do have a protocol in place for situations like this, because potentially those 4 victims who are still there, their lives are potentially saved because of they can quickly act fast and be able to exercise their protocol that they do have in place to save their lives. And quite frankly, Grady right now, the only trauma center that they could be taken to get the treatment with Atlanta Medical Center no longer open. So as we look at a map here of, again, where it all went down of the 11th floor of Northside Hospital, their medical center there, Midtown location, yeah, the quick actions of the medical staff have to be commended for their work in making sure these folks stay alive and they save their lives.
So there you see the downtown connector there, just to give you some geographical perspective of where all this happened. 14th Street, you know, cutting across that area. West Peachtree, there are many condominium buildings that are there across the street from Northside Medical, Midtown. There are huge law firms there. There's the Whole Foods Marketplace. All of these venues were shut down. There was a shelter-in-place order. I believe folks in that area have been released as this crime scene seemingly keeps shifting all over the city as police look for that man on your screen, 24-year-old Dion Patterson, the man police say carried out this shooting about noontime today inside that Northside Hospital medical building. We presume from eyewitness accounts around the 11th floor of that building where a general practitioner doctor's office might have been, although that information has yet to be confirmed.
Yeah, we're getting to a busy time of the day where people are starting to go home, and some people might live in this area where this happened. And as you mentioned, that shelter in place has been lifted, and they would like people to still avoid the area. However, if you do live there, I would imagine there would be a need to get to where you live if you are close to where this crime scene is there at Northside Hospital, Midtown. But activity is just going to get busier and busier as we get to the rush hour for the evening. And again, this doesn't look like this scene is going to be cleared anytime soon. While activity, it looks like, has slowed some, there's still very much a heavy presence there in Midtown still.
Yeah, we're chasing down that situation on Peachtree Road and Ponce de Leon Avenue as police respond to reports of possible shots fired there. We understand that Senator Raphael Warnock is weighing in on all of this and is speaking now. Can we listen to what he's saying? All right, we're standing by.
This is the cost of freedom. To them, we have to say no. This ongoing, slow-moving tragedy in our country, mass shootings as routine, is not the cost of freedom, it is the cost of blind obstinance, a refusal to change course even when the evidence suggests we must do something different. It is the cost of demagoguery, those who want to convince us that common sense gun reform is somehow a call to take everybody's guns. This is not the cost of freedom. Dare I say it, it is the cost of greed. Gun lobbyists willing to line their pockets even at the cost of our children. And so we must act. I'm proud of the fact that we did, after 30 years, pass some gun safety legislation here last Congress. It was a significant piece of legislation, but obviously it's not enough. 87% or more of Americans believe that we ought to have universal background checks, and still we can't get it. Think about that. In a country where everybody says we're divided, and there are deep divisions to be sure. There's disagreement on this issue to be sure. But in a country where there is 87% agreement on something, there's no movement on it in Congress. Which means that that's a problem with our democracy. The people's voices have been squeezed out of their democracy, and there is a growing chasm between what the people actually want and what they can get from their government. And we saw it in a stark and ugly way a few weeks ago when we had two brave young legislators stand up in Tennessee, three in fact. And the same legislature that refused to do anything on gun violence came down on them with all of their might and expelled them from the legislature. We have to stand up against these anti-democratic forces at work in our country. And we have to give the people their voices back. And if we refuse to act while our children are dying, and in a moment when no one is safe, then shame on us. Shame on us if we allow this to happen and we do absolutely nothing. St. Augustine, the African bishop of the early church, said that hope has two beautiful daughters. He said they are both beautiful: anger and courage. Anger with the way things are, and courage to see that they do not remain as they are. I'm pleading, I'm begging all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to remember the covenant that we have with one another as an American people. Stand up in this defining moment and do everything we can to protect all of us and certainly all of our children. We owe it to the people who have sent us here. I know that
You're just listening in there, Raphael Warnock on in Capitol Hill. We want to give you another live look at what we're looking at right now out of Atlanta as we are continuing to monitor this developing breaking story. Multiple people shot, 1 dead, 4 injured there in Atlanta. Of course, the suspect still at large. Dion Patterson is the potential suspect, according to Atlanta police. As you can see, people getting a mic check there in the Midtown area. We'll dive back into our Fox 5 team as soon as they take this press conference to give you a little bit more of an understanding of what's going on. But certainly this continuing on here on Live Now from Fox, happening several hours ago. We've been watching our Fox 5 team develop all these stories and talk about different scenes there. This happened at a medical building there in downtown Atlanta, Midtown Atlanta. Let's get right back out to our Fox 5 team as they are continuing to follow this here on Live Now from Fox.
Gun safety reform, and he says shame on us to not do something and to watch these shootings continue to happen. So it's no surprise that the gun reform debate again comes up each and every time there is a mass shooting in our country, and here again the same thing.
Not missing an opportunity to talk about the politics that may or may not be behind all this. Eric Perry or Rob DiRienzo? Who's standing by live right now? Eric Perry is standing by live. Eric, I keep talking about the witnesses that you were able to speak to streaming out of that building this afternoon after the shooting unfolded at noontime today.
Yeah, Tom, it's just been unreal to hear as we've caught people being able to come out of that building or nearby. We talked to several different people who were in surgery, or different physicians who led that department. I want to show you where we are. We're at 14th and Spring. It has thinned out just a little bit here. They're letting traffic go down Spring Street. We've also seen traffic being able to go down 14th Street, but not here where the Farm Burger is, not here where the Whole Food is. Just a couple of minutes ago, though, the woman pulled up who identified herself as the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office. She said that she was with the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office. That van went up, not sure exactly where she went. I believe somewhere on Peachtree, which is just the next block over. I also kind of want to walk you through. There is the Shell gas station, which is directly behind me. I think we're going to be able to give you a shot of that. Of course, a truck is coming through, but beyond that, there's a Shell gas station. It was shut down, closed for quite a while. It looks like it might have just opened back up. We saw police going in, but where my photographer is looking, you can see tape over there. We know that there was a car that was carjacked, taken, that the suspect took from this area, but we have seen them, Atlanta police, focusing their attention in that area. We're not exactly sure if this might have been where that car was taken from. All of they would tell us is 14th Street. Hopefully they'll give us an exact address, but that parking lot with several different cars in there, they've been locked down for quite some time. So we do think that is a part of the investigation, and a police officer just came out of that Shell gas station. So just goes to show you that it is a massive scene here in downtown, in Midtown Atlanta, as it continues. And then of course Cobb County right now, they just sent out a tweet saying that they are assisting in this investigation as well, as they believe that search has moved to that area. But wanted to give you this perspective here of Spring and 14th and of a possible another crime scene that might be related to maybe where that suspect was able to get a car to get away from that. Of course, that is a question we'll ask later on, but a lot of people here trying to figure out just what to do next. A lot of people have their cars in buildings around here or in the garages around here. They might live around here. A lot of people just trying to figure out what they're allowed to do as they are easing up just a little bit, but still a very active and a very intense investigation. Tom, Christine.
Yeah, Eric, thank you for that perspective from where you are. Our Rob DiRienzo is also along Peachtree at 15th Street, another area where they had cordoned off for some time. Let's go to him live on the ground with more details. There was some activity behind you earlier, Rob. How is it looking out there? What are you seeing? What are you hearing?
That's right, Christine. I'm directly outside of the Northside Medical Facility in which the shooting occurred. Now, I want to give you a step out of the way. This is the closest we've been able to get to the scene. You can see those heavily armed police officers along with security guards and medical staffers on the outside. We also did just see, if you could pan over a little bit for me, Eric, into the parking garage. That white van is from the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office. As we mentioned, one person has died, and now it is their job to come here, collect the body and the evidence. But again, this is what the situation is looking like directly outside the medical facility here on West Peachtree Street as police continue their investigation and ultimately continue their search for the suspect. There's a few people who are inside who are still here clinging to each other, just trying to grapple with everything. But that's the latest from here. Back to you.
A deadly situation.
Rob, we're going to jump in and take you to a news conference by Atlanta Police, the Chief Shearbaum, and the mayor out there speaking. Let's listen in.
On this situation, I've spoken to the governor, to our congressional delegation of senators and Congress people, as well as my office has been in touch with the White House. And as soon as possible, I'll be in touch with the families of the victims that are here. As you know, 1 is deceased and 4 are fighting for their lives at Grady Hospital, and we're prayerful that they pull through. And as soon as possible, I will reach out to them and to their families. All are women. And I am also making sure that you know that we are dealing with someone that is armed and dangerous. This is a deadly situation. This individual has just indeed conducted an act that we want to make sure that you know that if you see him, do not approach, but you are to call 911. We are also making sure that you know that law enforcement agencies across this region are working together. Law enforcement agencies of Fulton County, of the City of Atlanta, of Cobb County, of our college campuses, our Atlanta Public Schools PD, a number of agencies are working in a concerted effort to work and to bring this suspect in and to make sure that we are all safe in the process. And so I ask that again, if you see the individual that you have seen his face, you've seen his photo and his clothing, please do not approach, but do call 911. So now I am very confident that the men and women of the Atlanta Police Department and the other local agencies are well trained to make sure that we bring this individual to justice for situations just like this. So now I'll turn it over to Chief Shearbaum to give you all the specific details about this incident and to let you know our pathway forward. Chief?
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. First of all, the Atlanta Police Department wants to extend its condolences for all members of the Atlanta Police Department, those that lost their lives today, and we are working digitally to bring this individual into custody. We are looking for Deon Patterson, age 24 years of age, which we have given you his photo, and this is a very active search. We are following up on credible leads that are currently active in Cobb County, as well as some that are right here in the city. We have been joined by multiple jurisdictions. We have the Sheriff of Fulton County that is here right now, that's been working alongside our department, Georgia Tech PD, Georgia State University PD, MARTA PD, the Georgia State Patrol, the GBI, the FBI, the Secret Service, as well as the Atlanta Public Schools Police are all actively involved searching as we speak for Mr. Patterson. And here's what we know. We'll be able to give you some information, and others will be delivered as this investigation continues. At 12:08 this afternoon, we were called just down the street to 1110 West Peachtree. This is a medical facility, the Northside Hospital, that is at that location. This shooting did occur inside the waiting room of that medical facility, where 5 individuals were shot. Unfortunately, a 39-year-old female has lost her life, and of those that are injured is a 71-year-old female, a 56-year-old female, a 39-year-old female, and then a 25-year-old female. We do know that Mr. Patterson, our suspect, left the building. We believe he carjacked a vehicle a short distance away and was able to flee the scene as the law enforcement agencies were descending on this area. And we believe he has left the area. He may not still be in that vehicle. So I don't want everyone to be focused on the vehicle, which has been recovered. So the photograph that has been distributed, for your viewers, your listeners, to be very mindful of that photograph. If you see this individual who may or may not still be in the same hoodie, please call 911 right away or use Crime Stoppers to be able to provide an anonymous tip to where he may be. As the mayor said, we have a multi-jurisdictional effort underway to bring this individual to justice and ensure that we remove him from the street. Everyone consider him still armed and presenting a danger to whatever community he may find himself in at this time.
Chief, how did this start? I mean, what preceded the shot?
You know, we're just hours into this investigation. So investigators are behind us in the buildings, talking to witnesses, processing the scene as we speak. The clarity that I think that we would want to know as a city and as a society, we just don't have at this particular moment, but we'll provide it as soon as we have it.
Victims, patients, were they employees of Northside Hospital?
That is still being worked through. We weren't in a position at this time to say whether they're patients or whether they're employees or both.
Chief, did you confirm that the shooter's mother is one of the victims?
We believe the vehicle has been recovered. That is correct.
Chief, can you confirm that the shooter's mother is one of the victims?
Right now, the shooter's mother was not injured in this incident. This is the information we have.
Whether this was targeted, you know, you said all 5 victims were women. Is it?
We just don't know. It is still too soon to know why these individuals were chosen.
Can you confirm that? Chief, can you confirm that the suspect's mother is talking to you? That she's been cooperative?
The family is being cooperative with us, and as other witnesses as well to see.
Have they shared anything about his mental health?
Nothing that we can reveal at this time.
Any priors with law enforcement?
There has been minimal contact with the Atlanta Police Department from this individual. I can report that.
Where was the vehicle found?
I can't give that out right now.
Chief, can you tell us about people calling in and giving tips and what's that been like so far? Because obviously you pushed the image out early. What has that been like so far with people calling?
You know, we can. Yes, thank you, Mayor. The mayor has been watching this manhunt unfold at our command post, and he is very aware that cameras across the city have been instrumental in us tracking this individual. He's very aware that as we get information that's called in by citizens, we're able to use the camera network to quickly go to that location even before officers arrive. So it's helpful, and we ask citizens to continue to do that. Let's call it.
And that $10,000 reward, are you guys hoping that people will be a little more active in terms of calling 911 and giving out some?
We know it will be helpful, but I can tell you the civic-minded citizens of this city are already responding. And even without that request for a reward, they're already having calls. That's going to be.
Where in the medical center has been used?
We don't have that specifics yet. It was on an upper level, I believe the 11th floor of the building.
What did the White House say about this?
Chief, you mentioned that the vehicle had been recovered. Is that the only vehicle that is suspected to be involved in this incident, or are there others? We're hearing from hospital workers that there was another car that may have been involved prior to the one that was recovered.
In any vehicle that we're confident in connecting to this crime, we've already released. As that changes, we may provide other vehicle information.
Was the vehicle
and we'll do that as quickly as we can.
Was the vehicle carjacked in the garage?
It was not.
Chief, you
talk about the challenge the gun was used?
Last question.
The gun that was used?
So right now the gun is not in the possession of law enforcement, and we're actively looking for the gun as we are the individual.
Mr. Mayor, what does the White House say? What does the White House told you?
The White House just offered up their support and wanted to know if anything they could do to help in this situation. And the White House is constantly in contact with my office to, offer up support and see if we need anything.
Chief, the challenge of the initial response.
By this kind of
Chief, the challenge of the initial response is Midtown. You're in a high population density here. Buildings have to be searched. What was it like initially when you got a call, shots fired?
I think the citizens of Atlanta saw their police department and our partner agencies in action. We went into that building and cleared every single floor. Even when information came about that the subject could have left, we were still searching for victims. We were assisting citizens out of the building that had taken shelter. And I do want to thank everyone in Midtown that honored the shelter-in-place request for their patience to allow us to do our job. This is an urban environment, so it does present challenges, but it's challenges that you saw a collective, robust response from law enforcement. But the camera network that's in this location was very helpful and did assist in the investigation.
Chief, were there hundreds of people in the building? How many people were?
Won't be able to give that information.
Was the shooting captured on surveillance video inside of Medical?
Won't be able to give that at this time.
Can you handle what it feels like to have Atlanta be the latest city in America touched by this kind of gun violence?
I will say this, our public affairs unit has been pushing out quick information to you all. We will continue to do that. Follow our social media platforms and be in contact with our website as soon as we have an updated information, be it vehicles, a new clothing description. You all will have it, and the citizens of this city will have it.
Thank you,
thank you all.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Will you guys have another update?
Okay, you're hearing there from Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens and Atlanta Police Department Chief Darren Shearbon on the activities that transpired today. They are still searching for this gunman. He has not been captured yet. 24-year-old Deion Patterson investigation, but we did get some more critical information about the victims involved in all of this.
The mayor saying that all of the victims were women. The police chief telling us that the age of the victim that was fatally shot was 39 years old. There was a 71-year-old female, 56-year-old, another 39-year-old, and a 25-year-old, all female shooting victims of the suspect who opened fire this afternoon, according to the mayor, at 12:08 this afternoon in the Northside Hospital Medical Building on West Peachtree Street, where all of this happened in the first place, in one of the offices there. Interesting question at the end. One of the reporters asked, did we have surveillance from inside where this shooting happened? And so you can imagine they're combing through all of the surveillance that is available to them.
Yeah, and Chief Shearbaum emphasizing the importance of the public's help in all of this and pushing out the image of that suspected shooter immediately. They really need, and I was asking for the public to give them any information if they know their whereabouts. They've got a $10,000 reward with Crime Stoppers, with information that leads to Deion Patterson's arrest. But Chief Shearbaum saying this is a multi-jurisdictional effort. Not only are they have an active investigation in Fulton County, but also in Cobb County as well. They have not located the weapon involved in all of this. All of these critical pieces to try to piece together what went down today.
Well, you're talking about a multi-agency response. We're talking about Atlanta Police. He mentioned MARTA Police, the Fulton County Sheriff's Office, Cobb County Police, Smyrna Police, even the Secret Service. Now, on the federal level, we understand are involved in this investigation and the search for this suspect, who police asked us to keep his picture on the screen as much as possible. Mayor Dickens going to extreme lengths to say, if you see him, do not approach. Those were the mayor's words. However, call 911 immediately. The mayor saying that they've been in contact with the White House, who is offering any resource that they can.
Yeah, clearly this is making national news, as so many people. We just heard from Senator Raphael Warnock speaking about this on the Senate floor earlier today, and calling on his colleagues again to come up with some sort of gun reform legislation to change all of this. I was looking at the stats earlier. There have been 188 plus now mass shootings in the United States. 21 of those shootings involved 5 or more fatalities. So this is obviously a big issue, not only on the political front, but just also in our communities. Senator Warnock saying 87% of Americans believe that we must have universal background checks when it comes to gun reform. So we are certainly going to hear more about this and what can be done on a congressional level, on a legislative level, to make things better. Because again, I mean, we just covered a mass shooting in Texas just this week, and now here we are in Atlanta.
It is happening far, far too often. When you think of shooting situations here in Atlanta, 2 others come to mind. The one that happened back in August, where not too far from this shooting scene, a female suspect carried out another fatal shooting in the same area and wound up at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport, was really captured within 2 hours of carrying out the shooting. Based on images that they were receiving on camera, they were able to use facial recognition technology and track her down there in the terminal of Hartsfield-Jackson. And then, of course, who can forget back in 2005, the Fulton County Courthouse shooting, where Brian Nichols murdered the judge and several others. He was on the run for more than 24 hours. There was a large-scale manhunt to capture him, but in the end, both that female suspect back in August and Nichols were caught, and authorities are confident that the suspect who carried out the shooting today will be captured.
Yeah, the mayor also saying that he's going to be making an effort to speak with the victims' families in all of this. They certainly have to be heartbroken, shaken, anxious, upset about all that happened today with some of their relatives still at Grady under critical care right now. I'm certain they would be appreciative of any kind of kind words and support that they can get, not only from the city but from the county as well. And again, this is spanning multiple jurisdictions, with Cobb County also among the agencies investigating this. They believe Deion Patterson fled on foot in the Cobb County area. How he was able to get away from that area so quickly with as fast as how authorities responded to that scene, it's critical that, again, the public is active in all of this and helping give authorities any clue they might have to where this person might be.
Yeah, one of the questions Police Chief Derek Shearbaum was asked by one of the reporters was, did the suspect carjack somebody in the parking garage of the Northside Hospital building? And he said, no, he did not, which means that at some point after the shooting took place at 12:08 p.m., according to authorities, Patterson then allegedly, presumably, carjacked somebody in the nearby area, and according to investigators, got on the highway and headed up I-75 to Cobb County, and in the Smyrna area, where the investigation suddenly shifted, and in between there, Christine, somewhere, we heard of shots fired on Ponce de Leon Avenue and Peachtree. Now, whether those two situations are connected,
yeah,
we don't know.
there's certainly no mention of it here at this presser.
I would have been
today.
interested for one of the reporters to ask what that situation was all about.
Absolutely, and again, this is a big city that could just very well be just another unfortunate shooting that took place in a different area, not related to this. Okay, so we're getting word now in our ear. We're getting word now in our ear that Peachtree and Ponce was not a shooting. There was a vehicle accident there involving an officer, is what
We
we're
had
being
heard from
told.
police that might have been a
Police
shooting.
on the scene. Our Deidre Dukes heard them say shots fired at Peachtree and Ponce. So we've got
Good
that
news.
cleared up. So that's definitely good. But it was interesting to hear when asked about whether Deion Patterson had any other run-ins with police. It doesn't seem that appears to be the case. Darren Shearbaum's answer was that there was minimal contact with authorities. So there's just not a lot of information out there that we know so far about this suspect, but they're hoping people are cooperative.
Something that was brought up and is quite mysterious is whether the suspect's mother was either with him or had been informed of the situation. And Chief Shearbaum said that he didn't know if the mother had been informed or but that presumably she was not with him in the clinic, because you start wondering about the whys of this situation. You try to get yourself inside the head of somebody who might do something like this, as impossible as that might be. It's nearly impossible to wrap your arms around it, but you chase down every single lead. Why are all the victims female? Is it just coincidental, or was he targeting someone or something?
Or maybe it was a medical office that treats female patients.
Yeah.
You just, again, these are just all questions that I'm sure authorities are also asking and trying to get the answer to, piecing this all together. But we're appreciative of the information that they gave to us, because we know you, the public, wants to know what is happening in your communities.
Yeah, the chief encouraging folks to stay with local news channels like Fox 5 as we continue to provide you information on what's happening here, but to also stay in touch with their social media channels. Depend on, of course, our news platforms, fox5atlanta.com, and our news app, where we've been piping information nearly instantaneously as it happens throughout the day since this thing unfolded just after noontime today.
Yeah, again, authorities just want you to be on the lookout for this individual. It was really striking to see him armed in some of those surveillance images, actually pointing his gun. Appeared to be the moment when that shooting happened, but surveillance just so critical in all of this, being able to not only capture his face, but you could see what he was wearing, the gray hoodie, the pants, the brown satchel that was strapped across his shoulder. Just key details that you might maybe have spotted him at some point earlier this afternoon and not realized that this was a wanted man. But 24-year-old Deion Patterson, again, being sought after right now. It is a critical situation that he is found, because, again, he is considered armed and dangerous, not only causing the shooting at Midtown, but, again, bold enough to potentially carjack someone to try to get away from authorities. This is not someone who's trying to turn themselves in.
You have been watching Fox 5 continuing coverage of this breaking news situation in Midtown Atlanta. Our coverage continues right now.
Fox 5 News at 4 starts right now.
Our live breaking news coverage continues here on Fox 5 News at 4 as police investigate an active shooting in Midtown Atlanta. Four people wounded, one person is dead, and now the massive manhunt for the person behind the trigger.
Yeah, this is breaking news that we have covered for hours all afternoon today, and it's continuing to unfold as we speak. It was just a chaotic scene that unfolded earlier this afternoon.
Police have named the suspect 24-year-old Dion Patterson. Just over an hour, Crime Stoppers announced that it is also offering a reward of up to $10,000 for information leading to an arrest.
You can see what it looked like on the ground as people were just so frightened when they left the building here. All of this starting at 12:08 when Patterson opened fire inside the building at Northside Hospital, Midtown on West Peachtree Street between 12th and 13th Street. We have live team coverage with reporters covering all angles of this. We begin first in Midtown Atlanta with Fox 5's Deidre Dukes. Deidre.
Yeah, the shelter in place lifted here just within the past hour, but this is still a very active crime scene, active investigation underway. Police holding a news conference just a short time ago telling us, and I'll step out of the way so you can see the police activity that is still ongoing here, telling us that right now they are interviewing witnesses and gathering evidence here. So this area still does remain closed off to traffic. All of that going on here as the search does continue for the suspect considered armed and dangerous. Very active here as police say they are following leads in Fulton and Cobb County. Several police agencies involved in the search for 24-year-old Dion Patterson. Dion Patterson identified as the suspect who opened fire here at Northside Hospital here on the 1100 block of West Peachtree just after noon in a waiting room here, shooting 5 people, one we are told deceased, 4 fighting for their lives, all women. People being told to call 911 if they see this individual, to not approach him. Right now, actively searching for this individual. We have more from police, and also we talked to someone who was there at the hospital when those shots rang out.
At 12:08 this afternoon, we were called just down the street to 1110 West Peachtree. This is a medical facility, the Northside Hospital. That is at that location. This shooting did occur inside the waiting room of that medical facility, where 5 individuals were shot. Unfortunately, a 39-year-old female has lost her life, and of those that are injured is a 71-year-old female, a 56-year-old female, a 39-year-old female, and then a 25-year-old female. We do know that Mr. Patterson, our suspect, left the building. We believe he carjacked a vehicle a short distance away and was able to flee the scene as the law enforcement agencies were descending on this area. And we believe he has left the area. He may not still be in that vehicle. So I don't want everyone to be focused on the vehicle, which has been recovered. So the photograph that has been distributed, for your viewers, your listeners, to be very mindful of that photograph. If you see this individual who may or may not still be in the same hoodie, please call 911 right away.
I walked out and it seemed like I heard a loud noise, sound like a gun, but I wasn't close enough to actually believe that I heard it. So when I walked outside of Whole Foods, because I go through from my building, the Icon, to Whole Foods, when I walked out of the building, all I seen was police cars and SWAT, and everybody's just pulling up, back to back. And my supervisor was right there at the time, and he was like, hey, make sure you stay close to the walls and stand back because we heard this active shooter.
You're hearing it there, just the chaos that unfolded in the moments following that shooting here, as that suspect was apparently, we know now, making his way out of here, as police say they were responding to the scene, that individual carjacking a vehicle and making his way out of the Atlanta area. At some point, that vehicle pinging in Cobb County. Now, Mayor Andre Dickens, Atlanta Mayor Dickens, also speaking today, saying that he has spoke to the governor and to our congressional congressional delegation, as well as spoken to the White House about what unfolded here today, saying that they have offered their condolences and offering their assistance as well as need be. Once again, this individual is considered armed and dangerous. A $10,000 reward is being offered for his capture. We are live in Midtown. Deidre Dukes, Fox 5 News.
It's almost as if that witness didn't want to almost believe that he was hearing shots on the 11th floor. It's just so startling to have heard that. Deidre, thanks so much.
Extraordinary eyewitness sound and an extraordinary response on the federal, state, and local level. Let's get out to Fox 5's Eric Perry, who is standing in front of that building where this shooting was carried out today, just after noontime. Eric, you also spoke to some people who worked in that building and actually heard the shots as they rang out.
Yeah, and when I talked to several of the people who were inside that medical building, from what they're telling me, they describe it as a family. They're describing it as my building. So, of course, they are feeling this immensely. I do want to show you where I am. I'm at Spring and 14th Street. It's where I've been for hours. Of course, it has thinned out just a little bit, but you can still see a lot of Atlanta police here. And then up there, you can see where their command center is as well. Again, I talked to a lot of those doctors, those physicians, those nurses who are coming out of that building. Take a listen. One man said he was in surgery. The second person said that he initiated what was called a silver alert, and that is really to them what an active shooter it signifies for those staff members there. Take a listen.
I mean, the first thing you do is you try to accomplish what I came for, which is just to do an operation. And then other than that, I just kind of thought, I could be in a shooting today. And I just kind of followed the directions of the officers, and they kept us safe, and it wasn't really an issue. So I just thank God that nothing more came of it up to this point. Hopefully they'll apprehend them pretty swiftly.
I was on lunch break, so I was taking a walk around the building on a work call, and I noticed a bunch of just APD, Atlanta police officers, running into the front lobby of the building, and they were drawing their pistols. So I started walking towards that area to see what was going on. And as I was walking up, a whole slew of officers and police cars pulled up, and more officers started running in with pulled AR-51s. And I then was worried about what was happening in my building.
Yeah, if we can bring back out here live, it looks like what just went by was one of the SWAT vehicles from Fulton County Sheriff's Office. We saw some men on the back of that, but they went back up to where the location of that shooting happened. That last man you heard from, Dr. Ali, he is a radiation oncologist. He says that when they walked out, they found one of those cars. It had a bullet through it, windshields busted out from a gunshot. They said they believe that it might have been one of the cars that the suspect tried to get into unsuccessfully. He said that it belonged to one of the people on the floors. He says this happened on the 11th floor here. Here's what we're working on right now. There is a scene kind of diagonal from me. I've been watching. Atlanta Police has that parking lot taped off. They said that, thank you so much, Zorn, for zooming around to it. You can see they have been processing this scene for a while. We're trying to pin down exactly where that carjacking happened. I've sent that to Atlanta Police. They say they have several different locations around this area, and that this is one of them. They're trying to pinpoint exactly where that car was carjacked with that suspect there, but this is just next to a Shell gas station. We've been watching this. They've been processing, and at one point this gas station was shut down as well. But back out here live, just again, a heartfelt day, a tragic day, as many of those people inside have to figure out how they move forward. But one thing is for sure, they told me they will move forward together and as a medical family. Christine, Tom.
You can understand why they were so shaken up, Eric, and we're just watching the pieces of the puzzle kind of unfold live as it's happening. So hopefully we'll get a full picture very, very soon.
Yeah, the police chief addressed where that carjacking might have happened. We know it didn't happen in the parking garage of the Northside Hospital building, but somewhere in that vicinity. So they're trying to piece together exactly what happened in the wake of that shooting.
Our Rob D'Arienzo is also on the ground for us as well, getting details and seeing a lot of activity that has been happening at West Peachtree and 15th. Rob, you were able to get in front of the Northside Hospital medical building. How have things looked there today?
Well, Christine, it's been an all-around chaotic and scary day for a lot of people here in Midtown. I first got word of this just around 1 p.m. today, and that's when I rushed over here. People in scrubs were clinging to each other, crying. I spoke to a woman who didn't want to be on camera a little while ago. She described just a chaotic scene inside the building. She says she was in the pharmacy portion of the Northside Medical Facility when she heard about 6 shots. She ducked for cover and then realized she had to get out of there. She says in that process that she had to step over some of the victims, including that 39-year-old woman. I want to take a step out of the way to show you what the scene's looking like right now. As you know, the attention has kind of shifted away from this scene and onto the search for the suspect. And at this point, police are continuing their investigation. We saw a medical examiner here a couple minutes ago, and they have since left, as well as some of the SWAT teams here. Now, I spoke to a man who was close by earlier. I want to give you a listen to what he had to say.
It's really, really surreal. You know, like I said, I feel like you hear about this all the time and it doesn't, cross your mind that, oh, you could be in this situation.
As I was a woman, been speaking with witnesses here all day, but as you can see, still a very active situation. All of West Peachtree Street remains closed off in this area. We see an ambulance trying to get by right now. It's not exactly clear when all of this will reopen, but again, a very active situation as police continue their manhunt for the suspect that killed one person here today. That's the latest from here live in Midtown. Rob DiRienzo, Fox 5 News.
Rob, thank you so much. We want to go now to Fox 5's Claire Sims, who's live at Grady Hospital.
Yeah, and Claire, we're learning more about the condition of the surviving victims rushed to that hospital. Authorities there and officials say that they were prepared for what happened today.
Yeah, in just the last 90 minutes or so, officials here at Grady Memorial Hospital gave us an update, not just on the victims who they are currently working on, but also on the hospital's response to this shooting. Now, Grady Memorial Hospital's Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Robert Jansen, says as soon as they got the call about a mass casualty event, they were ready within minutes with multiple trauma surgeons and other staff ready to respond. He says they cleared other patients out of the emergency room to make space for as many as 12 victims. Although, of course, we know now that it was just 4 who were brought here to the emergency room. At one point, the hospital shut down to visitors because they said they didn't know the location of the shooter, though they have since reopened. Now, we're told family members of at least 2 of the victims are here to be with their loved ones as they are in medical care. Dr. Jansen could not say where the victims were shot, but did say, and we have now learned all 4 of them are adult females.
No other injuries occurred that we know of, and nobody was taken to any other facility. The 4 that were brought here, 3 are critical. 1 is still in the emergency department. The others are upstairs being treated. 2 in the operating room and 1 in what's called interventional radiology.
So just to give you some more information, interventional radiology is when medical professionals use imaging like x-rays or ultrasound to sort of pinpoint a problem and then go after it and fix it. So that's a little bit more detail on what's happening with at least one of those patients. Meanwhile, officials here at Grady tell us that they do hope to give us an update on those patients once they are out of surgery. We are live at Grady Memorial Hospital. Claire Sims, Fox 5 News.
Yeah, just an extraordinary response there, Claire, by surgeons and trauma officials there at Grady Memorial Hospital, as they said, prepared for what happened today and prepared for even more, though fortunately that was not the case.
Yeah, they ought to be commended for sure. We also heard from Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens on today's incident. Let's take a listen.
All right, good afternoon. We are here, as you know, at the scene of a deadly situation. I'm thankful for Atlanta Police Department and other law enforcement agencies for their engagement on this situation. I've spoken to the governor, to our congressional delegation of senators and congresspeople, as well as my office has been in touch with the White House. And as soon as possible, I'll be in touch with the families of the victims that are here. As you know, 1 is deceased and 4 are fighting for their lives at Grady Hospital, and we're prayerful that they pull through. And as soon as possible, I will reach out to them and to their families. All are women. And I am also making sure that you know that we are dealing with someone that is armed and dangerous. This is a deadly situation. This individual has just indeed conducted an act that we want to make sure that you know that if you see him, do not approach, but you are to call 911. We are also making sure that you know that law enforcement agencies across this region are working together. Law enforcement agencies of Fulton County, of the City of Atlanta, of Cobb County, of our college campuses, our Atlanta Public Schools PD, a number of agencies are working in a concerted effort to work and to bring this suspect in and to make sure that we are all safe in the process. And so I ask that again, if you see the individual that you have seen his face, you've seen his photo and his clothing, please do not approach, but do call 911. So now I am very confident that the men and women of the Atlanta Police Department and the other local agencies are well trained to make sure that we bring this individual to justice for situations just like this. So now I'll turn it over to Chief Shearbaum to give you all the specific details about this incident and to let you know our pathway forward.
All right, that was sound from the mayor earlier today saying that he had been in contact with state and local officials. He spoke to the governor, the congressional delegation, and to the White House in response to what happened today. The White House offering any assistance that is needed here. Remarkably, all the victims here were female in this shooting. The other state official that responded today was our state senator, Raphael Warnock, who made some comments on the floor of the United States Senate this afternoon in the wake of the shooting, urging fellow lawmakers to take immediate action to address the nation's gun violence crisis.
We pray not only with our lips, we pray with our legs. We pray by taking action. And still there are those who want to convince us that this is the cost of freedom. To them, we have to say no.
Senator Warnock there on the Senate floor commenting about the legislation that needs to happen for gun reform. Now, our Morse Diggs was among the many reporters on the ground for us. We did tell you this was a multi-jurisdictional investigation, and he was in Cobb County with activity there.
Yeah, Morse joins us now live from the scene of where that suspect, Morse, is presumed to have ditched a vehicle that he carjacked earlier near the scene of this shooting this afternoon.
Well, earlier we heard Chief Darren Shearbaum from Atlanta say the investigation had expanded into Cobb County, one of the places. We are in Smyrna right now because my sources tell me that as Atlanta police, as they were clearing offices up and down Midtown, that this suspect had already made his way to the Smyrna area. Around Spring Road and Campbell, that area, a male driver reported being carjacked. They started to trace that vehicle through license plate readers, and they got hits on several streets, including behind me here at the Campbell Middle School. We had police officers, dozens of them, including Atlanta police officers who'd made their way up to Cobb County chasing this report, and they cleared the school to make sure that he was not here. They continue to look around the Smyrna and Cobb County area because they believe that the suspect may have carjacked more than one vehicle. I did have a chance earlier to talk to a parent who was out here when she saw all those blue lights. Here's what she had to say.
Yeah, I have elementary, middle, and high school. So that's why I actually happened to be checking my elementary child out, and I saw police cars going into the parking lot of the high school, which panics me because I have a high schooler there. So just chatted with her, and she said, look, there's a friend of mine. She said that they were in a code yellow, and I got nervous when she said that because I know they trigger, the code yellow triggers with all the schools. So that's when I came down here immediately to see, and that's when I saw all the police coming into the middle school where my son is.
Now, the latest information I have received in the last few minutes is that this suspect may have taken another vehicle. He may be in a red pickup. A red pickup. They're trying to firm up the details on that, the model, including the license plate. You can bet, though, that up and down the highway, the Georgia State Patrol will be looking for that potential vehicle. Live from Smyrna, I'm Morse Diggs, Fox 5 News.
All right, Morse, thank you so much. And we want to show you some live pictures from overhead right now. Also in Cobb County, over the Cobb Galleria area, where we're seeing some police activity. As we zoom out here, you can see multiple police vehicles have descended on some of the office buildings here at the Cobb Galleria area along Cobb Parkway. Not sure why they are here, but again, we've seen multiple police activity in multiple locations as police now are in about hour 3 or 4 of trying to search for this suspect.
Live pictures from Skyfox 5 over this area. We do understand that there's a scene here, Morse telling us just now that there may be a red pickup truck involved here, that the suspect, 24-year-old Dion Patterson, might have carjacked yet a second vehicle, this presumably red pickup truck. And so this is an area that we're focused on now as authorities and investigators zero in on the area of the Cobb Galleria. We know that Cobb County and Smyrna are involved in this investigation because presumably this is where the suspect may have wound up. Many schools have been put on alert as a result of what happened today. The Atlanta public school system released a statement not too long ago saying that APS families, thank you for your patience and your cooperation today as we work to ensure the safety of our students and staff during the active shooter situation in Metro Atlanta. We're in the process of dismissal, and due to the delays at some schools as well as the traffic issues that have resulted from today's situation, you should expect delays for your students' return home. For students who may not return home, there are blocked streets in the area. They will be returned to school and supervised until they're picked up by parents. Athletics, aftercare, after-school activities will now resume normal operations. And then they end by saying that they're going to provide some resources this evening on how to talk to your kids about situations like this that happen, because it's a conversation that children inevitably ask their parents about. What happened today, why it happened, and whether the suspect was captured and what police are doing about it.
Conversations parents just have had to have way too often here in America. We can't show you enough a picture of the suspect that authorities are looking for. We want to get that back up on the screen for you here. These surveillance images appear to be the ones that were captured inside the hospital, we believe. You can see on the left one, the arm raised of that suspect where he is pointing his weapon at who we do not know at this point, but this is 24-year-old Dion Patterson. This is who authorities are looking for. Crime Stoppers, as we've mentioned, is offering a $10,000 reward for information leading to his arrest.
All right, and we also understand from authorities that the ages of the victims, we heard from Darren Shearbaum today, are as follows. They are all women. The deceased victim who was shot and killed there on the scene was 39 years old. There was a 70-year-old woman shot, a 56-year-old woman, another 39-year-old shooting victim, and a 25-year-old. Those four, we understand, are being treated at Grady Memorial Hospital on one level or another. We understand a couple were in surgery earlier this afternoon, and we're waiting to hear another update from Grady on the conditions of those victims. Atlanta police first alerted us of the shooting about 12:45 this afternoon.
Fox 5 caught up with people in the area moments after the shooting. Take a listen.
I went to start looking up to make sure nobody wasn't hanging a rifle out of one of these windows or anything like that. And I went to put my back against the wall and just trying to do whatever the officers tell us to do at the time.
I don't know. I don't know what to think. I'm just really sad that this has happened in our city because I love Atlanta, and I don't want this to put a black mark on it. I live in Midtown, right across from the park, and I don't live in fear. It's just, things just happen.
Witnesses giving us their accounts of just wrapping their heads around this situation again that's happened in their community.
Now let's get out to Fox 5's Deidre Dukes, who's been on the scene all afternoon. Not only as authorities have raced from one scene to another, Deidre, but you were there for the news conference by the mayor and the police chief.
That's right, and we actually have moved down the street just a bit, so now we're directly across the street from Northside Medical where that shooting unfolded just after noon today. As you can see, the investigation active still at this time. We've seen a little bit more activity here. The area has been reopened to foot traffic, so we have people in a number of our restaurants eating and going about their business. At the same time, we still have the street closed off to traffic at this time. We were told by police officials during the news conference that at this hour underway here at the crime scene, witnesses being interviewed, also evidence being collected. At the same time, there is, of course, still a very active investigation, a search underway, an active search, we were told, for Dion Patterson, that 24-year-old man who police say opened fire here, shooting 5 people, killing 1, leaving 4, as officials said during the news conference, in very critical condition. Fighting for their lives were the words that were used during the news conference. We're told that Fulton and Cobb counties are 2 counties being focused on right now as far as where this individual is possibly believed to be at this time, saying we know now, police saying that the suspect did in fact carjack a vehicle from this location and fled as they say police were making their way here to the reports of an active shooter here. We heard from someone who actually was hunkered down on the 9th floor, who heard what they said sounded like firecrackers, and then saw what we all know is played out time and time again, that training unfortunately here put into effect. He said that he saw actually medical staff starting to lock doors, doing things of that nature, telling them to hunker down in place as they began to realize that there was in fact someone shooting in the building, and that man saying that at one point the elevator was moving. They saw movement there coming to their floor, and they were so fearful. And then they were so relieved when police actually came off of that elevator, not knowing who might be coming out, fearful, of course, that it might be the shooter. So we have seen throughout the afternoon medical staff being released from the building, patients being released from the building. I also talked to one young man who said that his mother was here working inside Northside Medical when those gunshots were fired. And so he came here, said his mom was not hurt, thankfully, but of course very shaken, and he was waiting for her to come out. So just a very subdued atmosphere here. As I said, some of the restaurants are open, people making their way back and forth, but certainly a very subdued mood here outside Northside Medical this afternoon. Back to you.
All right, Deidre, thanks for your perspective from there. We do want to give you a look at traffic with so many scenes and streets being blocked off. Of course, we're going to continue to follow what has been an active scene in Midtown. We know the gunman is still at large, but that shelter in place that was in effect for Midtown Atlanta, that has since been lifted. But police have all of West Peachtree Street closed and parts between 10th and 14th Street. They are asking you to avoid this area. Here's a list of streets to avoid. All lanes are closed at West Peachtree Street. Any streets north of 10th Street is partially closed or congested. And we also received reports Windy Ridge and Heritage Court near the Battery closed after finding an abandoned vehicle with the gunman's bag. So this is new information that is just coming across. We showed you that activity live overhead over at the Cobb Galleria. It appears that could be related to that, with the Battery not being far from the Cobb Galleria area there along Cobb Parkway. And also, if you're in Midtown, try using Northside Drive, Piedmont Avenue, or Monroe Drive as alternates.
Yeah, we showed you those live pictures from Sky Fox 5 not too long ago of the Cobb Galleria. We know this investigation is on a couple of fronts as police look for the suspect. We're joined now by Jeff Thorne, who is on the 17th floor of Galleria 100. Mr. Thorne, thank you so much for joining us. We just heard from Cobb County Police. They tweeted out that the reports of shots fired there at 200 Galleria Parkway were a false alarm, but what can you tell us you're seeing right now?
Well, what I'm seeing right now is all our employees, we're all in one location. I have not heard any shots fired at all. We have police around us to make sure we're protected, but we are on the 17th floor, and we're probably going to be evacuated here shortly.
We saw the racetrack logo on that building. Is that the headquarters? Is that the employer that you work for?
No. We are not in the racetrack building.
Okay.
We are in building 100.
Okay.
And so what, Mr. Thorne, might go through your mind and the mind of your fellow employees there as you hear information about not only what happened downtown, but then how it might impact the area you're in?
Well, we're moving out of the building right now as we speak. So we're going to do the exit down, probably get outside. But go ahead.
When you were given the order to shelter in place there, did it immediately come to mind that it could potentially be related to what happened in Midtown Atlanta? Had you heard about the activity that had been happening here in the city?
Well, I worked at Fox 5 for a little while, and I've been in news for 35 years. I'm not in it anymore, but I had a feeling that something could happen like this. But you know, like I said, we're going to be evacuated now. So, and I'm actually going in an elevator, so you may lose me.
We certainly don't want to get in the way of you being asked to leave that building. Jeff Thorne, thanks so much for joining us with the perspective from the 17th floor of Galleria 100, where this investigation is seemingly focused. You know, we've heard of officer presence in Vining, Cumberland, the Truist Park area, where we reported just a second ago that the suspect's bag may have been found. So lots of things happening seemingly at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, a multi-jurisdictional effort here, and investigations happening in multiple areas of the city and just outside of Fulton County here. And appreciate again Jeff Thorne joining us by phone and give us a perspective of having to shelter in place, and now the folks there in building 100 being evacuated there at the Cobb Galleria.
Let's get out to Fox 5's Rob DiRienzo, who's been live there right near the scene of where this shooting took place. Rob, now you're immediately outside the building. What's going on there now?
Hey there, guys. That's right. Just in the last few minutes, we saw this ambulance pull up, and it loaded on, the medics loaded on a patient. Now, it's not clear if this is an additional shooting victim or if this is a patient from inside the facility that needs to be transported to another medical facility. But again, there's a patient inside that ambulance right now, hours after the shooting. We're not sure who it is or what their involvement, if at all, if any involvement in this incident. Now, I want to give you a listen to a woman I spoke to earlier today. She works inside Northside Hospital, inside this location. She says she wasn't in the building when the shots started, but she had to quickly react. Take a listen.
It's really surreal. You know, like I said, I feel like you hear about this all the time, and it doesn't, you know, cross your mind that, oh, you could be in this situation.
And back out here live, you can see police officers still standing by the door with those long guns as they continue to try to figure out and piece together what exactly happened here earlier today. Again, one person dead. We know of several patients now in medical care, including the person inside that Grady ambulance. Again, it's not clear what their involvement was, if they're an additional victim or if they're just somebody else who needs medical assistance from inside the building at this point. But again, police have this entire area cordoned off as they continue their investigation and try to locate the suspect, now apparently far from the scene. That's the latest from here. Back to you.
Yeah, that's where it all started, there on the 11th floor of that building.
Real quick, Rob, before we let you go, you were there sort of in the moments after this thing unfolded. For those folks who are just now getting home and tuning into our coverage, the intensity with which you were moving around and with which Atlanta police were responding to this scene was incredible. Can you just kind of walk us through those moments when you first arrived there?
Yeah, that's right, Tom. We first got word about this around 12:30. It's actually my day off. I was a couple blocks away at home, and I heard a lot of sirens, and I quickly figured out that something was going on. I actually ran over here. If you watched our noon broadcast, you actually heard me out of breath. When I got here, there were a lot of people in medical garbs and in scrubs clinging to each other, crying, very upset as police continued to keep pushing us back, and that was about a block away from here. So when I arrived several hours ago, it was a very different scene than what we're seeing right now. It was a lot of uncertainty and, frankly, a lot of fear and terror in these people's eyes.
They wouldn't let you get close to that scene, Rob, right? They kept you a couple blocks away?
Yeah, at one point I was actually threatened with arrest. As you can imagine, excuse me, for these officers, it is a very stressful situation for them as they try to figure out in that moment what's going on, who's the good guys, who's the bad guys, and keeping the journalists back is part of that. So we definitely did get a little bit of pushback from officers when we were here. But again, that's just part of these breaking news situations. And of course, we moved back upon request to get out of their way.
Yeah. Just incredible insight and perspective in the moments right after this shooting took place. Just after noontime today. All right, Rob D'Arienzo, thanks.
Let's go to our Denise Dillon, who is live at the Gallery 1 Parkway near that building where people have been evacuated. At one point, they were told to shelter in place. Denise, what are you learning there on scene?
Yeah, we arrived here a few minutes ago. We're actually on top of a parking deck, so you can kind of overlook Galleria Parkway here. There are still a number of officers out here, dozens. Cobb Police, Georgia State Patrol, Atlanta Police, Marietta Police. We've seen a few ambulances standing by. Now, this is very close to the Cobb Galleria Center, obviously. Cobb Police had mentioned earlier that they had been searching the area for Dion Patterson. They've been looking in Vinings, Cumberland, near Truist Park. Earlier, about 20 minutes ago, we saw a number of police officers at Truist Park right by the Battery, and that's when they got calls of shots fired in one of the buildings here. It was a 200 building here. They all raced over here. Law enforcement went streaming out of the Battery, up from 75, down 75. They all converged here and have recently determined that that call of shots fired was false. So now everyone working in these very tall office buildings near me have been told, given the all clear, it is safe. Police are starting to pull out of this area now. Some still standing by. Just from this vantage point right here, I can see at least 20 police cars. But again, the calls of shots fired in the building here at Galleria Parkway were false. Reporting live in Cobb County, Denise Dillon, Fox 5 News.
All right, thanks for giving us a clearer look at what's happening there in Cobb County. Denise, thanks so much. If you're just joining us today, maybe you're just getting home from work.
You're just listening in to our Fox 5 team there in Atlanta. I want to give you just a recap as they continue to cover this major story there in Georgia. Of course, what we do know is one person has died, 4 others injured. We were learning from the officials at the hospital that 3 were in critical condition. This coming about an hour or so ago. Of course, following all of this and various different scenes here on Live Now from Fox, you can see overhead, but also on the ground, our Fox 5 team doing a really good job with this. I'm going to give you an overhead shot of different scenes as they are in different parts of the metro area there in Atlanta. Of course, I want to put up the image one more time from Atlanta police saying Dion Patterson still at large at this time. Of course, the 24-year-old there in the image of him, as well as Cobb County. There's a suspected shooter. Cobb officers returning continued search in those various areas, Vinings, Cumberland, Truist Park areas. As we continue to monitor this very, very closely, this potentially hearing from the mayor, hearing from different officials there on the ground. Let's get right back out to our Fox 5 team as they continue to cover this developing story here.
Carjacked by Patterson, but he has since fled on foot from that area, authorities say. So this has been a multi-jurisdictional effort to try to find this individual. We are expected to get another update from Grady Hospital on the victim, so we hope to hear positive news on the 4 women who have survived this terrible shooting that happened today in Midtown. We've had multiple crews on different scenes for us as well, watching active police activity as they look through specific vehicles or just standing around as they're monitoring different crime scenes in the area. Let's go to our Eric Perry, who is on the ground for us as well. Still in Midtown, Eric, you've specifically been watching activity in a parking lot nearby. What other information are you learning?
Yeah, Christine, that parking lot was on 14th near Williams Road, but we were actually able to move up 14th Street a little bit. This road is still blocked off. I actually want to show you down that way so you can actually see that 14th Street still blocked off, and beyond that light is the overpass of the highway. That Shell gas station is a one-way heading to your left. That is still open, but 14th is not. But I want to bring you back around here. We're actually up by the mobile command center here. This is where a lot of the centralized location was. This is where we saw first responders gathering. This is West Peachtree Street and 14th Street here, but you can also see to my right that they have allowed traffic to open back up and come down. At one point, it was completely closed as they were working this investigation. If you worked here at the Whole Foods or lived here at this Icon apartment, you cannot go inside, but this is back open now as they are starting to ease a little bit from this area, but you can still see a police presence. My colleague, Rob DiRienzo, talked about someone getting into a Grady ambulance just recently. We saw that ambulance take off with sirens just a couple of minutes ago, right before you came to us. We got video of that. We'll work to get that to you. But giving you just a different perspective of where we are at this exact moment, West Peachtree Street coming down this one way is open, allowed for traffic. You can see some. You can take that right up going toward Colony Square, going toward Piedmont Park there. But again, if you're coming on 14th, this is still closed as we continue to investigate. We talked to those who were inside. We talked with different physicians and doctors who were inside, who's heard the gunshots, and they made sure that they could save all the people that they can. One man said he was in surgery. Another person said he issued what was called a silver alert, which went out to his members there and his faculty, which issued that meant something serious was happened to get to your safe designated location. He says one of his employees came out and found that her windshield was shattered by bullets. She believes that the gunman might have tried to get into her car as he made his getaway and used a side exit there that he says that no one really uses there. But again, we're still working to figure out just exactly who it was inside. But those residents, those patients, those physicians, they describe it as a family on the inside of there as they work to wrap their head around just exactly what happened inside there. Tom, Christine.
Well, and Eric, Christine and I were just, watching some of the people that you spoke to, and it was pretty extraordinary, sort of the calm manner they went about telling you what happened. And one wonders whether that's because they're medical professionals and they're used to responding to situations that are out of the ordinary. But what it is that gave them that sort of peace of mind to recall how to get out of the building and to sort of come together in response to the shooting today.
Yeah, Tom. Just asking him, I asked, have you been able to process this? How do you move forward? And he says at the moment he hasn't been able to process it at all. He was just like, I don't think he's been able to even comprehend what happened today. He was just more worried about the members that he works with, the family members that in that medical facility. So I don't think a lot of people leaving today have fully grasped what they went through and the trauma that they really endured around noontime today or Wednesday.
And when you first got on the ground, Eric, just describe for us what the demeanor was of some of the people who were able to leave the buildings immediately. They looked very shaken up.
Very shaken up. There were a lot of tears. This one man just said he wanted to get home to his wife. That's all he wanted to do, was to talk with his wife. A lot of these people wanted to get to their family members. They're watching us, who we're telling them information, so they're not sure. They just know they have loved ones inside that building. So they're just trying to make that connection to his wife. This one woman said she heard the gunshots. She was on a 4 below. We believe this happened on that 11th floor. She said she was on the 10th floor. They heard the gunshots. She went into hide mode, waiting for help to get inside there. there. And when she got out, she was just ecstatic just to be able to see outside. She didn't want to interview or anything like that, but she said, you know, she's from Atlanta. She was thanking God that she was able to be out here, and she was just trying to figure out how she and her co-workers will be able to return to that building after what happened today.
Yeah, does business as usual happen tomorrow? It's difficult to go back to normal with such a traumatic event that happened today. Eric, thank you so much.
And one wonders why this all happened in the first place. What was the motive of the suspected shooter who entered that medical building this afternoon and opened fire? All the victims, we understand, were women, whether that's coincidental or intentional. We just don't know at this point, but the fatal victim happened to be a 39-year-old woman. We saw the medical examiner's van parked outside the Northside Hospital Medical Building there today on West Peachtree Street. We also know that there was a 71-year-old victim, a 56-year-old victim, a 39-year-old victim, and a 25-year-old victim, again, all females.
Yeah, and they're currently at Grady Hospital getting treated. We heard from Grady earlier today. Let's take a listen.
I mean, first thing you do is you try to accomplish what I came for, which is just to do an operation. And then other than that, I just kind of thought, I could be in a shooting today. And I just kind of followed the directions of the officers, and they kept us safe, and it wasn't really an issue. So I just thank God that nothing more came of it up to this point. Hopefully they'll apprehend him pretty swiftly.
I was on lunch break, so I was taking a walk around the building on a work call, and I noticed a bunch of just APD, Atlanta police officers, running into the front lobby of the building, and they were drawing their pistols. So I started walking towards that area to see what was going on. And as I was walking up, a whole slew of officers and police cars pulled up, and more officers started running in with pulled AR-51s. And I then was worried about what was happening in my building.
All right, so you're hearing from eyewitnesses there who were inside the medical building as it was happening. That one surgeon in the first soundbite saying he was in the middle of surgery and heard all of this happening. It just speaks to what was supposed to be a normal day for those individuals going about their day and doing their jobs, and then this happens.
Amazing those folks spoke with such composure about what happened today. Let's get out to Fox 5's Claire Sims, who's live at Grady Memorial Hospital, where, Claire, we heard from one of the medical officials earlier this afternoon about the response that they carried out today, how they were prepared for what happened, and the treatment of the victims. Have we learned anything more about their conditions?
Well, Tom, at this point, we don't have anything new, but we do expect to get an update in just the next 14 minutes or so. We're being told that Grady officials plan to have another news conference right around 5 o'clock this afternoon. Hopefully, they will be giving us some good news. But the latest information that we had came from Grady officials around 2:30 this afternoon. That is when they told us that the 4 surviving victims in this shooting were all brought here to Grady Memorial Hospital from the Midtown area. We're told 3 of those victims, at least at 2:30, were in critical condition. One of those victims remained in the emergency room. They told us the other 3 were upstairs being treated. 2 of them were in in operating rooms, and a 3rd patient was in what they call gotta see if I can find what it's called again. Basically in a place where they use x-rays or imaging technology to try to pinpoint problems on a patient's body and then use that to guide their treatment plan or surgery, whatever is required. So again, 3 critical, we don't have an exact condition on the 4th patient. 2 were in surgery, and then a 3rd was in that imaging situation. So Grady officials told us that when they got the call about a mass casualty event, that they were initially told there may be as many as 12 victims. Luckily, that was not the case here. We want to have 0 victims, but they ended up only with 4 patients coming in, but they said they were prepared for many more than that. They said the first thing they did is they got all hands on deck. So they had trauma surgeons ready to go. They cleared the emergency room of any other patients to make as much room as possible. They said they even had chaplains here, extra security brought in. They at one point closed the hospital to visitors because they said they weren't sure about the whereabouts of the suspected shooter. They didn't know if that shooter might come here to Grady, so they shut things down to visitors, although very quickly they said they were able to reopen to visitors because they did not see that as a threat. And they said that they have at least the families of 2 of the patients here. They have not been able to give us much information about the patients themselves, obviously because of healthcare rules, HIPAA. They want to make sure they're protecting the privacy of those victims as they continue to heal. So again, in just the next maybe 10 minutes now, 10:15, we're waiting to hear from Grady officials one more time. They had told us earlier this afternoon that their hope was to give us an update once those patients were out of surgery. Hopefully that is the good news, and the update that we're going to get is that those people were able to come out of surgery successfully. So we will bring you the latest as soon as we get it. We are live outside Grady Memorial Hospital. Claire Sims, Fox 5 News.
All right, Claire, thanks for the latest. And it's just extraordinary how Claire talks about the preparedness of the trauma folks there and how they were all standing by for the victims when they were brought there. These people have to train for this kind of stuff all the time, whether it's a mass shooting, you know, a mass car accident, any kind of mass casualty situation, if you will. They were standing by and ready for these victims. It was sort of an all hands on deck situation there at Grady this afternoon.
And our police departments and sheriff departments, they do this active shooter training as well for this very reason, so that they're able to just respond so quickly and know what to do in the moment when it actually happens. Our Deidre Dukes is still on the ground for us along West Peachtree and 12th Street. Deidre, I want to check back in with you on what's happening on the ground.
Yeah, as the search for that suspect has kind of moved out of this immediate area, we are seeing really everything kind of pick back up here as far as restaurants reopening. We're seeing more foot traffic, but still being kept away from the immediate crime scene here. You see behind me across the street from Northside Medical right now. We can tell you that police are saying at this point they are now focused at this location on interviewing witnesses and gathering evidence. At the same time, of course, there's still a very active search. We're told in Fulton County and Cobb County, the focus right now of the active search for that suspect. We learned during the news conference during the 4 o'clock hour that the suspect actually carjacked a vehicle, leaving the area in that vehicle. As the police chief said, his officers were descending on this location, responding to that active shooter situation. I talked to people who were inside when those first shots rang out, saying that it sounded like firecrackers going off here. They were on the 9th floor and learned that there was actually a shooting on the 11th floor, saying that the medical staff did a great job immediately kicking into gear, using that training that so many of us have gone through here, kicking into gear, locking that area down, saying that they actually watched what was unfolding on the news as this all played out, as they hunkered down, not sure where that shooter was in the building. They did say at one point they saw the elevator coming up to their floor, and they were so concerned not knowing who was going to come out of that elevator, and then they were so relieved when in fact it was police coming out there and that they were given the all clear on their floor. There are still several police officers on scene. Every so often we have motorcycle units coming by, still several units out here as well. It appears that this will be very much an active scene for the next several hours. But we're also seeing activity here at the hospital. Of course, we don't see anybody appearing to be patients going in, but we are still seeing medical staff going back and forth. So as far as the situation inside the hospital, there does appear to be still we're seeing some medical staff there right there at the front door going back and forth. But as it stands now, with the shelter in place lifted here, a return to some sense of normalcy here as much as there can be after such a devastating event here in Midtown this afternoon. That's the latest here in Midtown. Deidre Dukes, Fox 5 News.
Yeah, Deidre, it's really remarkable how only less than 4 hours ago, 3 hours ago, we were looking at an entirely different situation there from the scene at that 1100 block area of Midtown Atlanta at the Northside Hospital Medical Building where this whole thing started in the first place, and just the ferocity with which police and officials raced into that building to try to capture this shooter after he opened fire just after noontime today.
Yeah, it was really an intense scene earlier today. We are getting brand new information now on the suspect. We want to go to our Russ Spencer, who is at the live desk in the newsroom. Russ, what information do you have?
Well, Christine and Tom, you've been asking the question, all of us have been asking this afternoon, why on earth did this terrible thing happen? We don't have any real clarity about that at this point, but we are learning more about Dion Patterson. Apparently, he was in the Coast Guard for 4.5 years, and we have a statement from the Coast Guard this afternoon. It reads this way. The Coast Guard is aware of the tragic incident in Atlanta allegedly involving Mr. Dion Patterson. Our deepest sympathies are with the victims and their families. The Coast Guard Investigative Service is working closely with the Atlanta Police Department and local authorities in the investigation. Mr. Patterson entered the Coast Guard in July of 2018 and last served as an electrician's mate 2nd class. He was discharged from active duty in January of 2023, again, just a few months ago. We've also learned that his last known address was in Clayton County, where he was arrested for DUI in 2017. Those charges dropped that same year. Of course, none of this would explain why a man would go into a medical facility in Midtown and open fire on 5 innocent people, but that's what we know at this hour about Dion Patterson as the search for him and the gun continues this afternoon.
Yeah, and this is similar information that police probably behind the scenes are trying to dig up themselves, trying to find any kind of background on this man, on who he might be, where he's from, who he knows, what may have been posted online on different social media outlets. We appreciate, Russ, you finding out that information for us. A former Coast Guard member and was discharged in January of 2023, just a few months ago.
Yes, so many unanswered questions as authorities try to build a profile of this suspect to help track him down. Did he have any relatives in the area? Where did he live? Who can we contact that might know this person? Because oftentimes the suspect will wind up back home. And so they're not leaving any stone unturned here.
Let's go to Rob D'Arienzo, who has been among the crews on the ground for us. And Rob, we just talked to Deidre, who says it appears things are kind of slowing down where she is. Is that similar to what you're seeing where you are?
Well, that's right, guys. I was actually just speaking with some employees of Northside. They say they just really want to go home at this point. They've had a terribly traumatizing day, but police are telling them right now they can go to every single floor except 11. That is where the shooting happened. The entire floor right now is considered a crime scene. I spoke to a Northside employee who relies on insulin because she's diabetic. She says her insulin is upstairs. She's not able to get it right now. Her keys are upstairs, so she's not able to go home. I want to take a step out of the way to show you what the entrance is looking like. You can see some people in some medical-like attire. As I was saying, employees one by one are being escorted into the building to retrieve their belongings for the day, except for the 11th floor. Again, those are the employees that witnessed the most traumatic events of all this today. So really, they're just very stressed. You could see the tears that were dried on the side of their face. And after all of this, they really just want to get home. But unfortunately, police tell them right now, because the entire 11th floor is considered a crime scene, they cannot do so yet. Back to you.
All right, Rob, extraordinary events that have led us to this moment today. It all began just after noontime at the Northside Hospital Clinic there on the 1100 block of West Peachtree Street, when police say a gunman, 24 years old, entered that building, went up to the 11th floor and opened fire, killing 1 victim and injuring 4 others.
Yeah, that suspect is Dion Patterson. The hunt is on for him at this hour in multiple locations. We have more details on what all transpired in Midtown Atlanta today next on Fox 5 News at 5.
You were just listening there as I think they were going to go to a break, a quick break, as they were certainly covering a lot of this here on Live Now from Fox ahead of their newscast that's coming out. So we're going to stick with all of this here on Live Now from Fox. I want to put up a live picture, as this is where the upcoming press conference is going to be taking place at that Grady Hospital. Of course, the shooting also taking place at a different medical center there. On the 11th floor is what we were hearing. One person has died and 4 injured during this. Of course, Grady Hospital providing an update as we will continue here on Live Now from Fox. Let's dive right back into our Fox 5 team as they cover this major developing story.
Team coverage on the ground. We have more than a dozen reporters and photographers working this story, and we'll bring you every angle and update.
As we say, good evening, and thanks so much for joining us for our continuing coverage today. I'm Tom Haynes.
I'm Christine Spiro. Want to give you a live look at Grady Memorial Hospital right now, where we are waiting for new information just minutes away.
Yeah, as soon as that begins, we'll get you there. Meantime, we want to take a live look from Skyfox 5 right now, where police are searching for the Midtown shooting suspect. This is up in Cobb County, and it looks like it's at a construction site. It's an apartment building that's being built there near the Battery and the perimeter. So far, police are following some leads there. No sightings, though, have been confirmed. So let's get an update now on the situation.
Fox 5's Deidre Davis is live in Midtown with what we're hearing from police at this hour. Deidre.
Yeah, with that shelter in place lifted after several hours out here, quite a different scene. That sense of urgency no longer here, but still a very active crime scene here as police continue to interview witnesses and gather evidence here at this location. Also allowing, as my colleague Rob DiRienzo reported a short time ago, allowing those staff members who were here earlier when this all unfolded, allowing them to go in and retrieve their belongings. So we are seeing some staff going back and forth here, but definitely a calmer, you might say, situation here, as there is still a very active investigation, an active search underway for that suspect, Dion Patterson. Several law enforcement agencies involved in that here in Fulton County and also Cobb County. We learned during that police news conference that was held about an hour ago that that suspect, police now know, carjacked a vehicle after opening fire, shooting 5 people here at North Side. He fled the area as police closed in, responding to that active shooter search here. Now, we are told by APD Chief Darren Shearbaum that that individual, that suspect, should be considered armed and dangerous, as the operation is underway to find him at this hour.
At 12:08 this afternoon, we were called just down the street to 1110 West Peachtree. This is a medical facility, the Northside Hospital, that is at that location. This shooting did occur inside the waiting room of that medical facility, where 5 individuals were shot. Unfortunately, a 39-year-old female has lost her life, and of those that are injured is a 71-year-old female, a 56-year-old female, a 39-year-old female, and then a 25.
Let's go to Dr. Robert Jansen in front of Grady, giving us an update on the victims.
Okay, hey everyone, this is Dr. Robert Jansen, Chief Medical Officer.
Well, good afternoon. As all of you know, we had a mass shooting this afternoon. 4 patients were transported by Grady EMS to our trauma center. At the present time, 1 is still in the operating room. The other patient is coming out of the operating room. We have 1 patient who had a procedure in interventional radiology, which was completed. They will have additional studies done, and 1 patient remains stable in the trauma center.
Can you explain what interventional radiology means further?
Sure. When you certainly have certain types of injuries, particularly vascular injuries, sometimes we're able to go to radiology rather than the operating room to repair that injury or take care of it. So it's still an invasive procedure. It's usually done under anesthesia, but it is in a different area of the hospital, not in the main operating room.
Earlier today,
Sure. So we had 4 people brought in by EMS. Of those, 1 is still in the operating room. probably the most seriously injured. Another patient just got out of the operating room and is doing well. We had a third patient who had a procedure in interventional radiology, and they will have to have additional procedures to follow up. And then the final patient is still in the trauma center, probably does not require surgery and is doing well.
Were they shot multiple times? Can you talk about where and how they were shot?
Well, I don't know how many times each one was shot. Really because of patient confidentiality, I don't want to get into the nature of the wounds. I think that would be a little unusual.
Were any of these cases particularly challenging for the surgeons?
Well, two of them were particularly serious, the ones that went to the operating room. And the one in the interventional radiology was in critical condition too. So all three of those are very serious injuries.
And can you once again describe what would make you go to the intervention radiology versus the regular trauma area?
If it is primarily an injury to the blood vessels, we're frequently able to take care of that in interventional radiology as opposed to having to open the patient up in an operating room. Interventional radiology is where you go in through the blood vessels using special catheters and are able to take care of the injury that way.
Can you talk about the flow of patients, maybe not specifically with this case, but the flow of patients coming into the ED and then moving throughout the hospital to ORs and other places?
Right. So in this particular case, as I said, Grady EMS brought all four patients here. They arrived within 20-30 minutes of each other. We were already prepared in the trauma center. We had trauma surgeons, nurses, all the staff ready. So as soon as they came into the trauma center, they were put into a trauma room and were treated immediately. Two of those were taken immediately up to the operating room. We had the operating rooms open and ready, so they went directly from the emergency department to the operating room. The other one went straight from the emergency room to the interventional radiology suite. None of them were delayed by more than any time at all because we were ready for them immediately.
For the patient who's still in the operating room, how long has that surgery been going?
It's been going on a number of hours. I don't know, it's probably about 3 or 4 hours.
Were all four of them shot? Their injuries were all gunshot injuries?
Yes, they were all gunshot wounds.
And you mentioned earlier this afternoon that there were at least 2 families here. Have the
Yes.
4 families arrived?
I haven't checked back to the emergency department to see. Hopefully they have arrived.
So it's fair to say 3 are still in critical condition?
Pardon?
3 are still in critical condition?
Yes.
And the 4th, if 3 are in critical, the 4th is?
The 4th is stable.
Can you talk about the next steps, what these next few hours look like for the medical teams taking care of
Right.
them?
So obviously we've got to finish the surgery on the one patient who's still in the operating room. They will go to the surgery intensive care unit. The other patient who finished surgery will go to the intensive care unit. The one who went to the interventional radiology suite is in the intensive care unit. So all 3 of those are either in the intensive care unit or will be going there afterwards because they are still critically ill. They will be treated by the trauma surgeons who staff the critical care units.
And you said earlier that you were totally prepared for this. Did everything go smoothly from the hospital's end of things as far as responding?
It went incredibly smoothly, and I cannot be more proud of the performance of all of the staff at Grady. From the surgeons, we had EVS ready, so we had everyone there. We had chaplains ready to deal with the patients and their families. So by the time they arrived, we were fully staffed. We had empty rooms waiting. It was absolutely seamless. I cannot be more proud of the way Grady handled this.
Thank you guys. That's it for now. We'll keep you updated. Thank you. Thank you,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Jansen.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You were just listening in there to officials there in Atlanta at that medical center where they're talking about those 4 people injured. They're saying a couple of them still potentially in surgery as well. So something we're going to continue to follow here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us as we continue to cover this major story here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to dive right back into our Fox 5 team here. But first, I want to put up a tweet just to give you a little bit of an understanding what we're looking at as police still in search for 24-year-old Dion Patterson. They've identified him after the shooting, potentially carjacked an individual. So they're not exactly sure where this individual is right now, but this taking place in Midtown Atlanta. some time ago, about 5 or so hours ago, after the noon hour on the East Coast. So certainly there's the images from inside the hospital they're also talking about, and also a mugshot of Dion Patterson. They're asking for people's help if they can call an individual. Of course, they're also learning more about the people that were injured, all of them women in this instance. Of course, still determining the motive and different things here. Let's dive right back into our Fox 5 team as they continue to cover this wall-to-wall at a very developing story here out of Atlanta.
We say the oldest victim was 71 years old, the youngest 26. This happened on the 11th floor of the Northside Hospital Medical Midtown. This is sort of a timeline of what happened today. Per Atlanta Police Chief Darren Shearbaum, happened just after noontime at the medical facility on West Peachtree Street at about 12:08, we understand, just before 10 after 12, the lunchtime rush hour in Midtown. Police called to a man who they identify as Dion Patterson, 24 years old, opened fire in the waiting room, apparently, reportedly on the 11th floor of this facility. One woman again killed, 4 injured. Patterson then carjacked somebody and then left the area.
Yeah, the folks from Northside Hospital did issue a statement very early on in this investigation. They said, quote, Northside Hospital is cooperating with law enforcement following the shooting at our Midtown Atlanta location earlier this afternoon. We urge people in the area to shelter in place. That's when that shelter in place notice was in effect. It has since been lifted. They go on to say, though, that they want folks to follow the instructions of law enforcement on that scene. They finally said this tragedy is affecting all of us, and we ask for patience and prayers at this time. Again, that shelter is in place, has since been lifted in the area, and people are actually being let back into Northside Medical Center to get some of their belongings, except on the 11th floor where the shooting took place.
And which is still an active crime scene. We're learning more about the shooting suspect, 24-year-old Dion Patterson.
Fox 5's Russ Spencer is at the live desk with information we just received minutes ago. Russ?
Yeah, we don't know a lot at this point, guys, but we do know from the chief, Darren Shearbaum, that his family, Patterson's family, is cooperating with their investigation. We don't know precisely what that means, whether his mother or someone else in the family is speaking with them. But we have learned that he was a member of the U.S. Coast Guard for 4.5 years, and we have a statement from the Coast Guard that was just released. It says the Coast Guard is aware of the tragic incident in Atlanta allegedly involving Mr. Dion Patterson. Our deepest sympathies are with the victims and their families. The Coast Guard Investigative Service is working closely with the Atlanta Police Department and local authorities in the investigation. Mr. Patterson entered the Coast Guard in July of 2018 and last served as an electrician's mate, 2nd class. He was discharged from active duty in January of 2023. Again, the Coast Guard says it's working with APD. Lots of agencies involved in this investigation trying to get to the bottom of this to find both him and his gun, as the chief pointed out. Let me just give you a list of the agencies involved in this investigation at the moment. APD, the Fulton County Sheriff's Office, Georgia Tech PD, Georgia State PD, MARTA PD. Apparently they've upgraded police presence at MARTA stations. The GBI, the FBI, the Secret Service, and Atlanta Public Schools Police as well. So everyone's on deck here looking for this man, and we will certainly stay on this until he's found.
All right, Russ, some incredible information about what we know about this suspect as police try to build a profile of who he is and what his motives might have been.
Fox 5's Eric Perry has also been covering this breaking news for us on the ground for the last several hours. Let's go back to him live. So, Eric, what have you been hearing from witnesses on scene?
Hey, Christine, I actually want to get right to this. That mobile command unit just pulled off here. It was at the intersection of 14th and West Peachtree Street. And I kid you not, 30 seconds before you went to me live, the shooter's mom was inside that mobile command unit. She must have been there since the incident happened. She, with a blanket over her head, got into an SUV with police and was taken away from the scene. We are going to work to get that video for you when the next time you visit us. But again, the shooter's mom Deon Patterson's mom was inside of that mobile command unit talking with police. She was escorted just a couple of feet to a SUV that was waiting for her with Atlanta police. They had her head covered and she got in there and she was taken away. So that means she is cooperating with this investigation. Again, we'll work to get that video for us, but we've been out here since about 1 o'clock. Shortly after all of this happened, we're here at the intersection of West Peachtree Street and 14th Street. You can see West Peachtree is back open as police are starting to leave the scene, but you can still see massive investigation and active investigation. I spent my time talking with those who were leaving the facility, those doctors, those physicians, those workers inside of that building. It melts your heart. It makes you feel something. Listen to what we talked with them about and just how they're handling the situation and when they noticed something was wrong.
I mean, first thing you do is you try to accomplish what I came for, which is just to do an operation. And then other than that, I just kind of thought, I could be in a shooting today. And I just kind of followed the directions of the officers, and they kept us safe, and it wasn't really an issue. So I just thank God that nothing more came of it up to this point. Hopefully they'll apprehend him pretty swiftly.
I noticed that there was a car right in the loading dock area with the window shattered. And there was some piece of equipment next to it, and she had mentioned that when she came back out of the department, she saw that someone tried breaking into her car, and there was a stairwell, like a utility stairwell that none of us really use, right by the loading dock area that she thought was suspicious. So we think maybe the suspect was trying to make a getaway with her car. Her hazards were on.
All right, things out here moving fast. Zoran, can you show around? They have just now opened up 14th Street here in the last couple of minutes. It's been blocked since all of this has happened. That first man you heard from, he is a surgeon. He was in the middle of an operation while all this happened. That second man you heard from, he's a radiation oncologist. He worked to make sure that his team went to a safe location there. I also asked him, how is he going to get through this? He says they're going to get through as a family, as a medical family. But again, just reiterating a lot of what happened out here. That mobile command center with APD just taking off, probably heading back to process all of this. But inside of that mobile command center was the shooter's mother. They had her shielded from us as she went inside of that SUV. We're going to work to get that to you. I know we'll have another hit, and we'll bring you up to speed when you join us later on in the newscast. That's the latest here at 14th and West Peachtree. I'm Eric Perry, Fox 5 News.
Eric, real quick before we let you go, it's interesting that you talk about the alleged shooter's mother there being on the scene, because one of the reporters in the news conference with Atlanta Police Chief Darren Shearbaum asked about the mother, and as we try to put this big puzzle together, we wonder why the 11th floor of the Northside Medical Building was this shooter's destination. What involvement, if any, the mother might have had, whether she was up there with him at the scene. But it does appear that she was at least in the area at the time of this shooting. Did you get any more information about her involvement in this situation?
Yeah, when I asked off camera, one of the physicians, he believes that she might have been in the building or might have had some sort of appointment there herself. Again, that is not confirmed with police, but given the fact that she has been here and probably for some minute, because we were hanging out by this mobile command center for quite some time, it does give the fact that she was in this general vicinity for her to be able to be here so quickly and to talk with police like she was.
So, Eric, potentially she could have been in that command center for hours talking with police. Does it appear to be the case?
Yeah, I mean, we were just down the street and we were watching this area like a hawk. So I do think she was in there for quite some time, probably for hours, talking to police, cooperating with police, maybe given where her son might be or different things that might help in this search for him.
Just some incredible perspective there. Eric Perry, we know you're going to feed back any video that you might have had of the mother coming out of that police vehicle. Eric, thanks. You know, in these situations, the relatives are usually critically important in trying to locate and capture the suspects. You know, perhaps they're utilizing the mother in that way to either reach out to him or to kind of let them know where he might be.
Sure, absolutely. Well, reaction to the shooting has been coming in from Washington. Fox 5's Alex Whitler is at the live desk with what White House officials and Georgia Senator Raphael Warnock is saying. Alex.
Yeah, Christine, the senator said this most recent shooting is cause for major gun reform. He says those two words so often polarize the country, but encouraged lawmakers to come together to make this country safer. Not even 3 hours after the Midtown shooting that killed one woman and left 4 others hurt, Senator Warnock spoke on the Senate floor in Washington. He told his colleagues 87% of Americans want to see common sense gun laws. And he asked why no further gun laws have been made.
We must act. I'm proud of the fact that we did, after 30 years, pass some gun safety legislation here last Congress. It was a significant piece of legislation, but obviously it's not enough.
It's not just Georgia leaders commenting on this shooting. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre acknowledged it, saying the president is upset to hear about another instance of gun violence in our country.
I think there's parents out there who are frustrated. There are Americans out there who are frustrated and who wants to see an assault weapons ban, which reduced mass shootings when something that the president led on in 1994. We want to see common sense gun law reform.
The senator made the comments as investigators from multiple Metro Atlanta agencies continue their search for the suspected shooter. At the live desk, Alex Whitler, Fox 5 News.
Yeah, word of what happened here in our backyard making national headlines tonight. Thanks so much, Alex. The search for the shooter stretched into Cobb County today.
We want to get up to Fox 5's Morris Diggs, who's been talking to investigators in that area, near the area of Campbell Middle School, near Smyrna. And Morris, we know that this investigation is a moving one. We're up above the Cobb Galleria, spoke to somebody who was inside the building. We're looking at a construction site of an apartment complex. What more can you tell us?
Well, I'm now at a location that tens of thousands of our viewers would be familiar with. I'm just a couple of blocks from the Braves Stadium, Truist Park. Now, photographer Rosie's going to go in and show you the activity here. A lot of Cobb County law enforcement. I will tell you the significance of this site, and I'm not sure yet if we've got the video ready, but earlier our chopper was able to take a shot of a vehicle that was being towed, a white Toyota. Now, let me tell you about that. When this started, and as, according to my information, as Atlanta police officers were clearing the buildings in the Midtown area, this suspect had already made his way to the Smyrna area. I'm told from multiple law enforcement officers that he carjacked a man and stole the white vehicle. That white vehicle he drove around for a while. They were able to intermittently check on that vehicle because of a license plate reader hit. So they would go to that location, then there would be no car found, it would hit again, and so all throughout the afternoon, the last 3 hours in fact, there have been officers fanned out around Smyrna, around Cumberland Mall, and now over here near Truist Park in the Galleria area. So again, they did that, they've recovered, he ditched the car over here, that car has been towed away. My latest information is that he then may have gotten into another car, a red pickup. So authorities are trying to firm that up, and throughout the afternoon, Cobb County police officers, and we've seen Atlanta police officers come up to Cobb as they try and chase this guy, believing that he doesn't want to rely on just being on foot. He could be stealing additional vehicles to try to make his getaway. From Cobb County, I'm Morris Diggs, Fox 5 News.
Rob, thank you. Morris, thank you so much. We do want to go right to our Rob DiRienzo, where we're seeing new activity now outside of Northside Hospital.
Rob, what more can you tell us from where you are?
Christine, Tom, just moments ago, we saw several police officers emerge from the scene with these big brown paper bags, presumably forensic evidence. The investigation is now focused in on over here is collecting that forensic evidence and trying to piece together what happened and in what order it happened. I want to take a step out of the way to show you. You can still see a very large police presence by the entrance to Northside Medical here on West Peachtree Street. But again, we did just see within the last few moments several police officers come out with these big, large brown paper bags, again, presumably evidence that can help them paint the picture of what exactly happened here. But that's what we're mainly seeing right here. We have also seen, as I mentioned earlier, a lot of employees just trying to get home. They're trapped right now, a lot of them who work on the 11th floor, because the entire 11th floor of this building is a crime scene at this point. So the people who witnessed this just horrific event, they can't even go home, get in their cars. So really, it's just a really frightening situation for everybody throughout the day, a very stressful situation, and now a lot of them are still stranded as police continue their investigation, which is still very active at this point.
Yeah, one wonders, Rob, when that building will reopen. Did it reopen later this afternoon? And what about tomorrow when folks need to re-access that medical facility?
Well, as you can see behind me, Tom, the entire scene is still closed off as police continue their work. They're not letting the public into that area, that side of the street. They're keeping us on this side, as well as the employees. Now, the employees who don't work on the 11th floor, they've been escorted one by one up to their respective floors to get their keys, their belongings, and possibly leave. So there are some people being escorted in, but right now it's just considered a giant crime scene at this point.
Yeah, you really have to just protect what could potentially be there as clues, so police can get some of these questions answered on a motive in particular. Rob, thank you so much. Paramedics rushed the injured victims from Northside to Grady Memorial Hospital for treatment.
Let's get out to Fox 5's Claire Sims, who's been monitoring the situation there all afternoon. Claire, you were just part of a news conference by hospital officials there. What did they tell you about the conditions of the victims?
Yeah, in just the last 20 minutes, you watched it here live on Fox 5 as Dr. Robert Jansen, who's the chief medical officer here at Grady Memorial Hospital, walked us through where things stand at this point. So earlier this afternoon, they told us there were 4 of those victims, the 4 injured victims, transported here by Grady EMS to Grady Memorial Hospital. When they got the call that there was a mass casualty incident, he said that's when they started to get ready. They had trauma surgeons go to the emergency room. They were ready. They cleared people out to make space in the emergency room. They said they were anticipating as many as 12 patients. Luckily, there were only 4. Of course, 0 would have been preferable in this case. Now, in the last few minutes, again, they gave us an update. They said there is 1 victim who remains in the operating room. 1 other victim was just taken out of the operating room and is apparently doing well. And then a third was undergoing something called interventional radiology. Now, we talked a little bit about what that means with Dr. Jansen. He said that is when, rather than going into surgery and opening a patient up, you use radiology. That's when someone maybe has a vascular injury, so something to do with their blood vessels. They said they use catheters, they use radiation to try to address those injuries rather than a surgery, although he said it is still an invasive procedure. It is still something that requires anesthesia for the patient. So he said the 3 victims who obviously were the most serious were the 2 who were taken into surgery immediately, and then that third who underwent that radiology treatment. There is a 4th patient who they described as stable. That person remains in the emergency room portion of the hospital receiving treatment, and they did confirm that all 4 of these victims did sustain gunshot wounds, although they would not say exactly where on their body, whether they had been shot once, more than once, multiple times. Didn't really want to go into the extent of their injuries at this point. Of course, they are still obviously bound by HIPAA. They want to protect the healthcare information of these people. We do not know at this point their identities, although we do know that all 5 of the people shot from Atlanta police, we are told that they were women in varying ages, 20s, all the way up to the 70s. And so that's the latest that we have here from Grady. They said the next few hours, of course, will be critical. Again, one patient remains in surgery this afternoon, and we hope to give you any more updates as soon as we get them. We are live outside Grady Memorial Hospital. Claire Sims, Fox 5 News.
A lot of good info. I appreciate the reporting you're getting us from there at Grady Hospital. Claire, thanks so much.
All right, we want to take a look at some video that just came in that our Eric Perry was talking about earlier, just a couple of minutes ago. That is allegedly the mother of the shooting suspect that just got into that black SUV there, presumably a police vehicle. She apparently was with investigators since the time of the shooting, perhaps helping in their investigation locate her son. Police Chief Darren Shearbaum was asked of her involvement, but here you can see her head and upper body covered with what looked like a jacket there, getting into the vehicle. She's been inside of a police command unit all day, presumably helping with the investigation, trying to locate her 24-year-old son.
Yeah, it was asked, Chief Shearbaum, rather, was asked earlier at a press conference whether the suspect was with his mother at the time of the shooting, what potentially, what her whereabouts were potentially at the time this took place, and he did not want to give any more details on that. So it's interesting to see that she was in that command post for some time earlier today and leave in that unmarked vehicle after being questioned and being with police for a good amount of time today.
Yeah, and it's usually the family members who are so instrumental in helping investigators locate a suspect who may be on the run. They might have information or ways to contact that person that police simply don't have.
When this first happened, it was a very intense and chaotic scene, not only as multiple agencies swarmed to Midtown Atlanta when they first got the call of an active shooter, but for the folks who were inside these buildings, who may have heard some of the gunshots, who may have gotten the alert to shelter in place. We have some video of when some people were first able to leave the building. You could see people console each other. You could see people hugging. Very emotional moments here for the folks who were presumably inside the building or even nearby when all this happened. You can just get word of an active shooter. You don't even really have to be in the building where it happened to be, anxious or upset about the possibility of someone on the loose who is armed who just shot 5 people.
Yeah, the emotions clearly palpable among the folks that are out there. This is again in the immediate aftermath, only moments after this shooting took place at 12:08 p.m. at the Northside Hospital Medical Complex on West Peachtree Street on the 1100 block. Obviously, folks evacuated from their buildings as investigators tried to get a handle on the situation. A lot of them on cell phones, presumably calling family members to tell them that they're okay.
Yeah, Deidre Dukes was one of the first people on the ground for us there in Midtown, and there was a press conference earlier by police where you were too as well, Deidre. Just kind of reset and tell us what the latest is that you're hearing at this hour.
Yeah, that search actively underway now for 24-year-old Dion Patterson. As that search is underway, Chief Shearbaum at this time saying there were still some questions that they just could not answer for us. Questions such as what was the suspect doing on the 11th floor of this hospital during that time? What was he doing there? Why were all the victims who were targeted women? Was that due to the fact that this was a particular part of the facility where you would have solely females, women there, or was it a situation where he was specifically targeting women? The chief saying at this point he really could not provide that information. But currently right now the investigation underway here as the search continues for this individual. As you all have been saying throughout this newscast, the suspect's family is cooperating with police. The chief did say that. My colleague Eric Perry actually being there from his location, seeing the mother leaving her location after meeting with police investigators. So he said that the family is cooperating. Also, the chief saying that they are getting great cooperation, great leads from the public. So he is thankful for that information as the search is actively focused now on Fulton County and Cobb County as well, searching for that individual there. Also, the $10,000 reward being offered for this individual's capture. So police right now saying he is considered armed and dangerous. They are saying do not approach this individual, but they are asking that anyone who believes that they do see him, as they have distributed photos of this man, they are asking that anyone who sees them to contact 911 immediately. As for this location here right now, as you can see, quite a different scene from what we saw here just a few hours ago. The roadway has been reopened in large part to traffic, people coming back and forth. The businesses in the area reopened for business, as we still have a heavy police presence here. This crime scene now, criminal investigation underway as police gather evidence and also as they continue to interview witnesses. So that's the latest here in Midtown. Dieter Dukes, Fox 5 News.
Yeah, the Midtown area only a block away from where another shooting took place back in August. Clearly rattled by this situation today. Deidre, thanks.
Let's go now to our Kim Luffler, who is in Cobb County for us. There's so many moving parts in this investigation and multiple crime scenes as well. Kim, you are at an apartment complex that's being built there in the area near the Galleria, the Battery area along Cobb Parkway. What's happening there behind you? What have you found out?
Well, we are at the Edison Apartments, and there are several members of Cobb County Police that are here. I'm going to step out of the way so you can see what is going on. A few of the police vehicles that were here have moved off since we've been on scene, but officers are here directing traffic, and there are officers checking every vehicle that has exited the apartment complex since we've been on scene here. There have been several school buses that have also come and dropped off students as well. I spoke to a mother who was concerned if she was going to be able to get her children that were being dropped off here, but luckily she was able to do that just fine. That's one reason why Cobb County police officers said that they are here to make sure those kids were able to get home safely. But again, since we have been on scene here for about the last hour or so, officers are here directing traffic and also checking every vehicle that comes out of this facility. Again, we're going to remain on scene here and bring you the latest as we learn more. But for now, we'll send it back to you.
All right. Kim Luffler, thanks so much. We want to take you up to Sky Fox 5.
Okay, you've been listening in here to some live coverage from our team at Fox 5 in Atlanta as they've been continuously covering this now manhunt for the suspect who is accused of killing one person and injuring four at a medical center earlier today. I'm Lexi Petrovich here on the desk now. You could also see we had another live look there for you as well in the right-hand bottom corner of your screen. I'm going to pull it up again here to give you another live look. We are expecting a live update from San Jacinto County in Texas on that Cleveland, Texas mass shooting. Yesterday, authorities announced they had captured the suspect who they had been searching for 4 days. So we're going to be getting an update from Texas here soon. We'll also continue to bring you this live coverage from Atlanta. A lot of very busy and important news to bring you today. We'll see you right back after this 2-minute break. Welcome back. You're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. It's 2:37 now on the West Coast, 5:37 on the East Coast. A very busy day today as we're continuing to bring you through a lot of different breaking news scenes here. Number one being out of Atlanta, Georgia, where we're following a shooting there. One person killed, 4 others injured. A couple of live looks that we have for you out of Atlanta. This one here where you can see there's a reporter actively speaking. We also have an overhead view shot of Atlanta as well as police continue to search for that suspect in this shooting that happened earlier today. We're also waiting on a press conference out of Texas after police captured the suspect yesterday who is accused of killing 5 people, including a young boy, over the weekend. After a 4-day manhunt, they were able to capture him. We also know his wife has since been arrested as well. So expecting some new information from police here shortly. In the meantime, though, we're going to bring you back out to this coverage from our team at Fox 5 Atlanta, live on the air, bringing us up to speed with everything until this press conference gets started.
Inside that building on the 11th floor and killed 1 woman and critically injured 4 others.
We want to read you a statement now from Doug Shipman, who is the Atlanta City Council president. He writes, quote, "Atlanta is hurting again today. Gun violence has once again hurt our community. Sending prayers and strength to people and families impacted, medical staff tending to the victims, and police officers from around the metro working to apprehend the suspect."
So we just saw video of the suspect's mother presumably working all day with police to track down her son, who police say carried out the shooting this afternoon. Our Eric Perry was right there on the scene as the mother was put into a police SUV. We don't know where she was being taken, Eric, but we presume that she has been providing critical information to police all day.
Yeah, Tom, that's honestly what we can hope she was doing. We saw her inside that APD mobile command unit. It was actually right up here, West Peachtree and 14th Street. You can see, looks like a regular day. You would never know that tragedy reared its ugly head earlier as traffic is out here. But that APD mobile command center was there. Let's take you to some video. Very brief, very quick, but you can see what we...
Okay, gonna jump out of this live coverage here for just a minute as we bring you out to that coverage from Texas that we had been following. The sheriff just now stepping up to the podium. Let's listen in live here on Live Now from Fox. Okay, and it appears that feed just went out there, so we're going to wait to get that situated, bring you back out to this coverage from Atlanta. There's a lot to bring to you here, even more than just these 2 stories, of course, though, bringing you the biggest stories of the day. So as we wait to get that other feed sorted out, let's bring you back into that coverage from our team at Fox 5 Atlanta.
Cars, but on the other side of that one-way sign, that parking lot there was blocked off with crime scene tape for hours. That is believed to be where that incident happened. I checked with APD, and that is the location that they gave. We'll work to get you some more video of that later, but we've also just been talking with people who were inside that medical unit. They say it happened on that very top floor there, which is the 11th floor, and there were people we talked with underneath on that 10th floor. This one woman didn't want to go on camera and show her face, but told me that she heard the gunshots and hid for her life with her colleagues until SWAT came in and gave the okay there. We also talked to different physicians. One was in surgery, one was coming back from lunch. We want you to hear from them.
4 patients were transported by Grady EMS to our trauma center. At the present time,
Okay, so it appears we have that feedback again from Texas. Let's bring you out live again and hearing that update from Cleveland, Texas, the San Jacinto County Sheriff as well. Let's listen in live on Live Now from Fox.
Oropesa was booked into our San Jacinto County Jail on 1 count of first-degree felony murder. Had bond set at $5 million. At around 11:30. Judge Randy Ellisor, who came out and spoke to y'all, magistrated Mr. Oropesa. At that time, Judge Ellisor set 5 counts of first-degree murder at $1.5 million apiece. He found probable cause on all of those. Okay. Mr. Oropeza has been afforded all of his due process rights in keeping with the Texas and United States Constitutions and the Code of Criminal Procedure. I cannot, and I know there's some questions about that. I cannot comment on anything involving Mr. Oropeza's rights, anything like that. That's for the integrity of the future prosecution of this case. As of right now, the next milestone that we're going to be at, as we discussed earlier this morning, is going to be grand jury. San Antonio County does a direct file criminal method, so we will not be filing an information. This case, at this point, this case will be in the gathering stage. We're still investigating. I am in the process of gathering law enforcement reports from law enforcement agents, troopers, all the way down to deputies. That's their reports, that's their body cams, that's their dash cams, evidence they've logged. We'll also be testing some things, forensic items, crime scene forensics, ballistics, firearms, that sort of thing. This will all take time. However, the next deadline will be the 90-day mark. We anticipate that will be the next mark we will be doing, is presenting this case to a grand jury here in San Antonio County within the next 90 days. The next scheduled grand jury is at the end of this month. I don't know if I'll have all of the information gathered to the point where I think we're comfortable to proceed with probable cause at that point. But I will try to let our partners in the media know and keep them abreast of that as much as I can, ethically and legally. But that's kind of where we're at. And I'll open myself up for any questions.
The consulate was here this afternoon. Did Oropeza request then? Is that a due process thing?
I can speak generally. So any foreign national has the right to contact their consulate. Just if you or I were arrested in Mexico, we would have the right to contact the American consulate. So everybody has that right. As an extra layer of precaution, I went ahead. I was contacted by the consulate office, and I arranged for them to set up a meeting with Mr. Oropeza, independent of his request, just to make sure that was covered. Yes, ma'am.
There's a lot of confusion. Is his name spelled with an S or a Z, or is it interchangeable? It seems to go back and forth.
Sure. Well,
we're trying to be factual.
I understand. So one of the reasons early on in the investigation why it was made, the decision was made to identify him as Oropeza with a S, Sierra, was because it basically tracked with his law enforcement contacts and his history. So I agree with you. There's multiple spellings. There's Oropeza, there's Oropeza, there's Oropeza Torres. So that has been a challenge of the law enforcement. There's one person who can answer that question, and it's not me or sheriff, unfortunately. Okay.
Are there any other arrests in addition to Castilla or Nava?
No, ma'am, not currently. Since this morning when I spoke to y'all, and this afternoon, there's been no further arrests in connection with either the hindering or the homicide, Mr. Oropeza. As you all can imagine, we had 225 law enforcement agents that were combing this county, Liberty County, and parts of Montgomery County. There have been additional arrests, just not connected to this incident. Business as usual carries on, even when we're in the middle of a manhunt.
Are you anticipating additional arrests related to this incident?
Well, all I can say about that is we'll follow every lead that the investigation gives us. There were some tips that we were basically putting on the back burner because they weren't pertinent to a manhunt. They weren't pertinent to a risk to public safety. Those tips can now be followed up. Of course, we don't. About 200 of those 225 left town, so we're a little bit shorthanded to follow up on all of them. But we're still talking with those federal and state partners that came down, and even though they've gone to their respective home bases, they're still looking into some of the leads that were generated on this, both in connection with this investigation and independent investigations that popped up as a result of their presence here.
So neighbors are saying that he has a 2-year-old kid.
Yes, sir.
Do we know where he is?
I have no information on. This is Mr. Oropeza and Nava's child.
Yeah.
I have no information on where I believe the minor is at this time.
Okay. Have both parents been arrested?
That's correct, Miss. And excuse me for my faulty pronunciation, but Diva Mara Nava is in custody in the Montgomery County Jail right now, I believe on a $250,000 bond. And Mr. Oropeza, as we've discussed, is here in a $7.5 million bond. So yes, both of the minor child's parents are in custody.
When will she be transported here to San Jacinto County?
Miss Nava? Okay, again, and this is kind of, I'll give you the lawyer answer, and that's it depends. It's going to depend on the facts that are involved in the case. As of today, my understanding is the facts that gave rise to her hindering occurred within the jurisdiction of Montgomery County. So if Ms. Nava was committing acts that constituted the offense of hindering apprehension of a felon in Montgomery County, the proper jurisdiction to prosecute her would be Montgomery County. As this investigation furthers, it may be that there were further acts committed in San Jacinto County. If it serves the ends of justice, we will look at initiating criminal proceedings and prosecution here. But sometimes it is sincerely, it's just duplicative to file the same charge in two different counties. Long story told long, it will depend on the facts that we discover in the investigation.
Quick question here.
Yes,
so,
sir.
If there's one thing that you want this community to know, especially the family and the survivors, what would that be? And would you also be looking to for the death penalty with this suspect?
Well, I'm going to take that in two parts. Capital murder is something that none of us should take lightly. It should be something that should be based on the facts and based on the best interests of justice. That's not a decision we should make as a snap judgment. My office will be reviewing the files as they come in. Like I said, we're still collating evidence and making that decision. That will be a decision based on the facts and the evidence and what serves the best ends of justice. As to what I would say to the community, our strength is just that we're a community. And that's what made this case. Law enforcement working with the community. We're not enemies, we're friends. We're neighbors. And when we work together like this, when we understand that this is a person who is dangerous to the public, who has been responsible for a tragedy, that's our strength when we act together.
Does he ask for representation yet? And what's his move? Is it remorseful?
Well,
seen a change in attitude? Behind the bars?
Well, one thing, it's inappropriate for a district attorney to question or have any contact with an accused person at this stage. So I cannot say neither myself nor my staff have had any contact with Mr. Oropeza. That's something we keep a kind of a
Okay, it appears that feed went out on us again. We do apologize for that as it came back for just a second. We're going to see here if we can get this situated and it looks like it is back on again. So let's give this one more try here.
Is that just part of your investigation? Is there any revelation of
Sure.
plans to fill the next?
Well, I mean, like I said, that's an investigation that's pending over there in Montgomery County. So I don't know if that would necessarily, I'm not aware of any enhancements that fact pattern would necessarily bring. But that would be something that would be of interest moving forward on any hindering apprehension investigations we have here in San Jacinto County.
Sheriff, can we ask a quick question?
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Any breaking news there?
Earth-breaking.
On Sunday, you said that Miss Nava you had been communicating with her. I took it as she was being cooperative. Then we hear what was revealed today in the hearing. Was she playing both sides? What's your read on what she was doing?
Well, my read's really irrelevant. I have not personally talked to Miss Nava. So I was talking to people that were talking to her, listening to other conversations that were going on in the command center, and that was what I was hearing. That's what I was understanding. But yeah, I'm not a psychologist. I'm not a social.
Was she trying to play both sides? Trying to appear cooperative with you guys and at the same time?
Well, once again, she was cooperative during one intel briefing that I was in, and then I mean I don't know about anything else. So. Yes. We have not, as far as the sheriff's office. I believe DPS-CID is maybe talking to her. Maybe the U.S. Marshals. I know Montgomery County is probably talking to her for some reason. And I did have a chance to interview, or not interview, but I asked the suspect, and he told me that he spells his name with a Z. So just to put that to bed, but that's the way he spells it, and we've got a document with S on it, or whatever.
This is a question for the DA. Apparently there are several animals at his house. Is there any plan to rescue them if there's no one to take care of them?
I didn't know he had animals at the house, but that's news to me. But yes, I will get our animal control guy over there. Yes, sir. Just to double verify.
This is a question for the DA.
Okay.
Do you anticipate any additional charges for Castilla beyond the marijuana charge?
We're kind of early on in an investigation phase. There are several. there are several. He is a target of several investigations. But I cannot comment on it until those are probable cause findings made, okay?
Does your office plan to look at how Oropesa is someone who has been deported from the U.S. and returned to the U.S. at least 4 times?
I think for our purposes that would be relevant merely for bond hearings, that he may be a flight risk, that may be relevant. As to his culpability in the case, it's not really pertinent to that. It's only a bond issue whether he's a flight risk.
How many children did they share?
My understanding is 1.
Yes, I believe so.
1 is what I'm aware of.
Thank y'all so much. We appreciate it. And y'all check our Facebook, San Jacinto County Sheriff's Office. And once again, the offer still stands there for, we are hiring.
How much you paying, Sheriff? I'll come work for you.
And FBI and federal, are they still involved in like nitty-gritty details of whatever you guys need to button up?
There's some investigations they're wrapping up.
Yeah. We're still a team. We're still in contact. I've spent a lot of time today on the phone, and they're like, "Hey, I hope you're getting rest." I'm like, "Well, what if you quit calling me?" But anyhow.
Are the people in the airplane? I heard one was airlifted.
Yes, sir.
But no casualties.
No
fatalities.
At this point.
Yeah.
It was a student driver, and then he took back over because the left side got heavier than the right side, and then there was a problem, and they hit pretty hard. Yeah. But they're both okay, or at least one out of them.
Sir.
Are there
Yes,
any
sir.
plans for any more pressers after this?
This is pretty much it, guys. That's why we were saying, at the point we've done magistration, the next clock is at 90 days. So we're a very hospitable county. You are more than welcome to hang out, but you're going to be kind of bored, But any other, we've been trying. My office has been trying to field questions the best we can. We try to be open about the things that we can talk about. You're more than welcome to contact me. At the point where Sheriff's in an investigative phase, and there's not a public danger at this point, there's probably not that much for him to report. Not speaking, put words in my mouth.
Bottom line, he's exactly right. And, y'all are going to go forth and find your own stories. Something else will happen, and we'll eventually take over. I don't want y'all wasting your time here if we're not going to come out and give you anything. If it's big, earth-shattering, breaking news, then yes, I will call, or we'll put it on our Facebook. Hey, we're going to have a news conference in front of the sheriff's office, whatever time, blah, blah day, okay?
Okay, hearing from the sheriff there, giving a quicker update here on that mass shooting in Cleveland, Texas. 5 people killed. The suspect found after a 4-day manhunt yesterday. So we did want to bring you that. We apologize for some of those technical difficulties. As you know, we are live, raw, and unfiltered. So a lot of that can be out of our control, but we'll continue to bring you all of those live feeds here. So you're seeing everything in real time in the moment. We're going to step away for a quick commercial break here. When we come back, though, more coverage on this Atlanta shooting as police continue to look for the suspect who you see pictured here. His name, Dion Patterson. We'll have more on that right after this break. Welcome back. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. We're continuing to bring you this live coverage as police continue to search for the suspect in a shooting in Atlanta, Georgia today. One person killed, 4 others injured. A picture of the suspect here that we want to show you. His name is Dion Patterson. So that search continues. We're also expecting an update from Cobb County Police here shortly. In the meantime, though, I want to bring you out to this coverage from our team at Fox 5 Atlanta.
Joining us tonight, I'm Russ Spencer.
I'm Christine Spiro in for Courtney Bryant tonight. Within the last 30 minutes, Northside Hospital confirmed their Midtown location will be closed tomorrow. All patient appointments are canceled.
Tonight, we bring you team coverage as we follow the developments on the victims in this shooting and the search for the shooter tonight. We begin with Fox 5's Deidre Dukes. Deidre?
Yeah, police still on scene at this hour, trying to piece together exactly what happened here. As an active search is currently underway for 24-year-old Dion Patterson. I'm going to step out of the way here so you can see the scene right now. Quite different from what we saw just within the past few hours here. The road out front of Northside Medical has reopened to traffic. We do still have Atlanta police officers on scene, but fewer patrol cars and support staff than we had here just an hour ago. We've also seen staff coming back and forth here, picking up their belongings as they're being escorted to the parking lot and allowed to leave the area. We were told by Atlanta Police Chief Shearbaum during a news conference at around 4 o'clock that at this point here at this scene, they're gathering evidence and they're also interviewing witnesses. Still a lot of questions that we have that they simply could not answer now, as it is so early in the investigation. Some of those questions being, why was this individual here at the hospital? All of the victims are female. Why were all of these victims women, and what was the motive of the shooting? We have since learned that that suspect did leave here, apparently carjacking someone and fleeing the area as police responded here on scene. Right now, an active search underway in Fulton County, also Cobb County, for this individual. We spoke to a man who was inside here on the 9th floor, telling me that he heard gunfire. What he first thought were, he said it sounded like firecrackers going off here this afternoon.
What sounded like firecrackers, something. And then we heard fire engine trucks, so we didn't know what it was. And we just kind of kept going on about our business. And then suddenly we saw the lady come from behind the counter and start locking the door inside the medical facility where we were. We were on the 9th floor. And as we heard more and saw it on television, they said the shooter was on the 11th floor. We were on the 9th floor. So they asked us to move to the back, and we moved to a room in the back. And they secured us all in the back, just waiting for someone to kind of come and get us. And they asked us to shelter in place. So we just sheltered in place and followed directions. And when I was in the waiting area, so when we heard the popping, it was really nothing until we saw everyone locking doors and scurrying through the doctor's office. Then they put the television on. And we saw the breaking news on the television, and they mentioned that it was that address. So it was surprising that it was in the same building that we were in, right?
And some terrifying moments for that man on the 9th floor and those that he was sheltering in place with. As they said, at one point they saw the elevator moving towards their floor. Of course, not sure if in fact that might be the shooter coming to their floor. They said they were so relieved when those elevator doors opened and in fact police came out. They said SWAT officers, and they were safe and knew that they were going to be cleared off of that floor. Again, some of the medical staff and also some of the patients, we saw them leaving out just a few hours after this had all began to unfold, starting to leave this area around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We do understand that a $10,000 reward is being offered in this case as active search continues for this individual. Chief Shearbaum saying that they are getting some good solid leads from the public, and that the shooter's family also cooperating with police this afternoon. That's the latest here in Midtown. Deidre Dukes, Fox 5 News.
Yeah, frightening moments being recalled by that one witness. Thanks so much, Deidre. We have several other crews in the Midtown area as well.
Fox 5's Eric Perry has been on the scene all afternoon. He joins us now live. Eric, you spoke with doctors who tended to victims right after those shots were fired after noontime today.
Yeah, Christine, Russ, good evening to you. I've talked with physicians, I talked with nurses who were inside, but I also want to pick up on what Deidre Dukes just said, the family cooperating. I believe we have some video to show you. I was actually by the Atlanta Police Command Center when we saw what is believed to be the shooter's mother leaving from inside that mobile command.
Okay, we are going to step out of this coverage as well because now we are getting an update from police in Cobb County. Let's listen in here live.
.30 or so that we actually discovered that the shooter was possibly in the area. So we are still searching right now. We have not had any eyewitness confirmation of the suspect. This has all been video that we have observed from our flock cameras and our real-time crime center. That's the only additional information we have right now. We do believe that he might still be in the area.
So the car that was recovered, where was it recovered, please? Where was the car found?
I believe in a parking garage. The vehicle was recovered in a parking garage on, what's the name of that street again? Heritage Court.
Okay, and where's that? Is that near the Battery?
It is near the Battery.
Is it near a store? Is it near a hotel? Or?
It's a parking deck. It's just near the Battery.
Okay. And
that's an actual trade name, Flock. Those are license plate recognition cameras.
The cameras that spotted him, were these security cameras, surveillance cameras on buildings that actually caught images of him?
Our real-time, I don't know exactly which cameras. Our real-time crime center has different cameras that come in. They're DOT cameras, Flock cameras, and some the Flock cameras are owned either by us or by private organizations.
And they captured images of him in this area?
Images of the vehicle. There were images of him that were seen or recorded at 12:30.
And where is that?
I don't know the exact area, the exact location, but it is in this area. Yes. It's been a lot of time since 12:30. That's the last visual confirmation we have from video. We haven't had any confirmed eyewitness sightings. We've had calls come in, but we have not been able to confirm those eyewitness calls.
Wait, in this carjacking, did he assault the owner of the vehicle that was stolen?
That carjacking happened in Atlanta, so I don't know.
Can you tell us why you recorded off that area, Windy Ridge?
Windy Ridge is right near where the vehicle was located.
Okay, it wasn't because you believed that he was still...
And that was the area that he was spotted. Okay. Or on camera. We saw him on camera.
So you're able to confirm the vehicle that you found and that was captured in your Flock license plate system was in fact the one that was stolen?
I would defer to Atlanta because I don't know if they have. They actually have possession of the vehicle right now.
Any reports of another vehicle being stolen or seen leaving that area?
We don't have any reports of another vehicle being stolen in the area.
Wayne, any reports of shots being fired in Cobb County?
We had a false alarm call in earlier. I believe it was at 200 Galleria Parkway, but that turned out not to be the case. There were no shots fired.
What was the incident at Campbell Middle School?
Should they still stay inside or should they be?
Right now, we have not had any confirmed sightings since our own pulling up cameras at 12:30. So we don't know where he might be. We believe he might still be in the area, but we don't have confirmation of that. So right now, just remain vigilant and please call 911. The same message that Atlanta PD has been pushing out, we're pushing out the same message. All of Metro Atlanta, if you see him, he's still considered armed and dangerous, please call 911.
And no report?
And I had a question right here.
There was some sort of situation at Campbell Middle School. Are you able to speak to that? There was a lockdown for a time. Is that unrelated to this?
That incident at Campbell was totally unrelated to this.
Was it a white truck or a silver truck?
I'm not 100% sure on the color. And there was a question right here.
I understand that you have not caught the suspect, but given the fact that victims were 4 women, is there any motive? Is there any kind of hint at a motive?
I can't respond to an incident that happened in Atlanta's jurisdiction. I don't know anything about that incident other than what's been reported.
Was anything found in the car?
In the truck?
Once again, the vehicle was turned over to Atlanta Police.
Sergeant, did you get any reports of any carjacking since the carjacking in Midtown in this area?
No, I think that was a miscommunication that went out earlier. We did not have a carjacking here.
Here, okay. So
to clarify, you said that the flock cameras, is it accurate to call those traffic cameras?
No, they're license plate recognition cameras, but our real-time crime center doesn't just rely on those cameras. The cameras that we actually saw the suspect with were Department of Transportation, DOT cameras, which are part of our real-time crime center.
Flock cameras, they notify you that they pick up on a license
Only if the information is input into the system. Like I said, we were actually alerted to this 2 hours after it was actually occurred. So we were a little bit behind because that's when we got the alert.
Alerted to it 2 hours after.
Yes.
The footage saw him around 12:30.
Yes.
And you got it around 2:30.
He was picked up on camera around 12:30, but we didn't see it until 2:30.
And that was a DOT camera, Sergeant?
Yes, that's through our real-time crime center, yes.
And could you I'm sorry, could you tell us where that DOT camera was? Do you know?
I don't know which camera it was now.
Okay.
Was he actually seen on camera?
We saw it. We don't have an individual verification from an eyewitness, but he is on camera, yes.
Did he change?
Not the vehicle, but him.
Vehicle and him.
Is there a shelter-in-place order in effect in any parts of Cobb right now?
We have not issued any shelter-in-place orders, but we have, when following up and thinking that he might be in a certain location, we've exercised exceptional due caution, and we sent in a lot of officers. I think there's been several videos around where a lot of officers have been responding to locations. That's because we've had unverified accounts that he might be at the location, and of course, when we arrive, he's not there, and we find out it was not that person. We've had several calls come in already, but we still want the public to call in if they do believe that they see him.
Was the image clear enough, Sergeant, that you could see whether this guy had changed clothing? You know, he was wearing a brown hoodie during the shooting. I mean, was the image clear enough?
I don't have any specific information about the image other than our investigators believe that it is him. So I don't know about clothing details. I think, Denise, you had a question?
I'm still, there's still a huge police presence over near the Battery at that apartment building. You guys have been in and out of that building, but you're still at that location. Is there a reason?
The last known location on video for him is in that area. So we still haven't had any confirmation either through video or through independent eyewitnesses that he's not in that area. So that's why we're still concentrating heavily in that area.
Is he doing anything? Is he sneaking or just trying to look normal?
I don't have any information about his behavior in the video other than just a confirmation that it was possibly him.
Has Cobb County ever had any interactions with him with the police department?
I don't know about his history, and even if I had criminal history, I wouldn't be able to discuss that with you. I don't know that. Don't know.
Do you know the name of that apartment building right now? Is it Edison? Is that the name of the building?
I don't have the name of the apartment. There have been several. I know there's several apartment complexes around here that are close enough to that area where the camera picked him up. So that's why we've been concentrating in the area. So I think there are a couple of different complexes in the area.
The model of the car, sorry. The model of the vehicle?
Check with Atlanta Police regarding the vehicle.
Do you know where the camera was located? Was it on a street light? Was it on a pole? Where?
Most of our DOT cameras are on the traffic light level. They're up in that area. So, but I don't know where this particular camera was.
You said no visual confirmation since 12:30. Do you have any indication that you're closing in on?
You got everything that I've got. That's all I got. But the last visual confirmation we had was 12:30. Last confirmed visual confirmation or visual image we had was 12:30. Guys, that's all I have.
One more time, where was that? Sorry, I missed the top. Where was that image taken?
That was taken from a DOT camera. That's the last known image was at 12:30. So
that
we
was here in Cobb County?
Here in Cobb County, yes.
Any other specifics on where that was?
Yes, in the area it was near, give me the street name again. Heritage Court, is that it? Yes, it's in the vicinity of Windy Ridge Parkway and Heritage Court.
Near the Boy Scouts.
Could it be out
right there? Yeah.
I can't speculate. I don't know.
Oh, they're perfect.
All right, guys, that's all I got for you.
Thank you.
I know y'all can come up with a million ways to ask the same question.
And get the same answer.
And I'm going to give you the same answer.
All right.
So yeah.
Okay, hearing from Cobb County Police, they're saying that there hasn't been a confirmed eyewitness sighting, but they are getting tips that they're following. He's been spotted on the camera. We know that the shooter's family also is cooperating. Let's bring you back out, though, to this coverage from our team at Fox 5 Atlanta.
Clarity on the carjacking. It looks like that carjacking did in fact happen in Atlanta. We thought there was maybe another one in Cobb County, but Sergeant Delk saying there was not a carjacking in Cobb County, that carjacking happened in Atlanta, and he made his way, like you said, up to Cobb County and was apparently in possession of that vehicle that you saw there that was taken near Windy Ridge Parkway and Heritage Court, or that's where he was captured on the DOT cam at least. But that white pickup truck was being towed away and put on a flatbed. It appears that is the vehicle that he carjacked.
And police made it clear that they don't know where he is at this point. We remember when Brian Nichols went through the rampage at the Fulton County Courthouse and there was a search for him. He accosted a woman and was in her apartment, did not hurt her. But at this point, it's important to point out how important it is to be careful if you spot this man. The mayor has pointed this out. Police have pointed it out. Deion Patterson, according to police, has killed one person and critically wounded 4 others. One of those 4 now in stable condition. But he's clearly willing to kill somebody, according to police. If you see him, call 911. Do not engage in any way.
And authorities were asked clearly, do you know where he is? And it's like you said, after so many hours, I'm sure it's really frustrating for them right now to not have an answer on where this individual is, who's considered armed and dangerous. We've been showing you the surveillance images that were captured at Northside Medical in Atlanta of him holding that gun and pointing that gun in the waiting room there on the 11th floor. So I know it's frustrating for probably the public as well to not have any information on where this individual is, but there are no shelter orders in place for Cobb County at this time. But obviously things could change once they pinpoint where this individual can be. You saw the amount of authorities that swarmed onto Midtown Atlanta today. So to think that he was able to so swiftly get out of the hands of authorities and slip away is really remarkable.
Yeah, 22 minutes later, he was in Cobb County, according to that DOT camera. Important to emphasize what you said. Sergeant Delk pointed out there has not been another carjacking in Cobb County. If there had been, they would certainly know about it. So they don't apparently believe at this point that he has at least carjacked someone else. He could have stolen a car. We'll keep on top of that and keep you posted as that search continues. Focused now, obviously, in Cobb County. In the meantime, paramedics rushed the surviving victims, 4 of them, to Grady for treatment.
Fox 5's Claire Sims is live outside Grady Hospital, where doctors earlier, Claire, actively worked to save the lives of these women.
Yeah, the chief medical officer here at Grady Memorial Hospital updated us here outside of the hospital just after 5 o'clock and gave us the latest information about those victims' conditions.
4 patients were transported by Grady EMS to our trauma center. At the present time, 1 is still in the operating room. The other patient is coming out of the operating room. We have 1 patient who had a procedure in interventional radiology, which was completed. They will have additional studies done, and 1 patient remains stable in the trauma center.
Now, that was Dr. Robert Jansen. He said the staff here at Grady sprang into action as soon as they learned there was a mass casualty incident. The hospital had trauma surgeons standing by. They moved patients out of the emergency room to make sure that they had enough space for those shooting victims, and they had chaplains on standby and extra security. They told us all of 4 of those patients arrived here at Grady within 20 or 30 minutes of each other. Now, at one point, they did close the hospital to visitors, unsure of where the alleged shooter may be, though that was short-lived. And in fact, we're told family members of at least 2 of the shooting victims are here at the hospital to be here for their loved ones. Now, we're told that those 3 who were the most critically injured, the 3 who are in critical condition, will be moved into intensive care. 2 of them are already in intensive care. That 3rd one, who remains in surgery, or at least was still in surgery about an hour or so ago, will be moved to intensive care once she is out. And we're told that it's those trauma surgeons who will continue their care in that intensive care unit until they are out of the woods, hopefully sooner rather than later. And we will have as much as we can as soon as Grady gives us any more updates. We are live outside Grady Memorial Hospital. Claire Sims, Fox 5 News.
Yeah, Dr. Jansen mentioning all those victims had gunshot wounds. All right, Claire, continue to update us as we learn more. Now the manhunt continues again for 24-year-old Dion Patterson. We've been telling you police consider him armed and dangerous.
And at the risk of sounding repetitive, you should not approach Patterson. If you see him, instead call 911. Fox 5's Morse Diggs joins us now in Cobb County, close to where the search is happening. Morse?
Well, as often in this case, is the initial reports can come in fragmented, but there is one thing that has been consistent, and that is that the authorities do believe that Mr. Patterson was driving around in a white Toyota. We've got those pictures to show you again. It was some time before they were able to actually find the vehicle. My initial reports coming from multiple law enforcement sources is that in the area of Spring Road, they believe that he had been driving around in that area. At one point, there was a concern that he might have been around the area of Campbell High School, Campbell Middle School, but as you heard Mr. Delk say from Cobb County, that convergence over there on that school was unrelated. But several hours, I got one notice after 3 o'clock or so that indeed he had apparently ditched that white vehicle over near Truist Park, and we're just a couple of blocks from the park where I am right now. That is where they turned over custody of that vehicle to Atlanta police for them to search it and see what kind of clues there could be. This is a situation in which, as Mr. Delk said, they get tips from all over. Atlanta police get tips, call in, Cobb County, Smyrna. They are obliged to try and check out every one of those tips. But what has been happening up in the Cobb area and the Smyrna area throughout the afternoon is that they go from one place to another place to another place. They check the buildings, they check the garages, and it doesn't pan out. But as he mentioned, and I'll wrap up with this, again, if you think you see this man, and we'd gotten a report that he might be in a red pickup, that may not be the case. Again, Russ, as you mentioned, it's possible that he may have stolen a car out of a garage. But all these things they have to check out. But lastly, if you think you see the man, call them. They would rather check it out than say, hey, it's going to be another dead end. From Smyrna, I'm Morse Diggs, Fox 5 News.
Yeah, and all the information you're getting from your source has been really helpful, Morse. Thanks so much.
It's clear that where Morse is, that's the focus of the search, even though they haven't seen this gentleman in almost 6 hours at this point. A much different scene now in Midtown, where there was so much frenzied activity this afternoon, and now traffic is flowing again. And we join our Rob DiRienzo, who's been on the scene all afternoon, although no one's going to breathe easy in all of Metro Atlanta until Dion Patterson is caught.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Russ. As police focus their search in Cobb County, here the focus is on piecing together what exactly happened on the 11th floor of this North Side facility earlier today. I want to take a step out of the way to show you what it looks like inside right now. A few moments ago, we saw a lot of people. It looked like staff members, security, police crowded around the front desk of the facility here, possibly looking at video footage to kind of piece together the sequence of events that everything happened in. A little while ago, I spoke with a woman who works inside this facility. Take a listen to what she had to say.
It's really, really surreal. You know, like I said, I feel like you hear about this all the time and it doesn't, cross your mind that, you could be in this situation.
And back out here live again, you can see police gathered outside. Things have calmed down really within the last few hours. As you mentioned, Russ, a few minutes ago, that West Peachtree is completely reopened just in time for people to try to get home after such a stressful day. Now, I spoke with a woman who was inside the facility, which we've learned is the Laureate Medical Group inside Northside Hospital on the 11th floor. She said she was in the pharmacy area when she heard about 6 pops. She fell to the floor, tried to get to cover, and then when she was evacuating the area, she says that she had to navigate around the victims, including the 39-year-old woman who lost her life. She was obviously very devastated, didn't want to go on TV. But now, again, people here, the people who work inside, are now just trying to get home and catch their breath after a very heartbreaking and devastating day here, while everybody else here in Midtown is just trying to get home themselves. Back to you.
Yeah, really traumatic scene based on what people say they saw and heard. Thanks so much, Rob.
Yeah, according to the chief doctor there at Grady, 3 still in critical condition. So our thoughts and prayers are with them tonight as the search continues. That really is the primary focus at the moment.
Yeah, we want to go next back up to Cobb County, where our Kim Luffler has been actively watching a scene where authorities were at a set of apartments there in Cobb County. What more are you learning, Kim?
Yeah, we're just outside the Edison apartments here in Cobb County, not far from Circle 75 Parkway, and I'm stepping out of the way here. You can see it's still an active scene. We've noticed a fairly significant amount of officer vehicles that have left the scene here, but for hours, officers have been checking every single vehicle that has been exiting this apartment complex. We did see them checking trunks in some of the vehicles that have been exiting here. People have been able to come in just fine, but we did see some officers directing traffic about an hour or so ago. Then we noticed them start to head into the apartment complex there. We noticed a bunch of them in one vehicle heading out not too long ago either. So noticing some officers leaving this area now, but certainly still a very active presence. Now, this is not far from an apartment complex under construction, or a building under construction, just on the other side of us here. So, and then we came around the corner here, and that's where we saw the officers at this apartment complex as well. So this has been going on for the last several hours. Of course, we're going to keep you updated as we continue to watch this scene here and learn more. But that's the latest from here. We'll send it back to you.
Kim, we appreciate you being our eyes and ears on the ground there. Thanks so much. Well, we're going to stay on top of this breaking news out of Midtown, where an active shooter is on the loose. That shooter opening fire at doctors' offices here at Northside Medical Center in Midtown. 5 people again were shot, 1 fatally.
Midtown Atlanta was placed in lockdown for several hours, but that has since been lifted. There is an active manhunt happening right now, focused primarily in Cobb County, though we heard from Cobb Police just moments ago that they really don't know where he is at this point. Police are searching several locations. This is who they're looking for, 24-year-old Dion Patterson.
Yeah, the Crime Stoppers is offering a $10,000 reward for information leading to an arrest. If you see him, do not approach him. He is considered armed and dangerous. This is still an active story, so stay with Fox 5 for the latest, and as soon as we get new details, we'll be certain to pass it along to you. Now, reaction to today's shooting coming in from Washington, D.C.
And Fox 5's Alex Whitler is at the live desk tonight with what the White House and Georgia U.S. Senator Warnock are saying about what happened today.
Yeah, Russ, the senator said this most recent shooting is cause for major gun reform. He says those 2 words so often polarize the country, but encouraged lawmakers to come together to make this country safer. Not even 3 hours after the search for the Midtown shooting suspect, the person that killed 1 woman and left 4 others hurt, Senator Warnock spoke on the Senate floor in Washington. He told his colleagues 87% of Americans want to see common sense gun laws, and he asked why no further gun laws have been made.
We must act. I'm proud of the fact that we did, after 30 years, pass some gun safety legislation here last Congress. It was a significant piece of legislation, but obviously it's not enough.
And it's not just Georgia leaders commenting on this shooting. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre acknowledged it too, saying the president is upset to hear about another incident of gun violence in our country.
I think we're all frustrated. I think there's parents out there who are frustrated. There are Americans out there who are frustrated and who wants to see an assault weapons ban, which reduced mass shootings when something that the president led on in 1994. We want to see common sense gun law reform.
The senator made those comments as investigators from multiple Metro Atlanta agencies, as we've been telling you, are continuing their search for the suspected shooter. At the live desk, Alex Whitler, Fox 5 News.
Alex, thanks very much. Again, the White House responded to the shooting here in Atlanta as police search for the gunman. Let's hear more from White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre.
look, is the president frustrated about what we're seeing in our communities, in our schools, in our churches, and this epidemic that we've seen, this gun violence epidemic? And this is yes, of course he's frustrated. This is a president that has taken historic actions. The first 2 years, executive actions, signed, as you mentioned to me, a piece of legislation that was bipartisan, and it was the first legislation that we had seen in 30 years to deal with this issue. But we know that more needs to be done.
The president is calling on U.S. lawmakers to go even further with future legislation. Atlanta police have lifted the shelter-in-place advisory, saying they believe the gunman is not in Midtown Atlanta anymore. Authorities have not released what type of weapon was used, but they made it clear that they think he still has that weapon with him.
Yeah, and police have also confirmed with us that all the victims are women, and that a 39-year-old woman lost her life in that shooting. Police say the oldest victim was 71 years of age and the youngest was 26. We'll continue to stay on top of the breaking news there in Midtown as an active shooter, again, is still on the loose. We have no idea. Authorities saying they have no idea where the shooter is. We do know that some of the crime scene tape have since been taken down. You see our Rob D'Arienzo, who has been perched there in front of Northside Medical, where, yeah, yellow tape had been up there for hours, really, since it happened. And just now, 5.5 hours later, it's finally down.
And the new information since 6 o'clock came out of Cobb County that this happened at 12:08 in Midtown Atlanta, and by 12:30, they captured this man, Deon Patterson, on camera on a DOT camera in the area of Windy Ridge Parkway and Heritage Court at 12:30, 22 minutes later, and they have no idea where he has been since. That's his picture right there. Deon Patterson, 24 years old, last known address in Clayton County. We uncovered this afternoon. They had 2 arrests in Henry County in the last decade. 2015 arrested for marijuana possession, and then 2017 he was arrested twice for violating probation. Then in 2018 he joined the Coast Guard and was a member of the Coast Guard for 4.5 years before his discharge earlier this year in January of 2023. Let's go back to Midtown Atlanta and Rob D'Arienzo for the latest on the circumstances there. Rob?
Well, there, guys, yeah, as I was jumping in the shot earlier, you could see police taking down the police tape around here. They're wrapping up their work, at least on the outside of the hospital. And as we mentioned earlier, West Peachtree is now completely reopened for the rush hour commute. I want to take a step out of the way again just to show you what things are looking like. You can see homicide detectives along with Atlanta police officers outside of the facility right now. Inside, their work is still very much underway. We do know that crime scene investigators are still on scene, focusing their attention on the 11th floor, the Laureate Medical Group inside Northside Hospital on the 11th floor is where we're hearing this shooting happen. So again, that police tape is coming down. Police are starting to leave. Employees who were stuck here all day since the shooting happened around noon are also starting to leave now. So things are starting to slow down and calm down again outside of here. But in Cobb County and elsewhere, the search is still very much underway for the killer today. Back to you.
And Northside Medical saying they are closed tomorrow. They have canceled all the appointments there at the building. They're asking you to contact your provider if you did have an appointment set up for tomorrow.
Okay, let's get the perspective from Deidre Dukes, also in Midtown. Deidre, for several hours, there's some concern that perhaps Patterson was in Midtown. Obviously, the focus now is further north in Cobb County.
That's right. And of course, Russ, because there was that concern that he was still in the area, people were told to shelter in place. And of course, the hospital itself was on a full lockdown, even after it was determined that that suspect was no longer physically in the building, because it was believed that there was at that time a likelihood that they thought he was possibly on foot and that he could still be a threat to people in the surrounding area. So they did tell everybody to shelter in place. Of course, at some point they did realize, come to learn, that the suspect had in fact carjacked a vehicle, had left this immediate area. They now say they believe that that suspect left the immediate area, was leaving, as responding officers were reporting here to Northside Medical. So they do know that at some point he carjacked a vehicle and made his way out of this area. And then the investigation, of course, making its way out of Fulton County, in addition to Fulton County now in Cobb County, as the active search continues for this subject. We are also told that at this point, police are releasing a little information, and they're saying in part because, of course, we're very early into this investigation. We do not yet know why this suspect was here at this location on the 11th floor, what he was doing there, and why the shooting occurred. Why were all of the victims women? Was it simply because of the location of the shooting, or was it, in fact, did it have something to do with the motive for the attack? So still a lot of questions there. Also, we learned from my colleague Eric Perry, and we're told by police, in fact, that the suspect's family was cooperating, that his mother was cooperating with police. We did learn from my colleague Eric Perry that his mother was, in fact, in the area here, the immediate area, meeting with law enforcement, doing what she could, assisting them in this investigation. Chief Sherbaum also telling us during a news conference earlier that the public has been extremely helpful, that they have been getting some leads from the public, thanking them for that, reminding the public that there is a $10,000 reward being offered, in this case, a Crime Stoppers reward, asking anyone who sees this individual to contact authorities, at the same time stressing that he is considered armed and dangerous, telling people not to approach him, but in fact, if they see him, to call 911. And again, at this point, there is heavy police activity, multi-jurisdictional investigation, active search for this man who police do say right now the focus of the investigation is in Fulton and Cobb counties. That's the latest here in Midtown. Deeper Dukes, Fox 5.
And hopefully people will heed the warning if they spot this individual and come forward if they see something.
Well, Fox 5's Eric Perry is on Midtown as well. You've been talking this afternoon, Eric, to several of the people who worked in that medical office building, that Northside Medical Building, about the trauma, about how they tried to take care of each other in the midst of all this.
Yeah, Russ, you know, hearing from officials, police, that gives one perspective, but hearing from those everyday citizens, those doctors, those nurses, those staffers that were actually inside, heard the gunshots on several different floors inside there, saw the debris, saw the blood, it puts it in a whole different perspective. It humanizes it, and it really shouldn't, because we shouldn't have to humanize a mass shooting like this, but it gives a whole different viewpoint and vantage point. I had that job of talking with those, still trying to process of what happened, of what they got through. If we can cue up some of this sound, I know we had to go to a press conference in Cobb County, but I would like for you to hear from those physicians that we talked to. We spoke to two of them. One of them was in surgery at the time. All he wanted to, and I will just walk you through it, I don't think we have it, but one of those physicians was actually in surgery at the time. He came out to find out of all what happened. He told us he just simply wanted to go to his mom's house. Then I talked to someone who was in radiation oncology. He was walking back inside of that building from his lunch break when he realized and saw the police going inside. That's when he issued what's called a silver alert to his employees. That meant for them to go to a safe spot or to their meeting spot. When he realized that one of his employees was not there, he went back inside trying to find them. We do actually have that for you. I want you to hear how they described it for us.
I mean, the first thing you do is you try to accomplish what I came for, which is just to do an operation. And then other than that, I just kind of thought, I could be in a shooting today. And I just kind of followed the directions of the officers, and they kept us safe, and it wasn't really an issue. So I just thank God that nothing more came of it up to this point. Hopefully they'll apprehend him pretty swiftly.
I was on lunch break, so I was taking a walk around the building on a work call, and I noticed a bunch of just APD, Atlanta police officers, running into the front lobby of the building, and they were drawing their pistols. So I started walking towards that area to see what was going on, and as I was walking up, a whole slew of officers, police cars pulled up, and more officers started running in with pulled AR-51s, and I then was worried about what was happening in my building.
Yeah, Dr. Ahmed Ali, the second physician you heard from, is the one whose employee walked down to the garage area, I believe, and found that her car had been riddled with gunshots. The windshield was bust out. She believes that the suspect tried to get inside of her car but was unsuccessful as well. So that just kind of humanizes the people that were inside. I talked to one woman who was a floor below. So this all happened on the 11th floor, and then she was on the 10th floor when she heard the gunshots. She told me that, you know, she's used to dealing with people who are irate. She's used to dealing with people who aren't the nicest in customer service, but she's never had to deal with something like this. She hid for safety until the SWAT team was able to come in and police were able to escort her out. So those are just some of those human stories, those inside stories from people who are trying to help others in the medical profession, and turned out that they needed the saving themselves today. Russ?
Yeah, Eric, and you spoke to some of those folks who were so eloquent in explaining what exactly happened after seeing something so traumatic. And on the other side of the coin, you saw some folks out there who were visibly shaken, could barely really speak about what happened.
Yeah, and I think, Christine, a lot of people, just like we are, just like many of you at home watching, we're still trying to process just what happened. Talking with a lot of those physicians, Tom Haynes described them as stoic, and I think that's how it is, that they were so eloquent in just how they were talking and describing the situation. I don't think that the gravitas and the magnitude of what happened and what they went through really sinking in. And I asked one of those questions to one of them, just how would you get through this? How does your team come through this? And they hadn't even started to process, and it hadn't even started to come in. I do want to mention before we go, I was outside that mobile command unit with Atlanta police that they had set up since the shooting happened just after noon today. And at the last hour, right before it pulled off, we believe that the suspect's mother was inside. I believe we have some video that we can show you. It's very quick. She was shielded, but we believe this was her cooperating with police. They've said that she has been cooperating in this investigation. We can only assume and hope that she is providing some sort of element as to where her 24-year-old son might be, or trying to get in the mindset, if that's even a thing at this hour. But we were able to catch a quick glimpse of what we believe to be the suspect's mother leaving the Atlanta Police Command Center, getting into an SUV with Atlanta Police, and being escorted away from the scene.
Eric Perry reporting live from Midtown. Eric, we appreciate all the information you've been able to gather from down there.
Yeah, Atlanta Police Chief Schierbaum made it clear that the family was cooperating, and it certainly looks as though the mother was part of that this afternoon. You can imagine that she's in shock. The doctors who are in that facility, they must literally be in shock tonight, having witnessed that. No one expects to see that at their place of business.
And as Eric mentioned, it probably for a lot of people just hasn't sunk in yet what exactly happened. They're going to need time for sure to process this. We want to go to our Denise Dillon, who is up in Cobb County. She was there when moments ago Cobb County Police gave a presser on details on the activity that happened there in Cobb County related to this case. Denise, they've got to be, I would imagine, frustrated that they don't know where this shooter is at this moment.
That's right. They have been searching all over Cobb County, really, for 4 hours now, looking for Deion Patterson, specifically near Truist Park and the Battery. Now, this is what police just told us. They said that at 12:30, Patterson and the vehicle that he carjacked, that white pickup.
Okay, you were just listening in there to live coverage from our team at Fox 5 in Atlanta, always doing a really great job of keeping viewers informed. So many reporters on the ground there as we continue to cover this breaking incident, as the suspect still remains on the run. Police still looking for him after he shot one person and injured 4 others, all the victims females. We'll continue to bring you updates on this throughout our programming. We are going to take a quick commercial break, though. When we come back, an update live from Cleveland, Texas, after police have captured the suspect there who killed 5 people over the weekend. We'll have more on that right after this. Welcome back. You're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. Well, after a 4-day manhunt, police in Texas and the FBI, many agencies helping in this, have captured a suspect accused of killing 5 people over the weekend. We want to go out live now to Fox's Joy Addison, who is joining us here with some new details. Joy?
Hi, Lexi. That's right. Francisco Oropesa was arrested yesterday at around 5:30 p.m. and he was booked into the jail that you see here behind me. We're not quite sure what tips were given to police, but we know that it led to several arrests. The Mexican national was arrested after he allegedly shot 5 people in his neighbor's home. He used an assault-style rifle when the neighbor asked him to stop shooting outside. Neighbors say deputies showed up shortly after the shooting, but Oropesa had run into the woods. Halfway through the search, investigators found his phone, clothes, and the AR-style rifle they say he used in the shooting in a rural area. Days later, that tip led Border Patrol agents to a home in Cut and Shoot, Texas, a city about 11 miles from where the murders happened. Federal agents say he was hiding under a pile of laundry. Agents also arrested his common-law wife there, and prosecutors charged her with hindering the prosecution of a known felon. Police say she was cooperative during the investigation, but could have also been helping hide Oropesa.
Every lead, seriously. We will continue to do so in terms of anybody that might have information about who assisted this defendant in eluding capture for this horrible, tragic case.
A friend of Oropesa's was also booked on unrelated charges, but it is believed he helped Oropesa hide from police. People in Cleveland, Texas say they've been on edge since Friday's shooting and can finally breathe a sigh of relief now that Oropesa has been arrested. They say this community has a long road of healing ahead.
And everybody was worried about it. You didn't know at night, where he was at, hiding in the woods. They said he went to the woods, so, So the people that live on the edge of the country like that, he was thinking about him being out,
Teacher that goes to our church, she was sharing the other night in group, to just pray for the students because it is affecting some of the children. They were friends with a little boy. Sad situation.
The sheriff also confirmed that when Oropesa was found, he did have a second cell phone on him, and he used this phone to communicate with people that were helping to keep him hidden from police. He has been booked on 5 counts of murder with $1 million bonds for each count. In San Jacinto County, Joy Addison. Lexi?
All right, Joy, thanks so much. And as far as the involvement of his wife in this, are police still staying pretty tight-lipped about those details, or can we expect maybe another update on that anytime soon?
So they did give some clarification that even though neighbors said this was his wife, it is a common-law wife. They did also say that she was communicating to his cousins in Mexico, saying that Oropesa said that he wanted to join them across the border.
All right, very interesting. Thanks so much. Fox's Joy Addison live from Texas with that report.
Thank you, Lexi.
Okay, so obviously we're learning a lot more as the days go on into this investigation. Yesterday, though, really such a big development in this as they were able to locate him. As Joy said, so many people breathing a sigh of relief, living in fear over those 4 days as police continued to search for the suspect. We did, though, hear from officials on this a little bit earlier today. We want to bring you that update here from the sheriff in San Jacinto County, as well as some other officials. Let's listen in here.
Right now, okay? So I'm not trying to evade y'all, but so just a recap of what happened today. As we discussed first thing this morning, Mr. Oropesa was booked into our San Jacinto County Jail on 1 count of first-degree felony murder. Had bond set at $5 million. At around 11:30, Judge Randy Ellisor, who came out and spoke to y'all, magistrated Mr. Oropesa. At that time, Judge Ellisor set 5 counts of first-degree murder at $1.5 million apiece. He found probable cause on all of those. Okay. Mr. Oropesa has been afforded all of his due process rights in keeping with the Texas and United States Constitutions and the Code of Criminal Procedure. I cannot, and I know there's some questions about that. I cannot comment on anything involving Mr. Oropeza's rights, anything like that. That's for the integrity of the future prosecution of this case. As of right now, the next milestone that we're going to be at, as we discussed earlier this morning, is going to be grand jury. San Jacinto County does a direct file criminal method, so we will not be filing an information. This case, at this point, this case will be in the gathering stage. We're still investigating. I am in the process of gathering law enforcement reports from law enforcement agents, troopers, all the way down to deputies. That's their reports, that's their body cams, that's their dash cams, evidence they've logged. We'll also be testing some things, forensic items, crime scene forensics, ballistics, firearms, that sort of thing. This will all take time. However, the next deadline will be the 90-day mark. We anticipate that will be the next mark we'll be doing, is presenting this case to a grand jury here in San Jacinto County within the next 90 days. The next scheduled grand jury is at the end of this month. I don't know if I'll have all of the information gathered to the point where I think we're comfortable to proceed with probable cause at that point. But I will try to let our partners in the media know and keep them abreast of that as much as I can, ethically and legally. But that's kind of where we're at. And I'll open myself up for any questions.
The consulate was here this afternoon. Did Oropeza request then? Is that a due process thing?
Okay. I can speak generally. So any foreign national has the right to contact their consulate. Just if you or I were arrested in Mexico, we would have the right to contact the American consulate. So everybody has that right. As an extra layer of precaution, I went ahead. I was contacted by the consulate office, and I arranged for them to set up a meeting with Mr. Oropeza, independent of his request, just to make sure that was covered. Yes, ma'am.
There's a lot of confusion. Is his name spelled with an S or a Z, or is it interchangeable? It seems to go back and forth.
Sure. Well,
we're trying to be factual.
I understand. So I understand. So one of the reasons early on in the investigation why it was made, the decision was made to identify him as Oropeza with a S, Sierra, was because it basically tracked with his law enforcement contacts and his history. So I agree with you. There's multiple spellings. There's Oropeza, there's Oropeza, there's Oropeza Torres. So that has been a challenge of the law enforcement. There's one person who can answer that question, and it's not me or sheriff, unfortunately. Okay.
Are there any other arrests in addition to Castilla or Nava?
No, ma'am, not currently. Since this morning when I spoke to y'all, and this afternoon, there's been no further arrests in connection with either the hindering or the homicide, Mr. Oropeza. There, as you all can imagine, we had 225 law enforcement agents that were combing this county, Liberty County, and parts of Montgomery County. There have been additional arrests, just not connected to this incident. Business as usual carries on, even when we're in the middle of a manhunt.
Are you anticipating additional arrests related to this incident?
Well, all I can say about that is we'll follow every lead that the investigation gives us. There were some tips that we were basically putting on the back burner because they weren't pertinent to a manhunt. They weren't pertinent to a risk to public safety. Those tips can now be followed up. Of course, we don't. About 200 of those 225 left town, so we're a little bit short-handed to follow up on all of them. But we're still talking with those federal and state partners that came down, and even though they've gone to their respective home bases, they're still looking into some of the leads